Chapter 1551, Uses of White Clouds. It must be said that Zhao Hai chose the right place. Firstly, Hidden Cloud Village was a forgotten place. People who come here rarely leave, and there were very few people who thought of coming here. Additionally, the island wasn't very big. It had no special products, so it had no business prospects. The people who leave and return to this place were merchants of the village. Until now, except the people in the Hidden Cloud Village, nobody from the Cloud Sea territory knew about the presence of Zhao Hai and the others. This also gave Zhao Hai and the others an opportunity to establish their foundation. Under Jun and Li Jiang's arrangements, 10,000 people from the 10,000 realm battlefield were able to move into Hidden Cloud Village. Of the 10,000 people, the worst were at the Transcending Tribulation stage. On the other hand, the strongest people in the Hidden Cloud Village were in the Transcending Tribulation stage. Because of this, the people in the Hidden Cloud Village became very anxious. They were careful in their actions, making the atmosphere of the island very heavy. Seeing that the mood was getting heavier, Zhao Hai discussed with Mu Yu, who immediately ordered the people from the 100 Treasures realm to get in touch with the people from the Cloud Sea territory. He asked them to exchange pointers. Although the two had different cultivation methods, they could still exchange ideas with each other. This caused the mood of the island to improve. The people from the village were no longer afraid of the people from the 100 Treasures realm. Slowly, the two groups were able to integrate with each other. This took about 10 days to happen. One of the reasons why the two were able to smoothly integrate with each other was because the people of the Hidden Cloud Village were weak rejects of society. Their cultivation methods were a mix of good and bad. As for the cultivators from the 100 Treasures realm, there's no need to mention how good their cultivation methods were. They were more than adequate to guide the people from the village. What do cultivators pursue the most if not for strength? With the people from the 100 Treasures realm giving guidance, the cultivation speed of those in the village increased. Naturally, they were happy about this result. Another reason was because the 100 Treasures realm sent weapons to the Hidden Cloud Village. The Cloud Sea territory had scarce resources. Because of this, their weapons were generally made from cloud beast bones and refine white clouds. Naturally, this fact was noticed by Mu Yu and the others. Although the materials used for their weapons were very simple, they were still very good and tough. Moreover, they even had an ability to repair themselves. This surprised the people from the 100 Treasures realm. Zhao Hai thought that this might be because of the white clouds. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to analyze the structure of these white clouds. He also had the space integrate the white clouds with liquid silver. Now, liquid silver has the abilities of the white clouds. Even if Zhao Hai doesn't have the ability to analyze the white clouds for now, he could still use it for crafting. Moreover, it turned out that it was a very good material to use. This discovery caused the 100 Treasures realm to be happy. Zhao Hai also tried it afterwards. White clouds can be used together with any material to increase a material's tenacity as well as provide it with a self-repairing ability. Most importantly, artifacts refined with white clouds could absorb spiritual chi on their own and then release it for the user's body to absorb. The spiritual chi gained this way was much purer than the ones in the surroundings. It can be said that the white clouds caused the level of the 100 Treasures realm's weapons to increase by a level. The people in the Cloud Sea territory didn't discover this because they were starved of resources. Moreover, they were using beast parts as refining materials and not metals. Only people from big clans could go to the copper and iron walls to mine materials. Weapons refined from these metals were tougher compared to their other weapons. However, average big clans wouldn't be able to do this, let alone the fact that they had no bases on the copper and iron walls. Just the cloud beasts in the vicinity weren't easy to deal with. Moreover, the density of the black clouds on the copper and iron walls was much higher compared to other places. Most people wouldn't be able to stay there for a day without their abilities declining. If a person's strength dropped inside the black clouds, this doesn't mean that their support has decreased. Instead, it was their level that fell. For example, Jun was now at the core formation stage. When he uses his cloud rats, he would be able to stay for 15 days in the dark clouds. In these 15 days, his strength wouldn't be affected. But once 15 days passed, although the rats supplied him with the same amount of spiritual chi, his strength would drop down by a level. If he stayed for 7 or 8 days more, then his strength would drop to the foundation establishment stage. This wasn't a temporary fall into the foundation establishment stage but a permanent one. Once he returns to a white cloud island, he would have to cultivate again from the foundation establishment stage. If one's strength gets demoted by the black clouds more than 10 times, then they wouldn't be able to increase their strength anymore. Nobody has ever broken this rule. It was like a sword hanging down their heads, reminding people every time they ventured out into the dark clouds. Someone had an idea of moving a large chunk of white clouds to the two mountains to see if they can grow them there. If it was possible, then it might allow them to create a stronghold. However, they discovered that this was impossible. Once transferred to the areas near the mountains, the white clouds were slowly being swallowed. It was simply impossible for them to grow. Because of this, the copper and iron walls weren't conquered to this day. As for the reason why the white clouds were swallowed, the Cloud Sea territory also did some investigation. For white clouds to grow, they needed enough volume to do so. White clouds that were too few couldn't grow on their own and would just be swallowed by the black clouds. From their research, only white clouds that were 5 kilometers across could grow. However, since this was the minimum, the rate of growth was very slow. The more white clouds there were, the faster it would grow. It was because of this that people in the Cloud Sea territory had endless amounts of white clouds to use. The most troublesome thing about transplanting white clouds wasn't their speed of growth, but the fact that they couldn't be stored inside spatial items. Because of this, there was no way to carry a large volume of them. Cloud beasts would also need to consume white clouds. Without white clouds, tamed cloud beasts wouldn't survive in the black clouds for long. This difference between tamed and untamed cloud beasts was a headache for the people from the Cloud Sea territory. However, they had no way to change it since this was the law. As long as a cloud beast gets tamed, they have to eat white clouds. Otherwise they wouldn't survive for long. For these reasons, the Cloud Sea territory's development was very slow. It made it impossible for them to expand their territory. This was also the reason why the Cloud Sea territory had no contact with the 10,000 realm battlefield after all these years. Besides the white clouds, the 100 treasures realm was also delighted about the cloud fruits, cloud rice, and other products. They had very big uses for the 100 treasures realm. Zhao Hai's space has already begun planting these products. Although white clouds couldn't be analyzed for the time being, cloud fruits, cloud rice, and other things could be. At the very least, it could analyze what they can do and how they could be used. The space's scanner was really strange. It couldn't analyze the white clouds yet. Once it was refined, the scanner can analyze the optimal ratio of white clouds to use. This caused Zhao Hai to be confused. In order to experiment with the white clouds, Mu brought some of it back to the 10,000 realms battlefield. However, a problem arose. The white clouds couldn't exist in the 10,000 realm battlefield for a long time. Once they get exposed to the air of the battlefield, they begin to quickly disintegrate. A small clump of white clouds would be eaten by the dark clouds, and the same amount would disintegrate in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Its fragility was quite startling. Even if you put it inside artifacts, it would still disappear. This caused the people from the 100 treasures realm as well as Zhao Hai to be confused. Fortunately for Mu Yu and the others, white clouds that had been refined into transforming clouds were saved from these attributes. Mu Yu returned to the 100 treasures realm and found out that transforming clouds didn't disappear. Although they couldn't be used as weapons, they were very comfortable compared to praying mats. Moreover, transforming clouds could be placed inside spatial artifacts. But unlike natural white clouds, even if they provide spiritual chi, they only give a very small amount. They can exist among the black clouds, but not for a long time. After about a month of exposure, they would also begin to disappear. The Cloud Sea territory has flying artifacts called cloud-piercing ships. These flying artifacts can be large or small. Smaller ships can accommodate 3 to 5 people while the larger ones can accommodate hundreds or thousands of people. Li Zhang said that he had seen ships that can hold tens of thousands of people. These ships can exist in the black clouds for 40 days if it holds 1,000 people, 60 if about 100. And more than 100 days if there's only one person inside. However, cloud-piercing ships were very rare in the territory. Only big clans have them. Even then, Big clans wouldn't have a lot of them. This was because cloud-piercing ships couldn't just be powered by its users. Cloud-piercing ships require cloud crystals to function. The ships were easy to use, but very hard to power. Chapter 1552, Yi Island Plan. In a blink of an eye, a month passed by. Hidden Cloud Village had officially become the 100 Treasures Realm's base. A group of 100 refiners settled themselves in the village. At the same time, Zhao Haihad's Jun and Li Zhong installed defensive artifacts, turning the island into a fortress. Because white clouds disappear in the 10,000 realm battlefield, Mu Yu had to bring a team of refiners to the Hidden Cloud Village. The white cloud was truly a supreme refining material. They even increased the success rate of a refined artifact by 10%. In other words, if a refiner had 10% success rate before, after they use white clouds they could increase it to 20%. This was very important to any realm. However, the success rate wasn't as important for the 100 Treasures realm because of Zhao Hai. He can let the refiners refine all they want without worrying about the scraps. What Zhao Hai wanted to see was whether the people of the 10,000 realm battlefield would feel any discomfort after staying in the Cloud Sea territory. At the same time, he also wanted to see how the cloud beasts react to the 10,000 realm battlefield. Therefore, Zhao Hai had Jun take people from the Cloud Sea territory to the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters. There's a reason why Zhao Hai had other people go with Jun. He wanted to see how cloud beasts react to the 10,000 realm battlefield, but he found out that beasts improved by the space weren't affected and they didn't even need to eat white clouds. Zhao Hai only improved Li Zhong and Jun's beasts, so he wanted to see how the beasts of other people would fare in the environment of the battlefield. When Jun arrived at the 10,000 realm battlefield, there was nothing wrong with his rats. They were still alive and well. Jun's rats also increased his cultivation since he now had more spiritual chi to absorb. As for the unimproved cloud beasts, they didn't fare as well. After arriving at the 10,000 realm battlefield, the beasts seemed to have weakened. They also provided less spiritual chi to their owners, but since they can absorb a lot of spiritual chi, it balanced out the loss. Seeing this, Zhao Hai knew that the cloud beasts wouldn't be able to adapt to the 10,000 realm battlefield. They were more suited back in the Cloud Sea territory. He had everyone besides Jun go back. He also asked Tangji to arrange residences for Li Zhong and Jun to cultivate in. It has been a month since they arrived at the Cloud Sea territory. Zhao Hai knew that it was time for them to make the next move. He sent the children as well as Laura and the others back to Blue Tree Planet. Then he began to get ready for the next step. It wasn't only Zhao Hai who was busy. Zhongzi and the others were also taking action. Mu Yao and the others invited the elders for a 10-elder assembly in order to discuss the Cloud Sea territory. The Cloud Sea territory wasn't a fun place. Going there was equivalent to grabbing the lands of the Cloud Sea territory's people. There were also experts in the Cloud Sea territory. If the two sides fight, it would be very hard to say what the result would be. With the strength of the 100 Treasures realm, it was impossible for it to swallow the entire Cloud Sea territory. Even if they allied with other realms, it would only be enough to get a piece of land from the territory. As the matter stands, information about the Cloud Sea territory needed to be shared with the other realms. This month, Zhongzi and the others were mainly discussing this issue. Naturally, they couldn't fight in the Hidden Cloud Village, so their goal was to find someplace else. Fortunately, after a month, Zhao Hai was able to get a clearer understanding of the surrounding region. Apart from the islands that Li Zhong introduced before, there were other White Cloud Islands around. They were occupied by clans that weren't that strong. In the end, Zhongzi and the others settled on an island. It was located opposite of the Cloud Beast Fortress. There was a medium-sized White Cloud Island 15 days away from the fortress named Yi Island. The reason for this name was because it was occupied by a big clan named the Yi Clan. The Yi Clan had a cloud-piercing ship that could hold 1,000 people. This allowed them to travel to Yi Island while others couldn't. In addition to the strength of the clan, they were able to have a firm hold on the island. Because of this, the island was relatively isolated. The Yi clan had a tight hold on the island, so nobody would care about what happens there. It was suitable as a base. Moreover, it was on the other side of the Cloud Beast Fortress and far away from the Hidden Cloud Village. So even if other clans find out about what's happening to Yi Island, they wouldn't think that the hidden cloud village had also been occupied. In fact, it might even be possible that people had already forgotten about the village. Only people who were desperate would think of the hidden cloud village. After Zhongzi and the others' discussion, the next step was up to Zhao Hai. Knowing what the realm wanted, Zhao Hai immediately flew to Yi Island on the Hell King's ship. It takes about 1 month of travel from the hidden cloud village to Yi Island. Naturally, it wouldn't take too much time for Zhao Hai, and he used the space to appear near the island. After that, he called over Xiangbo and the others and allowed them to scan the surroundings with their spiritual qi. Xiangbo and the others had a very relaxed time. They also know that the one who made them survive in the sea was Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai wasn't there, they would have long since died. So even if Zhao Hai hid what happened outside, they weren't dissatisfied. They just retreated into their rooms and cultivated. Now that Zhao Hai called them over, they immediately went out of their rooms. After going out of their rooms, Xiangbo and the others stared. This was because they saw a person standing beside Zhao Hai. The person's white hair and white clothes were too eye-catching, but soon they discovered that this person wasn't alive. It was an undead. Recalling Zhao Hai's ability to use undead against his enemies, Xiangbo and the others weren't too surprised. They swept the Hell King's ship with their spiritual force and found out that although the children were still there, Laura and the others were nowhere to be seen. Actually, the children were also sent off. What Xiangbo and the others detected was Zhao Hai's deception technique. Being an expert in using spiritual force, adding fake people was too simple for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Xiangbo and the others and said, "Did you have a good rest? Let me introduce you. This is someone I came across. He's now an undead. I didn't expect to see someone here. I interrogated him and found out that there's another place here called the Cloud Sea Territory. Go Ling, tell them about the Cloud Sea Territory." Commanded by Zhao Hai, Go Ling told Xiangbo and the others about the Cloud Sea Territory. Naturally, he told them that he was someone who came to catch cloud beasts and then met Zhao Hai. He didn't say anything about Yi Island, but he told them about the Cloud Beast Fortress as well as its current strength. It took several hours before Go Ling finished. Xiangbo and the others had shock on their faces. They didn't expect there to be a place like the Cloud Sea Territory, but each one of them were very happy. This discovery would certainly gain them a huge amount of merit. After hearing Go Ling, Xiangbo and the others looked at Zhao Hai, their expression a mix of surprise and worry. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "We went on an expedition and attained success. However, we need to pass the information back as soon as possible. Everyone, let's write a Jade Sword message. I'll use my space abilities to send them to Hornview Mountain. This is the farthest my ability can go, and I can only send something as small as a Jade Sword message. After sending our messages, we'll go around to scout the area and if possible find a place and set up a transmission formation so that our people can come over. What do you think?" After thinking about it for a while, they all nodded and said, "All right, we'll do what Mr. said." Zhao Hai nodded and then took out a Jade Sword message and began to write on it using his spiritual force. However, the contents of his message were different from the others. What he wrote was a message telling Zhongzi that the plan had officially begun. Once Xiangbo and the others were done with their Jade Sword messages, Zhao Hai took them all before closing his eyes and reciting an incantation. Before long, he waved his hand and said, "Open." A spatial rift appeared beside him, but this rift was very small. It was the size of a basin, impossible for people to get in. Zhao Hai immediately threw the Jade Sword messages to the rift. Then the rift began to slowly close. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. His face was pale as he sat down. He rested for a while looking quite exhausted. Seeing Zhao Hai, Xiangbo and the others were worried. Zhao Hai knew that they weren't worried about his safety. Instead, they were worried that trouble might be coming while Zhao Hai was down. If Zhao Hai was killed, they would no doubt die as well. Looking at everyone, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Don't worry, the Jade Sword messages have arrived at Hornview Mountain. I believe it wouldn't be long before our realms receive the message. The next thing we need to do is to find a place to settle in." Xiangbo and the others nodded. Zhao Hai turned to Go Ling and asked, "Go Ling, besides the Cloud Beast Fortress, are there any islands around here that we can go to? A place where the inhabitants are weaker?" Go Ling immediately said, "If we go straight for half a month, There's a small white cloud island owned by the big clan called the Yi clan, known as Yi Island. Besides the Cloud Beast Fortress, it's the nearest island. Zhao Hai raised his brows and said, "How strong are big clans in the Cloud Sea territory?" Go Ling immediately replied, "Big clans in the Cloud Sea territory have at least 500 immortal experts. As for severed soul and transcending tribulation experts, nobody bothered to count." Hearing Go Ling say that, Xiangbo and the others stared. Then they let out a cold breath. 500 immortal stage experts. It was a force that couldn't be underestimated. Xiangbo couldn't help but reply, "Besides these two, are there other places we can go to?" Go Ling replied, "These two places are the closest. Apart from them, the closest highlands would take more than a month of travel." Zhao Hai knit his brows. He turned to Xiangbo and the others and said, "What do you think?" Xiangbo forced a smile and said, "We have no choice but to go to Yi Island. If we set up a transmission formation there in the quickest time possible, I believe we can return to the 10,000 realm battlefield." Just like Go Ling said, people would venture out into the black clouds in order to catch cloud beasts. The more we stay in this area, the more likely we would be detected. We should just go to Yi Island and leave as soon as possible. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Going to Yi Island is also good. Let's take a look at the situation first before occupying an area there. I have a lot of undead that can stall for time while we construct the transmission formation. I can also send small undead to see what kind of transmission formations they use. Maybe when the time comes, we can use their transmission formation to come back." "What do you think?" Originally, Xiangbo and the others wanted Zhao Hai to use the Hell King's ship to travel back. Although it would take more time, it was a safer method. But now that they heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but be tempted. If they can use a transmission formation, then they would be able to save a lot of time. If they recognize the other party's transmission formations, and even gain the coordinates, their contribution would be even greater. For unwanted people like them, gaining a huge merit was very important. With this merit, they would have a path towards the immortal stage. Moreover, they would obtain resources to cultivate. They would be able to increase their strength quickly. Zhao Hai looked at the others and said, "Let me first take a look using my small undead. I want to see what the Yi Island is like. If they have a defensive formation, then it would be troublesome. If they don't have one, it would be easier for us. If the island isn't well defended, we may be able to invade and quickly build a transmission formation." "What does everyone think about this?" Xiangbo clenched his teeth and said, "All right, let's do that. But mister, if you really manage to scout Yi Island, can you pay attention to their strength? If we can find out how strong they are, we'll gain more merit. It will also allow us to move better around the island. We might even be able to find their weak point." Everyone nodded. After that, Zhao Hai said, "All right, let's depart." He waved his hand as the Hell King's ship sailed towards Yi Island's direction. Chapter 1553, Crowd in an Uproar. Zongzi looked at the jade sword message in his hand before he smiled faintly. He looked at Mu Yao and said, "Little Hai just said that the plan has begun. He's heading towards Yi Island to make a transmission formation and head back." Mu Yao knit his brows and said, "This kid actually dared to do that. Isn't this just alerting the enemy? What would he do if something goes wrong? The Yi clan has a lot of experts. Didn't he say it himself that there are at least 500 immortal experts in the Yi clan?" Zongzi smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry about him. He knows what he's doing." On the other hand, there really are a lot of immortal experts in the Cloud Sea territory. Their cloud beasts act as their cultivation partner, making them cultivate quicker than us. Also, their cloud rice, cloud fruit, and other food contain a lot of spiritual chi and are easier to absorb. I really envy the people of the Cloud Sea territory. Mu Yao scoffed at Zongzi as he said, "Stop wasting words on them. Now that the plan has begun, it won't be long before the other realms react." "What do you plan to do now?" Zongzi replied, "There's no need to plan anything. They will beg us if they want to go." Besides Zhao Hai, nobody is immune to the black clouds. Moreover, besides Zhao Hai, nobody knows the coordinates of the Yi Island's transmission formation. If they want to go to the Cloud Sea territory, they will need to ask us. specifically Little Hai. Ha ha ha. Imagine the feeling when that happens. Mu Yao looked at Zongzi's expression and couldn't help but bitterly smile. To be honest, he also wants to laugh at their current state. In the war against the giant spirit realm and the fire weavers, these realms were waiting on the side wanting to grab some cheap benefits. Only when the 100 Treasures realm was about to win did they make a move. And before they offered a hand, they even demanded a lot from the 100 Treasures realm. Their conduct was very hateful. Now that they have this opportunity, it would be strange if the 100 Treasures realm didn't embarrass them. This would make them let go of the ill feeling in their guts. However, Mu Yao was indifferent to this. He also wouldn't dare call Zongzi a petty person. Because of this, he could only stay silent and force a smile. Seeing Mu Yao's expression, Zongzi snorted and said, "Old Mu, you're too calm and you don't like to argue. If I were you, I wouldn't have allowed that fella Shen Wei to become arrogant. I would have had the elders kick him out a long time ago. But you, really?" Mu Yao waved his hand and said, "Forget it. We're already having a hard time as cultivators. We're fighting against the heavens. Isn't it too bothersome if we fight amongst ourselves? Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Little Hai's plan will succeed, so we need to make proper arrangements on our side." Zongzi nodded and said, "Pass the order. Have everyone prepare according to our original plan." A severed soul expert nodded and then went out to pass the order. While the 100 Treasures realm were preparing their steps, the people of the 10,000 realm battlefield were in an uproar. Naturally, this uproar was only from the high-grade realms of the battlefield. The lower-grade realms had no idea what was going on. The higher-ups of the various realms learned about Zhao Hai's expedition almost at the same time. Naturally, this didn't include the ghost spirit realm. Nobody told them as well. Even if they had spies on the other realms, it's still impossible for this kind of secret to be found out so easily. It must be known that this information was very important. Besides the 100 Treasures realm, every other realm had this in a very strict state of confidentiality. The reason why the 100 Treasures realm didn't hide it too much was because they have great confidence in themselves. The last battle against the Fire Weavers wasn't all bad for the 100 Treasures realm. The war was a chance for the realm to temper itself. The 100 Treasures realm was strong, but it had too many impurities in its strength. These impurities were weak cultivators and even spies from other realms. Weak cultivators could still be fixed. On the other hand, spies cause great harm to the realm. The previous war was like a hammer that tempered the 100 Treasures realm. If it was ordinary steel before, now that it had removed its impurities, it had become refined steel. Spies hidden inside the 100 Treasures realm became more active during the war. They thought that the 100 Treasures realm would lower their guard since they were fighting against two strong realms. But they didn't expect the 100 Treasures realm to do the opposite. Instead of relaxing their guard, they became more strict. Mu Yao was normally indifferent and didn't like fighting, but as a cultivator, he didn't reach his current stage by being a pacifist. It was just that Mu Yao's methods weren't as brutal as other cultivators. His methods were quite calm and very gentle. It was because of this gentle manner that nobody noticed transcending tribulation experts and severed soul experts disappearing. During wars, death was quite common. Nobody would think that Mu Yao made a move on a certain number of people. Because of the tempering, the 100 Treasures realm became one unified body. In the past few years, it became impossible for other realms to send spies to them. Therefore, none of the other realms knew what was going on inside the 100 Treasures realm. On the other hand, the 100 Treasures realm were aware of what was happening to the other realms. If spies were sent to the 100 Treasures realm, it's also natural that the 100 Treasures realm sent spies to the other realms. But because of the importance of this matter, the spies of the Ghost Spirit realm were unable to hear about this news. They were still unaware of what was going on. What Xiangbo and the others wrote caused a huge shock to their respective realms. They also wrote that their Jade Sword messages were sent through a spatial rift that Zhao Hai opened. Otherwise, they wouldn't be sent. This caused the other realms' higher-ups to feel very annoyed. Although it was written clearly, they knew that Zhao Hai could get in and out of the black clouds freely. This was something that even immortal experts weren't able to do. The higher-ups of the other realms immediately had a meeting. In the end, they decided to reach out to the 100 Treasures Realm. They believed that the 100 Treasures Realm received a message as well. It might even be possible that they received the news much earlier. They also knew that the 100 Treasures Realm wouldn't be able to swallow the Cloud Sea territory on their own. They would certainly need help. The next day after the Jade Sword messages arrived, immortal experts from several realms went to the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters at the same time. They wanted to discuss the matter of cooperation between their realms. At this time, Zhao Hai was rushing towards Yi Island. There were now plenty of liquid needles in and around the island. White Cloud Islands in the Cloud Sea territory had no shields at all. At most, its inhabitants would erect defensive formations. As soon as intruders arrive, these formations would detect and attack them. But as for protective shields, there were none at all. This didn't mean that the Cloud Sea territory didn't have any good formations. In fact, formations were as common here as in the 10,000 Realms battlefield. The reason why they didn't have any barriers was due to the territory's situation. There used to be a big clan who covered their own White Cloud Islands with a protective shield, but they suddenly found out that their island was beginning to shrink. They thought that someone was attacking them. After some investigation, they still couldn't find out the reason why their island was shrinking. In the end, someone suggested that it might be the protective shield. Once the shield was removed, their island stopped shrinking and began to grow back. After this news spread, almost nobody in the Cloud Sea territory used protective shields. It's because of this that protective shields weren't very common in the territory. This also caused White Cloud Islands to be susceptible to attacks made by cloud beasts. Entire White Cloud Islands being annihilated by beasts weren't unheard of. This lack of protective shield gave Zhao Hai an easy way to infiltrate the island with liquid silver. Now that liquid silver had the properties of white clouds, it could vaporize itself and become one with the island's white clouds. Once the flying needles entered Yi Island, they immediately vaporized. Even immortal experts wouldn't be able to detect them. At this point, Zhao Hai was aware of almost everything that happened on the island. But because of Xiangbo and the others, Zhao Hai didn't make any moves. They were now cautiously moving forward, afraid of being discovered by people from the Cloud Sea territory. Xiangbo and the others also didn't pressure Zhao Hai. After listening to Go Ling, they were afraid of the Cloud Sea territory. A normal big clan in the territory would have at least 500 immortal experts. How powerful were 500 immortal experts? If an immortal expert appeared, then Zhao Hai might be able to escape. But 10, 100, they wouldn't even be able to react. Because of this, they wanted Zhao Hai to act with caution. They didn't dislike Zhao Hai's slow movement. On the contrary, they fully support it. Zhao Hai and the others also met a few cloud beasts along the way. Since this was the edge of the Sea of Beasts, the beasts they met weren't that strong. But since they were afraid of making a sound, Zhao Hai and the others killed all the beasts they met. When Zhao Hai and the others were very close to Yi Island, the immortal experts sent by the other realms arrived at the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters. These immortal experts visited discreetly. Because of this, the 100 Treasures Realm also removed people from their transmission formations while waiting for the immortal experts to arrive. Once they arrived, they immediately moved to a secret room in the headquarters. Chapter 1554, Kicking the Ghost Spirit Realm Out. Once everyone had settled down, Zhongzi looked at the immortal experts and said, "Everyone, did you come because of the Jade Sword message?" When the immortal experts heard Zhongzi, they didn't waste any words. As an immortal expert of the puppet realm said, "Since Elder Zong said that, then there's no need to talk nonsense." Elder Zong, the Cloud Sea territory isn't something that you can eat on your own. It would be better if our realms work together. What does Elder Zong think? Zongzi looked at the immortal experts. He knew what these guys were thinking. If it weren't for Zhao Hai who can get in and out of the Cloud Sea territory safely, these people wouldn't have proposed working together with the 100 Treasures Realm. Zongzi looked at everyone and said, "Naturally, we need to cooperate. But everyone should know who owns the credit for the exploration. Since you received the Jade Sword message, you are all well aware that if it weren't for Little Hai, the people you sent would have perished a long time ago." Now, not only did Zhao Hai discover the Cloud Sea territory, he also allowed your people to send the word back. This should be a small contribution, right? Hearing Zongzi, The immortal experts knew that Zhongzi was raising the price, since they would be cooperating with each other. The terms of the cooperation needed to be agreed upon. It was clear that the 100 Treasures realm wanted a bigger slice of the pie. These immortal experts were also reasonable people. They knew that the discovery of the Cloud Sea territory was Zhao Hai's merit. The 100 Treasures realm needed to be compensated for this contribution, so they all nodded. Seeing everyone nod, Zhongzi smiled faintly and said, "Since everyone is in agreement, then we will discuss the matter of distribution." This time, among those who sent people, only the Ghost Spirit Realm didn't get the message. I reckon the Ghost Spirit Realm still has no idea, but if they learn about it in the future, they would certainly cause trouble. So before we talk about our shares, we need to discuss how to deal with the Ghost Spirit Realm. Xiangbo and the others also mentioned this matter in their message. But as to how the person from the Ghost Spirit Realm died, they didn't tell. But they said that not long after they left, the person from the Ghost Spirit Realm left saying that he would act on his own, and he hasn't been spotted since. The people from the other realms weren't fools. They understood what was going on. The person from the Ghost Spirit Realm was killed, but who killed him? This was also not an issue. It was certainly Zhao Hai. From what they heard in Hornview Mountain, it seems like Zhao Hai had a conflict with the Ghost Spirit Realm. Because of a little conflict, Zhao Hai killed the person from the Ghost Spirit Realm. His tendency for revenge was very strong. However, although everyone thought about this, they didn't actually care. This was the case for cultivators. If you want revenge, then you take revenge. Now that Zhongzi said that, it was really a problem. The Ghost Spirit Realm was very strong. If they caused trouble in the future, then it would be a headache. It was because of this that the immortal experts didn't make a sound. They frowned slightly. After a while, an immortal expert said, "Should we inform the Ghost Spirit Realm?" Although they didn't contribute anything, they still sent someone for the expedition. It would be bad if they aren't included. Zhongzi looked at the immortal expert and said, "Does anyone else agree to the Iron Sword Sect's proposal?" These immortal experts weren't fools. They immediately heard something wrong with Zhongzi's words. It's obvious that Zhongzi doesn't want to inform the Ghost Spirit Realm. Thinking of this, the immortal experts looked at each other before someone from the puppet realm said, "I think it wouldn't be a good idea. This is something we gained on our own. If the Ghost Spirit Realm decided to head out alone, then why should we share our achievements with them? Do you think they would tell us if they were the ones to discover something?" The other immortal experts were secretly cursing inside. Everyone knew that this was complete nonsense. It was impossible for the Ghost Spirit Realm to act alone. But since the Jade Sword messages said this, they can treat it as the truth. Most importantly, if they include the Ghost Spirit Realm, then everyone's share would decrease. Who would want to go to the Cloud Sea territory and fight them if they didn't want more benefits? It would be best if the Ghost Spirit Realm wasn't in the picture. Looking at the situation, the expert from the Iron Sword sect knew what the other immortal experts were thinking. He knew that if he didn't say anything, then these people would push him down. So he immediately responded, "I also don't want the Ghost Spirit Realm to participate, but I'm thinking about the trouble they would cause us. If they did, then it would be quite a headache for all of us." When they heard him say this, everyone stared before they all nodded. Zhongzi saw this and smiled as he said, "Everyone, why are you afraid of this? The Ghost Spirit Realm is just one realm. What can they do to all of us if we work together? Everyone, don't forget, if we include the Ghost Spirit Realm, then we will have to share the benefits with them. Is everybody alright with that?" Zhongzi's words brought everyone back from their thoughts. Right, they weren't even that strong. Why would they give the Ghost Spirit Realm a share? They have numbers on their side, so why were they afraid? Thinking of this, everyone nodded. Seeing that everyone agreed, Zhongzi continued, "We still aren't clear about the Cloud Sea territory. We still have to wait for Zhao Hai and the others to send news back. We can make our decision until then. What does everyone think about this?" Seeing that Zhongzi didn't say anything about everybody's share, everybody kept quiet. In the end, the discovery of the Cloud Sea territory was Zhao Hai's merit. Moreover, their entry to the Cloud Sea territory depended on Zhao Hai. Offending the 100 Treasures realm right now wasn't the wisest idea. Zhongzi looked at everyone and said, "I reckon you don't want to return just yet. If Zhao Hai and the others send a message, You would have to come back again. How about just staying here while we wait? Naturally, nobody wanted to go back. They knew that they received the message later than the 100 Treasures realm. Since Zhao Hai was a spatial ability user, he can send Jade Sword messages from the Cloud Sea territory whenever he wants. If he was able to do it once, he would be able to do it again. Because of this, they would rather stay in the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters in order to get the news quickly. Zongzi also understood what they were thinking, so he asked them to remain. He did this for the realm's sake. Zhao Hai already told him that the Ghost Spirit Realm tried to kill him. Zhao Hai was now the ace of the 100 Treasures Realm. The Ghost Spirit Realm tried to kill him, so how could the 100 Treasures Realm just do nothing? This time, Zongzi wanted to kick the Ghost Spirit Realm out of the battlefield. If the Ghost Spirit Realm received information, they would definitely come over and look for trouble. If these immortal experts stayed here, then they would speak up for the 100 Treasures Realm. It would also make the Ghost Spirit Realm understand that it wouldn't be so easy to get benefits. When the time comes, these immortal experts might team up against the Ghost Spirit Realm without Zongzi's urging. Zhao Hai was aware of what was happening to the headquarters, but he wasn't worried. He was still slowly moving forward. After 15 days, they finally arrived outside Yi Island. The reason they took such a long time was because they were careful and didn't go too fast. So it took them 15 days before arriving at the periphery of Yi Island. They didn't dare get too close to Yi Island. The island was the Yi clan's territory. Moreover, since it was close to the Sea of Beasts, it was attacked by beasts quite often. Because of this, the Yi clan had people patrolling the island. Naturally, these patrols only went around the island. They didn't leave the island. Zhao Hai led Xiangbo and the others around for 3 days so that they could have a closer look at the island. Looking at the state of the island, Xiangbo and the others were stunned. They didn't expect a White Cloud Island to be like this. After traveling around Yi Island for 2 more days, Zhao Hai turned to Xiangbo and the others and said, "We have been traveling around Yi Island for a few days. I have already placed my undead on the island and found out about a weak point in their defense. On the southeast part of the island is a cloud fruit forest. Although there are patrols there, they're quite rare. If we speed up towards the forest, we will be able to set up a transmission formation as soon as possible. We will be able to head back without getting into conflict with the people on the island. What do you think?" Naturally, Xiangbo and the others have nothing to say about this. Although they had been going around the island for a few days, they were still very far away from it. Xiangbo and the others were unable to see the whole state of the island. Since this is the case, it was impossible for them to know the weak points of the island. Zhao Hai was aware that they would have this response. The place he chose was decided upon after many calculations of the universal scanner. It was the place where they would be least likely to be spotted. It must be said that the situation of the White Cloud Islands was very strange. They don't do anything and just consume the products of the land like cloud fruits, cloud rice, and so on. Meanwhile, cloud beasts like to eat the white clouds and not what the humans eat. The beasts that eat the products of the land were called white cloud beasts. White cloud beasts were different from cloud beasts. Cloud beasts live in the Sea of Beasts while white cloud beasts live on White Cloud Islands. The little mouse that Zhao Hai met when he first stepped foot on the Cloud Sea territory was a white cloud beast. Most people in the Cloud Sea territory treat white cloud beasts as pests and exterminate them. This was because they discovered that white cloud beasts had no use to them, and they also consumed the same things the inhabitants consume. The place that Zhao Hai chose to invade was a huge cloud fruit orchard. Despite this, Zhao Hai didn't see any white cloud beasts in it. It was clear that the Yi clan managed the orchard well, but since the cloud fruits were still far from becoming ripe, almost nobody came to watch over them. As long as Zhao Hai and the others were fast, they could build a transmission formation and return to the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters. Chapter 1555, Causing a Stir in the Cloud Sea Territory. After a day of preparation, there was nothing else left to do. Finally, Zhao Hai managed to receive permission to connect the transmission formation to the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters. Zhao Hai had Xiangbo and the others practice how to establish the transmission formation several times before they began. As he was waiting, Zhao Hai was looking at the monitor inside his head. The screen displayed the current situation of Yi Island. This time, he wasn't intending to fight the people here. After some time, the conditions have been met. Zhao Hai turned to Xiangbo and the others and said, I will make the Hell King's ship smaller now. However, I can't maintain it for long. Once we enter Yi Island, we need to set up the transmission formation as soon as possible. I can't help much this time, so you need to be fast. Xiangbo and the others nodded. They knew that Yi Island didn't only have 1 or 2 immortal experts. If someone discovered them, they wouldn't even know how they died. Looking at the time, Zhao Hai said, let's go. Then his body moved as they flew towards Yi Island. The Hell King's ship also shrank, turning into a 1-meter-long ship in Zhao Hai's arms. The group sneaked quickly into Yi Island and crashed into the cloud fruit forest. When they were about 1 kilometer in, Zhao Hai stopped, then turned to the others and said, let's finish this quick. Xiangbo and the others didn't delay as they immediately arranged the transmission formation. However, it's clear that Zhao Hai underestimated the strength of the Cloud Sea Territory's immortal experts. The moment they entered the Cloud Fruit Forest, a Yi clan's immortal expert immediately discovered them. 10 immortal experts immediately flew towards Zhao Hai and the others. Zhao Hai also noticed the immortal experts. In fact, he knew the moment the immortal experts moved. Zhao Hai changed his expression before turning his head and said, people are coming. Stay here while I block them. Zhao Hai didn't dare mention to Xiangbo and the others that there were 10 immortal experts because he was afraid that it might distract them. As soon as they heard Zhao Hai, the complexion of Xiangbo and the others changed. However, they still nodded. Zhao Hai immediately left the place as his Hell King's ship enlarged and filled with undead. At the same time, the ship's cannons were being primed. Just as the Hell King's ship enlarged, a fierce voice was heard. Rats, you actually dared to come to Yi Island to cause trouble. Zhao Hai didn't reply and just quietly looked at the direction where the 10 immortal experts were approaching from. As soon as the experts appeared one after another, they all looked at Zhao Hai in astonishment. Zhao Hai knew why these Yi clan experts were in a daze. It was because of his appearance. His looks showed that he wasn't from the Cloud Sea Territory but from the 10,000 Realm battlefield. Discovering a person from the legendary 10,000 Realm battlefield in their own island would naturally cause anyone to stare. On the other hand, Zhao Hai wasn't stunned, but he bowed and said, Seniors, may I ask where this place is? I have been wandering in the Sea of Clouds for a long time and I suddenly found this place. When I came in, I didn't know that it's the senior's territory. Please forgive me. Zhao Hai said all of these to attract attention to him. He also knew that Xiangbo and the others would be finished soon. At the same time, their movements needed to be hidden from these immortal experts. Because of this, Zhao Hai planned to delay the immortal experts before running away. Naturally, the Yi clan's immortal expert couldn't be underestimated. They probably discovered Zhao Hai's plan. One of them said, enough talking. Don't allow them to run. Capture them first, then we'll interrogate them slowly. The other immortal experts nodded as two threw themselves to Zhao Hai. The others went to capture Xiangbo and the others. Seeing the situation, Zhao Hai knew that things weren't going so well. He immediately waved his hand as the Hell King's ship fired all of its cannons. A wave of bullets began to assault the immortal experts. The Yi clan's immortal experts were truly strong. However, they were wary about Zhao Hai, so when they heard the shots they couldn't help but slow down. Zhao Hai let out a sigh as he said inwardly, sure enough. The reason why Zhao Hai knew that these immortal experts would slow down was because he discovered that immortal experts in the Cloud Sea Territory were stronger in terms of spiritual cultivation. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to discover Zhao Hai and the others this quickly. The position that Zhao Hai chose was the farthest place from these immortal experts, yet they were still able to find them. If these experts were like the ones in the 10,000 Realm battlefield, then they wouldn't have discovered Zhao Hai's group. For the Cloud Sea Territory's immortal expert to discover them, it only meant that their spiritual force was much more powerful compared to the experts of the 10,000 Realm battlefield. But it was precisely because of their strong spiritual force that these immortal experts slowed down. This was because they found out that the strength of Zhao Hai's cannons and rifles wasn't weak. The bullets had the strength equal to the attack of a severed soul expert, while the cannon shells had the strength equal to an attack by an immortal expert. Zhao Hai's rifles and cannons weren't this strong originally. Although the bullets had been installed with yin-yang lightning pawns, they were still small, so they couldn't be supplied by a lot of energy. However, Zhao Hai discovered that the yin-yang lightning pawns could exert more power in the Cloud Sea territory. This made the cannons and rifles more powerful. Since the bullets and shells were powerful, these immortal experts couldn't help but hesitate. It must be known that Zhao Hai shot nearly 2,000 cannons and 100,000 rifles. These immortal experts wouldn't dare face such an attack. Naturally, they can allow themselves to be injured and rush towards Xiangbo and the others. However, Zhao Hai bet that these immortal experts wouldn't do that. This was because the sense of self-protection of immortal experts were much stronger compared to other people. Sure enough, Zhao Hai bet correctly. The movements of the Yu clan experts slowed down. Then a few of them took out a pair of blades and performed a blade dance. The blade lights protected their bodies to the point where even water wouldn't be able to get inside. This was also another difference between experts in the Cloud Sea territory and the 10,000 realm battlefield. Experts in the 10,000 realm battlefield rarely went for close combat. On the other hand, the people in the Cloud Sea territory almost exclusively use close combat techniques. The Hell King's ship didn't stop firing. However, the Yi clan's experts were still able to advance bit by bit. After the 5th round of firing, Zhao Hai finally received a voice transmission from Xiangbo. "Mister, we're done." Zhao Hai gave a gentle nod. The Hell King's ship didn't stop firing. On the contrary, it increased its rate of fire. After 3 successive attacks, Zhao Hai waved his hand and the ship instantly shrunk. Then Zhao Hai's body moved and rushed towards the transmission formation. Xiangbo and the others were already prepared to move. As soon as they saw Zhao Hai, they immediately activated the formation, and with a flash of light, the group disappeared just as the immortal experts arrived. As the white light vanished from the formation, the entire transmission formation exploded. It could no longer be described as a transmission formation. An immortal expert of the Yi clan immediately said, "Immediately send word back to the clan's elders. At the same time, spread this information to everyone. The 10,000 realm battlefield's appearance here isn't good news." The other experts nodded. They weren't idiots to be deceived by Zhao Hai's words. In their opinion, Zhao Hai and the others planned this beforehand. In other words, the 10,000 realm battlefield has found a way to enter the Cloud Sea territory, and they would begin moving soon. Thinking of this, the expressions of the immortal experts weren't attractive. This matter was of great importance. The Yi clan was aware of the 10,000 realm battlefield. After all, the Cloud Sea territory once captured an immortal expert of the battlefield. They also knew that the people of the battlefield were very powerful. If the 10,000 realm battlefield was really able to travel to the Cloud Sea territory, then the territory wouldn't have a good future. The information spread out by the Yi clan caused a stir in the Cloud Sea territory. Big clans near the Yi clan immediately came over to ask about the situation. After getting confirmation, they went to the cloud fruit forest where Zhao Hai and the others left from. There was nothing left there now. The white clouds of the island had long since covered up the explosion. However, the cloud fruit trees near the transmission formation were decimated. Some traces of the explosion could still be seen. Naturally, they couldn't see anything else. They also mobilized people to search the surrounding area, but they couldn't find any clues. Nobody could see Zhao Hai and the others, and the cloud beasts around them didn't decrease as well. Zhao Hai and the others seemed to have fallen from the sky and landed on the Yi clan's island. If it weren't for the destruction of the Yi clan's cloud fruit trees, nobody would believe the news. And the more they believed the news, the more anxious they became. Because of some reasons, the people from the Cloud Sea territory couldn't expand outside, nor could they go to the 10,000 realm battlefield. Because of this, they heavily interrogated the immortal expert from the 10,000 realm battlefield that they captured. From what they found out, it's very likely for the 10,000 realm battlefield to come over. But after some time, they haven't seen anyone else from the 10,000 realm battlefield. Because of this, They began to relax, thinking that it was a once-in-a-lifetime chance that someone was able to reach the territory. They didn't think that they would be able to see someone from the 10,000 realm battlefield once again. Hearing this, the entire Cloud Sea territory was shaken. Long before the Cloud Sea territory was in a stir, Zhao Hai and the others appeared in the 100 Treasures Realms headquarters. Seeing the new arrivals, the person responsible for the transmission stared. Then he immediately shouted, "Zhao Hai is back! Zhao Hai is back!" Looking at the guard shouting his name, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh inside. This person normally had a quiet appearance. Zhao Hai didn't expect him to be this excited. It was a very rare occurrence. In the past, when Zhao Hai appeared on the transmission formation, this guard would just casually greet him. Xiangbo and the others were unaware of Zhao Hai's thoughts. After seeing that they were in the 100 Treasures Realms headquarters, they all let out a long breath. They were finally back to safety. The 10 immortal experts of the Yi clan gave them a real scare. They thought that they would forever remain in the Cloud Sea territory, but now they were finally back. Zhao Hai looked at Xiangbo and the others and said, "I'll return to Blue Tree Planet first. I'll be back immediately." After he said that, he quickly entered the transmission formation. He also brought the Hell King's ship with him. Looking at Zhao Hai, Xiangbo and the others knew that he was out to deliver the children back. After Zhao Hai left, the guard of the transmission formation looked at Xiangbo and the others and said, "Please come with me. Your elders are waiting for you." Xiangbo stared. "The elders are here? Does it include an elder from the puppet realm?" The guard smiled and said, "It does. Besides the ghost spirit realm, the elders from your realms are here. Moreover, they have been waiting for quite a long time. Please come with me." Xiangbo and the others didn't dare to delay. They immediately followed the guard to a residence at the backside of a mountain. Shortly after the group left, Zhao Hai reappeared on the transmission formation. Then he slowly walked towards the residence. Naturally, he also had to report to the elders, but he wasn't required to be there as soon as possible. Zhao Hai also met some 100 Treasures Realm experts along the way. He exchanged greetings with everyone he met. These people were aware of what was going on, so they played along. They knew that with foreign immortal experts in the headquarters, they might be discovered if they did something strange. Because of this, they were coordinating with Zhao Hai's play. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived at the cave residence at the backside of the mountain. There were 2 severed soul experts guarding the entrance. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, they immediately said, "Zhao Hai, the elders have been waiting for you." Zhao Hai nodded as he walked in. Upon entering the residence, Zhao Hai saw Zongzi, Mu Yao and the elders of the other realms. Xiangbo and the others were also there, answering questions from their respective elders. Through the space, Zhao Hai knew what the elders asked Xiangbo and the others about, but what they said was nothing more than what they saw during the expedition. However, since Xiangbo and the others were kept inside the cabins by Zhao Hai, they didn't have much useful knowledge to share. But in order to get some merits, Xiangbo and the others begged Zhao Hai to share some information with them to pass on. Because of this, Xiangbo and the others said the exact same words without any omissions. Chapter 1556, Waiting for Time. The immortal experts also asked Zhao Hai some questions. Since they had agreed upon it before, Zhao Hai's answers were watertight. Zongzi and Mu Yao also asked Zhao Hai some questions, but actually, they were keeping a tight hold on their stomachs. Naturally, Zongzi and Mu Yao knew about Zhao Hai's arrangements. Because of this, they found the current situation quite funny. After a routine interrogation, Zongzi asked Zhao Hai what everyone was concerned about. "Little Hai, you said before that you want to get the coordinates of Yi Island. How did it go? Did you get it?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I have it. I can arrange a transmission formation to Yi Island at any time. But Elder, I suggest not going to the Cloud Sea territory right now. Since they discovered us, they would certainly be on full alert. I think we should wait. If we go now, we would only be walking into a trap. The Cloud Sea territory will meet us with an intense counterattack." As soon as the other elders heard what Zhao Hai said, they couldn't help but knit their brows. This was because they felt that Zhao Hai was being too cautious. Moreover, they thought that someone of Zhao Hai's status didn't have the right to speak such words. Although Zhao Hai had become more influential, His words towards Zongzi and Mu Yao were still inappropriate. If a junior said those words before them, then they would immediately reprimand them. The experts from the other realms were now waiting for what would happen to Zhao Hai. In their minds, a disrespectful junior like Zhao Hai needed to be dealt with. But much to their surprise, after Zongzi heard Zhao Hai, he didn't become angry but instead nodded and said, "You know the Cloud Sea territory more than us, so we will listen to you. We'll start our preparations here, but we won't send people to the Cloud Sea territory in the meantime." Zongzi's words caused the other immortal experts to stare. Zongzi wasn't angry. This wasn't what they expected. Zongzi turned to the other immortal experts and said, "We just learned about the state of the Cloud Sea territory, but we already know that they have a lot of experts. We need to prepare all we have if we want to attack them. Besides preparing, the most important thing we need to do is to stabilize our rear. Otherwise, we might have a fire in our backyard while we attack the Cloud Sea territory, and when we come back, we might have lost what is ours." Hearing Zongzi, the experts from other realms also indeed. Zongzi looked at Zhao Hai and the others and said, "You head back first. Rest assured, you will receive adequate rewards. Go and take a rest." Zhao Hai and the others nodded before leaving. Zhao Hai's words just now had also been discussed with Zongzi and Mu Yao. The 100 Treasures realm had now sent 10,000 people to the Cloud Sea territory. There was indeed tension in the Cloud Sea territory. It was something that Zhao Hai asked Zjun and Li Zhong about. They would prepare and only attack when the time was ripe. Moreover, what Zongzi said about stabilizing their rear wasn't a joke. The 100 Treasures realm has a lot of enemies. The Fireweaver race the biggest one of them. However, the Fireweavers should have learned their lesson from the last time. But this doesn't mean that the 100 Treasures realm was safe. Don't forget that the 100 Treasures realm now has a new enemy, the Ghost Spirit realm. The Ghost Spirit realm and the 100 Treasures realm had no prior enmity with each other. However, the Ghost Spirit realm attacked Zhao Hai, which made them enemies with the 100 Treasures realm. What the 100 Treasures realm wanted to do was to kick the Ghost Spirit realm out of the alliance, and with the character of the Ghost Spirit realm, they wouldn't just let the 100 Treasures realm off for this. If the 100 Treasures realm went to the Cloud Sea territory at the same time the Ghost Spirit realm attacks, the 100 Treasures realm would be in trouble. The Ghost Spirit realm would definitely do such a thing. The people of the Giant Spirit realm were the type of people who would just let things go. If the Ghost Spirit realm drags everyone behind, then there would be no problems. However, the Ghost Spirit realm was most likely to drag only the 100 Treasures realm behind. This way, they wouldn't incur everyone's anger. In this case, the other realms would just stand on the sides and spectate. Once the 100 Treasures realm gets in conflict with the Ghost Spirit realm, then their operations on the Cloud Sea territory would definitely be affected and their shares would be less. With the 100 Treasures realm's current strength, they wouldn't dare deal with the Fireweavers. On the other hand, they can make a move against the Ghost Spirit realm. After Zongzi and Mu Yu discussed matters with the other elders of the 100 Treasure realm, they decided to let Zhao Hai and Mu Yu develop the hidden cloud village while they dealt with the Ghost Spirit realm. As long as the Ghost Spirit realm was dealt with, they would have no worries in going to the Cloud Sea territory. Although the Fireweaver race was still present, their failure against the 100 Treasures realm caused them to have a hard time. The other great realms began to cause them trouble. They have no time to retaliate against the 100 Treasures realm. After all, when it comes to it, their own domain was much more important compared to their revenge against the 100 Treasures realm. Since they already had a plan in place, Zongzi declined attacking the Cloud Sea territory in the meantime. At the same time, he increased his relations with the other realms, officially establishing their alliance. The news of Zhao Hai and the others' return couldn't be kept secret. The Ghost Spirit realm weren't fools. Seeing Zhao Hai return alive with Xiang Bo and the others while their representative wasn't present, they should know what happened. Additionally, the person they sent to attack Zhao Hai didn't return while Zhao Hai was able to arrive at Hornview Mountain. These all indicated that their actions had all failed. And with the recent movements of the 100 Treasures realm, the Ghost Spirit realm should be clear about their relationship with the 100 Treasures realm. The people from the ghost spirit realm also thought about the 100 treasures realm's gains from the expedition, but they weren't sure what it was. The person they sent hasn't returned, so they naturally had no idea what was going on in the sea. Zhao Hai and the others were back, but the ghost spirit realm weren't told anything about the expedition. This caused the ghost spirit realm to be suspicious, so they pursued this matter with all their strength. Zhao Hai didn't care about this matter. He already went to the Cloud Sea territory with retreat as a reason. The matters of the 10,000 realm battlefield should be left to Zhongzi and the others to deal with. Mu Yu has assumed command of Hidden Cloud Village. Although the Cloud Sea territory was now quite noisy, the Hidden Cloud Village looked very calm. Nobody went there to make an investigation. It was as if the Cloud Sea territory had forgotten about the people in the Hidden Cloud Village. But there was another type of noise that was happening in the village. This unrest wasn't brought up by external forces but instead from within the village. This unrest didn't mean that there was conflict within the village. Instead, it was brought by Zijun and Li Zhang. In the past, the two of them weren't that strong. The main reason why they can order people around in the village was because they were Zhao Hai's people. The obedience of the people in the village towards the two of them was an extension of their obedience towards Zhao Hai. However, this notion has been changing recently. Zijun and Li Jiang's strength has been rapidly increasing. They were now nascent soul experts. This caused the other people in the village to feel strange. Later on, when they asked Li Jiang, they found out that Zhao Hai has the ability to improve cloud beasts. After the cloud beasts are improved, they become stronger and provide more spiritual chi to their masters. This was the main reason for Li Jiang and Zijun's rapid increase in strength. This caused a sensation in the Hidden Cloud Village. The people in the village had given up on struggling a long time ago. This was also the reason why Zhao Hai was able to control the Hidden Cloud Village. The majority of people in the Hidden Cloud Village were driven here by the big clans. All of them held a grudge in their hearts, but they knew that they had no hope of revenge. After following Zhao Hai, their fire of revenge reignited. It was precisely because of this that they followed Zhao Hai. But this didn't change the fact that they had already given up on their cultivation. Now, they saw the changes to Li Jiang and Zijun. They knew very well that the talent of Li Jiang and Zijun wasn't very good. However, the progress of the two recently has been very astonishing. All of these were because of Zhao Hai. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. The originally calm ocean inside was beginning to churn in waves. No cultivator wishes to be mediocre. Since they began their cultivation, they intend to go against the heavens. If they were willing to be mediocre, they wouldn't have survived to this day. It's just that they were driven to the Hidden Cloud Village. Although there were still cultivation resources in this place, their source of income has decreased. For cultivators, money was very important. Without money, they couldn't cultivate. Without money, they wouldn't have pills, weapons, and other things. So after years of dejection, the hearts of the people here slowly became cold. Seeing Li Jiang and Zijun's increase in strength, the people in the village were excited. They began to see a road ahead of them leading to success, and Zhao Hai didn't disappoint them. Zhao Hai began to issue missions in the village. As long as someone completes a mission, they will obtain points. Once they have enough points, Zhao Hai can give them resources and even improve their cloud beasts. The points can even allow them to close up in the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters. Besides their improved cloud beasts, another reason for Zijun and Li Jiang's increase in strength was their seclusion in the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters. A twofold increase in cultivation speed was a huge attraction for any cultivator. Because they were aware of this, the people in the Hidden Cloud Village went all out in completing Zhao Hai's missions. They weren't afraid that Zhao Hai would request a lot. Conversely, they would be disappointed if Zhao Hai didn't issue enough missions. Chapter 1557, Cloud Mountains and Silver Rivers. Mu Yu looked at the busy Cloud Sea territory cultivators and let out a long breath. Then he turned to Zhao Hai as he laughed and said, "Little Hai, your move is really effective." These fellows immediately behaved themselves. They will slowly adapt to this kind of life and become people of the 100 Treasures Realm in the future. Even if the 100 Treasures Realm withdrew, they would still be loyal to us. With such people under us, the 100 Treasures Realm would always have a firm foundation in the Cloud Sea territory. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "These people have given themselves to me, so I can't treat them unfairly. As long as they complete my tasks, they will be rewarded. Isn't this already good? Miu smiled and said, it's very good. Because of your missions, we've basically grasped a good understanding about the situation around us. This is excellent for us. Zhao Hai replied, these are just the early missions. They will receive more missions. Moreover, in the future, we might even be able to send them missions in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Miu gave a faint smile as he turned his head and said, is this the reason why you had everyone withdraw from this place? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I have the people of the realm withdraw because the hidden cloud village isn't safe at this moment. It's fine for the two of us to be here. But if the others are still here while the people from the Cloud Sea territory come, imagine the amount of trouble we'll be in. If we have a lot of people here, we will be quickly found out. Miu nodded and said, this is really a problem. But will the people of the Cloud Sea territory really come over? It has been several days. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, this is just in case. The nearby islands are now very suspicious of the surrounding region. This includes the hidden cloud village. Zhao Hai's words made sense. The last time when he was in Yi Island, he left behind some silver needles. All of these needles embedded themselves onto everyone who went to Yi Island. As soon as they left, they brought with them Zhao Hai's silver needles. This allowed Zhao Hai to have a clear grasp of the situation in the Cloud Sea territory, and with the people from the Cloud Sea territory interacting with each other looking for clues about Zhao Hai, the meetings with all parties were very frequent. By this point, the space had already mapped about 1,000 white cloud islands, and this was just the northern part of the Cloud Sea territory. The size of these white cloud islands greatly varied. The big ones looked like continents while the smaller ones had enough sizes to house a village or a town. What surprised Zhao Hai was that there were mountains and rivers on the bigger islands. The mountains were called Cloud Mountains. They looked like white cotton piled very high up. As for the rivers, they were silver and looked like flowing mercury. Zhao Hai asked Zjun and Li Zhong about this. Although Zjun didn't know about it, Li Zhong did. Li Zhong was originally from a big white cloud island, so he told Zhao Hai that some specially huge islands have mountains that grow all kinds of herbs. These herbs have benefits to a person's cultivation. The effects of these cloud herbs were much higher compared to cloud rice, cloud fruits, or cloud vegetables. As for the river, it has a pleasant-sounding name, the Silver River. However, the water of the Silver River couldn't be drunk. The people from the Cloud Sea territory didn't need to consume water. Eating cloud fruits and cloud vegetables was enough for them. If you drank water from the Silver River by mistake, then congratulations, you have won the winning ticket. In 3 days, your body would slowly turn into mist until eventually you would become part of the white clouds. Although Silver River water couldn't be drunk, it can be used to water the cloud fruits and other cloud plants. Silver River water would make these plants grow better and allow them to mature sooner. It was precisely because of this that big clans on huge islands would have enormous gardens. Their plants grew quickly and were much better than average ones. In general, white cloud islands don't have these mountains and rivers. Most white cloud islands were flat lands. Only particularly huge islands would have these beautiful scenes. These huge white cloud islands fascinated Zhao Hai, but it didn't matter much to him. The cloud plants in the territory had already been sent to the space. Methods to grow them and make them better had already been found. However, the water of the Silver River had also been sent to the space. It had the same analysis as the white clouds in that its composition couldn't be scanned. The method of using this Silver River water was researched and tested. This water could increase the growth rate of the crops inside the space. However, this river water would also transform the plants. Like the plants in the Cloud Sea territory, these plants would take in cloud-like forms. Fortunately, the effects of the plants didn't decrease. On the contrary, it increased. Even so, Zhao Hai didn't plan on using the river water for the plants inside the space. But something confused Zhao Hai. In the past, whenever a liquid entered the space, it would be integrated into the spatial water. But the Silver River water remained independent. This caused Zhao Hai to be curious. But since he can't find the reason, he could only blame it on the fact that the space couldn't analyze the Silver River water, so it wasn't integrated to the spatial water. And it wasn't just the spatial water that cannot integrate into the Silver River water. Even Bubble, the source of myriad water, couldn't touch the Silver River water. let alone absorb it. In the end, Zhao Hai had to give up on his research on the Silver River water. Zhao Hai already had a white cloud island set up inside the space. He decided to put this Silver River water on the island and then plant some of the space's plants there. He wanted to see how they grow up to be. Naturally, all of these were left for Kair to do. While this was going on, Zhao Hai kept sending missions to the people of Hidden Cloud Village. He wanted to get a much farther reach around the island as soon as possible. In addition to paying attention to the big clans, he was also looking at their military activities. Although everyone in Hidden Cloud Village offended other clans, all of them offended people far from the village. They didn't offend the clans near the village. Otherwise, the clan would definitely chase them. The reason people hid in the Hidden Cloud Village was because big clans communicate with each other. They were afraid that upon heading out, they would meet people from these big clans and then they would be captured. But now it was different. Although the entire Cloud Sea territory was paying attention to the wanted men in the village, their attention was divided because of Zhao Hai. This allowed the people of the village to go out and make some inquiries. With the people of the Cloud Sea territory collecting information for him, Zhao Hai was more relaxed. He now obtained a lot of useful information. The big clans on the Cloud Beast Fortress were beginning to investigate the area. It wouldn't be long before they checked the Hidden Cloud Village. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. They had hidden a transmission formation in the village. Moreover, the weapons they provided the people on the island were made out of cloud beast bones and refined clouds. Even if they were taken by other people, they would just think that it was a specially refined artifact. Additionally, Zhao Hai modified the weapons so that investigating them would be near impossible. This was because after refining, the weapons of the Cloud Sea territory would seem like it was made of metal. In fact, since deciding to take Hidden Cloud Village as his base, Zhao Hai expected that such a day would arrive. After all, the people of the Cloud Sea territory were different compared to the people from the 10,000 Realm battlefield. When the people of the 10,000 Realm battlefield arrive, they would be coming in blind. Not to say about the matters of the Hidden Cloud Village, they won't even know about the existence of the village. In this case, the Hidden Cloud Village could survive for a long time. However, Zhao Hai still believed that this wasn't very safe. He was now preparing a large formation composed of 38 flags and one plate. It had only one function, and that was to produce a huge spatial distortion around the village. Everyone who wanted to get close to the village would unconsciously turn into another direction. Everyone who wanted to enter the village would need a token issued by Zhao Hai. This would provide great protection for the village. However, this formation couldn't be arranged inside the village. Instead, it needed to be erected on the surrounding sea. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted this kind of formation was because the situation in the Cloud Sea territory was quite special. The people of the 10,000 Realm battlefield could only move around White Cloud Islands. Even if they left, they can't go too far since their spiritual force would be suppressed. In this case, it would be more difficult to find this formation. It would be more impossible for them to discover the Hidden Cloud Village. At the same time, the people of the Cloud Sea territory couldn't easily discover the formation. Although their spiritual force was more powerful compared to those in the 10,000 Realm battlefield, they also couldn't fly out of the islands for a long time. And with the Hidden Cloud Village being a place for rejects, Zhao Hai believed that the formation wouldn't be discovered. As long as the formation was intact, the Hidden Cloud Village would be safe. Chapter 1558, Mi Clan's Third Miss. Zhao Hai didn't arrange the formation around the island at this time because the situation was still very sensitive. He would arrange the formation once the Hidden Cloud Village was done being searched. He believed that once the Hidden Cloud Village was cleared, nobody would come checking in for a very long time. If he arranged the formation at this time, this would certainly cause the people around them to be vigilant. Although the Hidden Cloud Village has been forgotten by the people of the Cloud Sea territory, it wasn't a complete erasure of memories. Zhao Hai's appearance caused a huge stir, so the people of the Cloud Sea territory wouldn't leave any stones unturned. They would definitely check the Hidden Cloud Village. The appearance of a formation would definitely bring people's attention. And if they send out an immortal expert to the Hidden Cloud Village, then the formation would definitely be discovered. Once they did, they would find a way to break it. Moreover, they would guess that something was going on in the Hidden Cloud Village. The big clans have information about the Hidden Cloud Village, and they know that nobody in the village was able to arrange this type of formation. Since he was afraid to cause suspicion from those big clans, Zhao Hai postponed arranging the formation at this time. Another reason was because preparing the formation would be very time-consuming. This spatial formation didn't exist before, and it was just Zhao Hai's idea. Also, this formation needs to use the Cloud Sea Territory's environment as the base. The black clouds need to supply energy to the formation so that it wouldn't be supplied by other people. Moreover, the spatial distortion has to be all-encompassing but undetectable. People who meet it would not be able to sense anything and would just think that they were flying forward. Even if they use artifacts, they still wouldn't sense anything. Because of Zhao Hai's requirements, it took some time for the universal scanner to come up with a blueprint for the formation. Then it took another period of time to manufacture the flags and the formation core. It was only recently that the formation was prepared. Added to the previous reasons, Zhao Hai hadn't arranged the formation until now. Actually, even if Zhao Hai didn't assign missions to the people of the Hidden Cloud Village, he would still have a good grasp about the surrounding area. However, that would be too suspicious. What would he do if Miyu asks how he got the information? He can't always depend on his undead for reasons. Therefore, he switched methods. No matter how much it costs, it was worth it as long as he can hide the existence of the space. Moreover, the missions brought the people of the Hidden Cloud Village closer to the 100 Treasures realm. The islands in the region were not conducting investigations on their surroundings. Moreover, their scope was slowly approaching the Hidden Cloud Village. Zhao Hai also discovered this point, so he gave the people in the village an order to act like normal as though nothing happened to the village lately, and to also cooperate with the investigators that would be coming over. The first to visit the Hidden Cloud Village was the Mi clan of the Cloud Rice Township. Since the Mi clan was closest to the Hidden Cloud Village, it's natural that they would be the first ones to arrive. Zhao Hai also knew that the Mi clan was going to arrive at the Hidden Cloud Village. He immediately told everyone of their arrival. Mi Ryuan was the third miss of the Mi clan. The Mi clan was a big family and they're quite powerful. Being the third miss of the family, Mi Ryuan held quite a substantial power. She was already a severed soul expert. In the Mi clan, whether you're a male or a female, you will be assigned a mission when you reach a certain age. This mission varied and had its own advantages and disadvantages. Originally, Mi Ryuan's assignment was very good. She was responsible for guarding Cloud Rice Township's northeast side. This gave her a lot of time for cultivation, and with her subordinates being easy to manage, she was able to live a comfortable life. However, this good life changed when Zhao Hai and the others appeared. The entire Mi clan entered a level 1 alert level and Mi Ryuan was sent to go on patrol. 10 days passed but they didn't even find a trace of Zhao Hai. In the end, the clan issued an order for them to go north and check if there were people from the 10,000 realm battlefield in the Hidden Cloud Village. The people of the Cloud Sea territory didn't believe that the 10,000 realm battlefield didn't have an entry point to the territory. The immortal expert they captured in the past made it clear how attractive the Cloud Sea territory would be for the people of the 10,000 realm battlefield. Because of this, the people of the Cloud Sea territory needed to scour the White Cloud Islands for Zhao Hai and the others, and the only island north of Cloud Rice Township was the Hidden Cloud Village. Mi Ryuan knew a little about the Hidden Cloud Village, but what she heard was that the village was full of people who were refugees. Although it was close to the Sea of Beasts, it had no special products. Moreover, because of its location, it can be easily attacked. Because of this, nobody paid attention to it. This included Mi Ryuan. But since this mission was critical for the entire Cloud Sea territory, Mi Ryuan was careful. In the end, she decided to take the trip herself. Although the Mi clan mainly produces rice, its people also capture cloud beasts from time to time. First, it would save them a lot of money, and second it would train the children of the clan. Because of this, the clan also had a few cloud-piercing ships. The cloud-piercing ships of the Mi clan weren't that big. Although it was a big clan, due to their produce being rice, the Mi clan wasn't very rich. Therefore, the biggest cloud-piercing ship they had could only accommodate 100 people. This time, Miryuian took 5 cloud-piercing ships with a 100-person capacity and then went straight towards the hidden cloud village. Zhao Hai and Muyu hid themselves while the entire hidden cloud village returned to its original appearance. The only thing that changed was that Zjun and Li Zhang were now the leaders of the village. When Miryuian's cloud-piercing ships entered the hidden cloud village, they saw people fleeing in all directions, some of them even flew towards the Sea of Beasts. This caused Miryuian to be stunned. Then her expression changed as she ordered to chase the fleeing people. At this time, a middle-aged person beside Miryuian saw her expression and immediately knew what she was thinking. So he opened his mouth and said, "Third Miss, there's no need to chase them. It's impossible for these people to know anything. They just ran in fear upon seeing our cloud-piercing ships. Almost everyone in this village has offended a clan, so they escaped here. They're cowards, so they ran away after seeing our ship. After hiding for a few days, they should come back." Hearing this middle-aged man, Miryuian's expression became better. She looked around her and said, "This hidden cloud village isn't small. If someone gets hold of it, they can establish a firm foundation. It might even become the second Cloud Beast Fortress. Why did nobody occupy this place?" The middle-aged man smiled bitterly and said, "Third Miss, it's because it's a good location that nobody thought of occupying it. The Cloud Beast Fortress is already a powerful influence in the region and all the goods flow through it. Most importantly, the people of the Cloud Beast Fortress would not allow a clan to occupy this place." Hearing the middle-aged man, Miryuian couldn't help but ask, "They don't allow it to be occupied? Why?" The middle-aged man replied, "If there's only one Cloud Beast Fortress, then the people who intend to go to the Sea of Beasts could only settle there. All of the things they need could be purchased in the fortress. Moreover, some of the beasts obtained from the Sea of Beasts would be sold in the fortress. This brought huge benefits to the fortress. In order to maintain this monopoly, no matter who wanted to settle the hidden cloud village, the 3 big clans in the Cloud Beast Fortress wouldn't allow it." Miryuian knitted her brows and said, "If this is the case, then why don't the 3 clans take the hidden cloud village for themselves? In this way, they could obtain more territory." The middle-aged man smiled bitterly and said, "The 3 clans thought about it in the past, but the other clans in the region didn't allow them. The 3 clans didn't allow anyone to occupy the island, so the other clans didn't allow the 3 clans to occupy it as well. The 2 sides fought each other several times, causing great losses to both sides. In the end, they gave up on the hidden cloud village. There wasn't even a transmission formation on the island. Later on, people who offended clans ran to the hidden cloud village and settled in. Slowly, the village formed. This development was welcomed by the 3 clans since this meant that no power was able to occupy the island. Also, the people occupying the village weren't very strong, and since they had no choice, the people in the village traded with the fortress at very unfair prices. Miryuian nodded, then she sighed and said, "They're pitiful people. They're practically imprisoned in this place. They have no freedom at all. Why didn't the clans come here to arrest people? Didn't they offend the clans? How could they just let these people off?" The middle-aged man answered, "It's not that the clans just let them off. Although the people in the village offended these clans, the offense wasn't very serious. If the clans wanted to go to the hidden cloud village, they would have to traverse the Sea of Clouds. Moreover, traveling to the hidden cloud village carried a risk of being attacked by beasts. Several clans tried to chase people several times, but they discovered that it wasn't worth it, so they gave up in the end." Miryuian nodded. She looked around the village and said, "It seems like the people of the 10,000 realm battlefield didn't came to this place, but I don't know if they left any traces. Uncle 4, let's find someone to ask." The middle-aged man that Miryuian called Uncle 4 was a steward of the Mi clan. He wasn't a member of the clan but was instead a descendant of a servant. After several generations of service, his grandfather was given the surname of Mi. Ever since then, the family has been loyal subordinates of the Mi clan and were important members of the family. Hearing Miryuian, Mi nodded and said, "Yes, third miss, right. I know someone here. He's surnamed Li and named Zhang. He used to be from the liquor-making Li clan. Afterwards, the Li clan was exterminated by the Ni clan. Li Zhang was the only survivor. Because of our dealings with the Li clan, I know of Li Jiang's father. After escaping to the hidden cloud village, Li Zhang got in contact with me. He often goes to Cloud Rice Township to buy some rice to sell in the village. I reckon he should be here. I'll go call him over. Miryuian nodded and said, I know of the winemakers of the Li clan. They produce very good rice wine. It's a pity that they got destroyed. Our family's business was also affected at that time. I heard that the Li clan did very good business. It's really a pity. Let's help him as much as we can. If he's here, call him over. Mei nodded and then swept the village with his spiritual force. It didn't take long before he discovered Li Zhang. He was actually hiding inside his room. He didn't escape. Mei immediately said, Li Zhang, come out and see me. Hearing this, Li Zhang stared, then he immediately ran out of his room and flew towards the cloud-piercing ship. Seeing Mei, he quickly bowed and said, Li Zhang has seen Uncle 4. Uncle, how are you? Let me welcome you in. Mei turned to Miryuian. Miryuian waved her hand and said, just stay here. Mei nodded. Then he turned his head to Li Zhang and said, Li Zhang, this is the third miss. She has something to ask you. You need to answer truthfully. Don't tell any lies. Li Zhang hastily bowed and said, I have seen the third miss. Third miss? Ask me anything. I will answer as best as I can. Miryuian waved her hand and said, someone from the 10,000 realm battlefield has appeared in the Cloud Sea territory. Do you know anything about this? Li Zhang nodded and said, I know about it. People who went to the Cloud Beast Fortress heard about it. The Cloud Beast Fortress is currently investigating this matter. Miryuian nodded and said, did you see anyone from the 10,000 realm battlefield? Or did you find any traces? Is there anything strange in the surrounding area? Li Zhang shook his head and said, I didn't see anyone from the 10,000 realm battlefield. And since I rarely go out, I really am not aware of the surrounding area. If the third miss allows me, I can find someone else to come over. I can guarantee that he's more qualified to answer your question. Miryuian nodded and said, go bring them over. If you can give me something good, you will be rewarded. Li Zhang nodded before he turned around and left. Before long, Li Zhang brought Zjun along with him. Zjun bowed towards Miryuian and said, Zjun has seen the third miss. Third miss, you can ask me anything. Chapter 1559. Plan. Miryuian looked at the rat-eyed Zjun and couldn't help but knit her brows. She looked at Li Zhang and said, Li Zhang, can this person be trusted? Li Zhang quickly replied, third miss, don't worry. Zjun is the best hunter of the Hidden Cloud Village. He hunted the most beasts in the village in the last few years. Although the cloud beasts he used aren't the most powerful, I can assure that he is the most familiar with the surrounding situation. Miryuian looked at Zjun and said, Zjun, what cloud beasts are you using? Hearing Miryuian, Zjun had an embarrassed expression as he replied, third miss, the cloud beasts this one uses are cloud rats. When she heard that Zjun was using cloud rats, Miryuian couldn't help but pause for a while. Then she looked at Zjun and asked, why do you use cloud rats? Zjun's expression was calm as he looked at Miryuian and answered, because my other beasts have been exchanged for cloud rice and cloud wine. Miryuian inwardly sighed. She was aware of what was going on with the Hidden Cloud Village, but she wasn't intending to help Zjun. The reason Zjun was in this place was because he offended a clan. If Miryuian helped him, then she might offend the peoples Zjun offended. This would be bad for the Mi clan. Thinking of this, Miryuian nodded and said, have you been out recently? What's the situation in the surrounding area? Zjun immediately replied, replying to the third miss, I just went out not a long time ago. However, I didn't manage to get anything. There's nothing special around here. It's the same as before. Miryuian knit her brows and said, is there really nothing around? Zjun gave an affirmative nod and said, there's nothing. I wouldn't dare deceive the third miss. Miryuian nodded. Then she waved her hand to Mei and said, Uncle 4, give them their reward. It seems like there's really nothing here. Let's go back. Mei complied and took out a piece of cloud crystal to give to Zjun. Seeing the cloud crystal, Zjun's face lit up and he carefully received it and put it away. Mei didn't mind Zjun's expression. Then he turned to Li Zhang and said, Li Zhang, we're currently investigating the 10,000 realm battlefield. If you find something useful, tell the Mi clan immediately. I'll guarantee that we won't treat you unfairly. Li Zhang hurriedly replied, Rest assured, Uncle Four. If there's anything, I will tell you immediately. Messiah nodded. Then he waved his hand as the 10 cloud-piercing ships circled around the island once before leaving. Jun and Li Zhang stood there looking at the slowly departing ships. After some time, Li Zhang said, "Do you think the people from the Cloud Beast Fortress will come here, or the people from the other nearby islands?" Jun shook his head and said, "I'm not really sure. I heard from the people who went to the Cloud Beast Fortress that they would also come over to check. However, there has been no movement from them. The nearby islands have been quite noisy lately." The various groups had also strengthened their communication. "I think that the Mi clan would inform the others of their findings here. I reckon they won't come here anymore. After all, this isn't a good place. But we still can't lower our guard." Li Zhang nodded. Then he sighed and said, "Speaking of which, the Mi clan had always been good to me. If possible, I want to ask the young master to give the Mi clan a chance." Jun looked at Li Jiang's eyes before he nodded and said, "It's worth thinking about. But even if the young master agrees to letting the Mi clan off, we can't say if the Mi clan would accept the favor. The people from the Cloud Sea territory have a deep prejudice against those from the 10,000 realm battlefield." Just as Jun said this, Zhao Hai's voice was heard. "I can let the Mi clan off, but the Mi clan needs to fight against the 100 treasures realm. We can trade with the Mi clan in the future. After all, we aren't here to slaughter people." Jun and Li Zhang stared, then they turned their heads to see Zhao Hai and Miu Yu standing behind them. The two quickly gave Zhao Hai a salute. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Li Jiang's thinking is correct. Since they treated you well, you need to repay this favor." After some time, if the other forces have no intention of coming to the village, Li Jiang can go to the Mi clan and get to understand their thinking. A trace of his emotion appeared on Li Jiang's face. He bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Thank you very much, young master. You can rest assured that I will not reveal anything about you to the Mi clan. I will not spoil young master's plans." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Go, let's get through this situation first." After he said that, Zhao Hai and Miu Yu returned to their residence. After entering their house, Miu Yu smiled and said, "If Li Zhang can pull the Mi family over, then it would be good for the 100 treasures realm." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly as he shook his head and said, "It would be very difficult. The people of the Cloud Sea territory don't have any good impressions of the 10,000 realm battlefield. Winning over the Mi clan wouldn't be easy. The Mi clan is a big clan. If they work with us, they would be risking their stable place in the Cloud Sea territory. Considering their current state, they will not turn over to our side." Miu Yu stared, then he knitted his brows and said, "Then why did you let Li Zhang get in contact with the Mi clan? Won't he expose us?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Li Zhang is a cautious person, he won't expose us. Also, the Mi clan won't help him get his revenge, but we can." Although he owed favors to the Mi clan, Li Zhang is still on our side. He knows better than Jun about the state of the Cloud Sea territory since he used to be from a middle-sized clan. Such a person is valuable enough to be recruited by the Mi clan. In this case, not only would Li Zhang gain information for us, he would also show others his value. This is very important. Miu Yu smiled bitterly as he shook his head and said, "I haven't thought about that. It seems like I spent too much time in the headquarters. Ha ha ha." "Right. Do you think the other islands would also send people over here?" Zhao Hai looked at Miu Yu and understood what he said. Miu Yu was a genius of the 100 treasures realm and has been spoiled by Miu Yao since childhood. Everyone in the realm looked up to him, so it was inevitable that he was a bit arrogant. Because of this, he couldn't fully grasp the hearts of people like Li Zhang and the others. Actually, Miu Yu was already doing well with what he could do right now. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Brother Miu doesn't need to mind it much. Li Zhang and the others are just there to make the people of the Cloud Sea territory be less vigilant. Even if our alliance attacks the Cloud Sea territory with all our strength, the best we can do is occupy a part of the territory. It's impossible to take the entire Cloud Sea territory. The Cloud Sea territory isn't a soft fruit. Moreover, the 5 great realms are watching. Our main goal in coming to the Cloud Sea territory is to occupy a territory and win the hearts of some locals so that even if we retreat to the 10,000 realm battlefield, we can still get some items from the territory. We can deal with the Yi clan, but I think it would be difficult to take the Cloud Beast Fortress. Miu Yu looked at Zhao Hai and said, although there are big clans in the Cloud Beast Fortress, we have a lot of experts on our side. It shouldn't be difficult to deal with the fortress. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, it's difficult. Brother Miu, you forgot about the location of the fortress. The Cloud Beast Fortress is close to the Sea of Beasts and is the last supply point. What is abundant in the Sea of Beasts? It's Cloud Beasts. I believe Brother Miu is already aware of how important Cloud Beasts are to the people of the Cloud Sea territory. If we capture the fortress, then that means that we would be pinching the artery of the Cloud Beast territory's cultivators. Even if we occupy the island, the people of the territory would desperately want to take it back. If our loss is too great, do you think the other realms would still hold on? Miu Yu kept silent. He hadn't thought of this point before. The Cloud Beast Fortress was truly important for the Cloud Sea territory. Cloud Beasts were as important to the Cloud Sea territory cultivators as pills were to the cultivators of the 10,000 realm battlefield. If the source of medicinal herbs of the 100 treasures realm was occupied, they would also become desperate to take it back. Thinking of this, Miu Yu couldn't help but knit his brows and said, if that is the case, then how do we attack the Cloud Sea territory? We already have the hidden cloud village. Is this good enough? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it's good if we occupy more places, as long as we don't occupy sensitive islands like the Cloud Beast Fortress. I believe the people of the Cloud Sea territory wouldn't go all out against us. There's one more thing, Brother Miu. If the other realms suffered heavy losses in the Cloud Sea territory while the 100 Treasures realm didn't, what do you think would happen in the 10,000 realm battlefield? Miu Yu stared, then his eyes shone as he said, is this part of the plan? Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he shook his head and said, it's not part of the plan, but it's something I thought about. I haven't told anybody about it yet. To be honest, although I like this plan and it looks good, it's hard to set it up. The other realms aren't fools. If they find that something is wrong, they will run away. But as long as we succeed and acquire more territory, the 100 Treasures realm might become equals with the 5 great realms. Miu Yu's eyes turned brighter. Zhao Hai's words scratched an itch on Miu Yu's heart. In the 10,000 realm battlefield, there's no realm who didn't want to expand their power. The more territory they have, the more materials they would get that would be transformed into experts. If the 100 Treasures realm can become equal to the 5 great realms, then that would be a huge glory. Miu Yu couldn't help but be excited when he thought of this. Looking at Miu Yu's expression, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'll tell the elders about this plan later on. Do you think the elders' assembly would agree? Hearing Zhao Hai, Miu Yu calmed down. He carefully thought about it and said, I reckon they will agree. This plan doesn't need to be too obvious. Even if we fail, the other realms wouldn't notice it. Zhao Hai smiled and nodded. Chapter 1560, Settling Grievances. Elder, the Ghost Spirit Realm sent someone over asking for an explanation about the cultivator they sent for the expedition. They ask us to give severe punishment to Zhao Hai. Tang Ji stood in the conference hall as he reported to Zongzi and the others. Inside the hall weren't only Zongzi and his 4 aides, there were also 50 other elders. Naturally Miu Yu was among them. Tang Ji didn't follow Miu Yu and Zhao Hai to the Cloud Sea territory. Although he wanted to go, Tang Yao and didn't allow him. This was because the headquarters was in dire need of manpower. Zhao Hai and Miu Yu present in the Cloud Sea territory was enough. Tang Ji was needed in the headquarters to handle the matter of the Ghost Spirit Realm. The reason Zongzi and Miu Yao made such decisions was to cultivate talents for the 100 Treasures Realm. Zhao Hai and Miu Yu can now act independently while Tang Ji was just a bit short. This was the reason why Tang Ji was kept in the headquarters. Hearing Tang Ji, Zongzi asked, who came? Tang Ji replied, it is an immortal expert. I'm going to provide them a residence to rest in. Zongzi nodded. He waved his hand and said, go and settle him down first. Tang Ji nodded. Then he turned around and left. Zongzi turned his head to everyone and said, what do you think? Miu Yao smiled faintly and said, wanting justice is just a fake. They want to join us. The Ghost Spirit Realm knows how important Zhao Hai is to us. If they didn't, then they do know now. They want to ask for answers, but their final goal is to join us in getting a bite out of the Cloud Sea territory. Zongzi nodded. it's definitely that. However, we won't wait for them to reach that point. They want to join? They must be dreaming. Mu Yu replied, we should make some preparations. It's time for the other realms to do something. We shouldn't be doing everything ourselves. Zongzi nodded and said, only Little Hai knows the coordinates of the Cloud Sea Territory's transmission formation. They have no choice but to agree to our requests. Moreover, it would be good for everyone. As long as we deal with the Ghost Spirit Realm, our share in the benefits would increase. I think they would agree with us. Everyone in the room nodded. They already had an agreement with the other realms, so they would definitely agree. Just as Zongzi said, it would also be good for them. In the past, these realms maintained a balance with each other. But now, this balance had tilted to one side. Besides the Ghost Spirit Realm, the other realms allied with each other to attack the Cloud Sea Territory. This put a weight on one side while the Ghost Spirit Realm was on the other. This meant that the situation was more favorable towards the side of the alliance. The Ghost Spirit Realm seems to have discovered this. They became aware that the return of Zhao Hai's group brought some important discoveries. This was the reason why the realms allied up and excluded them. The people of the Ghost Spirit Realm were both surprised and angered. They immediately sent people to the 100 Treasures Realm to protest. This was for them to be included in the Alliance's future plan, but it was impossible for Zongzi and the others to just let the Ghost Spirit Realm off. If the Ghost Spirit Realm was included, then they would just be dead weight. This was something that they didn't want to see. The Puppet Realm also understood this point, so when Zongzi proposed dealing with the Ghost Spirit Realm, they immediately agreed. No high-grade realm in the 10,000 realm battlefield didn't want to expand their territory. Since they can't go to the Cloud Sea territory in the meantime, they might as well expand their territory in the battlefield. Nobody was worried about not being able to deal with the Ghost Spirit Realm. This was because they had the numbers advantage. If the realms worked together and they weren't able to deal with the Ghost Spirit Realm, then this would mean that the Ghost Spirit Realm had become on par with the 5 great realms. Mu Yao looked at the sky before saying, send word to the other realms, have them prepare to take action. We need to deal with the Ghost Spirit Realm as soon as possible, or else we'll be harming our plan for the Cloud Sea territory. As Mu Yao said that, a jade sword message came flying in and dropped in front of him. Mu Yao stared for a moment before he received the jade sword message, then he used his spiritual force to read its contents. After a moment, Mu Yao's expression became strange before he turned his head to Zongzi. Seeing Mu Yao's expression, Zongzi asked, who sent that message? What's inside? Mu Yao didn't say anything as he handed the jade sword message to Zongzi. After reading the contents, Zongzi's expression became serious. He looked at Mu Yao and said, those two troublemaking brats. But if this becomes successful, we would be benefiting a lot. Mu Yao looked at Zongzi and said, this could actually succeed, but this carries some risk. If we're not careful, the 100 Treasures Realm would be in danger. Zongzi closed his eyes. After some time, he opened his eyes and said, I think we can do it. First, we already have our base in the Cloud Sea territory. Once Little Hai arranges the formation, we'll be able to gain another. Moreover, the hidden cloud village might be safer than the headquarters. Even if the plan fails, we still have a safe place to retreat to. Secondly, Little Hai has a spatial ability as well as his Hell King's ship. He can take the entire headquarters along with him at any time. With these two guarantees, what do we need to worry about? The other elders in the room who didn't read the Jade Sword message were confused by Zongzi's words. They were just discussing the Ghost Spirit Realm. How did it evolve to talking about their escape plan? What was happening? Zongzi also noticed the expressions of the others. He handed the Jade Sword message to the person next to him before saying, pass it on. Remember, keep this matter a secret. After the Jade Sword message was passed around, all immortal experts present had strange expressions on their faces. One of them opened their mouth and said, Old Zong, is this a bit too risky? If the plan fails, then the 100 Treasures Realm would have a hard time in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Zongzi replied, but if we succeed, the 5 great realms will become the 6 great realms. I think this plan is feasible. This is an opportunity for the 100 Treasures Realm. Nobody spoke for some time. To be honest, they were also moved. If the 100 Treasures Realm becomes as strong as the other great realms, then even if they died, their contribution would still be remembered by the realm forever. Mu Yao opened his mouth and said, "We can implement this plan right now. When we deal with the ghost spirit realm, we can use this opportunity to tell the other realms that we suffered a lot. Then when we go to the Cloud Sea territory, we'll have the other realms send more people. What do you think?" Zongzi nodded and said, "Let's do it now. Everyone, we'll proceed according to the original plan. Send word to the other realms that we're ready to begin." Mu Yao and the others nodded. Then they took out jade sword messages to inform the relevant parties. An agreement had already been reached before. As long as these messages arrive, the realms would begin to take action against the ghost spirit realm. Actually, the ghost spirit realm had offended a lot of people in recent years. However, the various realms had no means to truly unite, fearing that they would be attacked. This time, because of the Cloud Sea territory, the major realms finally united. Dealing with the ghost spirit realm shouldn't be very hard, but this would also cause losses for the other realms. However, compared to the territory of the ghost spirit realm, the other high-grade realms could still afford these damages. After the jade sword messages were sent out, Zongzi declared, "Have the person from the ghost spirit realm come over." Some people gave an affirmation and then went to invite the expert from the ghost spirit realm. Before long, a man in a black robe walked in from the entrance. This man was very thin and had a very ghastly appearance. One could see at first glance that he wasn't a good man. His eyes varied in appearance. One was big while one was small. His skin seems to be stuck in his bones. He looked like a starved ghost. The man glanced around the people inside the room before he stopped at Zongzi and Mu Yao. Zongzi and Mu Yao were sitting, but the man still looked at them all over. Mu Yao looked at the man and said, "So it's the 100 Ghosts Taoist. I didn't expect you to make an accusation out of nowhere. Please state your purpose here clearly." The 100 Ghosts Taoist coldly snorted and said, "Mu Yao, you know full well what I'm talking about. Of all the people we sent to explore the sea, why is the person from the ghost spirit realm the only one that didn't return? From what I remember, my disciple is also on Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship. I want an explanation." Mu Yao smiled faintly and said, "I think fellow Taoist has misunderstood. Your disciple left by himself. As for why, I'm afraid I'll have to ask you. The 100 Treasures realm and the Ghost Spirit realm didn't have any grudges, so why did you send an immortal expert to attack Zhao Hai? I think we're the ones who have to ask for an explanation." When the 100 Ghost Taoist heard Mu Yao, his expression changed. Then he coldly snorted and said, "I don't know what you're talking about. The ghost spirit realm doesn't have any grudges with the 100 Treasures realm, so why would we send someone after your people? What utter nonsense." HMPH. Mu Yao coldly snorted. He looked at the 100 Ghost Taoist and said, "Don't lie in front of us. 100 Ghost Taoist, you know what is true and what is not. Your ghost spirit realm underestimated Zhao Hai, sending only one immortal expert after him. Ha ha ha. Not only did your immortal expert fail, he was even killed by Zhao Hai. Don't forget, Little Hai is a dark mage. He can turn corpses into loyal undead. These undead will never lie to him. You actually dared to run here to ask for an explanation. You're a joke. 100 Ghost Taoist, for the sake of you being a messenger, I won't kill you. Now leave." The 100 Ghost Taoist didn't expect Mu Yao to be this impolite. His somewhat pale complexion paled even more. He looked at Mu Yao and coldly said, Good, 100 Treasures realm. You will pay the price of what you said today." After he said that, he coldly snorted as he turned around and left. Zongzi didn't speak. As he looked at the 100 Ghost Taoist's departure, he smiled faintly and said, "Good, the stage has been set. Everyone, prepare to show yourselves to the audience." Chapter 1561, Establishing the Formation. Zhao Hai held a jade sword message in his hand as he turned to Mu Yu and said, "They're finally beginning to act. It seems like we have to keep things moving here." Mu Yu smiled faintly and said, "It's been several days since the Mei clan left. From what it looks, the other islands would no longer send people. We should begin setting up your formation so that we can be safe." Mazer also said that this will become our headquarters if the plan fails. What do you think of this? Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Now I want to see if the people of the 10,000 realm battlefield could also tame and use cloud beasts." Mu Yu stared, then his eyes shone as he nodded and said, "Right, Right, I forgot about this. If we can tame cloud beasts, then we can be like the people of the Cloud Sea territory. We would be able to stay in the Sea of Clouds for a few days without our strength being affected. By the way, I forgot to ask you, what's with Li Zhong and Jun's cloud beasts? Did you really improve their beasts? How did you do it? Is it one of your abilities again? Zhao Hai smiled and said, what ability? It's because of this thing. As he said that, Zhao Hai turned his hand and took out a pill. It was a white pill that seems to emit mist intermittently. Miu Yu looked at Zhao Hai and asked, is this a pill? You gave these to the cloud beasts? Zhao Hai smiled and said, correct. This is a pill. However, this isn't any ordinary pill. To make it, I used herbs from the 10,000 realm battlefield as well as refined white clouds. This pill doesn't have any other uses and it would harm cultivators if they ate it. However, its benefits towards cloud beasts are very good. I obtained this from Go Ling. He was chased down because of his research of this pill. After I got the formula, I used herbs from the 10,000 realm battlefield to complete it. What Zhao Hai said was both true and false. This pill could truly enhance cloud beasts, but it falls short compared to when Zhao Hai did it. This pill was something produced by the Spaces scanner and didn't have any relationship with Go Ling. Go Ling wasn't chased down because of this, but because of this. Miu Yu couldn't verify if what Zhao Hai said was true or not. Miu Yu received the pill and carefully examined it. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, how did you know that this will be effective for cloud beasts? Zhao Hai replied, Brother Miu, I had been drifting on the sea for so long, I could catch cloud beasts and experiment on them. After poisoning hundreds of cloud beasts, I was finally able to complete this pill. Hearing Zhao Hai, Miu Yu couldn't help but stare. Then he laughed and said, so it's that, ha ha ha. You really like to toss about. But this is good. It means that we would have something to win people over. Zhao Hai smiled and said, don't tell others about this pill. It's better if it remains a mystery. This will make them think even more. Miu Yu nodded. Then suddenly he frowned and said, so what do we do about the cloud beasts? We currently have no cloud beasts in hand. How can we know if this cloud beast could be used by our people? Zhao Hai looked at Miu Yu. Then he chuckled and said, Brother Miu, did you stay here for too long that your brain has turned into mist? Don't forget, we can still send people on missions. Although we have the formation, that doesn't mean that the people cannot go out. The people in the village are happy with getting cloud beasts. After all, they are familiar with this job. Miu Yu tapped his head as he smiled bitterly and said, I would have forgotten if you didn't tell me. But when are you going to put up the formation? Without the formation, I feel very on edge. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I already issued an order to check the surrounding islands. If the realms still have no intention to come over and investigate, then we can immediately establish the formation. If they want to come over, then we'll have to wait until they leave. Miu Yu nodded. Only when the formation is set up will this island truly become ours. From the message just now, it's clear that the realm places great importance to the hidden cloud village. We need to make sure to prepare this place well. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, the hidden cloud village is on the right track. What we need to do is really simple. We'll rearrange the residences so that we can make room for growing cloud rice and cloud herbs. Although we don't have any cloud herbs on hand right now, we can take ordinary herbs from the realm and try to plant them here. Wouldn't it be better if we grow something in this place? Zhao Hai wasn't speaking nonsense. He tried to plant ordinary herbs to the Space's White Cloud Island and it unexpectedly succeeded. However, the herbs also changed and became cloud-like. Regardless, the efficacy of the herbs didn't decrease and it improved instead. Miu Yu thought about it and said, alright, let's do that. So how should we arrange the residences? Do you have a plan? Zhao Hai took out a piece of paper as he smiled and said, I had Laura and the others make it. Take a look. If you like it, we'll do it according to this plan. Miu Yu chuckled and said, since it's made by Laura and the others, it should be enough. As he said that, he took the paper that Zhao Hai handed to him. When he looked at the plan, Miu Yu couldn't help but stare. Then as he went on, he nodded. The houses in this plan were arranged in a special way. The way the houses were arranged followed the flow of a formation. As long as the houses were arranged in this way, then it would become a big spirit-gathering formation. In the middle of this formation was an open area where plants could be cultivated. Miu Yu looked at Zhao Hai and said, This is a very good plan. Let's do it according to this. When should we begin? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, let's wait a couple of days as everyone comes back. After we set up the formation, we can ask them to move the houses. Zhao Hai wasn't speaking nonsense. The cloud houses were very special since they're made of refined white clouds. They can't leave white cloud islands, but they could be easily moved. It can even float in midair, and as long as they're placed, they would not move. And for those in midair, they wouldn't fall. Because of this, Zhao Hai was fine with moving the houses. It was quite normal to move houses in the Cloud Sea territory. Mu Yu nodded and then sighed as he said, the realm is about to send people against the ghost spirit realm, yet we can't participate. It's really boring. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, you can't be sure about that. Once we deal with the matters in the hidden cloud village, we can return. When the time comes, we can deal with the ghost spirit realm with our own hands. Mu Yu nodded. There's also that. Those fellows from the ghost spirit realm don't know what's good for them. They dared to attack you and even had the gall to ask for an explanation from the realm. I wouldn't be able to get this foul air out of my lungs if I don't fight them. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, to be honest, I really don't care about the ghost spirit realm. With the other realms joining together, the fall of the ghost spirit realm is inevitable. What I'm worried about are the fire weavers. They are vengeful and wouldn't just let go of a loss. If they want to get back at us, then the ghost spirit realm is a great opportunity to do so. Zhao Hai said these things because he discovered that the fire weavers have been making some moves lately. They're building up their military as though they were going to take action. In the previous war, Zhao Hai put silver needles on some of the fire weavers. This allowed him to know a little bit about the fire weavers' situation. To be honest, compared to the fire weaver race, the 100 Treasures realm was still a lot worse. If the fire weavers attacked with all their strength, the 100 Treasures realm wouldn't be able to stop them. Fortunately, the other great realms were pulling the fire weaver race's legs, making them unable to use all of their resources against the 100 Treasures realm. The 5 great realms weren't peaceful with each other. They constantly fought against each other, but not on a large scale. If the fire weavers aggressively attacked the 100 Treasures realm, then the other great realms would definitely take action. The fire weavers were also aware of this, so they only sent a fraction of their power when they fought against the 100 Treasures realm in the past. But this time, the fire weavers gathered an army of 10,000, ready to take action against the 100 Treasures realm. This army of 10,000 from the fire weavers equates to 30,000 experts from another realm. This was because each expert had 2 beasts with them, and these 2 beasts were as strong as their masters. This fire weaver army wasn't something to be underestimated. What surprised Zhao Hai was the fact that he didn't know where the fire weavers received the information that the 100 Treasures realm was about to clash with the ghost spirit realm. They wanted to use this opportunity to behead the 100 Treasures realm. Since he didn't know how the fire weavers received the information, Zhao Hai could only remind Mu Yu about the possible dangers. He hoped that Mu Yu would latch onto this idea. Hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yu nodded and said, the fire weavers are scum. We need to be careful of them. Do you think they would dispatch troops this time? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I cannot say for sure, but I think we need to prepare in order to avoid losses when the time comes. Oh, those guys are back. Let's see if we can begin establishing the formation. As he said that, several people arrived. Zhao Hai and Mu Yu were talking inside their cloud house, so Zhao Hai had the newcomers come in. The group went in and gave a salute to Zhao Hai and Mu Yu. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, stand up. So how is it? Will the other islands come over to investigate? Actually, Zhao Hai knew that the other powers would no longer be sending people. This was because the Mi clan already told them that there's nothing wrong about the island. And with the hidden cloud village being ignored by almost everyone, nobody wanted to come and check again. The answers of those who came were the same. The other islands wouldn't be sending people. After that, Zhao Hai rewarded them and then had them leave. Then Zhao Hai turned to Mu Yu and said, Brother Mu, we can begin arranging the formation. You take the formation disc while I plant the formation flags. Mu Yu nodded. Zhao Hai waved his hand and took out a formation disc. This formation disc was white, flat, and shiny. It wasn't very big, at only a meter in diameter. Engraved on the disc were a variety of mysterious patterns. Among them were 36 circles connected in an array. It looked like a beautiful decoration. Zhao Hai handed the disc to Mu Yu and said, "Every time I place a formation flag down, a red dot will light up. You just need to observe it for me." Mu Yu nodded and received the formation disc. Right after that, Zhao Hai left the hidden cloud village and flew towards a predetermined area. The place Zhao Hai chose to place the formation flag was quite far from the hidden cloud village, at a day's distance of flying, but for Zhao Hai, this distance was nothing. In a flash, he arrived at the area and took out a formation flag. The flag was entirely black with a height of 13 feet. The flag itself was triangular and had a huge star design in the middle. Zhao Hai calculated the positions carefully. If it were a normal formation, it wouldn't have needed so much attention. However, the formation that Zhao Hai set up this time was different. 3 years to search for a dragon but 10 years to find its tail. In Feng Shui, this means that it was easier to find a dragon vein than to find a dragon's cave. But Zhao Hai's formation was much more complicated than Feng Shui. But compared to Feng Shui experts, Zhao Hai was much more formidable. Moreover, he can use the space to check if the formation disc lit up. If the red light lit up, this meant that Zhao Hai was in position. It took less than 2 hours before Zhao Hai was able to find the correct location for the flag. Zhao Hai saw through the space that the formation disc in Mu Yu's hand had lit up and knew that he was at the right place. However, he didn't just put the flag there and flew away. Instead, he held the flag in his hand as he pulled back and screamed, "Ha!" As threw the flag down, a cloud of yellow light burst out from the flag for a moment before it disappeared into the star pattern. Then the flag disappeared among the mist, making people unable to sense its presence at all. All of Zhao Hai's actions were supplemented by faith power. If he wanted the formation to perform to its best, then it would need faith power. In the entire 10,000 realm battlefield, it may only be Zhao Hai who could do this. This was because faith power was included in the plan to establish the formation. Chapter 1562, Long-Term Mission. Zhao Hai held the last flags of the formation's 36 flags. He was quite nervous. It took 5 days for Zhao Hai to plant the formation flags, and this was the last one. As long as this flag was inserted, the entire formation would be completed and the hidden cloud village would disappear from the Cloud Sea territory. Zhao Hai gripped the flag and then lifted it up as if he was holding a mountain. When his right hand reached its limit, he opened his eyes and then shouted, "Ha!" Along with Zhao Hai's shout, his right hand fiercely threw the flag downwards. A dazzling golden light erupted from his body and entered the flag through the star pattern. As the golden light disappeared, the flag was placed firmly in place. Shortly after, Zhao Hai felt the space around him distort as the flag vanished from sight. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and then wiped the sweat off his brow. He discovered that arranging this great formation caused him to be exhausted. After that, Zhao Hai's figure flashed and appeared next to Mu Yu. Mu Yu was still holding the formation disc. The 36 circles around the disc were already lit up with red light. Mu Yu looked at Zhao Hai. Then he nodded and said, "It's finally complete." Zhao Hai also nodded and said, "It's complete." Mu Yu left as he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Good work. Let's go. It's time to move the houses." Zhao Hai nodded and walked out with Mu Yu. When the two went out, they saw the cultivators from the island waiting for them. They had been told to not go out of the island in the past few days. These people couldn't help but feel awkward. They were already used to heading out to do missions. Now that they had been ordered to stay, they suddenly found themselves with nothing to do. As soon as Mu Yu and Zhao Hai went out, the cultivators of the hidden cloud village immediately turned towards them. Zhao Hai looked at these people and said, "I asked you to stay inside the village for the past few days because I was arranging a large formation outside the island. From now on, nobody besides us will be able to know that the village exists. Naturally, you can still enter and leave the village. Alright, all of you line up to receive these tokens. Remember, if you lose this token, you will no longer be able to return to the hidden cloud village." These people knew that Zhao Hai would arrange a formation outside the village, so when they heard him, they immediately understood what was going on. Then they lined up and received the token one by one. Once everyone received their token, Zhao Hai immediately asked them to move their houses. Naturally, The people didn't oppose this plan. Moving houses for the people of the Cloud Sea territory wasn't a huge deal. By this point, the people of the Hidden Cloud Village were fully obedient towards Zhao Hai and Mu Yu. This was because they had already tasted the benefits of the missions, and the source of the missions was Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai would issue a mission and they would complete it. Once they return, they would receive contribution points which they could exchange for whatever they want. In order to facilitate the exchange of points, Zhao Hai opened a computerized exchange kiosk in the village. Operating this kiosk was very simple and was on a touch screen. The items to be exchanged were divided into medicine, weapons, armor, cultivation methods, and other categories. All of these things were very much needed by the people in the Hidden Cloud Village. The people in the Hidden Cloud Village were of the poorest of the cultivators in the Cloud Sea territory. Adding on to the fact that they cannot easily leave the region, they were very starved of cultivation materials. The existence of the exchange kiosk gave them all that they needed. This also made them feel that they belonged to the 100 Treasures realm. When everyone arranged their houses according to Zhao Hai's layout, they immediately felt the difference. They discovered that the spiritual qi inside their houses had become better. This made them understand that this was because of Zhao Hai's arrangement. This made them even more thankful towards Zhao Hai. At the same time, they believed that Zhao Hai was a formations grandmaster. Formation grandmasters were different from refiners or alchemists. It can be said that no matter which realm, almost every cultivator has some understanding about formations. However, there were very few who were very good with it. This was the reason why learning formations was an extensive and profound task. All cultivators knew that there were even more formations than the countless amount of cultivation methods. Because of this, becoming a formations master required tons of time invested in understanding formations. Only by doing so could one be able to establish and break formations. This also caused an issue. Because of the immense number of formations, researching them would take time away from your cultivation. Although the life of a cultivator was very long, with immortal experts living to thousands of years, not every cultivator can reach this stage. A foundation establishment expert can only live up to 300 years old, a nascent soul expert up to 700 years, and a severed soul expert to 800 to 900 years. Naturally, this was considering that the cultivator doesn't suffer any accidents. Closing up until reaching the immortal stage was impossible. In order for a cultivator to break through their bottleneck, they needed to undergo a trial. These trials would put the cultivator in dangerous positions. Besides these trials, there's also practicing how to use their artifacts and collecting techniques to supplement them. All of these take time. If a cultivator just cultivates their entire life without practicing how to use artifacts, then they would be in danger once they head out. And this doesn't include gaining knowledge about pills, refining, and the various materials in the universe. If they didn't, then they might miss a treasure when they head out. And the most important thing was the accumulation of spiritual qi. Each cultivator needs spiritual qi to practice. Time was the biggest enemy of cultivators. Cultivators would go against the heavens and cultivate spiritual qi in order to reach a grand goal. In addition to becoming stronger and reaching the heavens, the most important reason why cultivators cultivate was to become immortal. In order to gain eternal life, then there's only one path to take, and that is to become stronger. How can one become stronger? Cultivate and be invincible in battles. The fundamentals are very important. Things like formations were just supplements to the path of immortality. With this in consideration, although cultivators knew formations, not a lot of them were experts in it. In the 10,000 realm battlefield as well as the Cloud Sea territory, those considered to be formation grandmasters were extremely few. The formation that Zhao Hai set up was enough for the people in the village to consider him as a formations grandmaster. This wasn't far from the truth, since Zhao Hai could indeed be called a formations grandmaster. Starting from the machine field, Zhao Hai has been paying great attention when it comes to formations, and every time the processing machine deconstructs an artifact, The formations inside it were recorded, and after arriving at the 10,000 realm battlefield, Zhao Hai was able to increase his list of formations even more. Then there's his entry into the 100 Treasures realm. The 100 Treasures realm hasn't been stingy with Zhao Hai. They provided him with various materials to learn from. With the help of the space and the existence of the universal processing machine, Zhao Hai could now be considered to be a formations grandmaster. With regards to understanding formations, nobody could beat Zhao Hai. Anyone who reached a high level in any field would receive great respect from everyone around them. Zhao Hai's achievements regarding formations increased the respect the people in the hidden cloud village had for him. After the cloud houses had been arranged, Zhao Hai began to issue long-term missions, first of which was catching cloud beasts. No matter what cloud beasts, even cloud rats, could be exchanged for contribution points. Since this was a long-term tax, no matter what cloud beast one exchanged, they could get anything you wanted. This was great news for the cultivators of the hidden cloud village. Originally, the people of the village relied on catching cloud beasts in order to survive. Because of this, they were experts at the task. The second long-term mission was more interesting. In fact, it might sound very simple. It was farming. Now that the cloud houses have been rearranged, the island where the village was in was left with large open areas to cultivate plants. Farming cloud plants required hard work and would take a lot of time for cultivators. If there were no points provided, then nobody in the island would want to farm the land. Because of this, Zhao Hai treated farming as a mission. Although catching cloud beasts provided more points, farming the island was much safer. After giving the two long-term missions, the matters of the hidden cloud village had been settled. It could now be treated as the 100 Treasures realm's backup base. There was no longer any need for Zhao Hai and Miu Yu to stay here. Chapter 1563, Troops of the 100 Treasures realm. While Zhao Hai and Miu Yu were taking care of the hidden cloud village, the 100 Treasures realm began to use their troops against the Ghost Spirit realm. The Ghost Spirit realm already expected this when the 100 Ghost Taoists returned to their headquarters. Ever since they defeated the Giant Spirit realm and the Fire Weavers, the 100 Treasures has been establishing a strong presence in the battlefield. The Ghost Spirit realm didn't guess wrong. After the 100 Ghost Taoists left, the 100 Treasures realm began to assemble their troops and prepared to attack the Ghost Spirit realm. This time, they didn't only assemble their own troops, the realms under the 100 Treasures realm also mobilized. This made it a full-on war between two realms. The actions of the 100 Treasures realm caused the medium-grade realms in the 10,000 realm battlefield to be confused. They didn't understand the 100 Treasures realm's decision. Although the battle between the 100 Treasures realm and the Giant Spirit realm ended with the former's win, the 100 Treasures realm still exerted a lot of effort to do so. In fact, in order to deal with the Giant Spirit realm, the 100 Treasures realm had to use a lot of methods. The most important one of them was causing disunity between the subordinate realms of the Giant Spirit realm. This was essentially cutting off the wings of the Giant Spirit realm. So when the battle happened, the Giant Spirit realm would undoubtedly lose. This tactic was very successful at the start, especially when the world of cultivation changed sides. It was a massive knife inserted to the Giant Spirit realm's back. This brought a huge advantage to the 100 Treasures realm while causing the other subordinates of the Giant Spirit realm to leave. However, this caused the Giant Spirit realm to use their trump card. They shamelessly invited the Fire Weavers. The other realms looked down on this decision. A high-grade realm asking their enemy for help. It was a huge loss of face, but the other realms could recognize that this was a good move. This was because the appearance of the Fire Weavers stabilized the unstable state of the Giant Spirit realm. Upon seeing the Fire Weavers, the subordinate realms who were planning on leaving immediately became obedient and were more active in participating in the war. This was because these subordinate realms also wanted to reap some benefits from the war. This rendered the previous arrangements of the 100 Treasures realm useless. Not only did they fail to cut off the wings of the Giant Spirit realm, they also caused the Fire Weavers to join the war, one of the 5 great realms. Fortunately, the 100 Treasures realm were able to respond and went into a defensive position with all they had. They abandoned their other bases and guarded their headquarters. Additionally, the subordinate realms who were still loyal to them helped them defend the periphery of the headquarters. In the end, They were able to withstand the attack of the giant spirit realm and the fire weavers. Later on, when the other high-grade realms joined in on the counterattack, the war quickly ended. However, the 100 Treasures realm didn't win the war with ease. Their casualties weren't small. The same was true for the realms Ondrim. Although the 100 Treasures realm gave compensation afterwards, the realms still haven't recovered. But now, the 100 Treasures realm decided to fight another high-grade realm. This was obviously not a wise thing to do. But nobody knew that the reason why the 100 Treasures realm went through with this decision was because they knew they would win. The other high-grade realms would be lending a hand. They were practically bullying the Ghost Spirit realm. Naturally, the 100 Treasures realm had no idea that the Fireweavers mustered a 10,000-strong army to deal with them. They were now departing to attack the 100 Treasures realm. The third day after Zhao Hai established the formation, the army of the 100 Treasures realm were ready to set off. Their target was the Ghost Spirit realm. They also didn't spend any effort to hide their action as they charged towards the Ghost Spirit realm's territory. As long as the Ghost Spirit realm weren't deaf and blind, then they would certainly know what's coming for them and would prepare. Just as expected, the Ghost Spirit realm were fully prepared. They didn't go out of their territory to fight the 100 Treasures realm and instead stayed in and waited. They made the right decision. They were more familiar with their own territory. Moreover, they wanted to wear out the 100 Treasures realm so that it would be easier to deal with them. After Zhao Hai and Mu Yu were done with the arrangements in the Hidden Cloud village, the army of the 100 Treasures realm were already 5 days into their travel. They would soon arrive at the territory of the Ghost Spirit realm. When Mu Yu and Zhao Hai returned to the headquarters, they found that the elders who were left behind were all elders belonging to Mu Yao and Tang Yaoen's faction. Seeing this, Mu Yu couldn't help but stare. He didn't understand why Mu Yao didn't lead the attack. On the other hand, Zhao Hai could see why Mu Yao didn't go. Mu Yao just forced Shen Wei out of his position. If he went to lead the troops this time, then people might think that he craved power and wanted to be the realm's leader for a long time. This outcome wouldn't be beneficial for the Mu faction. Where there are rivers and lakes, there are people. This saying wasn't bad at all. The 100 Treasures realm was now very stable. But Mu Yao still needed to be careful. Mu Yao knew that the stability was because of the realm system, the system of elders taking turns making decisions for the realm. If he destroyed this system, then the people of the 100 Treasures realm would rise up against him, causing a civil strife in the realm. Mu Yao fully understood the political state of the realm, so he decided to stay in the headquarters. In his opinion, the merit has to go to Zhongzi. This would be beneficial for the 100 Treasures realm's development. At the same time, Mu Yao didn't need more merits at this time. His achievement of defeating the giant spirit realm was already enough for him for the rest of his life. Master, martial uncle, why didn't you lead the army? Naturally, Mu Yu was still unaware of the undercurrents of the realm. He still didn't understand Mu Yao's decision. Mu Yao knew that Mu Yu would ask, but he didn't say anything. He just smiled faintly as he turned to Zhao Hai. He found that Zhao Hai was very calm. It seems like there's no need to explain to him. Little Yu, you need to think more. Cultivators need to cultivate, but with your current status, you can't just focus all of your attention to cultivating, or else you will suffer in the future. Once we old guys are gone, the 100 Treasures realm will be passed on to your generation. It wouldn't be good if you're still like this. Look at Little Hai, I reckon he already knows what's going on. Learn from Little Hai. Mu Yao looked at Mu Yu with a calm expression on his face. Mu Yu looked at Zhao Hai with a confused expression. Zhao Hai turned to Mu Yu and said, I heard a saying that says politics is knowing when to advance and when to retreat. If Elder Mu led the army, how would the other elders react? What would they think of Elder Mu? Brother, sometimes you need to give credit to other people, especially if you're in a high-ranking position. Mu Yu wasn't a fool, it was just that he knew too little. Hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yu quickly understood. He turned his head to Mu Yao and saw him nodding. Mu Yu let out a long breath and said, so it's like that. Thank you Little Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, you're too polite. Brother Mu, this time, let's just stay here instead of joining the fight. At this time, Tang Yaoen opened his mouth and said, how is the Hidden Cloud village? That place is very important to the 100 Treasures realm. We cannot be careless about it. Martial uncle, don't worry, Everything there has been taken care of. Little Hai has given 2 long-term missions for the people of the village. The first mission is to farm the land using the herbs of the 100 Treasures realm to see what would happen. The second is to capture cloud beasts. If the 100 Treasures realm want to fight against the people of the Cloud Sea territory, then the cloud beasts would be indispensable. Otherwise, we would have a hard time heading out of the White Cloud Islands. Mu Yao turned to Tang Yao and explained Zhao Hai's plan to him. Although Mu Yao and the others regarded the hidden cloud village as important, their status limited them to asking about it often. Because of this, they could only hand the task over to Zhao Hai and Mu Yu. Mu Yao knew Zhao Hai and Mu Yu's abilities. If they cannot take care of the hidden cloud village, then he would be worried about the 100 Treasures realm's future. Mu Yao nodded and said, "The White Cloud Islands are indeed suitable for planting medicinal plants. What you did is very good. We also need to test if we can use cloud beasts. But for the sake of our future, it's good if we are prepared." "Good job, well done." Mu Yu smiled and said, "With the Great Formation protecting the island, unless someone has a token, nobody would be able to enter the village. And the tokens that Little Hai gave out are made specially and it's impossible for others to imitate it. We don't have to worry about security at all. We now have a secure base in the Cloud Sea territory." Mu Yao nodded. "That's good. We cannot expose the hidden cloud village to the outside. This time, the realm will implement the plan that you two proposed. If it succeeds, then everything would be fine. But if we fail, we may be forced to retreat to the hidden cloud village. Do you understand?" The two gave a nod. Then Mu Yao continued, "All right, you may go back. There's nothing going on in the headquarters these days, so the two of you can relax. Little Hai, you can go home and rest." Although Zhao Hai knows that the fire weavers are going to attack, he couldn't say it at this time, so he nodded and said, "Thank you, Elder Mu." Mu Yao waved his hand, then he looked at Mu Yu and said, "You can also rest. Come back here tomorrow." Although there's nothing going on in the headquarters, we still need to pay attention. After all, the fire weavers are still here. Mu Yu nodded, then left the room with Zhao Hai. Hearing what Mu Yao said, Zhao Hai relaxed. It seems like Elder Mu was truly a cautious individual. This was good. Chapter 1564, Giant Spirit Realm reappears. Zhao Hai returned to Blue Tree Planet. The children were still conducting their daily learning. The progress of the children could be clearly seen. The majority of them had reached the foundation establishment stage. For children of their age, it was a golden start. The children of the 100 Treasures realm started at the same level, but not a lot of them were able to reach the same progress. Only the children on planets with academies established by Mu Yao can barely compare with the children on Blue Tree Planet. This proves the importance of Zhao Hai's academies. Zhao Hai didn't manage the children too much. He just looked at the situation of the planet and then returned to the space. Because of what happened in the Sea of Clouds, the children held great admiration towards Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai showed himself right now, then he would be disturbing the children, so he chose not to see them. People might think that since Zhao Hai was the children's idol, his appearance would encourage them. But sometimes this wasn't the case. The children were now at a very sensitive time in their lives. If Zhao Hai suddenly appeared and talked to them, then the pace of the children would change. If they become anxious about their cultivation, then they might suffer backlash in the future. A cultivator cannot be too impatient, or else they would be courting death. If it was an adult cultivator, then Zhao Hai wouldn't mind talking to them and giving them some notes on cultivation. However, these children were too young and had yet to have full control of their emotions. So in the end, Zhao Hai didn't see them and just observed their progress through the space. When Zhao Hai arrived inside the space, Laura and the others were already staring at the monitor. Zhao Hai turned his head and was stunned at what they were looking at. It was the fire weavers. The fire weavers had already set off from their headquarters. Zhao Hai already expected this, so he wasn't too surprised. What surprised Zhao Hai was that he saw other people in the fire weaver army. These people weren't part of the fire weaver race. They were from the Giant Spirit Realm. The Giant Spirit Realm has returned to the 10,000 Realm battlefield. Nobody knew about this before. Even Zhao Hai, who had been monitoring the 10,000 Realm battlefield, didn't know. The return of the Giant Spirit Realm was too sudden, which greatly surprised him. Zhao Hai's expression changed. Then he turned his head to Laura and the others and asked, "When did the giant spirit realm return?" Laura replied with a serious expression, 5 hours ago. It was also at that time that the Fire Weavers decided to attack. It seems like they made an agreement with the Fire Weavers to deal with the 100 Treasures realm. It has already been 5 days since the 100 Treasures realm army set off for the Ghost Spirit realm. They wouldn't have any more time to retreat. Brother Hai, what do you think? Zhao Hai replied, "I'm afraid we couldn't do much right now. I can only remind Elder Mu, in any case, we're still members of the 100 Treasures realm. If the 100 Treasures realm loses too hard, then it wouldn't be good for us." Laura nodded and said, "Would you say that you left some undead to monitor the Fire Weavers, then you noticed their movement?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I can only say it like that." This time, the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit realm seemed to be prepared to do a lightning attack. They prepared so many weapons. Zhao Hai was right. This time, the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit realm took out a lot of large artifacts. The Fire Weavers dispatched 10,000 people along with their beasts, which made their combat power equal to 30,000 people. The Giant Spirit realm also sent out about 10,000 people along with 200 immortal experts. This number couldn't be looked down on. If the 100 Treasures realm wasn't prepared at all, then the consequences would be disastrous. When he thought of this, Zhao Hai immediately said, "I'll head back now." Continue paying attention to the movements of the Fire Weavers. Laura and the others nodded. Zhao Hai appeared on Blue Planet once more and then used the transmission formation to return to the headquarters. Zhao Hai arrived at the headquarters and couldn't be bothered with greeting other people as he went straight towards the conference hall. Mu Yao and the others were still inside. Seeing Zhao Hai enter, Mu Yao and Tang Yao were surprised, but the two knew that something must have happened seeing Zhao Hai's expression. Otherwise, he wouldn't have returned this soon. They knew Zhao Hai, and they knew that the things he treated seriously weren't trivial. Did something happen? Mu Yao took the initiative to ask. Zhao Hai gave a salute to the two and then said, "Elders, after the previous war, I kept undead around the Fire Weavers in order to monitor them. I just received information that the Fire Weavers are working with the Giant Spirit realm once more. They set out with dozens of large artifacts, including the beasts of the Fire Weavers. They have a 40,000-man strong army, including 200 immortal experts. They are now coming towards the headquarters. We need to quickly make a decision." Hearing this, Mu Yao stood up. The information Zhao Hai brought was indeed shocking. He didn't think that this would happen, especially at this time. Mu Yao walked 2 laps before saying, "It seems like the Fire Weavers have eyes in other realms. Otherwise they wouldn't know that our people would attack the Ghost Spirit realm this quickly. They really chose a good time, but this is also an opportunity for us." Zhao Hai stared, somewhat confused by what Mu Yao said. Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai as well as the other elders and said, "Our previous plan was to send our forces against the Ghost Spirit realm and then declare that we lost too much so that we don't have to send as many troops to the Cloud Sea territory. The sudden appearance of the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit realm provided us with a lot of help. If we use our battle against the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit realm as a reason, we can tell the other realms that we suffered great casualties. Then we'll say that we don't have the strength to attack the Cloud Sea territory. We can give the other realms the coordinates for the transmission formation. Naturally, we won't give it for free. We'll trade for the coordinates. This is good for our plan." Hearing Mu Yao, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. It seems like old Ginger was indeed more spicy. Mu Yao was a shrewd and crafty old man. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. To be honest, the number of troops sent by the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit realm this time wasn't that many. In the past war, they mobilized about 100,000 troops. In comparison, the number they sent this time was as much. The attack of the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit realm hinges on its speed and timing. The main force of the 100 Treasures realm were now attacking the Ghost Spirit realm, and were now about to arrive. At this time, it was impossible for them to return. If the 100 Treasures realm didn't receive any information from Zhao Hai, then they wouldn't have made the proper preparations. Then the 100 Treasures realm would definitely suffer a big loss. But the situation became different after receiving Zhao Hai's news. With the 100 Treasures realm fully prepared, The fire weavers and the giant spirit realm were completely done for. It must be said that the reason why the 100 Treasures realm were able to attack the ghost spirit realm so quickly was because they had a lot of large artifacts, and these large artifacts were giant spirit treasure ships. Although the giant spirit realm was their enemy, the 100 Treasures realm couldn't deny that they make good large artifacts. In their opinion, the giant spirit treasure ship was the best artifact of the giant spirit realm. Giant spirit treasure ships were defensively strong and could accommodate a lot of people. Also, it had no problem with long-distance flights. Its ramming strength couldn't be underestimated either. A ship like that could only be described as perfect. Naturally, it's impossible for a large artifact to be as flexible as Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship. It wouldn't be realistic at all. If you make a competitive weightlifter do synchronized swimming, then they might drown in the pool. Similarly, it was impossible for the giant spirit treasure ship to be as flexible as liquid silver. The giant spirit treasure ship was perfect as a large artifact. Because of this, after acquiring the method to create giant spirit treasure ships, the 100 Treasures realm began a large-scale manufacturing project. This was enabled even more when they learned the method of water refining, where they can refine giant spirit treasure ships in batches. Adding to the fact that the 100 Treasures realm had no shortage of materials due to Zhao Hai's efforts, the 100 Treasures realm became a rich manufacturing powerhouse. They were able to make a large number of giant spirit treasure ships which they used to send their main force against the ghost spirit realm. This also made the other realms envious of the 100 Treasures realm. These giant spirit treasure ships were the reason why the 100 Treasures realm were able to quickly arrive close to the ghost spirit realm. With how far they traveled, even if they received news about the Fireweaver and giant spirit realm attack, the troops would still be unable to return, and the ghost spirit realm wouldn't allow them to return to offer help. They will definitely entangle the 100 Treasures realm. The timing of the Fireweaver and giant spirit realm attack was truly perfect, but after Zhao Hai discovered the move of the Fireweavers, their attack had lost its element of surprise. It might work if the 100 Treasures realm weren't prepared, but they were. Mu Yao immediately transferred a large army from the realm. There were a total of 300 immortal experts as well as 30,000 experts on the transcending tribulation stage and above. After they arrived, Mu Yao didn't delay and immediately had Zhao Hai use his 3 large artifacts for everybody to ride on. Then they flew out of the headquarters to meet the Fireweavers and the giant spirit realm. There was no mistake. They went out to meet the enemy. Mu Yao planned to block the Fireweavers and the giant spirit realm from entering the 100 Treasures realm's territory this time. Otherwise, the battle would damage the 100 Treasure realm's lands. Zhao Hai was a bit surprised when he heard about Mu Yao's decision, but this style was to his tastes, so he drove his 3 large artifacts to meet the Fireweaver and giant spirit realm army. This time, he has 300 immortal experts riding his artifacts. When he thought of this, even someone as calm as Zhao Hai couldn't help but be excited. This was the first time that Mu Yao and the other elders rode inside Zhao Hai's large artifacts. They were slowly beginning to like it. Not only were these artifacts powerful during battles, they were also comfortable to ride in. Zhao Hai was still on the Hell King's ship. As for the 300 immortal experts, they were equally divided between the 3 large artifacts. As for Mu Yao, he was on the Hell King's ship, standing on the bow beside Zhao Hai. Looking around and seeing Zhao Hai's giant spirit treasure ship and pagoda advancing beside the Hell King's ship, Mu Yao couldn't help but nod as he said, "Little Hai, your large artifacts are very good. I didn't expect them to be faster than giant spirit treasure ships, and there's no need for people to power them. It's very good." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "There's no need to add power during ordinary times, and when in battle, we can add some crystals to multiply the energy provided. However, to make this possible, the formations require very expensive materials for the hull. Moreover, the formation needs to encompass the entire ship. Unlike the giant spirit treasure ships where the formations are made in modules, there's no way such a huge formation could be placed inside normal ships." Mu Yao nodded and said, "Your artifacts are truly treasures, right, Little Hai? Can your artifacts be recreated?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "They can. but the materials to make them could no longer be found in the 10,000 realm battlefield. So they couldn't be as defensive as mine, and they also cannot continuously evolve. There's also the heavy requirement for refining. The artifacts that I made are at the same level as the 10,000 transformations staff of the world of cultivation. Mu Yao nodded and said, "That's not too bad. If you have time, try to teach the refiners. Weapons with the ability to transform are very good. If you can use it well, their strength wouldn't be bad." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I have recorded the refining method and placed it in the scriptures pavilion. If the refining masters want to study, then they can just go there and have a read." Mu Yao gave a satisfied nod. He appreciated Zhao Hai's selfless actions. It was also because of his selflessness that he gained everyone's favor and trust, allowing him to gain his current status in the 100 Treasures realm. Looking at the sky in the distance, Mu Yao said, "Little Hai, do you think our plan will succeed? If we fail, then the 100 Treasures realm would have no place in the 10,000 realm battlefield." Zhao Hai replied, "Originally, the plan wasn't easily accomplished. In my opinion, it has only a 50% chance of succeeding. But now that the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit realm reappeared, the chance of success has risen to 70%. As long as Elder Zong and the others manage to destroy the Ghost Spirit realm, our territory would increase, and with us fighting against the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit realm, we can get more from splitting the Ghost Spirit realm's territory. And while the other realms fight in the Cloud Sea territory, we can use this chance to develop our strength. As long as the other realms lose heavily in the Cloud Sea territory, they won't be able to do anything against us." Mu Yao nodded and didn't speak for a long time. However, a hint of fire could be seen burning in his eyes. Chapter 1565, Who Laughs Last? Zongzi knit his brows as he held the jade sword message in his hand. He didn't expect the Fire Weavers to make a move at this time. Fortunately, Zhao Hai made prior arrangements, otherwise the 100 Treasures realm would suffer very heavy losses. He let out a long breath and calmed his brows. The jade sword message was from Mu Yao informing him about the plan. To be honest, Zongzi was very optimistic about Mu Yao's decision. This was because Mu Yao was much more cautious than him. The timing of the Fire Weavers was just too good. This also revealed some issues. The 100 Treasures realm had been too eye-catching recently. They defeated the Fire Weaver and the Giant Spirit realm army and obtained the Giant Spirit realm's territory. Although the territory has been divided with the other realms, the 100 Treasures realm still gained the most land. This caused the other high-grade realms to be wary of them. Zhao Hai's successful expedition and the discovery of the Cloud Sea territory once again caused the 100 Treasures realm to be the center of attention. This time, the most credit went to Zhao Hai, which meant that the 100 Treasures realm would get even more benefits. In this situation, the other realms were a bit unconvinced. However, the truth was there and they had to accept it. So what should they do? The only way was to weaken the 100 Treasures realm. And this time, the 100 Treasures realm proposed dealing with the Ghost Spirit realm. This would benefit the other realms, but at the same time, it made the other realms wary of the 100 Treasures realm. This was because the 100 Treasures realm already had the domineering attitude of those who follow me will prosper, while those who don't will die. The other high-grade realms were now more worried about becoming the next Ghost Spirit realm. If these guesses were correct, then the perfect timing of the Fire Weavers could be explained. Someone from the other realms leaked this information to the Fire Weavers. This made Zongzi think that his guess was likely to be correct. Besides Zhao Hai, nobody notified them that the Fire Weavers were coming over to attack the headquarters. The territory of the Fire Weavers and the 100 Treasures realm weren't connected. If the Fire Weavers don't use transmission formations, then their only passage to the 100 Treasures realm was through the territories of other high-grade realms. The 100 Treasures realm and the other high-grade realms were allies. Normally, if the Fire Weavers pass through their territories, even if they don't plan to help, they should have informed the 100 Treasures realm. This was to ensure that the 100 Treasures realm wouldn't be in danger. But now, besides Zhao Hai, the other realms didn't inform the 100 Treasures realm. They chose to be silent. blocking information from reaching the 100 Treasures realm. They were coordinating with the Fire Weaver's attack. It was at this point that Zhongzi was convinced that everything was caused by these traitors. The Fire Weavers and the giant spirit realm didn't bring that many people. They may cause damage to the 100 Treasures realm, but it would be impossible for them to capture its territory, and this was the goal of those high-grade realms. Thinking of this, Zhongzi let out a long breath and stored the Jade Sword message. Yu already told him to not worry about the headquarters situation. They had already allocated people to deal with it. This way, Zhongzi could deal with the ghost spirit realm with a peace of mind. Zhongzi knew that Mu Yao wouldn't give assurance to anything if he wasn't confident, so he continued charging forwards with high morale. In one day, they finally entered the territory of the Ghost Spirit Realm. He already received information that the Ghost Spirit Realm made ample preparations and were waiting for them. This was a head-on collision between two high-grade realms, although the other realms would cooperate in this action. After this incident, Zhongzi didn't expect them to really cooperate properly. Even if these realms send troops, their goal would be to at most wound the Ghost Spirit Realm. Before this, Zhongzi wasn't guarded against this outcome, but after receiving Mu Yao's message, he has to be careful. These high-grade realms have a lot of methods, they couldn't be easily dealt with. Thinking of this, Zhongzi waved his hand as he turned to Tangji and said, "Pass the order. In this attack, nobody is allowed to leave the giant spirit treasure ships without my order." Tangji stared. In the past, Zhongzi wanted the giant spirit treasure ships to work together with the cultivators during battle. What has changed now? However, he didn't ask much as he nodded and went on to pass the order. Zhongzi looked at the front as he muttered, "Let's see who laughs in the end." As Mu Yao and the others traveled forward, Mu Yao turned to Zhao Hai and asked, "Little Hai, did they change their direction?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Elder, don't worry. With our current speed, we'll be able to meet them in about 2 days." Mu Yao nodded and said, 2 days. That should also be the time that we're clashing with the Ghost Spirit Realm, right? We're fighting 2 battles at once. As long as our plan succeeds, let's see who would dare provoke us in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. What he wanted was more than this. He wanted everyone to submit to them, including the 5 great realms. He wanted to see if a unified 10,000 realm battlefield would get some response from the people watching in the shadows. Time flew quickly and 2 days passed by. The people on the 3 large artifacts were beginning to become anxious as they stared in front of them. They knew that the enemy would be appearing at any time. Mu Yao stood on the Hell King's ship as he stretched his spiritual force forward. Actually, Zhao Hai knew how far the Fire Weavers were, but he didn't tell. When the Fire Weaver and Giant Spirit Realm army were about 10 minutes away from Zhao Hai and the others, Mu Yao opened his eyes and said, "They're here." Zhao Hai was stunned. He didn't expect Mu Yao to discover the Fire Weavers from such a far distance. Although the enemy was just 10 minutes away, the distance involved with it couldn't be underestimated. How far could the Hell King's ship travel in 10 minutes? How far could the other party's large artifacts travel in 10 minutes? 10 minutes was not a short distance, yet Mu Yao was still able to detect the opposite party. Immortal experts were truly formidable. Although Zhao Hai was stunned, he immediately reacted and waved his hand, turning the 3 large artifacts into porcupines. Numerous cannons appeared on the surfaces of the 3 large artifacts. Mu Yao noticed the changes on the 3 large artifacts. His eyes lit up as he turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "No wonder these guys got so excited when they heard that we're going to be fighting with you. These artifacts are really treasures. Ha ha ha. Now I also want to play with them." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I like convenience. If I can take the enemy out from long range, then I won't go into close combat. If I can take them out in one shot, I definitely wouldn't want to attack twice." Mu Yao laughed as he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder. At this time, on the giant spirit treasure ship, Tang Yaoan was also surprised. He turned his head to Tang Wen and said, "Little Wen, Little Hai's giant spirit treasure ship seems to be different from the ones we made." This time, Tang Wen didn't follow Tangji in dealing with the ghost spirit realm. Instead, he stayed beside his master. Since he had been with Zhao Hai before, he could explain why Zhao Hai's giant spirit treasure ship was indeed different from the one refined by the 100 Treasures realm. The giant spirit treasure ships made by the 100 Treasures realm were exact copies of the ships of the giant spirit realm. On the other hand, in order to exert the most firepower, Zhao Hai installed cannons to every window of his ship. You can't see a window on the ship without a cannon jutting out of it. Once Zhao Hai's giant spirit treasure ship enters its offensive mode, only then could people see how terrifying it was. Tang Wen was very familiar with this point, so when he heard Tang Yaowen, Tang Wen immediately replied, "Master, in order for the ship to accommodate cannons, Little Hai heavily modified his giant spirit treasure ship." Tang Yaowen nodded and said, "This kid doesn't joke around. No wonder he can resist immortal experts using his large artifacts alone. It looks like these 3 large artifacts carry quite a lot of firepower." Tang Wen smiled and said, "Right, Little Hai heavily modified his 3 large artifacts to carry a lot of power and ability, especially during group battles. Enemy cultivators wouldn't be able to have the chance to attack, and even if they could attack, Little Hai wouldn't allow their attacks to hit him." Tang Yaowen nodded and no longer spoke because he detected a fleet of ships just in front of them. The Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm send out dozens of large artifacts. However, to Zhao Hai's 3 large artifacts, these ships could only become ordinary weapons. Although the Giant Spirit Realm still had a lot more Giant Spirit treasure ships, most of them had been disassembled as they retreated from the 10,000 realm battlefield. And with how hasty they were about their current attack, they couldn't bring too many ships. Because of this, a large part of the artifacts that they brought belonged to the Fire Weavers. The Fire Weavers weren't known for their large artifacts, and most of their ships were used for transportation. But this time, in order to deal with the 100 Treasures realm, they deliberately took out sword shuttles. Sword shuttles were enlarged forms of sword artifacts. It had pointed edges on both ends and was sharp on all sides. It was small, but it was flexible and full of power. Chapter 1566, Direct Bombardment. The Fire Weavers used sword shuttles for their offensive strength. However, a sword shuttle's transporting ability wasn't that good. It was mainly used for attack. As for the Giant Spirit Treasures ships, before Zhao Hai arrived, if they claimed to be second in the 10,000 realm battlefield in terms of large artifacts, nobody would dare claim first. The Giant Spirit Realm were very confident in their battle against the 100 Treasures Realm because of these large artifacts, but they didn't expect that they would be suppressed by Zhao Hai. And ever since then, they had been falling downwards. But from what they heard this time, it seems like Zhao Hai has closed up. If Zhao Hai was really out, then the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm would have an easier time. Zhu lay calmly on the sword shuttle, but his mouth was twitching from time to time while his eyes burned with anger. Zhu Lai's younger brother fought in the last battle against the 100 Treasures realm. He always wanted revenge, and now he has the opportunity to do so. However, the twitch on his mouth wasn't because he was angry. When Zhu Lai was young, he was injured by a stronger opponent, leaving a scar on his face. There were many medicines present to heal the scar, but Zhu Lai didn't use it. He left this scar on in order to remind him of this hatred. Later on, he was able to kill the cultivator who gave him the scar. Even then, he didn't get rid of it. The scar became a reminder to him that everyone who offends him must die. Because of this scar, his mouth would unconsciously twitch from time to time. This also caused him to look fiercer. Zhu Lai didn't participate in the battle against the 100 Treasures realm because he was in retreat at that time. After learning that his brother died during the war, he was itching to go seek revenge from the 100 Treasures realm. Now that he finally has the chance, he's naturally happy. At this moment, Zhu Lai noticed 3 black spots suddenly appearing in the distance, heading straight towards them. Zhu Lai scanned it using his spiritual force and found that it was 3 large artifacts. He couldn't help but stare because of what these large artifacts were. From what he heard, a person from the 100 Treasures realm named Zhao Hai used these same 3 large artifacts. Could it be that the 100 Treasures realm knew of their plan so they came out and intercepted them? That's impossible. Didn't the other realms say that everything has been set up? It's impossible for the people of the 100 Treasures realm to discover them before their arrival. At this time, a fire weaver arrived beside Zhu Lai and said, "Brother Lai, Those 3 large artifacts belong to Zhao Hai of the 100 Treasures Realm. It seems like the 100 Treasures Realm discovered that we are coming. Zhu Lai knit his brows and said, "Are you sure?" The person nodded and said, "There's no mistake. That is Zhao Hai. Look at the cannons. Those cannot be easily installed. It should be Zhao Hai." Zhu Lai coldly snorted and said, "If it's him, then it's him. So what? Tell everyone to go forward at full speed." The Fire Weaver subordinate was about to say something, but he suddenly heard a loud boom. Upon hearing this, the Fire Weaver couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, "Brother Lai, order everyone to defend quickly." Zhao Hai began opening fire. This was Zhu Lai's first time facing Zhao Hai, so he didn't know how terrifying he was. When he saw the expression of the person beside him, he couldn't help but have a look of contempt. In his opinion, the Fire Weaver beside him was an embarrassment. He was actually very scared of someone like Zhao Hai. Before he gave his order, Zhu Lai heard a loud bang. Then the sword shuttle under his feet shook for a while. Zhu Lai's expression couldn't help but change. There was a hole on top of the sword shuttle. This caused quite a shock to Zhu Lai. He didn't expect Zhao Hai's cannons to be so overbearing. The Fire Weavers have always been famous for their rifles. Zhu Lai was also confident of his rifling skills. He didn't think that the 100 Treasures Realm would reach this level. It must be known that even Fire Weaver rifles couldn't shoot through the sword shuttles. Zhu Lai quickly issued his command, "Defend. All shuttles engage your defensive formations. Everyone, leave the sword shuttles. Hand the shuttles control over to the giant spirit realm." Since they were in transit, Zhu Lai had all of their large artifacts focused on movement with no defensive shields. Although sword shuttles were offensive-oriented large artifacts, they were still quite defensive. So upon seeing that Zhao Hai managed to blast a hole on the shuttle, Zhu Lai immediately ordered the use of defensive formations. At the same time, he gave the responsibility of control of powering the shuttles to the people of the giant spirit realm. This time, they brought a lot of sword shuttles to allow the people of the giant spirit realm to attack the 100 Treasures Realm when required. However, Zhu Lai didn't expect this scenario to arrive soon. Although the Fire Weavers and the giant spirit realm were now in cooperation, Zhu Lai and the others still don't fully trust the people of the giant spirit realm. As they traveled, the control over the sword shuttles were handled solely by the Fire Weavers. Now that the situation wasn't going great, Zhu Lai immediately handed the control of the shuttles over to the people of the giant spirit realm. Unfortunately, it was too late to transfer control. Control over the sword shuttles couldn't be transferred in an instant, and with Zhao Hai's attacks, which had become stronger since the previous war, as well as Zhu Lai's complacency, more than 10 sword shuttles have been destroyed from Zhao Hai's first volley. At this time, Zhao Hai's second round of bombardment began. The Fire Weavers quickly responded as cultivators began to leave the sword shuttles. Some of the sword shuttles have also been handed over to the people of the giant spirit realm. Although the people of the giant spirit realm had taken control over the sword shuttles, they still needed time to get used to its performance. So after Zhao Hai's second bombardment, more than a dozen sword shuttles were destroyed. Fortunately, there weren't a lot of people inside the shuttles. After Zhao Hai's 2 rounds of bombardment, the people inside the sword shuttles had gone out. Even so, Zhao Hai's 2 rounds of attacks damaged more than 20 sword shuttles while killing more than 2,000 people. The losses to Fire Weaver beasts were similar. Zhao Hai's cannons use explosive shells. Once the shells enter the shuttles, they would then explode. They were quite lethal. Then at this time, Zhao Hai's third round of attacks came. Zhu Lai roared. But as he shouted, a huge shield appeared in front of everyone. Zhao Hai's cannon fire hit the shield. Although the shield shook heavily, it managed to block Zhao Hai's attacks. Seeing this, Zhu Lai didn't have a happy expression. His complexion was gloomy and he seemed to be sweating. This was because he knew that the shield wasn't something ordinary cultivators could use. An immortal expert has made a move. It seems like his performance caused the immortal experts to be dissatisfied, so they took action. It should be known that immortal experts wouldn't take action in battles like these in a 10,000 realm battlefield. In the battlefield, immortal experts would only fight against other immortal experts. If they intervene in battles of those lower than them, then they would be looked down on. At this time, a voice was heard, "So it's Spirit Shield Bar. Do you still have some face left? This is a battle between juniors. Do you want to participate in it? Zhu Lai could hear that this was another immortal expert speaking. Just as the enemy's voice fell, another voice replied, Mu Yao. So it's Yuha. The 100 Treasures realm destroyed the future of the giant spirit realm in the 10,000 realm battlefield. This is a life and death battle. What rules are there? The voice from earlier replied, good, bar, good, ha ha ha. I think we should find another place to have a conversation. Or do you still intend to protect everyone? If you keep intervening, don't blame me for killing you. I'm afraid you're not enough. As soon as the voice fell, the shield in front of Zhu Lai and the others disappeared. At this time, Zhao Hai's fourth round of attacks hit Zhu Lai and the others. But this time, Zhu Lai and the others were prepared. While the two immortal experts were talking, Zhu Lai and his men weren't idling. The people from the giant spirit realm were able to acclimatize themselves to the sword shuttles, while Zhu Lai and his men have also managed to spread themselves out properly. Even if Zhao Hai's shells fell into their formation, they could still avoid or defend. With this, they could avoid massive casualties. Zhu Lai looked at the three large artifacts in the distance as he coldly snorted and said, advance. Sword shuttles take the front, the others will follow behind. Following his order, the remaining 30 or so sword shuttles flew forward. The cultivators also took their weapons out and followed behind. The beasts of the fire weavers also surrounded their masters. Another round of bombardment came. But this time the effects weren't great. The shells directed at the sword shuttles had been dodged, while those targeting the troops behind were easily dodged due to their loose formation. Zhao Hai discovered this, so he waved his hand, retracting the cannons of the three large artifacts. Then undead carrying rifles appeared. A lot of cultivators in the three large artifacts had fought with Zhao Hai before, so they knew what to do. They took out their own artifacts, but they didn't immediately sally outside. They knew that Zhao Hai was preparing to charge the enemy. Once the three large artifacts crashed into the enemy formation, then it would be time for them to move. Just as what they expected, Zhao Hai was indeed preparing to charge the enemies. The weakness of the shells had already been found by the fire weavers, so there was no point in attacking with it. Now Zhao Hai was prepared to go into close combat. Seeing Zhao Hai stop his attacks, Zhu Lai knew that something was bound to happen. He loudly commanded, everyone, get ready. The other party is going to charge into battle. Get ready to intercept the enemy. Divide yourselves into 3 teams. Each team is responsible for one large artifact. Just as Zhu Lai's voice fell, Zhao Hai's 3 large artifacts began their charge. Zhu Lai's eyes flashed a cold light. His rifle appeared in his hand, ready for the incoming clash. He was aiming at the Hell King's ship. Chapter 1567, Sight of Defeated Soldiers. Zhao Hai looked at the more than 30 sword-shaped large artifacts of the other party and smiled. Seeing them separate into 3 teams, Zhao Hai understood what they wanted to do. However, he didn't care since he was confident in his artifacts. Under Zhao Hai's command, the 3 large artifacts charged towards the enemy formation. The other party was arranged very loosely. There were 20,000 people as well as another 20,000 beasts in the air. They occupied a very large area. As the speed of the 3 artifacts increased, the sword shuttles of the fire weavers also moved as they directly clashed with Zhao Hai. The people of the giant spirit realm knew that if they just kept the sword shuttles stopped in place, then they wouldn't be able to stop the enemy's charge. Many of those present from the giant spirit realm had fought against Zhao Hai in the past, so they knew how powerful he was. Because of this, they chose the initiative and charged forward. As the sword shuttles and Zhao Hai's 3 large artifacts got closer and closer, Zhu Lai, who was watching in the back, was beginning to be nervous. Although he was now holding his rifle, his mind was focused on the large artifacts. Standing on the Hell King's ship, Zhao Hai paid attention to the fire weavers through the space. Looking at their gritted expressions, a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. The moment the sword shuttles and the 3 large artifacts were about to clash, Zhao Hai suddenly waved his hand, shrinking the three large artifacts in an instant. The three large artifacts easily passed through the sword shuttles, then they returned to their original size as they continued charging towards the enemy formation. These changes were very abrupt. The people from the giant spirit realm who controlled the sword shuttles couldn't help but feel their blood boil and almost vomit out blood. Even July and the others who were looking at the clash didn't expect this change. It was like waiting for a huge firework explosion only to discover that it was a dud. This caused them all to be caught off guard. Then at this time, the three large artifacts crashed onto the enemy formation. When July and the others finally responded, the three large artifacts had already carved 3 bloody roads into the formation. July looked at what happened with red eyes. He let out a furious roar as he took his rifle and began firing towards the 3 large artifacts. The others had a similar response, whether it be rifles or other artifacts. Everyone took them all out and began attacking the 3 large artifacts. The beasts of the Fire Weavers went all out in their attacks. They hit, bit, and clawed the large artifacts with all their power. But it didn't take long before the Fire Weavers discovered that they made a mistake. With what they're doing, it would be impossible for them to deal damage to the 3 large artifacts. Their rifles couldn't even penetrate the shields, nor were the beasts able to do anything. As the beasts attacked the 3 large artifacts, the rifles inside began to fire, shredding the bodies of the nearby beasts. Seeing this, July's heart couldn't help but bleed. He immediately shouted, "All beasts retreat! Quick, let them retreat!" The beasts also discovered the danger and quickly drew back. But at this moment, bullets went flying out of the 3 large artifacts. Fire Weavers who couldn't defend were immediately hit. At the same time, the cannons of the large artifacts began to fire. These cannons weren't focused on killing people, they were targeting the beasts in order to wipe them out. The people on the sword shuttles also reacted. They immediately drove the sword shuttles around to kill. It must be recognized that sword shuttles were very fast, and because it was designed for offense, the attacks of the sword shuttles were very strong. However, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of them. He commanded his large artifacts to assault the Fireweaver formation once more, and while nobody was paying attention, he received the destroyed sword shuttles and then merged them into liquid silver. When the enemy sword shuttles turned around and rushed towards him, Zhao Hai waved his hand. Then more than 20 sword shuttles appeared beside the 3 large artifacts. Then they clashed with the remaining sword shuttles of the Fire Weavers. Seeing this, July could feel a buzz in his brain. His eyes turned cloudy and he almost fainted. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to have his own fleet of sword shuttles. July couldn't help but yell, "What's this? Why does he have sword shuttles? Aren't sword shuttles a secret of the Fire Weavers?" At this time, a Fire Weaver gave a salute and said, "Brother Lai, when we fought against them last time, the people of the 100 Treasures realm still didn't have giant spirit treasure ships." Later on, Zhao Hai destroyed giant spirit treasure ships and remade them, giving the 100 Treasures realm the refining method. I think Zhao Hai is a refining expert. Brother Lai, we need to find a solution out of this quickly. Julie also knew that things weren't doing well. He coldly snorted and said, "Everyone, use your rifle technique. We need to break through the shields of these large artifacts." Along with his command, the Fire Weavers merged with their beasts, becoming half-human half-beast individuals. Their rifles increased in size as they aimed towards the 3 large artifacts. When Zhao Hai saw this, he strengthened the shields as he loudly said, "Everyone listen, unless ordered, nobody is allowed to leave." Zhao Hai knew that the strongest defenses of the 3 large artifacts weren't the shields but the artifacts themselves. Zhao Hai believes that even the Fire Weaver's rifle technique wouldn't be able to go through the defense of his 3 large artifacts. At this moment, the sword shuttles that Zhao Hai released had begun its clash against the Fire Weaver's sword shuttles. The two sides exchanged moves for quite a while. In the end, the shields of the 3 large artifacts couldn't withstand the combined Fireweaver assault and broke down in some places. However, the shields didn't break down like other shields where everything would crumble. Although the shield was broken down in many places, The places that weren't broken down could still provide protection. Although this was the case, Zhu Lai and the others could still see hope. They all roared as they continued shooting at the three large artifacts. Zhao Hai has to recognize the skills of the fire weavers when it comes to using rifles. Their rifles were accurate and all the bullets penetrated through the existing holes of the shields. A dang sound was heard on the three large artifacts. Although this was the case, the fire weavers still couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai's three large artifacts. Their bullets were like needles hitting a steel wall. They simply couldn't do anything to the three large artifacts. Zhao Hai knew that the fire weavers couldn't sustain their attack for a long time. He already experienced this kind of attack the last time he fought against the fire weavers. Zhu Lai also discovered this point. However, it made him desperate. He couldn't understand how Zhao Hai became this strong. The offense that the fire weavers were proud of were useless against Zhao Hai. At this moment, Zhao Hai controlled his three large artifacts towards the remaining sword shuttles of the fire weavers. The remaining sword shuttles have been surrounded by Zhao Hai's own sword shuttles. It was impossible for them to get out now. When speaking about the flexibility of the sword shuttles, how could the sword shuttles controlled by people of the giant spirit realm contend against Zhao Hai's sword shuttles? These shuttles were controlled by Laura and the others. They were completely able to cooperate with each other, which allowed them to get rid of the sword shuttles with only two of their own shuttles being damaged. Seeing Zhao Hai come over, the people of the giant spirit realm inside the sword shuttles knew that they were going to die. One of the teams inside a sword shuttle couldn't help but turn mad as one of them roared, "Don't worry about other things, let's just rush towards Zhao Hai. Even if we die today, we'll take him down with us." When the others heard this, they stared. Then their expressions turned mad as well as they agreed. Then they commanded their sword shuttle to charge towards the Hell King's ship. The person the giant spirit realm hated the most right now was Zhao Hai. This was because it was Zhao Hai who destroyed their plans. It can be said that the reason for the giant spirit realm's fall was Zhao Hai. Adding on to their hatred against the 100 Treasures realm, their hatred towards Zhao Hai had reached an all-time high. It was understandable for them to go crazy over this battle. Zhao Hai also noticed this particular sword shuttle. The body of this sword shuttle was filled with damage. Some of the damage was caused by Zhao Hai's sword shuttles while some were from the Hell King's ship's cannons. Now that this sword shuttle was charging over with no disregard, it gave off quite a desperate look. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Interesting. They're true warriors. Then let me fulfill their wish." With a thought, the Hell King's ship turned and met the sword shuttle's attack head-on. The sword shuttle was completely destroyed. Nobody inside it survived. On the tip of the Hell King's ship was a formation-breaking spirit snake needle. So how could the sword shuttle defend against it? After the collision with the first sword shuttle, it fired out and hit another sword shuttle. It only stopped after going through 5 sword shuttles in a row. When these sword shuttles were destroyed, the other sword shuttles suddenly stopped in place. Zhao Hai was somewhat confused. He didn't know what these people were doing. He also stopped his sword shuttles. He wanted to see what the other sword shuttles would do. At this time, Zhu Lai and his men could no longer use their rifle technique. Some of them even died from excessive use. When Zhu Lai and his men released their rifle technique, their strength was greatly weakened. Zhao Hai saw this and picked up his communicator to talk to Mu Yu, who was in the pagoda. "Brother Mu, bring the 2 other large artifacts and deal with the fire weavers. Let the cultivators go out and kill the enemy. If they dared to form a defensive line, use the cannons." Mu Yu quickly replied, "All right, I'll leave the sword shuttles to you. Keep a good one for me. I still don't have a good flying artifact of my own." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "All right, don't worry, I'll keep one for you." Mu Yu left as well. Then he used the 2 other large artifacts and charged towards the fire weavers and the giant spirit realm army. By this point, the fire weaver and giant spirit army didn't have a proper formation. Their lines were very loose due to Zhao Hai's initial charges, and with the fire weavers being exhausted by their rifle technique, the army's strength rapidly dropped. This was the best time to kill them. As Mu Yu went to deal with the fire weavers and the giant spirit realm soldiers, Zhao Hai was observing the remaining sword shuttles. He didn't know why they suddenly stopped. They still had their shields up, but who knows what's happening inside. Originally, the sword shuttles had silver needles inside. However, Zhao Hai already withdrew the silver needles when the clashes began. He really didn't intend to keep the sword shuttles from the very beginning, so now that the sword shuttles have stopped, he has no clue what the other party wants to do. At this time, a person from the giant spirit realm came out from one of the shuttles. It was an expert in the severed soul stage. As soon as he exited the sword shuttle, he bowed towards Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, we're willing to surrender to the 100 Treasures realm." "I wonder if Mr. will accept." Zhao Hai was stunned. He didn't expect them to surrender. This was the first time that the people of the giant spirit realm surrendered to him. He thought for a moment before saying, "How do I know if you really want to surrender?" The person smiled bitterly and said, "It's up to Mr. How do you want us to prove that we surrender?" Zhao Hai looked at the person's appearance and he didn't look like he was lying. He waved his hand as undead from the giant spirit realm appeared beside him. Then he said, "I'll be sending them over. You hand all of your weapons and spatial equipment to them. They will also seal your spiritual chi. If you agree, then I can guarantee your safety. What do you think?" The person from the giant spirit realm didn't hesitate and immediately said, "All right." Then he waved his hand and the shield of his sword shuttle disappeared along with the shields of the other sword shuttles. Then the people of the giant spirit realm began going out. The sword shuttles weren't that big and only needed 5 people to drive. Currently, there were 24 sword shuttles remaining and 120 people from the giant spirit realm. When they began going out of the sword shuttles, Zhao Hai sent his undead. Seeing the undead, the people from the giant spirit realm couldn't help but sigh. They knew that the giant spirit realm had truly lost this time. Even if the fire weavers helped, it was now very difficult to deal with the 100 Treasures realm. The cultivators of the giant spirit realm gave all of their weapons and spatial equipment to the undead. They also allowed the undead to seal their cultivation. They didn't resist at all. Chapter 1568. I'm the director. Zhao Hai looked at the giant spirit realm cultivators being put inside the cabin by the undead and sighed. He couldn't help but say deep inside, "Careless, I've been careless this time." Since he didn't have any plans with the sword shuttles, he removed the silver needles ahead of time, and with the intensity of the battle, he wasn't able to monitor the situation inside the sword shuttles. Because of this, even if these people turned, he still doesn't know if they're plotting something or not. This also made Zhao Hai see the weakness of the silver needles. Silver needles allowed the space to monitor anything they passed through. But if there's a high amount of energy fluctuation in the area, the space wouldn't be able to record anything. Only the area close to the silver needles could be monitored during these situations. Because he withdrew the silver needles ahead of time and because the energy fluctuations were intense, Zhao Hai didn't know if the giant spirit realm cultivators did indeed surrender or if they had something else planned. But now that their cultivation has been sealed, they wouldn't be able to bust up a storm. Zhao Hai plans to wait until they return to the headquarters. When the war is over, and these people were under his supervision, then he'll see what kind of waves they plan to make. Once Zhao Hai's side was taken care of, Miu Yu's side also went very smoothly. The fire weavers were unable to recover from their usage of rifle technique. Their formation was very weak, so it was impossible for them to organize a proper defense. At this time, the people inside Zhao Hai's large artifacts rushed out. Each one of them were vigorous. The enemy had already been scared out of their wits by Zhao Hai. The fight began with a huge advantage to one side. Then after Zhao Hai subdued the remaining giant spirit realm cultivators, he drove the Hell King's ship around. Along with his sword shuttles, he rushed towards the enemy formation. This was the straw that broke the camel's back. Originally, the Fire Weaver and Giant Spirit Realm army was teetering on collapse. This time, they began to scatter in all directions. Zhao Hai certainly wouldn't let this opportunity off. He sent out his undead to chase these people down. At the same time, he followed Miu Yu and the others to clean up the battlefield. A lot of Fire Weaver and Giant Spirit Realm cultivators died this time. Zhao Hai definitely wouldn't waste their corpses. He received them all into the space and turned them into undead. When the battlefield was mostly cleaned up, Miu Yu and Tang Wen arrived on the Hell King's ship. Both of them had smiles on their faces. Miu Yu looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Good. This is good. These people wanted to take advantage of our situation. Ha ha ha. This time we dealt with them ruthlessly. Let's see if they will still come to annoy us after this." Zhao Hai glanced around and said, The other realms would certainly know the result of our battle here, but they wouldn't dare get too close, so we can make our preparations." Mu Yu also looked around before he asked, "How will you arrange it?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Just leave it to me. I can assure you that even the detective race will not be able to find anything out. I will create a false image to make them think that we lost a lot." Mu Yu nodded and said, "That's good. When will you begin?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "No rush. Let's wait until everyone comes back, then we'll begin." The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to wait until everyone was back was to let them help him with his arrangements. This wasn't the first time that these people fought with Zhao Hai, so they were used to chasing their enemy after they won. At the same time, they know Zhao Hai's rules. After chasing the enemy for 1 hour, they have to come back immediately. Otherwise, Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. So after 2 hours, those who chased the enemy down began arriving back. Once everyone was back, Zhao Hai had them enter the 3 large artifacts, Mu Yu and the others as well. Then he controlled the 3 large artifacts to fly up. Zhao Hai stood in midair and used his hands to perform hand seals using the infinity technique. This was the second time he used the technique, so he was quite used to the movements. He erased all traces of battle in the area. Naturally, this erasure refers to erasing the spiritual chi fluctuations. As for the destroyed terrain, Zhao Hai didn't touch it. After erasing the traces, Zhao Hai established some connection with the surrounding environment. Then he waved his hand and called Mu Yu and the others out. Zhao Hai also took out a large number of fireweaver beasts as well as undead fireweaver and giant spirit realm cultivators. After that, he directed the cultivators of the 100 Treasures realm to clash against the undead. These cultivators were curious about what was happening. They looked at the undead with a rare sense of excitement on their faces. They haven't done something like this before, so they were excited. Zhao Hai was like a movie director, giving action commands to the cultivators and the undead. Zhao Hai released his sword shuttles once more. The 3 large artifacts were also armed and ready. Mu Yu and the others were curiously looking at all of these. They didn't think Zhao Hai would have such means. After everything was ready, Zhao Hai gave his order and everyone moved. The cultivators of the 100 Treasures realm used their artifacts to attack the undead. Naturally, they were all careful in using their techniques. They have to make it look like they were fighting hard against the undead while they weren't really doing so at all. The undead were also firing back. However, their rifles were all firing blanks. Only the sound of firing was heard with no bullets. These blanks were something Zhao Hai had the processing machine make to use in situations such as these. In order to be more realistic, Zhao Hai asked the undead to fetch some blood from the space's blood pool. Then he gave blood bags to the cultivators. The cultivators didn't know what the undead were doing, so they observed. Then Zhao Hai told them that when the blood bag exploded, they would need to feign death immediately. These cultivators haven't acted in a play in their entire lives, nor did they see others acting out a play. Therefore, all of these things were novel to them. In the beginning, when the undead were firing on them, the cultivators were startled. Then in the end, they discovered that although the undead were firing, there were no bullets to be seen. So even if they were confused, they understood what Zhao Hai wanted to do. Before long, the cultivators broke their blood bags and pretended to be dead. Then they fell downward. Naturally, they didn't crash to the ground. Once they fell into the forest, they would watch others acting out their part. The cultivators who have fallen into the forest looked at tragic fighting above them and couldn't help but laugh. This was the first time they saw something like this, so they found it quite interesting. What attracted them the most was the battle between Zhao Hai's 3 artifacts and the sword shuttles. Of course, they were also acting, but Zhao Hai's performance was much better than the cultivators. The sword shuttles were surrounding the 3 large artifacts and kept attacking. The 3 large artifacts were being bombarded and damaged. The sword shuttles were like fishes as they surrounded and attacked the 3 large artifacts. They seemed to be doing a good job preventing the 3 large artifacts from entering the fight. If they didn't know that this was a play directed by Zhao Hai, the cultivators below would think that this was a real battle. Moreover, they would think that it was a vicious battle. After a while, a sword shuttle was hit by the Hell King's ship's cannon. The people inside the sword shuttle flew out. As soon as they got out of the sword shuttle, a cannon shell exploded right next to them. Then these people fell down. Seeing this, The people in the forest couldn't help but be shocked. This scene was very lifelike. They didn't expect to see something like this. However, this wasn't the end. When the sword shuttle was taken down, the other sword shuttles became more active. All of them charged towards the Hell King's ship. Before long, the Hell King's ship's shield was broken through. Then the sword shuttles continued to charge, causing the cracks to appear on the Hell King's ship's surface. At this time, the giant spirit treasure ship and the pagoda came over to support and knocked down more sword shuttles. However, the Hell King's ship was still destroyed in the end. The battle continued on. The pagoda and the giant spirit treasure ship were seriously damaged, but they managed to wipe out the sword shuttles. The cultivators of the 100 Treasures realm were able to follow up and achieve victory for the realm. However, the losses of the 100 Treasures realm looked very heavy. They cleaned the battlefield before slowly withdrawing. After all of these were done, all cultivators who died returned to the 3 large artifacts. Looking at the Hell King's ship, giant spirit treasure ship, and the pagoda being in good condition, the cultivators couldn't help but be surprised and impressed. The cultivators weren't in a hurry to enter the large artifacts. They were all looking at the 3 large artifacts with curiosity. They gathered in groups and chatted for some time. All of them looked very excited. Miu Yu stood beside Zhao Hai and looked at the excited faces of the cultivators. He shook his head as he smiled and said, "I've been to many battles before, but I haven't seen people this happy after a big victory." "Little Hai, now that we finished the play, should we leave? I don't know if we can deceive the high-grade realms with this." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It should work. These high-grade realms trust the detective race too much. I let the people act like this so that the detective race wouldn't find out. At the same time, I tampered with the spiritual chi fluctuations. Even immortal experts wouldn't be able to correctly judge what happened here." Zhao Hai wasn't speaking falsely. Immortal experts were very sensitive to fluctuations in energy, and with their extremely long lives, immortal experts were experienced in the flow of war. They can definitely get information from the spiritual chi fluctuations of an area. This was the reason why Zhao Hai performs such a play. Chapter 1569. Closest allies. The battle has ended and the play has been performed. Nobody from the other realms would dare approach this place. It wasn't that they don't want to come, it's that they dare not come. If they came, then they would be questioned by the people of the 100 Treasures realm. Why did the Fire Weaver and the Giant Spirit realm army pass through their territory with no detection at all? They were now allies of the 100 Treasures realm. Moreover, if they want to go to the Cloud Sea territory, then they would need to obtain coordinates from the 100 Treasures realm. If the 100 Treasures realm was offended, then they wouldn't be able to obtain any benefits. Because of this, the other high-grade realms didn't dare to appear. If they appeared, then they would need to explain, and they would risk offending the 100 Treasures realm. Because of this, they chose to ignore this matter. This decision by the high-grade realms gave Zhao Hai a chance to make his arrangements properly. Although the high-grade realms could go to the Fire Weavers to find out about what happened in the battle, Zhao Hai knew that they wouldn't get anything from it. The Fire Weavers would be too embarrassed with the result to tell them the truth. Miu Yu knew that Zhao Hai was correct. He looked at the scene as he nodded and said, "All right. Let's head back." We still don't know what happened to Master and the others. It was impossible for Mu Yao and the others to fight the immortal Fireweaver experts close by. Battles between immortal experts cause great damage to the surroundings. If they fought around the army, then collateral damage would be inevitable. Whether it be the Fireweavers nor the 100 Treasures realm, none of them want to see their juniors being affected by their own battles. Because of this, immortal experts always chose to do their battles elsewhere. Zhao Hai looked all around him and said, "Right, let's head back first. If others see the 3 artifacts here in good condition, the play we performed before would become useless." Miu Yu laughed. Then he commanded the cultivators to enter the 3 large artifacts. After that, Zhao Hai drove his artifacts back to the territory of the 100 Treasures realm. After a while, the 3 large artifacts entered the territory. This time, Zhao Hai made sure to avoid places where there were people from the subordinate realms. Although there were a lot of people this time who came from the subordinate realms, These people had fought with Zhao Hai in the past. They all chose to fight for the 100 Treasures realm in the most critical time. These people could be trusted. The reason why these people were chosen to come with them was because Mu Yao already made preparations when he received Zhao Hai's plan. The other high-grade realms need to believe that they suffered a huge loss, so everyone needs to be informed. The 100 Treasures realm needs to choose people who were loyal to them, otherwise the plan would fail. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't worried that these people would have a slip of the tongue. Even so, they still need to avoid the other subordinate realms. After all, a lot of these subordinate realms were new. They couldn't be trusted just yet. While the 3 large artifacts were heading back, Mu Yu went to the cabin and met the people from the Giant Spirit Realm. The people from the Giant Spirit Realm were very behaved. Their cultivation was sealed, so they all looked like ordinary people. If they dared cause trouble this time, then they would just be courting death. The Giant Spirit Realm cultivators who were resting inside the cabin immediately stood up when they saw Mu Yu coming in. Some of them even looked afraid. They all knew who Mu Yu was, and now that they became prisoners, if Mu Yu wanted to do something to them, they wouldn't be able to resist. Zhao Hai has been following behind Mu Yu. He wanted to see how Mu Yu plans to deal with these people. After looking at the Giant Spirit Realm cultivators for some time, Mu Yu sighed and said, "Since you have already surrendered to the 100 Treasures realm, you are one of our people from now on. I hope that you can stay with the 100 Treasures realm in peace, and we will try to treat you as our own. But I also hope that you will not come in contact with your realm. Otherwise we wouldn't be polite. We still cannot unseal your cultivation, but I can guarantee your safety." The cultivators from the Giant Spirit Realm gave Mu Yu a bow of gratitude. Mu Yu sighed and then turned around and left. Looking at Mu Yu's expression, Zhao Hai had some thoughts. Although Mu Yu didn't say much, Zhao Hai could hear a trace of discomfort and impatience in his tone. This was very strange. The 100 Treasures realm and the Giant Spirit realm were long-time enemies. Upon seeing his enemy surrender, Mu Yu should have been happy. However, he didn't look happy at all. This caused Zhao Hai to be more convinced of his previous suspicions. There were indeed people behind the 100 Treasures realm and the Giant Spirit realm. Zhao Hai followed Mu Yu out of the cabin and stood on the Hell King's ship's deck. Mu Yu looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, do you find it strange why I wasn't happy upon seeing the cultivators of the Giant Spirit realm surrender?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It is indeed strange. The 100 Treasures realm and the Giant Spirit realm are bitter enemies, and these people are the first batch to surrender to the 100 Treasures realm. You should feel happy." Mu Yu sighed and said, "There's something that I should let you know right now. In the past, the 100 Treasures realm and the Giant Spirit realm weren't bitter enemies. According to legend, in the past, our 2 realms were close allies. One of us would ask for help and the other party would fight for them with their lives. It can be said that we were the staunchest allies in the entire 10,000 realm battlefield." Zhao Hai knew that the 100 Treasures realm and the Giant Spirit realm had a past with each other. However, he didn't expect it to be like this. How could 2 very close allies become bitter enemies? What happened in between? Mu Yu sighed and said, "Nobody knew what happened for the feud to appear. I also didn't see any records from the realm. It just said that since the 2 realms lost a bet, they began attacking each other. Then it slowly turned into a bitter feud." Zhao Hai stared. He looked at Mu Yu and said, "A bet?" Mu Yu looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Correct. The historical data says that it's a bet. It's like a joke. 2 allies broke their relations because of a gamble. 2 close friends became bitter enemies. I shudder every time I think of this." "Little Hai, think about it. If the opponent wasn't overwhelmingly strong, how could the 100 Treasures realm and the Giant Spirit realm fall out of each other over a simple bet? The other party has enough strength that the 100 Treasures realm and the Giant Spirit realm couldn't do anything. These 2 closest allies would rather kill each other than renege on their bet." Zhao Hai nodded as his mood turned heavy. What Mu Yu said finally confirmed his previous guesses. Zhao Hai knew that the 100 Treasures realm weren't afraid of a lot of things. They even had enough strength to dare fight against the Fire Weavers, one of the 5 great realms. One could see from this point that the 100 Treasures realm couldn't be easily manipulated. To what extent should someone be strong enough for the 100 Treasures realm to bow their heads? Zhao Hai didn't dare confirm it yet, but there was one thing he was sure of. Those people were definitely stronger than the 5 great realms. The Fire Weavers still aren't a group that Zhao Hai could treat lightly, much less people who were much stronger than them. One shouldn't just look at the ease that Zhao Hai dealt with the Fire Weavers. In fact, most of the Fire Weaver race's strength was focused on the other great realms. If the Fire Weavers really put their foot down in order to deal with the 100 Treasures realm, the 100 Treasures realm wouldn't be able to do anything. Even with Zhao Hai, it was impossible. They would be expelled from the battlefield, or the 100 Treasures realm would have to retreat to the hidden cloud village. But Zhao Hai didn't dare say anything. The existence behind the bet of the 100 Treasures realm and the giant spirit realm was something that neither the current Zhao Hai nor the 100 Treasures realm could afford to touch. Moreover, the strength of the 100 Treasures realm regressed compared to before. In the past, when the 100 Treasures realm and the giant spirit realm were allies, their experts didn't kill each other. But now, because of the years of conflict between the two, both sides suffered great casualties and weren't as strong as before. Zhao Hai was sure that the strength of the 100 Treasures realm right now wasn't as good as during the time they began fighting the giant spirit realm. Seeing that Zhao Hai was silent, Mu Yu sighed and said, "Now do you know why I'm not happy? We have defeated the giant spirit realm, but what happens in the future? What would happen if the people we bet with from before appeared again? Will we become another giant spirit realm?" So when I see the people of the giant spirit realm, I couldn't help but feel sad. I couldn't feel happy at all. Zhao Hai nodded. He understood Mu Yu's words. It was just like what Mu Yu said. They won now, but what if those people look for them one day? What would happen then? All of these weren't up to them to decide. It all depends on the other party. Upon thinking about it, this matter hinges on one thing, and that is strength. Only strength can determine who has the final say. If the 100 Treasures realm was strong, then the opponent wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Everything was because of strength. Mu Yu looked at Zhao Hai, then he sighed and said, "I asked Master about this. It seems like he knows something about it. However, he isn't willing to tell me anything." In the end, I could only give up on asking. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It must be something unspeakable for even Elder Mu to keep silent about it. He knows that there's no good for us even if we know, so he didn't tell you, but I believe that he will tell us one day. He will tell us what we need to know in order to increase our strength for the 100 Treasures realm. Only in this way could we resist in the future." Mu Yu nodded. "Right. Only once we increase our strength would we have a chance to resist. Let's return to the headquarters immediately. It's the only place that's safe for us. We still don't know what happened to Master and the others." Zhao Hai replied, "Rest assured, I believe nothing bad will happen to Elder Mu and the others." Mu Yu nodded and no longer spoke. It was also at this time that the 3 large artifacts slowly entered the 100 Treasures realm's headquarters. Chapter 1570. 2 years later, not long after Zhao Hai and the others returned to the headquarters of the 100 Treasures realm, a group of people suddenly appeared on the battlefield. If a normal cultivator saw these people, they would certainly be frightened. It was because this was a group of immortal experts. They numbered more than 200. The immortal experts looked at the battlefield. The more they looked, the worse their expressions became. One of the immortal experts said, "Senior brother, it seems like the loss this time isn't small. Look at the spiritual chi fluctuations. It seems like we're in trouble this time." The person who spoke was Tang Yaoan. They had just fought against the immortal experts of the Fire Weaver race and the giant spirit realm. The other party had 200 people while their side had 300. They had the advantage in numbers. This time, they lost 13 immortal experts while the opponents lost 56. Which can be said to be a huge victory. In the end, seeing that they had no chance of winning, the enemies retreated. When the other party retreated, they immediately rushed back to the battlefield. But when they arrived, they found that there was nobody there. The only things left were spiritual chi fluctuations. Although the spiritual chi fluctuations were disorderly, Mu Yao and the other immortal experts could still feel something. What they felt was that the battle had been very fierce. Because of this, the expression on Mu Yao and the others' faces weren't attractive. Hearing Tang Yaoan, Mu Yao sighed and said, "I didn't expect this. Let's just return." After he said that, They flew towards the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters. Not long after Mu Yao and the others left the battlefield, several figures appeared one after another. After investigating the battlefield a few times, these people retreated, and the people who came over were also immortal experts. Before long, Mu Yao and the others returned to the headquarters. Once they entered the headquarters, they were stunned. The atmosphere in the headquarters was different to what they expected. They thought the headquarters would be filled with a sad mood. Instead, they were met with laughter and celebration. Everyone seems to be in a festive mood. As soon as they returned, the people inside the headquarters immediately gave them a salute. Mu Yao and the others were quite confused. At this moment, Zhao Hai and Mu Yu joined in and offered a salute. Tang Yao and waved his hand and said, "Little Hai, how was the battle? How many people did we lose?" Before Zhao Hai could speak, Mu Yao said, "Let's go in and talk." After he said that, he flew towards the conference hall. Although Tang Yao and was still puzzled, he followed behind. Zhao Hai and Mu Yu also went to the hall. Once everyone was inside, Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai and Mu Yu and asked, "What's going on? How many did we lose?" Zhao Hai turned to Mu Yu, signaling to him that he should talk first. Looking at Mu Yao's complexion, Mu Yu replying to Master, "During the battle, we lost 32 people while 73 were injured. Those who are injured have basically recovered." Hearing Mu Yu's report, Mu Yao and the others stared. Then at this time, Tang Yao and angrily said, "Stop talking nonsense. Little Yu, when did you learn to lie? Tell us, how many people did we lose?" Mu Yu looked at Tang Yao and, puzzled, before he answered, "Martial uncle, how could I lie about this? We really lost 32 people and 73 injured. However, we managed to defeat the enemy, killing about 7,000 people from the giant spirit realm as well as a total of 10,000 beasts and cultivators from the Fire Weaver race." Tang Yao's expression changed. As he was about to yell, Mu Yao waved his hand to stop him. Then Mu Yao looked at Mu Yu and said, "Little Yu, you have to tell us the truth. We just came back from the battlefield and we felt the spiritual chi fluctuations. It's obvious that it has been a tragic battle. There are many traces of large artifacts falling to the ground. One of them was very huge, like Little Hai's Hell King's ship. So how can we lose so few people?" When Mu Yao said this, Mu Yu understood what was going on. He smiled and said, "Master, you've been deceived. The traces on the battlefield were staged by us after the battle, including the spiritual chi fluctuations. This is to deceive the other realms. In fact, the real traces of battle have been erased by Little Hai's secret technique. We have indeed lost only 32 people and 73 injured. Those injured are already healed." Mu Yao and the others were stunned. Then they turned their heads to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai hastily nodded and said, "It's true. This will make the others believe that we lost a lot of people. Moreover, I can guarantee that even if the detective race came, they wouldn't be able to see anything strange. Elders can rest assured." Mu Yao breathed a sigh of relief. Then he waved his hand and said, "You go back and rest." Instead of leaving, Mu Yu opened his mouth and said, "Master, there's something I need to tell you. During the battle, 120 cultivators from the giant spirit realm surrendered to us. They have been locked up. Do you want to take a look?" Hearing this, Mu Yao's expression changed. He stood up and said, "Where are they?" Mu Yu looked at Mu Yao and felt that his reaction was somewhat strange. But in the end he said, "Inside a cave on the back mountain." Mu Yu nodded and said, "Take me there to take a look." Although Mu Yu didn't understand why Mu Yao was acting like this, he nodded and led Mu Yao to the cave. Mu Yu thought that Mu Yao would go take a look alone. He didn't expect all the immortal experts to follow behind him. This caused Mu Yu to stare. He didn't understand what was going on. Not only Mu Yu, but Zhao Hai was also confused. But he knew that Mu Yao and the others' reaction wasn't because of the giant spirit realm cultivators. There must be something that he and Mu Yu didn't know. Before long, everyone arrived at the cave in the back mountain where the giant spirit realm cultivators stayed. Their spiritual chi has been unblocked. but Mu Yu still didn't permit them from leaving the cave. There were also 2 undead guarding the entrance of the cave. The reason why the undead were guarding the entrance was because Mu Yu doesn't want others to know who was inside the cave. The matter of the giant spirit realm cultivators surrendering was only known to a small number of people. Mu Yao and the others' entry into the cave caused the giant spirit realm cultivators to be terrified. With so many immortal experts present, they found it very hard to breathe. But what's strange was that Mu Yao and the others just looked at the giant spirit realm cultivators and then left. This caused Zhao Hai and Mu Yu to be even more confused. When they returned to the conference hall, Mu Yao had Mu Yu and Zhao Hai leave. Once the 2 left, Mu Yao turned his head to the others and said, "It seems like it's time." The faces of the immortal experts inside the hall weren't attractive. Tang Yao and said, "The people of the giant spirit realm surrendered too soon. It seems like we're in trouble this time." Nobody spoke inside the hall for some time. Everyone's expression was difficult to look at. Mu Yao turned to the others and said, "It's natural for trouble to come, but this is also an opportunity. Didn't the 5 great realms gain their current status because they won one time?" Tang Yao and nodded and replied, "Fortunately, we still have 2 years to prepare." "Brother, what do you think we should do in these 2 years?" Mu Yao shook his head, then he sighed and said, "We don't need to prepare anything. Preparing wouldn't do anything. Let Little Hai and Little Yu focus on cultivation from now on. Let's hope they can win." Tang Yao and stared, his expression changed as he said, "Brother, do you really want to send Little Yu and Little Hai for this? You should know how important the 2 of them are to the realm. If they suffer misfortune, our losses would be too great." Mu Yao shook his head and said, "We'll make them go. Little Hai and Little Yu are the strongest we have. Since they are people of the 100 Treasures realm, they have to strive for the 100 Treasures realm. This matter is directly involved with the 100 Treasures realm's future. If we win, then the 100 Treasures realm would gain an opportunity to grow rapidly. If we lose, even if they both remain, our 100 Treasures realm would still be hampered in our growth." Tang Yao and no longer spoke when he heard Mu Yao. He knew clearly that what Mu Yao said was right. Even if they didn't let Mu Yu and Zhao Hai go, if the realm lost, then the realm would still suffer the consequences. They would have trouble developing in the future. Thinking of this, Tang Yao and couldn't help but sigh. The others inside the hall also sighed. An immortal elder turned to Mu Yao and said, "Old Mu, do we tell the others about this? Do we have to change our plans?" Mu Yao shook his head and said, "There's no need to change. Let's also keep this from the others, so that they won't be distracted. In any case, even if Little Yu and Little Hai lose 2 years later, we won't be annihilated immediately. If our plan is successful, even if Little Yu and the others lose, we would still have enough strength to face anything." The other immortal experts nodded. Mu Yao looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, let's not return hastily this time. We'll stay in the headquarters. As long as our plan succeeds, then the strength of the 100 Treasures realm would at least double in the next 2 years. This is vital to the realm's future." Everyone nodded. Then they stood up and bade Mu Yao goodbye before returning to their own residences. The only ones left inside the conference hall were Mu Yao and Tang Yao. Tang Yao turned to Mu Yao and said, "Senior brother, do you think those people are really as powerful as the legends say?" Mu Yao looked at Tang Yao and then forced a smile as he said, "I'm afraid they're even more powerful than what the legends say." "You've seen the information. How many realms have they wiped out before? Aren't we just the next on the list? If we comply, then we'll suffer losses. If we don't comply, then we'll be exterminated." To be honest, whether it is you or me, nobody would want to take the risk. Tang Yao sighed. Although he was crude, he wasn't stupid. He knew that Mu Yao was right. From the records, they were more powerful than rumored. No realm survived under their attack. And even if they follow the rules of the bet, they would still lose. The consequences were much worse if they didn't follow. Although Tang Yao had some doubts about the strength of those people, just as Mu Yao said, nobody wanted to take the risk. If the 100 Treasures realm gets destroyed because of their decision, then they would be sinners for the rest of the realm's history. Tang Yao looked at Mu Yu and said, "Senior brother, we need to inform Little Yu and Little Hai about this. No matter what, this is something they need to face." Mu Yao sighed, then he nodded and said, Let's wait a while before telling them. Let's see how the ghost spirit realm is doing first. If everything went smoothly, then we'll lay down for some time. We'll wait for the proper time to inform little Yu and little Hai. Let's just have them cultivated in safety." Tang Yaoan nodded. The conference hall turned silent for quite a while. Both Mu Yao and Tang Yaoan didn't know that their conversation had been heard by Zhao Hai. The conference hall has been spied on by the space a long time ago. There were no energy fluctuations here, so Zhao Hai can see perfectly inside. The words that Mu Yao and Tang Yaoan shared also fell into Zhao Hai's ears. These words aroused Zhao Hai's curiosity. Although Mu Yao and the others were saying ominous words, Zhao Hai can infer many things from what they said. The period of 2 years, him and Mu Yu being sent out, the bet, these all pointed towards the bet that Mu Yu told him before. As for why they were going, it was most likely related to the surrender of the giant spirit realm cultivators. In other words, because the giant spirit realm cultivators surrendered, they need to comply with some agreement. It's very likely that the people they would meet would be very powerful beings. They destroyed a large number of realms in the battlefield. They were also able to lift up realms in the battlefield, like the 5 great realms. Hearing this information, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. On the contrary, he was very happy. This was because he was now able to connect the dots and confirm an existence above the 100 treasures realm and the 5 great realms. This was exactly what he was trying to find out. The reason Zhao Hai wanted the 100 treasures realm to develop was to draw out these people. Now that his goal has been realized, he could now see who these people were. How could he not be excited about this outcome? Laura and the others also saw the dialogue. They looked at each other with excited expressions. To be honest, they also want to see people stronger than the 100 treasures realm. These might be the people who made the 10,000 realm battlefield and the 6 realms battlefield. These were places they treated as important and they had been looking for answers for a long time. Now, they were finally very close to the answer they want. Zhao Hai and the others wanted to know the people behind the 10,000 realm battlefield because they felt that these people were a huge threat to the space, and they need to deal with this threat as soon as possible. Chapter 1571, Peace Talks with the Ghost Spirit Realm. While Mu Yao and the others were thinking about what would happen 2 years later, Zhongzi already met the people from the Ghost Spirit Realm. The 2 sides were fully prepared. One side was prepared for defense while the other was prepared for attack. It was a battle between the lance and the shield. Zhongzi knew that the people from the other high-grade realms would be watching him. He didn't worry about them and just attacked on his own. Speaking of which, the 100 treasures realm still had the advantage in this battle. They had giant spirit treasure ships as well as formation-breaking spirit snake needles. They didn't only have fake spirit snake needles, but genuine ones too. These were all useful instruments in attacking the opponent's defense. Naturally, the ghost spirit realm weren't easy to deal with. High-grade realms always had aces up their sleeves. However, the cards in the Ghost Spirit Realm's hands were still less compared to the 100 Treasures Realm. The 100 Treasures Realm's development in the past couple of years was quite rapid. They obtained the water refining technique, the refining method for the Giant Spirit Realm, and most importantly they gained a lot of useful resources. The 100 Treasures Realm were able to produce treasure after treasure. They now had more genuine spirit snake needles and even more fake ones. It can be said that ever since Zhao Hai recycled the materials on Yan Planet, the 100 Treasures Realm became very rich. They could do whatever they want without worrying about wasting resources. This kind of domineering development was something that the Ghost Spirit Realm couldn't match. They don't have as many resources to waste on refining, nor do they have efficient refining techniques. If the 100 Treasures Realm's development was like a raging torrent, then the Ghost Spirit Realm was like boiling water. The Ghost Spirit Realm couldn't be blamed for this. In the entire 10,000 realm battlefield, rapid development like the 100 Treasures Realm didn't happen. Because of this, the Ghost Spirit Realm found themselves short when defending against the 100 Treasures Realm. Both sides began their exchange and the Ghost Spirit Realm suffered greatly. After all, the 100 Treasures Realm had giant spirit treasure ships. The ramming strength of the ships couldn't be underestimated, their defensive strength even more. This was especially true for the 100 Treasures Realm's giant spirit treasure ships. Although they looked no different to the giant spirit realm's ships, The Hundred Treasures realm focused on defense when refining it. When it comes to defense, it surpassed the ships of the Giant Spirit realm, although the Giant Spirit realm also attached great importance to the defense of its Giant Spirit treasure ships. They were more focused on the ship's impact strength. The Hundred Treasures realm was the opposite. This had something to do with the Hundred Treasures realm's artifacts. In the past, the Hundred Treasures realm used hidden weapons which were offense-focused weapons. And now, they also got their hands on rifles that had great offensive strength while requiring a small amount of spiritual force and spiritual chi. This allowed the cultivators of the Hundred Treasures realm to fight for a long time, even if the cultivators of the Hundred Treasures realm were still forced to learn their own artifacts before learning how to use rifles. It was inevitable that they would like the rifle even more. It didn't take long before the cultivators of the Hundred Treasures realm began thinking that rifles were better, and in order to make the rifles be more effective, the shooter needs a good defensive cover. And what cover would be better than the Giant Spirit treasure ship? Because of this, the Hundred Treasures realm made sure to focus on the defenses of their Giant Spirit treasure ships. This would allow their people to use their rifles more effectively. Changing a large artifact's properties wasn't easy to do. Fortunately, the Hundred Treasures realm had Zhao Hai increasing the defense of the Giant Spirit treasure ship can be considered to be another great achievement. He used the processing machine to adjust the formations inside the ship and iron them out, causing the Giant Spirit treasure ship to be more formidable. Because of the improved Giant Spirit treasure ship, Zhongzi's attack went very smoothly. They clashed with the Ghost Spirit realm several times, but they had yet to suffer many casualties. Also, there was the formation-breaking spirit snake needles helping them attack the barriers. The Hundred Treasures realm were completely towering over the Ghost Spirit realm. Zhongzi was also not in a hurry to finish the battle. He uprooted the camps around the Ghost Spirit realm one by one as he advanced to their headquarters. Zhongzi's procedure was correct. Once they got rid of the camps surrounding the headquarters, they would no longer have any worries about being attacked in the rear. They advanced towards the Ghost Spirit realm's headquarters like a group of hunters. They hit the Ghost Spirit realm in their weak points, not giving them any chance to counterattack. Zhongzi's actions were naturally seen by the other high-grade realms. They were very surprised by the Hundred Treasures realm's performance. They actually began to dread the Hundred Treasures realm. Zhongzi naturally wouldn't be polite. He urged the high-grade realms to dispatch their troops. However, the high-grade realms kept coming up with reasons to delay. Then at this moment, Mu Yao made a move. His move was very simple. He denounced the other high-grade realms. There's no mistake. He denounced them. He asked how the Fire Weaver army passed through their territories silently. They were now allies, so Mu Yao's denouncement was well-founded. The other high-grade realms could only feign ignorance, saying that they didn't know anything. Anyone who isn't blind could see that this was impossible. These high-grade realms were very strict with their own territories. How can they not know that the Fire Weavers passed by them? They were lying through their teeth. But since these high-grade realms still denied it, nobody could say anything. The two sides could only fight a battle of words. The high-grade realms preferred this kind of battle. This was because they wouldn't be in a rush to join the battle between the Hundred Treasures realm and the Ghost Spirit realm. They only needed to delay time with the Hundred Treasures realm. Zhongzi and Mu Yao were shrewd old men, so how could they not know the thoughts of the other high-grade realms? But this was the result that the two of them wanted. Only then could they distract the other high-grade realms from looking deeply into Zhongzi's battle. Otherwise Zhongzi wouldn't be able to exaggerate his losses. In this battle, the Hundred Treasures realm intended to exaggerate the number of casualties. This way, they wouldn't have to send as many people to the Cloud Sea territory. Naturally, the other high-grade realms were unaware of this plan. However, they noticed that the Hundred Treasures realm would probably suffer great losses. The high-grade realms didn't think that this was strange. The Hundred Treasures realm had now defeated the subordinate realms in the periphery of the Ghost Spirit realm's headquarters, and the more they advance, the more resistance they would face from the Ghost Spirit realm. It was normal for the Hundred Treasures realm to suffer more casualties. The fact that the Hundred Treasures realm had more casualties and even lost a Giant Spirit treasure ship was the best the other realms could get for a report. The people most worried right now were the people of the Ghost Spirit realm. Although both sides were ready for this war, The people of the Ghost Spirit Realm didn't expect the 100 Treasures Realm to be this savage in their attack. When the 100 Treasures Realm wiped out the subordinate camps around the headquarters, the Ghost Spirit Realm immediately asked for help from their allies. After so many years in the 10,000 Realm battlefield, the Ghost Spirit Realm were also able to establish relationships with other people. And since they're a high-grade realm, they naturally had their own allies. When they felt that they were in danger, the Ghost Spirit Realm asked for help from these allies. However, the Ghost Spirit Realm were bound to be disappointed. These so-called allies came up with all kinds of excuses to reject their request. Even if the Ghost Spirit Realm gave favorable conditions enough to tempt high-grade realms, nobody agreed. This caused the people of the Ghost Spirit Realm to be surprised. They discovered that something was wrong. According to past events, these other high-grade realms would definitely send troops in order to get benefits and stop the 100 Treasures Realm from expanding. It was killing two birds with one stone. However, it seems like the high-grade realms were in an agreement. They were indifferent to the battle between the Ghost Spirit Realm and the 100 Treasures Realm. This wasn't good news. An agreement between the other high-grade realms wasn't something that the Ghost Spirit Realm wanted to see. It was also at this time that the Ghost Spirit Realm thought about Zhao Hai's successful return from the expedition. They immediately understood that Zhao Hai and the others might have come upon a treasure while out at sea. These high-grade realms were now in an alliance with the 100 Treasures Realm in order to get benefits from the sea. If this was the case, then it's natural that the other high-grade realms wouldn't offer any help. When they reached this conclusion, the Ghost Spirit Realm could no longer sit still. They knew very well that if the 100 Treasures Realm were in an alliance with the other high-grade realms, it wouldn't just be as simple as ignoring their plea. It's highly probable for these high-grade realms to help the 100 Treasures Realm in attacking them. This wasn't something the Ghost Spirit Realm wanted to see. The more they thought about this, the more they were convinced. The people of the Ghost Spirit Realm couldn't help but despair. If the 100 Treasures Realm were really allied with the other high-grade realms, then that would be the end. Even if they asked for help from the 5 great realms like the Giant Spirit Realm, it was still impossible to stop the 100 Treasures Realm. The entry of the 5 great realms meant that the other realms would definitely work against them. Once the other high-grade realms enter the fight, even the 5 great realms have to withdraw. Being a high-grade realm themselves, nobody knows about the high-grade realms of the 10,000 realm battlefield more than the Ghost Spirit Realm. The high-grade realms were envious of the 5 great realms. If the 5 great realms came to attack, then the high-grade realms would abandon their grudges and unite against the enemy. This was the agreement reached by the high-grade realms in the battlefield. Because of this, the Ghost Spirit Realm didn't dare seek any help from the 5 great realms. Doing so would be akin to pushing themselves into the pit of death. If they asked for help from the 5 great realms, then they would follow the footsteps of the Giant Spirit Realm. But if they don't ask for help from the 5 great realms, then they wouldn't be able to resist the 100 Treasures Realm with their own strength. This caused the people of the Ghost Spirit Realm to be in a dilemma. While the Ghost Spirit Realm were having a headache, the 100 Treasures Realm continued their attack. Moreover, they became more fierce. The medium-grade camps were broken through one after another. The Ghost Spirit Realm were slowly being pushed into the edge of a cliff. If they can't deal with the 100 Treasures Realm, it's possible for their subordinate realms to rebel. After looking into the situation, the higher-ups of the Ghost Spirit Realm finally made a decision. They would negotiate peace with the 100 Treasures Realm. Chapter 1572, Biggest Winner. The Ghost Spirit Realm wanted peace talks. The 100 Treasures Realm didn't expect this. The other high-grade realms as well. In this kind of conflict between high-grade realms, the losing party rarely went for peace talks. It looked strange. What would a losing party bring to the table during the talks? In fact, in battles between two high-grade realms, the one who demands for peace talks would be the winning side. They will ask for benefits and the two would reach an agreement. The losing side couldn't afford asking for peace talks. If they offer peace talks, then they would be gutted by the winning party. They would rather desperately resist. Even if they can't win, at least they would cause the other side to lose a lot. This way, the enemy would retreat. Because of this, it was widely accepted in the battlefield that the winning side would be the one who asks for peace talks. The winning side knew clearly that if they didn't ask for peace, then they would pay a huge price. Then other realms would prey on them in the future. The 100 Treasures realm was confused when they heard that the Ghost Spirit realm was asking for peace talks. They didn't believe it at first, but later on, they confirmed that it was true. This was because the Ghost Spirit realm sent an immortal expert over to meet the 100 Treasures realm and presented very generous conditions. Looking at the Ghost Spirit realm's representative, Zhongzi hesitated. To be honest, the Ghost Spirit realm wasn't easy to fight. Even with the giant spirit treasure ships and the rifles, it was practically impossible to annihilate them. Although the other high-grade realms agreed to send troops, Zhongzi hasn't seen even one soldier from them. If this continues, the 100 Treasures realm would truly lose a lot. By then, the 100 Treasures realm would have trouble digesting the new territory. But if the 100 Treasures realm agrees to the peace talks, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves to the high-grade realms. This situation was a headache to Zhongzi. They dealt with the Ghost Spirit realm mainly because they didn't want them to cause trouble when the 100 Treasures realm goes to the Cloud Sea territory, and also as a retaliation for the Ghost Spirit realm's action against Zhao Hai. With the other high-grade realms not showing themselves, Zhongzi was in a dilemma. While Zhongzi was hesitating, the other high-grade realms finally dispatched troops. These realms were paying attention to Zhongzi's next moves. They already got a report that the 100 Treasures realm lost a lot of people as well as giant spirit treasure ships. Since these realms couldn't just show themselves to look directly at the battle, they believed the reports sent by the 100 Treasures realm. Seeing that the Ghost Spirit realm wanted to have peace talks and the 100 Treasures realm inkling to agree, these high-grade realms could no longer sit still. In their minds, because the 100 Treasures realm suffered big casualties, they were also inclined to agree to the peace talks. If the two sides reached an agreement, then the other high-grade realms wouldn't be able to fish for benefits. Therefore, they decided to send their troops. Looking at the troops, the Ghost Spirit realm immediately confirmed their previous speculation. They also understood that their grievance with the 100 Treasures realm was just a distraction. The main reason these high-grade realms moved against them was because there was something they needed to do in the sea. Although the Ghost Spirit realm didn't know what Zhao Hai and the others discovered, they were sure that what they saw wasn't simple. After all, not a lot of things could compel all these high-grade realms to team up. As soon as the Ghost Spirit realm saw this, they knew that no matter what they did, these high-grade realms wouldn't let them off. The Ghost Spirit realm also suffered a lot of losses, so they gathered their people and then withdrew from the 10,000 realm battlefield. But as they left, they told the 5 great realms that a treasure had been found in the sea. Their motive was very obvious. Since you want to drive us away from the 10,000 realm battlefield to prevent us from causing trouble, then we'll bring you exactly that. Let's see if you have the ability to drive the 5 great realms away from the 10,000 realm battlefield. This was a typical retaliation. This wouldn't give the Ghost Spirit realm any benefits, but they still did it. The high-grade realms might be angered, but it would be impossible for them to take revenge on the Ghost Spirit realm. All the high-grade realms discovered this, including the 100 Treasures realm. Although the Ghost Spirit realm has been expelled, they now have 5 more powerful groups looking at their backs. This caused their backs to be very unsteady. But no matter what, the elimination of the Ghost Spirit realm was good for the high-grade realms. After all, they were able to cut up the territory of the Ghost Spirit realm. With the withdrawal of the Ghost Spirit realm, the 100 Treasures realm and the others completely seized their territory. All the high-grade realms sent representatives to the Ghost Spirit realm's headquarters in order to conduct negotiations. The negotiation was naturally about how to divide the territory of the Ghost Spirit realm. And in these negotiations, Zhongzi, the 100 Treasures realm's representative, proposed that since the 100 Treasures realm just lost a lot of people in the recent 2 battles, they would give away the coordinates of the Cloud Sea territory's transmission formation. And this time, they wouldn't be going with the other high-grade realms. However, they wouldn't give up the coordinates for nothing. They wanted more territory for themselves. The 100 Treasures Realm expended a lot of resources to evict the Ghost Spirit Realm from the 10,000 Realm battlefield. Additionally, the 100 Treasures Realm gave up the first opportunity to venture into the Cloud Sea territory and even handed out the coordinates. Naturally, the 100 Treasures Realm had a point in asking for more territory. Although the other realms didn't agree at first, they also thought that they had been too excessive lately, and the 100 Treasures Realm would no longer go with them to snatch benefits in the Cloud Sea territory. Most importantly, they also want the 100 Treasures Realm to keep a close watch on the 5 Great Realms. When the Ghost Spirit Realm left, they also sent information to the 5 Great Realms about the sea. The high-grade realms didn't believe that the 5 Great Realms would just sit still. As long as there's benefit to be grabbed, the 5 Great Realms would surely try to get a share. If the 100 Treasures Realm didn't go, then they could keep an eye on the 5 Great Realms. Once the 5 Great Realms sent troops, the 100 Treasures Realm would be able to send troops of their own to react. This would win some time for the other high-grade realms. It was because of this consideration that the other high-grade realms agreed to the 100 Treasures Realm's request. They agreed that the 100 Treasures Realm would stay behind and also get more territory. The result caused the 100 Treasures Realm to be secretly delighted. The other high-grade realms secretly laughed. In the end, the 100 Treasures Realm gave up on the Cloud Sea territory and handed over the coordinates in exchange for territory in the 10,000 Realm battlefield. After things settled down, Zhongzi and his people returned to the headquarters. At the same time, they handed the coordinates of the transmission formation to the high-grade realms. It also included information that Zhao Hai gathered about Yi Island. The other high-grade realms didn't suspect the 100 Treasures Realm. In their minds, the 100 Treasures Realm just passed through 2 battles and lost a lot of people. It would be strange if they didn't suffer any losses. Moreover, to guarantee the 100 Treasures Realm's words, the high-grade realms invited the detective race to reconstruct the battles. Naturally, what they got was the scene that Zhao Hai staged. The high-grade realms finally settled their anxieties and prepared to head towards the Cloud Sea territory. After dealing with these matters, the 100 Treasures Realm entered a calm period. In this period of time, the 100 Treasures Realm digested the new territory that they gained. Of the territory they obtained, it was natural for the lands to be under the Ghost Spirit Realm's subordinate realms. They were now under the 100 Treasures Realm, so the 100 Treasures Realm needs to make sure to control them well. Actually, for these subordinate realms, there's no difference if they were under the Ghost Spirit Realm or the 100 Treasures Realm. The tribute they needed to give was the same and they practically lost nothing. Because of this, there wasn't much resistance. After all, these subordinate realms also need to consider their own well-being. There's no use for them if they kept being loyal to the Ghost Spirit Realm. Also, the Ghost Spirit Realm hadn't been a good guardian. In addition to tributes offered every year, the subordinate realms would also lose a couple of experts once in a while. It was highly probable that the Ghost Spirit Realm killed these experts and turned them into corpse soldiers. But since these subordinate realms couldn't show any evidence, they could only let this matter go. Now that they were under the 100 Treasures Realm, not only did the required tributes decrease, the subordinate realms also didn't need to worry about their experts suddenly disappearing. These subordinate realms didn't resist the 100 Treasures Realm. In fact, they are happy to be under the 100 Treasures Realm. It must be said that the 2 battles provided huge harvests not only to the 100 Treasures Realm, but also to Zhao Hai. Because of the 2 battles, the number of high-level undead in Zhao Hai's control has increased. This was especially true for his army of undead immortal experts. Zhao Hai now has about 100 of them, 50 of which were given to him recently by Mu Yao and the others. When Mu Yao and the others fought the immortal experts of the Giant Spirit Realm and the Fire Weaver race, they were able to kill more than 50 immortal experts. Those who were killed by them were handed over to Zhao Hai to become undead. As for the immortal experts on their side who were killed, they were given a proper burial by the realm. To Mu Yao and the others, this was revenge. At the same time, turning these immortal experts into undead would mean that they would be able to get information out of their mouths. But the one who benefited the most was still Zhao Hai. The space now has a lot more immortal experts. The undead army not only increased in strength, but the faith power they provided also increased by a lot. Faith power provided by an undead immortal expert was a dozen times more than a severed soul expert. So this time, Zhao Hai was the biggest winner. But now, this biggest winner was in Hidden Cloud Village along with Mu Yu. The Hidden Cloud Village has been developing properly. The cultivators in the island were diligently fulfilling missions to exchange for goods. This made the residents of the island happy, and with Zhao Hai and the 100 Treasures Realm's support, their cultivation progressed very quickly. Their happiness also became loyalty towards the 100 Treasures Realm. Chapter 1573, Cloud Beast Spiritual Chi. Zhao Hai and Mu Yu were in a room looking at the cloud beast in front of them. This was a tiger cloud beast. Its level wasn't low and was something that people in the Hidden Cloud Village couldn't acquire. It was captured by Zhao Hai and Mu Yu using the Hell King's ship. The reason they took this cloud beast was because they wanted to perform some experiments. They wanted to see if the cloud beasts could be of any use for the 100 Treasures Realm. Zhao Hai looked at Mu Yu and said, "Brother Mu, I think it's better if we leave this to someone else. You don't need to test it yourself." Zhao Hai was completely immune to the dark clouds, so he didn't really need these cloud beasts. If he wanted to test the effects of the cloud beasts, then he could only ask other people. Although Zhao Hai knew that he would be sent somewhere with Mu Yu 2 years later, he didn't show it. In any case, it wasn't a big deal to Zhao Hai. He has been waiting for that day. With the matters of the 100 Treasures Realm pretty much taken care of, Zhao Hai and Mu Yu went back to Hidden Cloud Village. Then, using the Hell King's ship, they went to the Sea of Beasts and caught the Cloud Tiger. Originally, Zhao Hai wanted to leave this experiment to other people. As soon as they put it forward to the realm, they would be able to arrange someone to be in charge. But this time, Mu Yu wanted to do the experiment himself. This caused Zhao Hai to feel worried. Mu Yu smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, it'll be fine. In any case, I've already learned how to subdue these cloud beasts. Moreover, aren't you here? If you protect me, I would have nothing to fear." Zhao Hai looked at Mu Yu and then said, "All right, but if there's something wrong we need to stop immediately." Mu Yu nodded. Then he looked at the unconscious cloud beast. He slowly raised his hand as he recited incantations. At the same time, the index finger on his right hand lit up with spiritual chi. Then he used his right index finger to cut his left middle finger. A drop of blood quickly appeared on Mu Yu's left middle finger. Mu Yu then flicked the drop of blood towards the cloud tiger's forehead. All this time, he didn't stop reciting his incantation. The blood that dripped on the forehead of the cloud tiger glowed red. The red light became brighter and brighter and the cloud tiger's body began to tremble. Then as the red light covered the entire body of the cloud tiger, its body began to shake severely. The cloud tiger began to absorb the red light little by little before it completely disappeared. A red dot remained on the cloud tiger's forehead as it stopped shaking. Then the cloud tiger opened its eyes. It looked at Zhao Hai first before turning its head to Mu Yu. Its eyes lit up with joy. The cloud tiger immediately jumped to Mu Yu's side and nudged him using his head. Mu Yu also had a happy expression as he reached out and scratched the cloud tiger's neck. The cloud tiger closed its eyes and let out a comforted grunt, which made it look very cute. Zhao Hai smiled. He looked at Mu Yu and said, "Big brother Mu, try using the cloud beast token. Here, give this to it." After talking, Zhao Hai took out a piece of white cloud and handed it to Mu Yu. Mu Yu nodded. Then he took the white cloud and then fed it to the cloud tiger. The cloud tiger lowered its head and then ate the white cloud in a couple of bites. Then Mu Yu took out a cloud beast token and used it. A huge cloud tiger phantom suddenly appeared on the cloud beast token before the cloud tiger was sucked in. Mu Yu felt with his spiritual force and found the cloud tiger inside the cloud beast token. It didn't look uncomfortable at all, so Mu Yu was relieved. Actually, Mu Yu's worries were somewhat unnecessary. The Cloud Beast token has been used in the Cloud Sea territory for many years. The people in the territory used it for as long as they can remember. It was the most suitable vessel for Cloud Beasts to survive in. Not only can the beasts move inside the token, they could also provide help for their master's cultivation. If it weren't for its inability to store white clouds, the Cloud Beast token would have been perfect. Seeing that the Cloud Tiger was doing well, Miu Yu tried to communicate with it using his spiritual force. He wanted to see if he could get spiritual chi from the tiger to use in cultivation. Before long, Miu Yu was able to convey his thoughts to the tiger. The tiger seems to pause before Miu Yu felt a trace of spiritual chi slowly pass from the cloud beast token to his body. Miu Yu was overjoyed. He immediately guided the spiritual chi according to his cultivation method. But it didn't take long before Miu Yu discovered a problem. Although the spiritual chi entered his body, it was completely different from his own spiritual chi. The spiritual chi inside his body actually treated this new spiritual chi as something foreign and expelled it. This caused Miu Yu's expression to change. Miu Yu didn't dare absorb the spiritual chi from the cloud beast token and immediately stopped the cloud tiger from giving it to him. At the same time, he used his spiritual force to quickly refine the spiritual chi. It took quite a while before he managed to completely refine the spiritual chi. Zhao Hai also discovered that something was wrong with Miu Yu, but he didn't intervene. Although something was wrong with Miu Yu, it wasn't dangerous. There's no need for him to provide any help. After refining the spiritual chi, Miu Yu let out a long breath, then he turned his head to Zhao Hai before shaking his head and saying, "It's no good. I can't use all of the cloud beast's spiritual chi. My body treats the spiritual chi as foreign and repels it." Hearing this, Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, "The spiritual chi attribute is different to yours?" Miu Yu nodded and said, "It's possible. You should know that the spiritual chi we usually absorb has no attribute, but even spiritual chi with attributes can be absorbed. The spiritual chi from the cloud beast token is completely different than the ones we're used to. The spiritual chi seems to have its own consciousness. Naturally, spiritual chi that has a consciousness would be treated as foreign by our bodies. We'll have to either expel it or refine it for use. We can't use it as is." Zhao Hai frowned. Then he stretched his hand out and said, "Brother Miu, release some of your spiritual chi and place it in my hand." Miu Yu nodded and released his spiritual chi towards Zhao Hai's hand. Then the spiritual chi slowly entered Zhao Hai's body. When Miu Yu's spiritual chi entered Zhao Hai's body, naturally since it was a foreign spiritual chi, he needed to slowly refine it, but it helped that he already knew Miu Yu's attributes. Zhao Hai turned his head to Miu Yu and said, "Brother Miu, put the spiritual chi from the cloud beast token in my hand next." Miu Yu nodded. Although he couldn't use the spiritual chi inside the cloud beast token, he could still control it. After the spiritual chi entered Zhao Hai's body, Zhao Hai immediately felt how different it was compared to Miu Yu's spiritual chi. Then he felt how different it was compared to the spiritual chi he was used to. This spiritual chi also had no attribute, just like normal spiritual chi that Miu Yu could use. However, the spiritual chi has its own consciousness, making Miu Yu unable to absorb it like normal. This so-called consciousness didn't mean that the spiritual chi was alive, but it had something to do with the cultivator. Spiritual chi existed between heaven and earth. It was unconscious and completely free. It doesn't belong to anyone and anyone can use it. But once a cultivator absorbs spiritual chi into their body using their spiritual force, this means that they had taken ownership of that spiritual chi and it became branded with their consciousness. This conscious spiritual chi can be used to attack enemies and even infiltrate other cultivators' bodies and destroy them from within. Naturally, there's another example. That was when a cultivator was injured and was healed by a fellow cultivator. The cultivator would inject their spiritual chi into the injured cultivator's body. The injured cultivator needs to allow the foreign spiritual chi inside their body. This way, they can guide the spiritual chi onto their meridian and use it for themselves. The spiritual chi provided by the cloud beast token was taken from the cloud beast inside. Although the cloud beast has been subdued by Miu Yu, the beast was still self-aware. Naturally, the spiritual chi of the beast was branded to be its own. When Miu Yu received the spiritual chi, he didn't expect that the spiritual chi would have a consciousness. Because of this, he didn't hesitate to take it into his body. This caused his own spiritual chi to reject it and treat it as foreign. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes. Miu Yu anxiously looked at him. If Zhao Hai couldn't find a way to utilize the spiritual chi from the cloud beast token, then the people of the 10,000 realm battlefield would have difficulties in fighting against the cultivators of the Cloud Sea territory. Looking at Miu Yu's expression, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Brother Miu, It's fine. I already expected this issue to come up. Although the spiritual chi of the cloud beast token has consciousness, it is completely harmless to you. Try to treat it as beneficial to your body, just like when someone heals you. Hearing Zhao Hai, Miu hesitated for a while. Cultivators rarely trusted others, so they only accepted healing from a very small number of people. Although receiving healing from others would accelerate their recovery, cultivators weren't willing to take the risk. Accepting another person's spiritual chi meant that one would need to remove their defenses. If the other party had evil thoughts, then they would be able to have a hold on the person's life. Because of this, cultivators almost never accept healing from other people. It was also because of this that Miu hesitated when he heard Zhao Hai's suggestion. However, he quickly removed this thought. He didn't believe that Zhao Hai would deceive him over this. Miu closed his eyes and then allowed the Cloud Tiger's spiritual chi to enter his body. When the spiritual chi entered his body, it didn't cause any damages but instead quickly fused with Miu's own spiritual chi. There were no problems at all. Miu was ecstatic. He opened his eyes as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "It works." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You need to get used to this feeling. Moreover, the Cloud Tiger also needs to get used to it. Only by doing so can you frequently receive the Cloud Tiger's spiritual chi." Miu nodded and said, "Let me test it first." After saying that, Miu closed his eyes and fully received the spiritual chi provided by the Cloud Beast token. At the same time, he had the Cloud Tiger increase the amount of spiritual chi supplied. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile when he saw Miu's appearance. Then he suddenly thought of something. He couldn't help but pat himself in the head as he cursed himself. Since the beasts of the space now had the same ability as cloud beasts, they could also provide spiritual chi for him just like Miu's Cloud Tiger. But these beasts were inside the space and not the Cloud Beast token. However, Zhao Hai believed that this wouldn't be a problem. After all, the space was a higher level version of the Cloud Beast token. If what Zhao Hai suspected was true, then this would be equal to an innumerable amount of beasts supplying him with spiritual chi. His strength would certainly skyrocket. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai immediately relayed his idea to Kair. Hearing Zhao Hai, Kair immediately agreed. The space's beasts were completely loyal towards Zhao Hai, so their spiritual chi would never bring harm to him. Zhao Hai immediately closed his eyes and began his experiment. Just as the beasts began to send him spiritual chi, Zhao Hai immediately felt an incomparably strong wave of spiritual chi coming from the space. Although he was prepared to receive it, he didn't think that it would be this much. It was like a person using a bucket to fetch water. He expected to only get a bucket's worth of water, but the river suddenly sent him a huge wave. It's fortunate that Zhao Hai's body was formidable. If it was another person, then their body would have exploded from too much intake of spiritual chi. Even so, Zhao Hai still ordered the beasts to stop sending spiritual chi. Zhao Hai took quite some time to digest the spiritual chi he received. He wasn't planning on giving up on this method. It was just that it gave too much spiritual chi. Actually, Zhao Hai underestimated how many beasts there were inside the space as well as how strong they were. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately told Kair to investigate the amount of spiritual chi that the space's beasts could provide, given that it wouldn't disturb their cultivation and growth. After that, they calculated how much spiritual chi Zhao Hai can comfortably absorb, then that amount of spiritual chi would be sent over. Chapter 1574, Urgent Recall. If it was someone else, the calculations would have made them collapse. However, Kair felt no pressure at all. This was because Kair has been integrated with the space and knew everything about it. It was too easy for her to calculate these things. There's also Zhao Hai's request to limit the spiritual chi supply so that the beast's cultivation wouldn't be affected. Zhao Hai knew that the beasts in the space were also part of his strength. Zhao Hai didn't want the beasts to sacrifice themselves for him. Naturally, this request was easy to accomplish. There were just too many beasts inside the space. Kair could just calculate the safe amount to be sent to Zhao Hai. Before long, Kair calculated that the amount of spiritual chi that the space's beasts could safely send Zhao Hai was still too much for him. Even immortal experts would find it very hard to digest this much spiritual chi. Moreover, this was still spiritual chi that was sent by a fraction of the beasts. If all of the beasts were to send spiritual chi, then an immortal expert wouldn't have a good time digesting it. Kair tuned the amount of spiritual chi to be sent to Zhao Hai and began sending it to Zhao Hai's body. Originally, because of Zhao Hai's 10,000 transformations yin-yang art, he was able to cultivate all the time. Zhao Hai was cultivating alone in the past. Then now it was as if he had another person to cultivate for him, and it was cultivation that happened at all times. This increased Zhao Hai's cultivation speed by several folds. Spiritual chi absorbed by cultivators weren't always constant. It was influenced by their location, mood, and current body state. But for Zhao Hai, there's no need to consider the optimal conditions for cultivation. The amount of spiritual chi that Kair sends to Zhao Hai from the space was akin to being in the perfect state of cultivation at all times. This was impossible for others to do. Even people in the Cloud Sea territory couldn't do this. Kair's computational speed couldn't be underestimated. She began her calculations as soon as Zhao Hai asked her to. Before long, Zhao Hai felt a constant stream of spiritual chi entering his body. Only then did he slowly open his eyes. Normally, when a cultivator is injected with spiritual chi, they would need to use their own spiritual chi to guide it through their body. It was precisely because of this that the cultivators of the Cloud Sea territory could use more spiritual chi compared to the cultivators of the 10,000 realm battlefield. However, Zhao Hai didn't have this problem. The 10,000 stellar transformations yin-yang art that he practices operated at all times. Because of this, any spiritual chi sent to Zhao Hai's body was immediately refined and circulated along his cultivation path. Zhao Hai simply didn't need to worry about it. Zhao Hai looked at Miu Yu opposite him and saw that the spiritual chi inside Miu Yu's body was becoming richer and richer. It seems like he was also getting used to the process. Actually, this type of cultivation wasn't difficult for cultivators in the transcending tribulation stage and above. This was because their spiritual force was already formidable. Even if they use part of their spiritual force to take control of the new spiritual chi, there would be no problems. Zhao Hai stood up and walked out of the room to take a look outside. Some of the Cloud Sea territory cultivators were looking after the herbs on the medicinal fields. These herbs had already taken root and sprouted. The herbs were different from the ones in the battlefield. They now looked like the cloud herbs of the Cloud Sea territory. However, Zhao Hai knew that this was only a superficial effect. The medicinal potency and properties of these herbs weren't changed in any way. The ones looking after the herbs were the older residents of the island. Since they weren't able to go outside to catch cloud beasts, they could only take the job of watching over the herbs. Although the contribution points they received were less, it was a relatively safer job. Hidden Cloud Village was currently undergoing a period of gentle development. It was developing very well. Zhao Hai not only posted missions here and planted herbs, he also planted cloud rice and cloud vegetables on the island. And with all kinds of cultivation resources sent over by the 100 Treasures realm, the island can be treated as a branch of the 100 Treasures realm. The people of the Hidden Cloud Village were now regarding themselves as members of the 100 Treasures realm. This wasn't to say that they betrayed the Cloud Sea territory. For the people in the Hidden Cloud Village, the Cloud Sea territory had never accepted them as one of theirs. They were able to reach their current situation with their own efforts. The actual rulers of the Cloud Sea territory, the big clans, didn't provide them with any help, and they even suppressed them. In the end, they can only escape to the Hidden Cloud Village and wait for their death like prisoners. As time passed by, their sense of belonging towards the Cloud Sea territory has disappeared. On the other hand, the 100 Treasures realm provided them everything they always wished for. If these people didn't side with the 100 Treasures realm, then they have no heart. Regarding the development of the Hidden Cloud Village, Zhao Hai was very happy. This was a bridgehead for the 100 Treasures realm to move in and out freely in the Cloud Sea territory, and because the Hidden Cloud Village was close to the Sea of Beasts, they can get a large number of cloud beasts. With these cloud beasts, not only could the people of the 100 Treasures realm increase their strength, they can also adapt to the environment and be more prepared in attacking the Cloud Sea territory. Zhao Hai stood in front of the door as he continued to look around the village. The scattered yet organized cloud houses looked very beautiful. Cultivators could be seen having a leisurely chat here and there. The increased vitality of the island made the hidden cloud village more attractive. At this time, Zhao Hai felt that Miu Yu had awakened. He turned his head and saw Miu Yu standing. Zhao Hai looked at Miu Yu and asked, "Brother Miu, how is it?" Miu Yu smiled and said, "It's very good." It felt very good. It seems like the experiment is a success. I think we should send word back. Let people come over to receive cloud beasts. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Those guys from the other realms really think that the Cloud Sea territory is a soft persimmon. Although we already provided them with an introduction to the Cloud Sea territory, I don't expect them to take it to heart. They're all filled with the thought of finding new territories to conquer. Let's see them suffer for once, to teach them a lesson." Miu Yu smiled and said, "Perhaps those people think that the information we gave was fake, just to prevent them from leaving the 10,000 realm battlefield." Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "It's better if they don't believe us. The more they lose in the Cloud Sea territory, the sooner our plan can start." "Brother Miu, send word back to the realm. Let them come here to collect the cloud beasts and get familiar with the environment of the territory. The people of the hidden cloud village can help them in this aspect." Miu Yu nodded and took out a jade sword message, wrote the message, and released it. Before long, a white light flashed from the hidden cloud village's transmission formation. Tangji and other cultivators from the 100 Treasures realm appeared. Miu Yu didn't expect Tangji to be one of the first people to come to the hidden cloud village to get cloud beasts. Tangji went towards the two and gave his greetings. "Big brother Miu, brother Hai, the elders asked the two of you to return. I'll take responsibility for this place temporarily." When he heard this, Zhao Hai's heart moved. He could almost guess why the elders called them back. He didn't expect this day to come this quickly. But since Miu Yu didn't know anything, he knit his brows and said, "But why?" "Hidden Cloud Village is now on the right track and there are still things to deal with. Little Hai and I cannot leave now, and you're not familiar with this place." Tangji smiled and said, "It'll be fine. You can give me some pointers and I'll learn slowly." And the elders seemed to be anxious. "I think you should head back and take a look." Miu Yu sighed. He nodded and said, "All right, we'll go back." "Little G, come with me. I'll explain everything about this place to you." Tangji complied and then walked around the hidden cloud village with Miu Yu. He was also told about how to use the cloud beasts and how to transfer spiritual chi. After everything was done, Miu Yu said, "Little G, the hidden cloud village is very important for the realm. You need to take good care of this place and arrange people to venture into the Sea of Beasts to adapt to the environment. However, you need to watch out for the major powers of the territory. Understand?" Tangji nodded and said, "Don't worry, brother Miu. There'll be no problems." After a while, an immortal expert will be sent here to supervise. You can rest assured. Hearing Tangji, Miu Yu nodded and said, "All right. Then we're leaving this place to you. If something is wrong when we return, you'll see how I deal with you." Tangji gave a nod as he grinned. Zhao Hai and Miu Yu proceeded towards the transmission formation. With a flash of light, they returned to the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters in the battlefield. After arriving at the headquarters, the two were immediately led to the conference hall. When they arrived inside, the two couldn't help but stare. Lately, the conference hall has been filled with people. But now, there were only 3 people inside, Zhong Zi, Miu Yao, and Tang Yaoan. Chapter 1575, Sky Tower. The two quickly gave the elders a salute. Miu Yu looked at the two with a complex expression as he said, "Take a seat." Sensing the mood, Zhao Hai and Miu Yu knew that they had something important to say. They quickly sat down and looked at the 3 elders. Miu Yao looked at the two and said with a serious tone, "I called you both back because there's something very important for you to do, and this matter is related to the future development of the 100 Treasures realm." Miu Yao stopped here and looked at the two. Hearing that Miu Yao was being serious, Zhao Hai and Miu Yu were also paying close attention. Seeing the two, Miu Yao continued, "Originally, we're planning to tell you this matter when you reach the immortal stage. However, things have changed. We can no longer hide this from you." "Little Yu, as you already know, The 100 Treasures Realm and the Giant Spirit Realm were close allies a long time ago. We supported each other and faced all difficulties together. Mu Yu nodded while Zhao Hai had a serious face. He guessed that Mu Yao and the others called them over for this matter. And it seems to be the case now. Because of the close relationship between the 100 Treasures Realm and the Giant Spirit Realm, we were the most powerful team in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Nobody could find allies like us. The other realms could only fight among themselves. At that time, the 100 Treasures Realm and the Giant Spirit Realm were perfectly united. We almost reached the point of overwhelming everyone else in the 10,000 realm battlefield. But suddenly, a group of people came to us. The group of people claimed to be the guardians of the Sky Tower and they wanted to make a bet with us. If we win, they will support us and no longer care about our affairs. If we lose, we must do whatever order they have. At that time, nobody believed them and thought that they were crazy to dare say such things. But soon enough, news came out that the guardians of the Sky Tower also gambled with other realms. These realms didn't care about them either and in the end they were wiped out from the battlefield. Any person from these realms who tried to enter the battlefield were also killed. The seniors of our realm didn't believe this news in the beginning but they still made investigations. In the end, they believed that these guardians of the Sky Tower were the real deal. These people certainly had the ability to completely destroy a realm. In the end, the two realms agreed to gamble with the guardians of the Sky Tower. The bet was also very simple. It was for 4 people from the two realms to go to the Sky Tower and start ascending it from the 1st floor. As long as these people can reach the 5th floor, not only would these guardians stop bothering the two realms, they would also support their growth. Finally, 4 people, 2 from each realm, were sent to the Sky Tower. These 4 people were all at the peak of the Severed Souls stage. This was because the opposite party didn't permit the entry of immortal stage experts. However, both realms still sent immortal experts over. The guardians of the Sky Tower allowed 1 immortal expert from each realm to supervise. When the representatives of the two realms arrived at their destination, the 2 immortal experts who were with them were dumbfounded. What faced them was an extremely tall tower. They didn't know how tall it was since they were unable to scan it entirely using their spiritual force. The guardians of the Sky Tower welcomed the representatives of the two realms and led them to the 1st floor. There was a person on the 1st floor for the 4 representatives to face. Naturally, the person was also at the Severed Soul stage. However, as they began their exchange, the person was able to easily defeat 2 out of the 4 representatives. It didn't take long before the other 2 were also defeated. Naturally, the two realms lost the bet. When the two realms lost, the guardians of the Sky Tower gave their order. When they head back, the Giant Spirit Realm decided to kill 5 immortal experts from the 100 Treasures Realm while the 100 Treasures Realm would do the same to the Giant Spirit Realm. This was because the two realms would be evicted from the 10,000 realm battlefield if they didn't comply. Our two realms naturally understood that the guardians of the Sky Tower wanted us to kill each other, but we have no choice but to comply. When we returned, both sides prepared which 10 immortal experts would be sacrificed to deal with this matter. But what we didn't expect was when we made our decision, the people of the Sky Tower came and killed the 10 immortal experts. Then they said to us that the immortal experts need to be killed in a fight. In the end, the two realms had to comply. After the two sides killed 5 immortal experts from both sides in a fight, they thought that the matter was over. Nobody knew how, but Severed Soul experts and Transcending Tribulation experts from the two realms began killing each other. A cycle of hatred formed, causing the two realms to be in a full-on war. 10 years after the conflict between the two realms began, the people from the Sky Tower sent them a letter. Inside the letter, they frankly said that the gamble's purpose was for the two realms to kill each other. If they didn't, then they would make a move. This consequence of the bet wouldn't end until one of the realms gets evicted from the battlefield. The bet would also end if one side surrenders to the other. And once the winner was decided, the winning realm should send 2 experts below the immortal expert to gamble once again. Mu Yu stopped and looked at Zhao Hai and Mu Yu. Then he said, Now you know why we had such a big response when we saw the people from the giant spirit realm who surrendered. This means that we need to send people to the Sky Tower, but we still have 2 years. The people to be sent to the Sky Tower will be crucial for the 100 Treasures realm. We plan to send the 2 of you. Do you have anything to say about this? Mu Yu and Zhao Hai looked at each other. They didn't expect the situation to be like this. Even Zhao Hai didn't think this far in his speculations. The 10,000 realm battlefield actually had something like the Sky Tower. Moreover, it held so much power and influence. Zhao Hai looked at Mu Yao and said, I have no problems with it. What other orders do you have, Elder Mu? Mu Yao looked at the 2 and said, I know that you have succeeded in using the cloud beasts of the Cloud Sea territory, so your cultivation should increase rapidly. But I want you to control your cultivation so that you won't reach the immortal stage in 2 years. Zhao Hai nodded and said, it's not a problem. According to my speed, it'll be impossible for me to reach the immortal stage in 2 years. Mu Yu nodded and said, Master can be rest assured, I can control my cultivation. Mu Yao looked at the 2 and then sighed as he said, Little Yu, Little Hai, your results will heavily affect the future of the 100 Treasures realm. I have no other choice. Please don't blame me. Mu Yu and Zhao Hai hastily stood up as they gave Mu Yao a salute, and then Zhao Hai said, Elder can rest assured. Since we're people of the 100 Treasures realm, we'll work hard for the future of the realm. Elder, there's no need for you to worry. We'll win this time. Mu Yu nodded and said, Master, there's no need to worry. We'll make sure to win against the enemy. Leave this matter to me and Little Hai. Although Mu Yao was doubtful whether Mu Yu and Zhao Hai could defeat the enemy, he wouldn't attack their confidence right now. He nodded and said, All right, you two get some rest and practice in these 2 years. We won't give you any orders in these 2 years. You just make sure to be in your peak condition when the time comes. Zhao Hai and Mu Yu nodded before they turned around and left. Looking at their departing backs, Mu Yao couldn't help but sigh. Zongzi looked at Mu Yu and couldn't help but feel sad. He knew how important Mu Yu was to Mu Yao. He treated Mu Yu like his own son. The Sky Tower was a dangerous place and the people inside weren't exactly good. Going there was asking for death. When Zhao Hai and Mu Yu left the hall, none of them spoke a word. After some time, Mu Yu sighed and said, It seems like my original guess was real. We're just chess pieces in someone's game. Little Hai, what are you going to do now? Zhao Hai looked at Mu Yao and then smiled faintly as he said, Cultivate properly and one day we'll be the ones playing the game. Brother Mu, don't worry about it too much. With the 2 of us together, let's see how strong the people from the Sky Tower are. If we win against them, I want to see what they plan to offer us. Mu Yu looked at Zhao Hai and bitterly smiled. He naturally knows that Zhao Hai was cracking a joke to lift up the mood. The people from the Sky Tower were all very strong. Even if they lose, they can forfeit the prize and there's nothing the 100 Treasures realm can do. Seeing Mu Yu's expression, Zhao Hai smiled and said, Don't worry too much. I'll leave first to return to Blue Tree Planet. If you need anything, just go there to look for me. Mu Yu nodded. He was beginning to feel pressure. He wasn't as carefree and easygoing as Zhao Hai. Sometimes, he envied Zhao Hai's personality. With his carefree attitude, Zhao Hai was still able to achieve great things. Nobody but him could do it. Zhao Hai didn't care much about what Mu Yu was thinking about. When he returned to Blue Tree Planet, he immediately entered the space. Laura and the others were already waiting for him. Seeing Zhao Hai come back, Laura smiled and said, We finally have some clues. Brother Hai, what do you think will be inside the Sky Tower? Hearing Laura, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh as he replied, You're really worthy of being my wife. I'm also looking forward to seeing what's inside the Sky Tower. Not only Laura, the other women shared the same excitement. Lizzie looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, we've been waiting for this day. Now that it has come, how can we not go? We also want to know where the Sky Tower leads to. Also, don't you think that the Sky Tower sounds familiar? Zhao Hai knitted his brows for a moment before his eyes lit up as he said, You mean the waterfall on the southern part of the Cloud Sea territory? Lizzie nodded and said, Right. That waterfall. Didn't Li Zhong said that it's a barrier that came down from the skies? Nobody knows where it began. If you think about it, doesn't it sound just like the Sky Tower? 1. I went back to the chapter where it was described and found that I swapped the description. Instead of a waterfall from the Cloud Sea territory going down into the abyss, it's a waterfall that came from the sky and ended up into the Cloud Sea territory. Chapter 1576. 2 years. Zhao Hai was moved. He hasn't thought about it. Now that Lizzie reminded him, he couldn't help but consider the possibility. He nodded and said, "That might be true. If we have time, we should try to go and see what it really is." Lizzie smiled and said, "Brother Hai, there's no need to be anxious, or else we would alert the enemy. If the Sky Tower is really in that waterfall, then wouldn't your appearance there 2 years later distract them? When the time comes, we can try to see what's really inside the Sky Tower." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Alright, I'm just too excited to see what the Sky Tower holds." After he said that, the group entered the villa. When they settled inside, Zhao Hai looked at the situation of the hidden cloud village. Everything was going well on the island. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. For the next 2 years, Zhao Hai stayed at Blue Tree Planet and didn't go out. However, nobody knew that he was actually very concerned about the situation of the 10,000 realm battlefield. Zhao Hai wasn't only concerned about the 10,000 realm battlefield, but the Cloud Sea territory as well. Not long after Zhao Hai and Mu Yu were recalled by Mu Yao from the hidden cloud village, the people from the other high-grade realms began attacking the island of the Yi clan. Before the invasion, the Yi clan was able to make some preparations against an attack from the 10,000 realm battlefield. But seeing that there was no noise in the past month, they began to slowly relax. As they were beginning to relax, the 10,000 realm battlefield began their attack. Both sides fought on Yi Island. The people of the 10,000 realm battlefield were able to secure the transmission formation and sent batches upon batches of experts into the island. And with Zhao Hai's reports, they knew some degree of the Yi clan's strength. So when they entered, the Yi clan couldn't stop them. By the end, the Yi clan were at a disadvantageous position. Seeing that they couldn't do anything about the situation, as well as the constant stream of people from the 10,000 realm battlefield, the Yi Island decided to board their cloud-piercing ships and left. It could be said that the 10,000 realm battlefield were able to gain their first base in the Cloud Sea territory. However, this base wasn't exactly secure. After the Yi clan left, they immediately went to the Cloud Beast Fortress and reported the events that happened on the island. Then the Cloud Beast Fortress spread the news throughout the entire territory. In an instant, the entire Cloud Sea territory was shaken. All major powers made a move and prepared to attack Yi Island. Large quantities of experts began arriving at the Cloud Beast Fortress. The 10,000 realm battlefield were at a disadvantage this time. The Cloud Beast Fortress surrounded the entire island and blocked Yi Island's transmission formation. Without transmission formations, experts from the 10,000 realm battlefield wouldn't be able to attack another place. As soon as they enter the Cloud Sea, they would no longer be able to absorb spiritual chi. When they meet someone from the territory at that time, then they would no doubt be finished. In this case, the people of the 10,000 realm battlefield were truly stranded on Yi Island without any means to leave. It was also at this time that the Cloud Sea territory began their assault. Naturally, the people from the 10,000 realm battlefield knew that the people of the Cloud Sea territory wouldn't just allow them to occupy the island. Therefore, they began to send more troops to the island and also blocked everything from entering the transmission formation besides those from the battlefield. The people from the Cloud Sea territory wouldn't be able to use Yi Island's transmission formation to enter. At the same time, the people from the battlefield began to erect a large formation around the island. Although Zhao Hai told them about the disadvantages of doing so, with how small the island was, they could still bear the energy consumption. This turned out to be a good decision. The Cloud Sea territory hasn't been using defensive formations for quite a long time. Because of this, they don't have any good methods to break it. Both sides were immediately placed in a stalemate. But soon the people of the 10,000 realm battlefield found it very hard to support their defense. Not only was the area of their protective shield getting smaller and smaller, the spiritual chi of the island was also continuing to decrease. The people of the 10,000 realm battlefield were beginning to worry. If there's no spiritual chi on Yi Island, then what would they use to fight against the cultivators of the Cloud Sea territory? In the end, the people of the 10,000 realm battlefield had to put their protective shield down. Naturally, this was immediately discovered by the Cloud Sea territory. The people of the territory were always worrying about how to get through the barrier. Seeing that it was taken down, they were very happy. They immediately gathered people to charge in. The first battle between the two sides turned murkier and murkier. Both sides kept sending more troops. Additionally, the cultivators of the Cloud Sea territory were all close combat oriented, something the cultivators of the 10,000 realm battlefield weren't used to. Naturally, the same was true for the cultivators of the territory. They weren't used to defending against long-ranged attacks. The casualties of both sides were beginning to pile up. As the battle went on, both sides became enraged and sent even more people. The people of the Cloud Sea territory's hearts turned cold and sent people towards Yi Island with zero regard. At the same time, the 10,000 realm battlefield knew that if they lost their foothold on Yi Island, they might not be able to return to the Cloud Sea territory in the future. So they continued to send more people. The clash between the two sides dyed the white clouds on Yi Island red. Nobody thought that as the two sides were fighting, the one benefiting from it the most was Zhao Hai. Whether they be cultivators from the Cloud Sea territory or the 10,000 realm battlefield, once they died, Zhao Hai would sneakily get their bodies and turn them into undead. He even got so far as to get their weapons as well. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't go too far. If the people from the Cloud Sea territory and the 10,000 realm battlefield noticed that the corpses were disappearing, they would immediately raise suspicions. Because of this, Zhao Hai prioritized getting immortal expert corpses for the space. In any case, there weren't a lot of them. The war lasted for several months. In the end, the 10,000 realm battlefield could no longer endure. They had lost too many experts, so they had to retreat. But before they left, they also made some preparations. In some hidden places on Yi Island, they arranged transmission formations. These transmission formations were built like the ones in Fabio Planet. They were buried deep down so that people wouldn't be able to see them with a casual glance. When the transmission formations were completed, the cultivators of the 10,000 realm battlefield returned to the battlefield and blew up the formation they came in from. As soon as the people of the Cloud Sea territory realized that they had finally repelled the invaders from the 10,000 realm battlefield, they rejoiced. They had been tired of fighting the cultivators of the 10,000 realm battlefield. They also weren't worried that there were people hiding in the vicinity. They believed that these people would have joined the battle instead of waiting until it was too late. Although they were able to take Yi Island back, the land was severely damaged, and because everyone worked together in the battle, the Yi family could no longer monopolize the island. In the end, the Yi family moved to the Cloud Beast Fortress. Yi Island has been turned into a huge farmland by the people who participated in the war. The high-grade realms of the 10,000 realm battlefield suffered great losses defending Yi Island. Although they obtained a lot of good things such as the transforming clouds and cloud plants, they were nothing compared to the losses they experienced. This caused the high-grade realms to grit their teeth with hatred towards the people of the Cloud Sea territory. But as a consolation, the high-grade realms discovered that the transmission formations they hid on Yi Island had yet to be discovered. They still had a chance to attack the Cloud Sea territory in the future. The other high-grade realms suffered heavy losses, but the 100 Treasures realm didn't move against them like they planned. The most important thing right now for the 100 Treasures realm was to prepare for their gamble against the Sky Tower. They had no intention to expand right now, but what made Mu Yao puzzled was the inaction of the 5 great realms. This was something that Mu Yao didn't understand. Now that the high-grade realms suffered heavy losses, if the 5 great realms sent some troops, they would definitely occupy a lot of territory. But they didn't make a move. This was a missed opportunity. Zhongzi and the others were also confused. They couldn't understand what the 5 great realms were thinking. While Zhongzi and the others didn't understand, Zhao Hai had some clues. When the high-grade realms of the battlefield fought against the Cloud Sea territory, the 5 great realms wanted to send troops, but because of the relationship between the 5, they didn't trust the others. They were afraid of being calculated upon, so they missed the opportunity. The 5 great realms knew each other very clearly. It might be true that the high-grade realms had lost a lot of troops, but if any one of them sent troops alone, it was still impossible for them to face these high-grade realms. If they suffer a loss, the other 4 great realms would eat them up. If they want to deal with the high-grade realms, then the 5 great realms would have to work with each other. However, the relationship between the 5 great realms was very tense. It was impossible for them to send an allied army. Because of this, they could only watch the opportunity vanish in front of their eyes. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was that the giant spirit realm had finally removed themselves from the fire weavers. As it turns out, a lot of giant spirit realm cultivators took refuge among the fire weavers. Now that these people had withdrawn, it meant that the giant spirit realm had officially removed themselves from the 10,000 realm battlefield. The 100 Treasures realm developed quickly in these 2 years. The territory they gained from the Ghost Spirit realm was placed in their complete control. Additionally, since they didn't fight in the Cloud Sea territory, their strength was preserved and was used in internal development. By this time, the strength of the 100 Treasures realm has surpassed the other high-grade realms in the battlefield. However, the 100 Treasures realm still hid their strength. They weren't thinking of displaying it at this time. They were preserving all of their strength for the outcome of the bet with the Guardians of the Sky Tower. Mu Yao and the others knew that their upcoming bet with the Sky Tower was extremely important for the 100 Treasures realm. If the 100 Treasures realm didn't have enough strength, then when they failed the bet, they could only bow down and accept the beating. This wasn't to say that Mu Yao wasn't confident in Zhao Hai and Mu Yu's strengths, but Mu Yao had a great sense of dread towards the Sky Tower. There were some information that Mu Yao didn't tell Zhao Hai and Mu Yu. The Sky Tower appeared several times before, and every time they showed themselves, their actions were always shocking. Because he knows this, Mu Yao wasn't confident in Zhao Hai and Mu Yu winning. Although Zhao Hai showed immense strength, Mu Yao and the others still prepared for the worst. From the conversation between Mu Yao and the other elders, Zhao Hai was also able to get some bits and pieces of information. He even suspected that the tense relationship between the 5 great realms was the Sky Tower's doing. After coming to know these things, Zhao Hai affirmed that the Sky Tower wouldn't allow the 10,000 realm battlefield to be peaceful and united. They want to see an eternal slaughter on the battlefield. They wanted blood to flow constantly. This also meant that the people of the 10,000 realm battlefield would never be able to become very powerful. Although Zhao Hai didn't understand their purpose, Zhao Hai knew that they had a goal, and this goal was what Zhao Hai wanted to know. Because they suffered a huge loss against the Cloud Sea territory, the high-grade realms returned to their territories in order to lick their wounds. Because of this, the 10,000 realm battlefield became calm. Besides minor conflicts between lower-grade realms, there were no large battles happening. The other high-grade realms naturally wouldn't stir any trouble this time. After all, they were weakened. If they stir up trouble and lose even more people, then their subordinate realms might swallow them instead. When they planned to go to the Cloud Sea territory, the high-grade realms decided to use their own people and none from their subordinate realms. They sacrificed their own realm's manpower. They didn't want the lower-grade realms to know about their losses, so they didn't dare make any noise. A weak master and a strong slave relationship was more than likely to turn ugly. Fortunately, the lower-grade realms didn't know about the wounds of the high-grade realms. Because of this, the high-grade realms continued to behave and didn't dare reveal that they were currently paper tigers. 1. While the 10,000 realm battlefield was calm, the Cloud Sea territory was the opposite. This wasn't because they started an internal strife. The invasion of the 10,000 realm battlefield showed the people of the Cloud Sea territory their shortcomings. Their weapons could only do close combat and couldn't be used to fly like the flying swords of the 10,000 realm battlefield's cultivators. This caused them to suffer huge loss. Therefore, they began to research how to make flying artifacts. Then there's also the defensive formation of the 10,000 realm battlefield. It caused them a huge amount of trouble. They were also thinking of researching it, especially how to break them as fast as possible. These shortcomings caused the people of the Cloud Sea territory to enter a state of intense research. The Cloud Sea territory had ushered in a period of rapid development. Originally, the Cloud Sea territory lacked metal, but after the 10,000 realm battlefield cultivators came and died, they left a lot of good treasures behind, especially metals. This allowed the Cloud Sea territory to attach great importance to metallic weapons. There were even rumors that great clans were starting to organize people to go to the Bronze Wall and the Iron Wall to mine metals. They needed to develop metal weapons as soon as they could, appearing strong but are actually weak. Chapter 1577. Next target. Zhao Hai was calm as he walked out of the transmission formation. The first person he saw when he came out was Mu Yu. It's been 2 years since he has seen him. Seeing Zhao Hai, Mu Yu smiled faintly and said, "Let's go. Master and the other elders have been waiting." Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything as he went to the conference hall with Mu Yu. The two also met 100 Treasure Realm cultivators along the way. Each one of these cultivators exuded an extraordinary aura. They were much more vigorous compared to 2 years ago. Mu Yu noticed Zhao Hai looking at these cultivators and he smiled and said, "A lot of people have got their hands on cloud beasts in these 2 years. Moreover, they had trained in the Sea of Beasts for some time. Their progress was very rapid. You're not doing badly as well. You've actually reached the Severed Soul stage." Zhao Hai's progress in these 2 years was indeed very fast. He used all of his time strengthening himself, and because he has beasts inside the space supplying him with spiritual chi, he was able to elevate his strength in just 2 years. He also used the time to review his moves and integrate them with each other in order to be more effective in battle. Zhao Hai has a lot of methods to attack. One of them was using his large artifacts. The attacks weren't actually that complicated. Although he used the pagoda technique before, he wasn't able to use much of it during battle. There were very few people who could stop the large artifacts, so there weren't any opportunities to use more complicated maneuvers. Another type of attack that Zhao Hai could do was the Stellar Transformation's Sword Formation. To be honest, the Sword Formation wasn't that strong without faith power. It can be used to deal with Severed Soul experts, but it was useless against Immortal experts. But once faith power was used, the power of the sword formation would increase by several folds. Even powerful immortal experts would need to watch out for its strength. The third type of attack that Zhao Hai could use were the Buddhist techniques. Zhao Hai learned 18 Buddhist techniques. They were all very powerful, but because he couldn't use them often, he was unable to achieve mastery. In these 2 years, Zhao Hai racked his brains in order to find a way to improve his battle capability. He wanted to integrate all of his moves and master them so that he could use them more conveniently. Due to the non-stop spiritual chi provided to him by the space's beasts, Zhao Hai could leave spiritual chi accumulation to the side while he focused on his combat techniques. He also took Julie as his sparring partner. Actually, only Julie can be Zhao Hai's sparring partner. Others were simply unqualified. Because she also benefited from the genes extracted from the cloud beasts, Julie was now stronger than the average immortal expert. Julie was also a master at close combat. Zhao Hai also discovered that the Buddhist techniques were very good at close range. It could show great strength whether he used his hands, feet, or artifacts. After 2 years of practice, Zhao Hai's combat strength was now more solid than before. Now, even against a strong expert like Mu Yao, Zhao Hai would be able to fight evenly. And if the fight turned desperate, Mu Yao would not be Zhao Hai's match. After all, Zhao Hai's body was just too abnormal. Zhao Hai's body was now exuding the aura of a severed soul expert. However, 100 severed soul experts wouldn't be able to hurt him. Zhao Hai looked at Mu Yu and then smiled as he said, "Big brother Mu, you're not doing too bad yourself. You look like you're about to break through to the immortal stage. Did you suppress yourself?" Hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yu couldn't help but smile bitterly as he said, "What else can I do? Let little G and the others go? This is something we two brothers should do." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Isn't that good? I have been waiting for a long time. I want to experience the Sky Tower." While they were talking, the two arrived at the conference hall and directly went inside. The conference hall was the same as before, only 3 people were inside: Zhongzi, Mu Yao, and Tang Yaoan. In these 2 years, Mu Yao and Tang Yaoan didn't do much. When Zhao Hai and Mu Yu closed up, they closed up as well. They came out this time to see the two. When the two entered the conference hall, Mu Yao nodded and said, "Take a seat." After the two sat down, Mu Yao gave them a complicated look as he said, "Tomorrow you will head out to the Sky Tower. Don't think too much, just do your best. It doesn't matter if you lose, You just need to save your lives and come back." Zhao Hai and Miu Yu stared. Although Miu Yao gave pleasant words to make them do their best, it felt like he wasn't confident that they would win. It can be seen from this how much Miu Yao dreaded the Sky Tower. Although the two thought that Miu Yao's words were a bit improper, they didn't show it and just nodded. Miu Yao continued, "The realm has already prepared for the worst, so you don't need to worry. The 100 Treasures realm has been in the 10,000 realm battlefield for so many years, and nobody can easily deal with us. We also have a base in the Cloud Sea territory. However, the Sky Tower isn't like any realms. The people of the Sky Tower hold mysterious origins. Nobody knew where they came from, but their strength couldn't be doubted. It's best to not offend the people of the Sky Tower, otherwise, it wouldn't be good for the 100 Treasure realm. Understood?" Hearing Miu Yao, Zhao Hai and Miu Yu immediately understood what he wanted to say. They can strive hard to win the bet, but they cannot offend the people of the Sky Tower, otherwise, the 100 Treasures realm would suffer. In other words, even if they can win against the enemy, they should make sure to not injure them too much. The two nodded. Looking at them, Miu Yao sighed and said, "All right, I've said what I should say. Go to the back mountain tomorrow and use the transmission formation to send you to the Sky Tower. We'll send an immortal expert to accompany you. Someone from the Sky Tower will also meet you." The two people gave the three elders a salute before turning around and leaving. Miu Yao looked at their departing backs as he turned to Tang Yaoan and said, "Yaoan, you need to protect the two. Little Yu is capable and he will lead the 100 Treasures realm in the future. There's no need to say about Little Hai's importance. No matter what, the realm cannot lose the two of them." Tang Yaoan nodded and said, "Senior brother, since you know that it would be dangerous, then why did you send Little Yu and Little Hai?" Miu Yao smiled bitterly as he turned to Zhongzi. Seeing Miu Yao's gaze, Zhongzi smiled bitterly and explained, "The Sky Tower has been around for so many years and they had already laid down the rules for their bets. They strictly said that the best of the young generation should be sent. If we didn't send Little Hai and Little Yu, then the Sky Tower would definitely find ways to punish the 100 Treasures realm." Tang Yaoan coldly snorted, clearly showing his displeasure with the Sky Tower. Although he didn't like these rules, he also knew that they couldn't afford to offend the Sky Tower. He can only swallow his feelings and hope that Zhao Hai and Miu Yu will be fine. Otherwise, the 100 Treasures realm would suffer greatly. When Zhao Hai and Miu Yu left the conference hall, Miu Yu turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, let's go to my place and sit for a while." Zhao Hai nodded and followed Miu Yu to his residence. Before long, the two arrived inside Miu Yu's residence. Upon entering, Miu Yu sighed and said, "Little Hai, did you understand what Master is implying? Is the Sky Tower really that strong?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "I'm afraid they are. Otherwise, Elder Miu wouldn't have said those words. But once we reach the Sky Tower, we'll make sure to teach those guys a lesson. We'll let them know that people like us aren't easy to provoke." Miu Yu coldly snorted and said, "Little Hai, do you still remember the words you said 2 years ago? You said, 'One day, we'll be the ones playing the game.' Little Hai, we'll be the ones playing on the board one day." "We'll definitely be." Zhao Hai looked at Miu Yu. He smiled and said, "I believe we will." "Haha, Big Brother Miu, there's no need to be anxious. We'll take things step by step. Like cultivation, we cannot rush." I think the reason Elder Miu and the others are afraid of the Sky Tower is because they don't know their background. Because of this, they're wary of offending them. What we need to do is collect information about the Sky Tower. Once we find out who or what they are, only then can we deal with them. Big Brother Miu, our 100 Treasures realm plotted against the giant spirit realm for generations, and now they're gone from the battlefield. Our next target is this Sky Tower. It must be said that our 100 Treasures realm's biggest enemy is the Sky Tower, not the giant spirit realm. Hearing what Zhao Hai said, Miu Yu couldn't help but stare. He lowered his head and thought for some time. Then he raised his head and looked at Zhao Hai. "Right, they are the 100 Treasures realm's next target. This time, we'll explore their bottom line first." "Little Hai, what do you think is on top of the Sky Tower?" When he heard Miu Yu's question, Zhao Hai paused. Then he laughed and said, "I want to know as well." Miu Yu smiled and said, "All right. We'll know tomorrow, but I still don't know which elder will go with us. Will you go back and rest?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, I'll head back and rest. See you tomorrow." Then he stood up and walked out. He knew which elder would go with him tomorrow, but he didn't tell Mu Yu. The next morning, Zhao Hai and Mu Yu went to the back mountains and saw Zhongzi, Mu Yao, and Tang Yaoan. Mu Yao nodded at the two and then led them inside a cave. Inside the cave was a small transmission formation that was set up temporarily. Mu Yao looked at the two and said, "Tang Yaoan will be the person accompanying you." Mu Yu didn't expect that Tang Yaoan would be the elder who would come with them. However, he and Zhao Hai didn't say anything. Along with Tang Yaoan, the group entered the transmission formation and disappeared along with a white flash. Chapter 1578, Sky Tower. A white light flashed and three people appeared on a transmission formation. Zhao Hai looked around him and saw that they were at a square on a mountain summit. The mountain looked very hgh. But this wasn't what attracted Zhao Hai's attention. Right beyond the square was a tower. It was a very huge tower with an octagon base covering about 1,666.7 square meters. Each corner of the tower had upturned eaves with bronze bells hanging on them. Every time the wind blows, the bells would let out a gentle ring, causing a person's mind to calm down. Connected to the square was the tower's entrance. Above the entrance was a copper tablet inscribed with 3 characters Sky Tower. The writing technique was ancient and powerful. Although there were only 3 characters, the tablet exuded a powerful pressure. It was clear that the one who wrote the characters was an extraordinary individual. The 3 had just appeared on the transmission formation, but because of their powerful spiritual force, they were able to get this much information in just one sweep. But even if they were scanning the Sky Tower, they were still unable to discover how high it was. Even Zhao Hai's space was unable to find out about it. It was clear that the height of the tower was very astonishing. Most importantly, although they could scan the tower with their spiritual force, they weren't able to scan what was inside. They can sense the existence of the tower, but its insides were covered with a dense fog. The first floor of the Sky Tower was 100 meters high. Its gate was 90 meters high and 50 meters wide, which was divided into 2 doors. Under Zhao Hai's gaze, the 2 doors slowly opened. Despite such a large door opening, it didn't make any sound at all. It was a completely silent opening. A figure slowly walked out of the tower. This person was very tall, about 2.5 meters tall. The figure was like an iron tower. However, his white hair betrayed him, exposing that he was no longer young. It was an old man with snow-white hair and beard. Despite his age, his waist was straight and his eyes were sharp. He also had vigor similar to a fierce tiger. Zhao Hai and Mu Yu were surprised when they saw this person. Looking at Zhao Hai and the others, the old man stepped forward. Tang Yaoan immediately greeted him. He bowed slightly and said, "100 Treasures Realms Tang Yaoan has seen your excellency." The old man also cupped his fist towards Tang Yaoan as he said, "Luo Ying, guardian of the Sky Tower, greets Elder Tang Yaoan. We already received news of your coming. It has been agreed that as long as either the 100 Treasures Realm or the Giant Spirit Realm surrenders to the other, the winner would send representatives to the Sky Tower for the bet. I'm happy to see you all today." Tang Yaoan replied with a calm expression, "Guardian, please tell us what the bet is this time." Luo Ying looked at Tang Yaoan. Then he smiled faintly. He knew that no realm wanted to accept the bets of the Sky Tower. However, they have no choice but to accept. Because of this, he was amused with Tang Yaoan's calm expression. In his opinion, this was a weak person keeping calm on the surface in order to preserve his dignity. To be honest, Lu Ying didn't really care about today's matter. Luo Ying replied, "It's approximately the same as before. The 100 Treasures Realm sends 2 people to ascend the tower. As long as they can reach the 5th floor, the Sky Tower will support the 100 Treasures Realm in any of their actions in the 10,000 Realm battlefield. And in the following 500 years, the Sky Tower will not bet with the 100 Treasures Realm. But if the 100 Treasures Realm loses, then after you head back, the 100 Treasures Realm must attack the Fireweaver race." What does Elder Tang Yaoan think about this? Is it fair? How could it be fair? Hearing Luo Ying saying that the 100 Treasures Realm must attack the Fireweavers if they lose, Tang Yaoan immediately knew what the Sky Tower wanted. With the 100 Treasures Realm's present strength, Attacking the Fire Weaver race wouldn't result in anything good. It would certainly cause massive losses to the realm. The 100 Treasures realm might even face ruin. However, they have no choice. With a pale complexion, Tang Yaoan replied, "Alright, then we'll accept this bet." Looking at Tang Yaoan's expression, Luo Ying smiled faintly and said, "Since this is the case, you three, please enter the tower." Then he turned sideways and gestured towards the tower using his left hand. Tang Yaoan coldly snorted before walking towards the sky tower. Meanwhile, Luo Ying was sizing Mu Yu and Zhao Hai up. Needless to say, Mu Yu's complexion was pale and his face clearly showed his anger. Luo Ying expected this. Actually, the Sky Tower's guardians always began with mentally harassing the participants before entering the Sky Tower. As long as their mental state was shaken, they would surely be defeated. But when Luo Ying saw Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but be shocked. This was because Zhao Hai had a smile on his face as he looked at him. Luo Ying didn't know why, but upon seeing Zhao Hai's eyes, his heart couldn't help but jump. His body firmed up and his body hair stood up. Zhao Hai looked at Luo Ying and gave him a salute as he said, "Guardian Luo, I don't know how tall it is, but the Sky Tower is the tallest structure I have seen in my life. I am awed by it." Zhao Hai's sudden words stunned Tang Yaoan and Mu Yao. The two looked at Zhao Hai and found that he was smiling as he conversed with Luo Ying. The two couldn't help but shake before letting out a long breath. To be honest, they had been suppressed by the Sky Tower's imposing aura. Because of this, they had been led by the nose by the people of the tower. Zhao Hai's words caused the pressure in their hearts to vanish. Luo Ying looked at Zhao Hai and a dignified radiance appeared in his eyes for the first time. He understood the underlying purpose behind Zhao Hai's words. Lu Ying's eyes flashed a cold light. People like Zhao Hai were the type of people that the guardians of the Sky Tower needed to eliminate. The killing intent behind Luo Ying's eyes only flashed for a fraction of a second. He looked at Zhao Hai and gave a smile as he said, "The height of the Sky Tower is a secret. If you really want to investigate, then it would be an act of spying on the Sky Tower. By then, you would be treated as an enemy of the Sky Tower. Do you still want to know?" Zhao Hai stared, then he quickly waved his hand and said, "I wouldn't dare." The 100 Treasures realm and the Sky Tower have a good relationship. You had us wage war against the Giant Spirit realm, so we went and did it. We also managed to drive the Giant Spirit realm out of the 10,000 realm battlefield. After that, you even allowed us to enter the Sky Tower. As you can see, we have a very good relationship. How could I become an enemy of the Sky Tower? I absolutely won't dare." Hearing Zhao Hai, a smile bloomed on Tang Yaoan and Mu Yu's face. If they weren't afraid of Luo Ying's face, then they would have laughed. Even then, they were having a hard time suppressing their laugh. Their faces were beginning to turn red. Tang Yaoan was beginning to dread Zhao Hai's ability to talk nonsense. He was truly a master of it. Tang Yaoan couldn't do it. At the same time, Zhao Hai's words caused Luo Ying to be unable to reply. Looking at Luo Ying's choked-up expression, Tang Yaoan and Mu Yu wanted to laugh. Looking at Luo Ying's expression, Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he turned his hand and took out a jug of liquor. Then he handed it to Luo Ying and said, "Senior, this is a special product of our 100 Treasures realm. It's high-grade spirit wine. Senior, please accept it. Take it as a token of the Sky Tower and the 100 Treasures realm's friendship." Luo Ying looked at Zhao Hai, then a smile slowly appeared on his face before he laughed. He took the jug that Zhao Hai handed over and then patted him on the shoulder as he said, "Ha ha ha, what a young man. It's been a long time since I've seen a young man as interesting as you. I'll take your wine." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Senior, please." Then he handed the wine over to Luo Ying. After receiving the jug, Luo Ying once again invited the three to enter the tower. Meanwhile, Tang Yaoan looked at Zhao Hai with amazement. Not only did he break the awkward atmosphere, he also managed to make Luo Ying laugh. However, since there was no time, Tang Yaoan didn't say anything. He led Zhao Hai and Mu Yu inside the tower along with Luo Ying. Upon entering the tower, Zhao Hai and Mu Yu stared. This was because the inside of the tower was much bigger than they thought. From what Zhao Hai can see, the inside was 10 mu 6,666,7 square. The ground was made out of flagstone, appearing very bleak. Inside this huge space was a bald person wearing a Buddhist robe. Hanging on this person's neck was a bead necklace with beads as large as a fist. A faint gold color appeared on his skin and a golden aura surrounded his body. He wasn't very tall, at around 1.8 meters tall, compared to Luo Ying. He was short. He also looked somewhat emaciated, although one couldn't see any fat on the person's body. His muscles were well defined. It looked solid as steel, as though it was cast. As he stood in place, he looked like a golden metallic statue casted from liquid gold. The person had closed eyes, one hand on the side while the other was pressed on his chest. One also couldn't see him breathing. If it weren't for his vitality, he could fool people to think that he was a statue. Luo Ying looked at the person and then turned to Tang Yaoan and said, "This is the Sky Tower's first floor guardian. He has severed soul stage strength. You may begin. Both of you can make a move." After he said that, Luo Ying retreated along with Tang Yaoan. Looking at the golden body of the monk, Zhao Hai turned to Mu Yu and said, "Brother Mu, I think we shouldn't go together. Otherwise, people would think that we're bullying people. What do you think? Who should go first?" Mu Yu looked at the monk and could see that he was a body cultivator. Moreover, he looked like a well-accomplished one. But if it came to battle, Mu Yu knew that this person wasn't a match against Zhao Hai. So after thinking, he replied, "I'll go first. If I can't do it, you'll go." Mu Yu wanted to go first to see how strong the monk was. If he won, then that would be good. If not, then at least Zhao Hai could see the opponent's strength. Zhao Hai understood Mu Yu's thoughts, so he didn't decline and gave a nod before retreating. Chapter 1579, Fish in a Net. The monk slowly opened his eyes and walked towards Mu Yu. The monk's expression was very calm. After arriving 50 steps away from Mu Yu, the monk gave a salute. Mu Yu also bowed towards the monk. Then he took out his weapon and went into his stance. Meanwhile, the monk was calmly waiting for Mu Yu to make a move. Looking at the monk's body, Mu Yu couldn't help but feel a hint of danger. He no longer waited and immediately made a move. Flower petals began flying out of Mu Yu's hand and attacked the monk. As Mu Yu made his move, the monk slowly took one step forward. However, this one step brought the monk directly in front of Mu Yu. At the same time, his right hand delivered a punch towards Mu Yu. His moves were calm, fast, as if doing it casually. But Mu Yu was already prepared for this move. His body moved at the same time the monk took a step forward. His body shifted 100 meters on the side. At the same time, flower petals began to surround Mu Yu's body. What Mu Yu didn't expect was that the monk simply didn't care about the flower petals. Just like before, he sent another attack towards Mu Yu. As the flower petals cut towards the monk's body, they just made sparks. They were useless. Seeing this, Tang Yaoan's expression couldn't help but change. He didn't expect the monk's body cultivation to be this formidable. It must be known that Mu Yu's artifact was famous in the 100 Treasures realm. Most artifacts weren't a match against Mu Yu's weapon. Tang Yaoan didn't expect that this artifact would have no effect against the monk. Mu Yu also noticed this point. He flew back and took out another artifact. It was a needle-type artifact, a fake spirit snake needle. Although this spirit snake needle was only an imitation, its offensive strength couldn't be underestimated. Zhao Hai made a lot of these fake spirit snake needles, so Mu Yu had a lot of it in his hands. Normally, Mu Yu wouldn't use it. This was because he knew that he couldn't display the peak strength of the spirit snake needle. Additionally, fake spirit snake needles have a very short lifespan, so Mu Yu didn't like to use them. However, Mu Yu was left with no choice. The monk's defense was just too strong. His own sword couldn't do anything to him. Because of this, he could only take the fake spirit snake needle out. When the monk saw the spirit snake needle, his pupils shrank. He felt the danger coming from the spirit snake needle. He couldn't help but be more cautious. Although Mu Yu was using a fake spirit snake needle and it was as mobile as the original, its agility couldn't compare to cultivators. Mu Yu could only use the spirit snake needle defensively. He couldn't do anything to the monk. Looking at the monk's movements, Zhao Hai immediately knew that the monk was using a body cultivation method that utilizes faith power. The monk certainly has his spiritual chi strengthened by faith power. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to block Miu Yu's flower rain sword. This discovery caused Zhao Hai's pupils to shrink. He didn't expect the monk to use faith power. This was rare. It must be known that it wasn't easy to cultivate faith power cultivation methods. Without faith power, cultivating this method was impossible. Naturally, if you can practice it, your strength would be leagues further compared to those who use normal cultivation methods. Zhao Hai now knew why the people of the 10,000 realm battlefield couldn't defeat the people of the Sky Tower. This side actually had faith power cultivation methods. People who cultivate ordinary cultivation methods were bound to lose. Zhao Hai could see that although Miu Yu was holding on, he was actually being pushed back. Zhao Hai couldn't help but snort as he took a step forward and appeared in front of the monk. The monk was also guarding against Zhao Hai. Seeing Zhao Hai appear in front of him, the monk wasn't surprised and just sent a fist towards him. Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he captured the monk's fist and then proceeded to send a kick towards his abdomen. The monk's facial expression changed. He knew how strong his fist was, but Zhao Hai was able to effortlessly capture it. The monk didn't dare receive Zhao Hai's kick. His body moved and retreated. Zhao Hai looked at the monk and then opened his mouth and said, "Big brother Miu, you go back first. I'll deal with this monk." Miu Yu nodded and said, "All right, I'll give him to you." Then he slowly retreated to the back. Zhao Hai looked at the monk and said, "You're quite strong. You have faith power, right? Let me experience it." Then Zhao Hai waved his fist towards the monk. The monk's expression turned serious as he went into his stance. Both sides were 50 steps away from each other. There was a small pause before the monk took a step forward towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai welcomed the monk's attack and then the two proceeded to fight using their hands and feet. Their way of combat caused Tang Yao and Luo Ying to be dumbfounded. Luo Ying was very clear about the monk's strength. The monk was very strong, especially in close combat. Who would have expected Zhao Hai to also be formidable in hand-to-hand combat? He was able to fight equally with the monk. What Luo Ying and the others didn't know was that Zhao Hai was using 4 Buddhist techniques as he fought against the monk. Altogether, he used the demon subjugation technique, descending dragon technique, crouching tiger technique, and the Cosmos technique. The Cosmos technique was the soul movement technique among the 18 Buddhist techniques. Zhao Hai wasn't able to use it in the past, but now he was able to use it against the monk. The monk's body movement technique was also very good. If Zhao Hai didn't use a movement technique, then he wouldn't be the monk's opponent. Meanwhile, the monk couldn't help but be startled. He practiced body cultivation his entire life. Moreover, he was using a faith power cultivation method. This caused his attacks to be formidable. He didn't expect to see someone who could block his attacks today. He could even faintly sense that Zhao Hai's attacks were more powerful. How could this not stun him? The exchange between the two became quicker and quicker, and their attacks were also becoming heavier. Although the monk practiced body cultivation his entire life, he couldn't compare to Zhao Hai's abnormal body. Unexpectedly, the monk was beginning to be pushed back. Luo Ying looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief. He couldn't believe that there would be a person who could stay toe-to-toe with the monk. It was totally unimaginable. Although Luo Ying was much stronger compared to the monk, he knew clearly how strong the monk was. Even in this place, the monk was among the top severed soul experts. Zhao Hai was actually able to fight even with him. Zhao Hai didn't care about anyone's thoughts. His actions became faster and faster and his hits became heavier. The monk could only retreat. At this moment, the monk pulled his bead necklace out. Upon waving it, the bead necklace turned into a whip. Then the monk waved his whip and attacked Zhao Hai. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh as he said, "Is it time to use weapons? Good. Then let me play with you." After he said that, he waved his hand and took out a long iron staff before striking the monk with it. The two changed from fighting with their hands and feet to fighting with weapons. However, it was still close combat. Any mistake made by either of them might turn fatal. Tang Yao and looked at the fight with peak attention. The monk couldn't help but feel bitter. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this formidable. Zhao Hai even had a formidable weapon with him. After the two fought for some time, Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "I've played enough. It's time to end." Then he waved his hand, releasing a large number of flying swords around him. These flying swords immediately arranged themselves into a sword formation, trapping the monk inside. The monk found that every time he moved, he would expend a large amount of spiritual chi. This caused his expression to turn ugly. Moreover, the monk discovered that the swords had disappeared and he seems to be inside an interstellar space. Then the planets around him began to exert pressure on him. He felt that he could no longer move. He has been tied down. Then the illusion around him vanished. The monk was like a fish in a net. Zhao Hai stood not far away from the monk, looking at him with a smile on his face. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then he turned his head to Luo Ying and said, "Senior Luo Ying, we've won. Can we go up now?" Luo Ying gave Zhao Hai a complex look as he replied, "Good, let me lead you there." Then he led the three towards a stone slab. Unexpectedly, this slab was actually a transmission formation. The four got on the transmission formation and disappeared along with a flash of light. When they arrived at the second layer, Zhao Hai and Miu Yu couldn't help but stare. Zhao Hai looked at the surroundings and couldn't help but be amazed. The surroundings were too strange. There was no light in all four directions. Besides the flash of light from the transmission formation, everything was pitch black. Not only was the surrounding black, it also isolated one spiritual force. For experts like Zhao Hai and Miu Yu, their spiritual force was limited to 100 meters. After looking around him, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Interesting, Brother Miu, let's have a look." Miu Yu gave a heavy nod. He now understood that the people of the Sky Tower held the home advantage. They can literally change the environment of the tower in order to suit their combat needs. Although this was just a guess, Miu Yu was fairly sure that this was the case. Zhao Hai didn't care about this as he stepped out of the transmission formation. Then he waved his hand and sent out lightning from his hand. Then a storm formed, causing the surroundings to light up. Zhao Hai's move caused Luo Ying's eyes to feel uncomfortable. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Then at this time, Zhao Hai felt a sharp aura going straight towards his head. Zhao Hai waved his hand and released a white light. When the light disappeared, the sharp aura on his head also disappeared. Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "Brother Miu, take care of your surroundings." Miu Yu responded and immediately took his weapon out. Then he surrounded his body with flower petals. Zhao Hai flew up as his body began to shine. At the same time, he took out a lot of flying swords that also lit up, acting like light tubes in the air. In an instant, the area around Zhao Hai was lit up. Although it couldn't compare to the outside, it was enough to see things. At this time, Zhao Hai and Miu Yu were standing in the middle of the sword formation. Zhao Hai looked around him as he sneered and said, "It's a sneak attack. Let me see how they do it." Zhao Hai let Miu Yu to move forward. At the same time, Zhao Hai continued to release silver needles in order to look for his opponent. Before long, Zhao Hai discovered that the surrounding area wasn't flat, but it was like a hill. It was also floating and unsteady. The suppression was very powerful. Even the space was unable to see very far. Zhao Hai could only use the silver needles to explore. However, he still hasn't found anyone yet. As Zhao Hai was looking around, he suddenly felt a dangerous aura coming towards Miu Yu. Zhao Hai coldly snorted as his stellar transformation sword formation moved. It emitted golden light and began to put pressure on the surroundings. At this time, Zhao Hai saw Miu Yu's shadow twist before a black rapier pierced Miu Yu's stomach. Miu Yu also discovered this rapier, but it was too late for him to dodge. Fortunately, Zhao Hai was able to move and block the attack. Then the shadow disappeared, followed by a strange laughter. Zhao Hai's eyes turned bright as he said, "A divergent ability user. Interesting. I didn't expect to meet a divergent ability user at this time." "Brother Miu, be careful. The guy can hide in the shadows to attack people." Miu Yu's heart rate couldn't help but increase. What happened scared him. The other party was actually able to kill using shadows. He wasn't even able to respond in time. Zhao Hai coldly snorted and waved his hand as he said, "Scatter." Along with his order, his flying sword split into flying needles. Then these needles lit up much brighter than before. Moreover, it lit up everything in the surroundings to the point where there were no shadows. Chapter 1580, Runaway Wolves. A shadowless lamp. Zhao Hai arranged his silver needles according to the principle of a shadowless lamp. Zhao Hai knew that the opponent can use shadows to kill. Such a person wasn't easy to deal with. The range of Zhao Hai's shadowless lamp was enormous. Zhao Hai and Miu Yu were completely covered by the light of the lamp, removing any shadows around them. Seeing this, Luo Ying's expression couldn't help but change. In terms of real strength, the person on the second floor might not be a match for the monk on the first floor. However, this person has a divergent ability that was impossible to guard against. A lot of experts fell under his move. However, Zhao Hai was able to counter this ability using light. He removed any shadows around him and Mu Yu. He was in an impregnable position. It seems like even the person on the second floor wouldn't be able to stop them. Luo Ying guessed correctly. Naturally, Zhao Hai couldn't be stopped on the second floor. Now, Mu Yu and Zhao Hai didn't need to be afraid of any surprise attacks. At the same time, Zhao Hai's silver needles were working to weed out the person on the second floor. Zhao Hai believed that he would be found quickly, and once the guy was found, it would be very hard for him to escape. Before long, a smile bloomed on Zhao Hai's face. The second floor was almost as big as the first floor. However, the ground wasn't as flat. The darkness seems to suppress spiritual force. But this didn't trouble Zhao Hai. He already found the person hiding in the shadows. He was currently lurking not far from where Zhao Hai and Mu Yu were. His black clothes seemed to blend in with the darkness. Zhao Hai snorted as his body disappeared from where he originally was. The next moment, he was beside the person, reaching his hand out to capture him. The person's response was very quick. His body shifted the moment Zhao Hai was about to reach him. However, he was already seen by Zhao Hai. He couldn't run away. After backing up, he wanted to hide in the shadows. However, Zhao Hai chased him, making it very hard to escape. He could only step forward and fight Zhao Hai. 50 moves into their exchange, the person was finally hit by Zhao Hai. The punch didn't kill him but instead sealed his spiritual chi. Then he took the man and threw him in front of Luo Ying. He punched the man once more to unblock his meridians. The person looked at Zhao Hai and gave him a salute before his body vanished into the darkness once more. Zhao Hai waved his hand, withdrawing his silver needles. Mu Yu also returned to Zhao Hai's side. Darkness plunged the entire second floor once more. Luo Ying looked at Zhao Hai and the others and said, "Let's go." After he said that, he moved forward several steps. A light suddenly flashed as another transmission formation appeared. The group entered the formation and then vanished from the second floor in a flash of white light. When they arrived at the second floor, Zhao Hai and the others were once again surprised. What appeared before them was a vast grassland. The floor was no longer 10 mu wide. One wouldn't be able to know how vast the grassland was just by eyesight alone. This caused Zhao Hai to be stunned. He didn't expect this kind of place. The sky tower was indeed extraordinary. They were actually able to make this kind of place. As Zhao Hai was thinking about this, they suddenly heard a wolf's howl in the distance. Zhao Hai and Mu Yu stared as they turned their heads towards Luo Ying. Luo Ying just gave them a smile and nothing else. At this time, a black line was seen from the horizon. The black line got closer and closer until Zhao Hai could see that the black line was composed of wolves. It was a pack of wolves. The pack of wolves arrived in front of Zhao Hai and the others not long after. Then they all stopped. Upon studying the pack, Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but change. He didn't expect them to be strong. The strongest of these wolves was actually at the severed soul stage while the weakest was at the nascent soul stage. Most of them were at the transcending tribulation stage. While Zhao Hai wasn't sure what was going on, someone suddenly walked out from the pack. At first, Zhao Hai thought that it was a wolf, but as it turns out, it was actually a person. It was a person in a wolf's skin. The person wasn't tall. He was just 1.6 meters tall. His body was skinny and he only had wolf skin as garments. The wolf skin head hung on his head while the rest covered his body. He also had iron claws on both of his hands. The person looked more like a wolf than a person. As the person stared at Zhao Hai and Mu Yu, the two felt like they were being stared at by a real wolf. Then the person straightened their back and let out a shrill howl. With this howl, the other wolves howled as well. Then the entire pack revealed their hostility towards Zhao Hai and Mu Yu. If anyone had a weak mental state, then they would have been thrown to the ground by the hostility alone. In addition to the wolves following this person, there were still other packs of wolves heading over from the distance. It was as if they were responding to the person's call. It seems like this person's skill was controlling these wolves. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but show a strange smile. The person actually planned to attack him with beasts. This was too funny. Does this person really want to compete with Zhao Hai using beasts? On the other hand, Mu Yu had a tense expression as he looked at these wolves. At this time, More wolves were running over. Zhao Hai estimated there to be at least 100,000 wolves present. 100,000 wolves where the weakest of them was at the nascent soul stage. Most severed soul experts would have their scalp numb with this sight. This quantity could basically drown you to death with their numbers. Suddenly, Zhao Hai turned his head to Luo Ying and said, "Senior Luo Ying, can we also use beasts that we subjugated, or undead?" Hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yu and Tang Yao and stared. Then their complexion lit up. This was because they were reminded of Zhao Hai's formidable undead. Moreover, Zhao Hai's undead knew how to use rifles. If they were taken out, these wolves would no doubt be eliminated. Luo Ying stared, then he nodded and said, "Naturally they're allowed. Beasts and undead are also part of your strength. Of course you can use them." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's good." Then he waved his hands and took out a large number of undead. These undead had rifles in their hands. Moreover, they numbered roughly the same as the wolves. Seeing this, the eyes of the person in wolf skin couldn't help but shrink. Then he let out a howl before disappearing among the pack. Then to Zhao Hai's surprise, the wolves scattered in all directions. In a blink of an eye, they could no longer be seen. Zhao Hai was staring at what just happened with a blank expression. He didn't know what was happening. As Zhao Hai was in a daze, Luo Ying said, "You passed this floor." Zhao Hai stared, then he turned his head to Luo Ying in confusion. Luo Ying smiled at Zhao Hai and said, "That wolf kid is known for bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Seeing how many undead you have and they even have fire weaver rifles, they naturally wouldn't want to fight you. Come with me. Let's go to the next floor." Zhao Hai and Mu Yu didn't expect this to happen. It seems like some of the guardians of the Sky Tower couldn't be relied on. Luo Ying didn't care about their thoughts as he led them to the next transmission formation. Then they arrived at the fourth floor. The fourth floor was different compared to the last three floors. Its environment was a forest. It was a huge forest that it was hard to see where it ended. Zhao Hai's expression turned vigilant. He discovered that the forest was somewhat strange. He could use the infinity technique as well as the instinct technique. The instinct technique allowed Zhao Hai to sense danger, and this forest was full of danger. At the same time, the infinity technique informed Zhao Hai that the forest was part of a whole. It seems to have its own consciousness. His discoveries caused Zhao Hai to be surprised. He couldn't feel the extent of this forest since it could suppress spiritual force just like the second floor. However, it was different from the second floor. The suppression of the forest wasn't because of the floor itself. It seems like someone was deliberately blocking the use of spiritual force. This feeling was quite bizarre. It seems like they were facing a person and not a forest. It was a person who suppressed them the moment they discovered the intruders. Zhao Hai knit his brows. Mu Yu also discovered how strange the situation was. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, something's wrong with this forest." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "There's something not right. This forest is strange. It makes me feel that it is hostile to us." Mu Yu nodded and said, "I feel the same." "Do you think it's another divergent ability user? Probably a beast?" Zhao Hai looked at Mu Yu and said, "I'm not sure right now. Let's head forward and find clues." Mu Yu nodded as he released his artifact and protected himself. Then the two walked forward side by side. As the two continued going forward, the hostility they felt continued to increase. Zhao Hai's expression turned more serious. He discovered that this forest was indeed part of a whole. Moreover, its aura was getting stronger and stronger, reaching the immortal stage. It wasn't only Zhao Hai who felt this. Mu Yu's expression was also turning ugly. He whispered, "Little Hai, something is truly wrong. How about releasing the Hell King's ship and attacking? Let's see if the forest could withstand its attack." Since he didn't have any other ideas at this time, Zhao Hai agreed, "We might as well try." Then he took out the Hell King's ship. The two got on the ship before it began to fly forward. Then at this moment, a large number of vines appeared and tried to tie the Hell King's ship down. These vines were dark green and had a metallic sheen. They didn't look easy to deal with. Chapter 1581, Realization. Although Zhao Hai was expecting the forest to attack him, he didn't expect the first attack to be so fierce. The vines formed a large net around the Hell King's ship, covering it in all directions. Zhao Hai was startled, but his thought process was fast. The Hell King's ship was immediately covered by white flames, forming a protective shield against the vines. The moment the vines touched the shield, they immediately turned into ice. Then a gentle nudge from the Hell King's ship would cause them to shatter. At this moment, trees flew up and formed a huge hand in midair. Then the hand clenched into a fist and attacked the ship. The fist was extremely fast, leaving Zhao Hai unable to dodge. Before long, the fist connected with the Hell King's ship. Boom! The Hell King's ship shook and was thrown back. As Zhao Hai stood firmly on the ship, another hand formed from trees appeared, grasping the Hell King's ship and trying to pull it down. Seeing this, Zhao Hai coldly snorted and transformed the Hell King's ship into a sword shuttle, allowing it to slip from the hand's grasp and fly forward. After that, Zhao Hai released more than 20 sword shuttles that were similarly protected by white flames. These sword shuttles surrounded Zhao Hai's ship. At the same time, Zhao Hai's ships swung down and began to destroy the forest. At this time, the forest changed. Fists larger than sword shuttles began appearing one by one and attacking the Hell King's ship. However, the sword shuttle was faster and more agile. The fists found it difficult to capture them. The two sides continued to clash with each other for some time. Then beasts of the forest began appearing and joining the battle. Zhao Hai waved his hand and released his 12 metal beasts to deal with the new enemies. Suddenly, Zhao Hai's expression changed. Noticing Zhao Hai's expression, Miu quickly asked, "Little Hai, what happened?" Zhao Hai didn't speak and just gestured to the ground. Miu turned his head downward and his expression couldn't help but change. This was because on the ground, sprouts began to appear and rapidly grew into new trees. Zhao Hai hoped that he would eventually destroy the forest by attacking its trees bit by bit. Then after that, the controller of the forest would be revealed. But he didn't expect the current situation. Now Zhao Hai's plan to destroy the forest has failed. Miu's expression was difficult to look at. The wooden fists and the beasts were bad news. They need to find the person controlling the forest. Zhao Hai was also frowning. This was because although the space was releasing silver needles, they had yet to find the one controlling the forest. This caused Zhao Hai to be surprised. Whether it be a spell or a divergent ability, the opponent shouldn't be far away from here. So why hasn't Zhao Hai discovered him until now? However, there was no time to think about it too much. Zhao Hai looked at the trees as he coldly snorted. Then a densely packed formation appeared in front of him. After that, a fire dragon appeared from the formation and wreaked havoc. The fire dragon that appeared wasn't composed of netherworld fire but instead it was earth fire. Not long after it appeared, the trees and the beasts began to burn and reduce into ashes. This wasn't the end. Zhao Hai continued to launch formation after formation. Fire dragons appeared one after another, engulfing the entire forest in a fire. As Zhao Hai looked at the burning forest, he finally heard a prompt from space. The person controlling the forest has been found. Zhao Hai stretched his spiritual force over and was stunned. This was because what appeared wasn't a person, but instead an ordinary-looking tree. Zhao Hai immediately asked Kair, "This tree is the one controlling the forest?" Kair smiled and said, "Look further and you'll know." Then a screen appeared in his mind and played the image. Soon Zhao Hai noticed what was going on. A figure flashed from a burnt tree and then merged into the new tree. Seeing this, Zhao Hai still didn't know what was going on. It's a divergent ability user? Isn't the ability too strong? How can they control the entire forest? Even I wouldn't be able to do it. Experts in the world are truly aplenty. Kair smiled and said, "Young master, there's no other explanation for this. I think this is only possible because he integrated faith power into his divergent ability. You haven't done this before, so you failed to think about it. People in this level can better use their divergent ability than their cultivation method. They were born with their ability while their cultivation method was gained afterward. This made it easier for many cultivators to use their divergent ability compared to their cultivation methods." Zhao Hai stared. To be honest, he hasn't thought about this before, but he has to recognize that what Kair said made sense. The person on the second floor and now on the fourth floor caused him great troubles. Compared to the monk on the first floor and the wolf person on the third floor, those with divergent abilities were more annoying to deal with. Zhao Hai couldn't help but reconsider his thoughts. To be honest, he rarely used his divergent abilities. He could use the 5 elements, turn his body into diamond, and he could even control lightning. All of these abilities made him superior to any other person. Despite this, Zhao Hai didn't use his abilities. To be honest, the reason why he didn't use his abilities often was because he was afraid of becoming strange. What he used recently were the Buddhist techniques. This was because most people would treat it as normal. If he used divergent techniques, then he would feel like he was no longer human. He would be different compared to Mu Yu and the others. Because of this thought, Zhao Hai rarely used his abilities. He subconsciously despised using his divergent abilities. He just wasn't able to realize this point. Today's matter along with Kair's words opened Zhao Hai's eyes. He discovered that he had been stupid. Whether you look like an ordinary human or not, what was important was your strength. Even if you look like a monster, you would still be respected if you're strong. If you were not strong enough, even if you had impeccable character, you would still be kicked down and stepped on. This was a world where the strong prey on the weak. People wouldn't care about the method you used to become strong. The only thing they noticed was your strength. After thinking this through, Zhao Hai suddenly felt that the road in front of him had widened. The feeling that was pressing in his heart has disappeared. He felt that he had just received something good. However, Zhao Hai didn't immediately withdraw his spiritual force. He continued to pay attention to the person who integrated himself into the tree. Even the space was fooled by him. It must be said that his ability was truly powerful. But now that the space has found him, there was no escape. Zhao Hai opened his eyes and then waved at the sword shuttles to split themselves. Before long, the sky was covered by swords that flew towards a certain direction. The tree was then surrounded by the swords arranged in a formation. This formation wasn't the stellar transformation's sword formation, but instead it was a space-locking formation. As long as the enemy gets trapped inside this formation, they would feel like they were trapped inside an independent prison. They would lose all contact with the outside world. The person hiding inside the tree didn't think much about the formation at first, but when he decided to withdraw, he suddenly discovered that he couldn't. The forest around the person immediately turned peaceful. The wooden fists and the beasts vanished from sight. Looking at the situation, Mu Yu couldn't help but stare. He turned to Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's done. I just found the guy and trapped him inside a formation." Although he could still command trees, the ones in his sights no longer belonged to the forest. Mu Yu relaxed. Then he patted Zhao Hai on the shoulder and said, "Little Hai, we reached this far because of you. I didn't expect to be a burden instead." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Brother Mu, don't say that. Do you know why the people of the 10,000 realm battlefield couldn't defeat the guardians of the Sky Tower? It's because their cultivation methods and divergent techniques contain faith power. If I didn't have faith power of my own, then we would have been defeated long ago." Hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yu's expression couldn't help but change. "Little Hai, are you sure that they're using faith power?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm sure." The monk on the first floor, the man in black on the second floor, and now this forest-controlling person on the fourth floor, I'm sure they're using faith power. As for that wolf person from the third floor, I'm not sure about him since we never really fought. However, since he could stay on the third floor, his abilities shouldn't be any less than the person on the second floor. He should also be able to use faith power. Chapter 1582, Enemy on the fifth floor. Mu Yu's expression was somewhat heavy. Before meeting Zhao Hai, he didn't really think much about faith power. But after meeting Zhao Hai, he discovered how important it was. Zhao Hai has faith power, and his strength was much stronger compared to his peers. He can even face immortal experts, which was something that others couldn't achieve. Naturally, Zhao Hai's strength wasn't all because of faith power, but in Mu Yu's eyes, faith power was crucial, so he also paid attention to it. Hearing from Zhao Hai that the people of the Sky Tower were using faith power, Mu Yu couldn't help but be startled. He also understood why the people of the 10,000 realm battlefield couldn't win against them. Zhao Hai looked at Mu Yu and said, "Brother Mu, don't think much about it. Let's just get to the fifth floor and get through. Once we defeat the guardian of the fifth floor, we'll win the bet. Then the 100 treasures realm would develop rapidly. But I reckon the fifth floor wouldn't be easy." Mu Yu nodded and said, "I'll have to depend on you this time." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Brother Mu, you're too polite. I'm also a person of the 100 treasures realm. This is what I should be doing. Let's go." After he said that, he used his sword shuttle to return to where Luo Ying and Tang Yao were. They watched the battle and saw the trees and beasts being burned down. When he saw this, Luo Ying knew that Zhao Hai already won. So when Zhao Hai walked up to him, he had a complicated look as he said, "Congratulations, Zhao Hai, you won again." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Although I didn't catch him, he's inside my trap. I can get him if the senior wants." Luo Ying's praises weren't made with good intentions. Naturally, Luo Ying knew who Miu Yu was. He was trying to provoke Miu Yu's relationship with Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai didn't care. He believed that Miu Yu wasn't that petty. Luo Ying smiled faintly and said, "No need. I already know that you won. Let's go. It's time to head to the 5th floor." Zhao Hai smiled as he waved his hand and received his flying swords and large artifacts before following Luo Ying to the 5th floor. Tang Yao's expression was now much better compared to the earlier floors. There was now a hint of a smile on his face. He knew what it would mean to the 100 Treasures realm if they won this time. For the next 500 years, the 100 Treasures realm wouldn't be bothered by the Sky Tower. No matter what they do, the tower wouldn't interfere. This was crucial for the 100 Treasures realm. But at the same time, Tang Yao knew that the 5th floor wouldn't be easy. Now that Zhao Hai and Miu Yu were moving to the 5th floor, Tang Yao kept reminding himself to not have too much hope. Before long, the four entered the 5th floor. Zhao Hai and Miu Yu were once more stunned by the new view. The 5th floor was a barren desert. There was nothing in it. Only the giant sun was present in the sky, and the entire 5th floor was as hot as an oven. At this time, 5 shadows came flying in from the distance. The 5 were coming from 5 different directions and they all wore ordinary cotton garments. Naturally, this wasn't what Miu Yu and Zhao Hai were paying attention to. What attracted them was the fact that the 5 people looked exactly the same. They were quintuplets. Another thing that Zhao Hai paid attention to was the weapon in each of their waists. They were all carrying a knife and a saber. It must be known that cultivators generally didn't show their weapons and just kept them inside their spatial equipment. However, these 5 people carried blades outside. This made Zhao Hai feel strange. The 5 people arrived 100 meters around Miu Yu and Zhao Hai, completely surrounding them. Then simultaneously, they opened their mouths and said, "It's been some time since someone reached this place. It really makes you lonely." 5 people opened their mouths at the same time and closed it at the same time. Nobody was one tone earlier nor one tone later. Moreover, they didn't exchange any looks. This caused Zhao Hai's pupils to shrink. Naturally, he wasn't surprised by these 5 people opening their mouths together. He was surprised by the realization that they were very coordinated. They understood each other too well that their actions were unified. Zhao Hai quickly had a sense of danger. These 5 people were very dangerous. Zhao Hai immediately wore a set of iron armor as well as iron gloves. Then he waved his hand, sending Miu Yu to Tang Yao's side. Miu Yu was just looking at the 5 people and then in the next moment he appeared beside Tang Yao. He had no time to react before he was caught by Tang Yao. He looked at Tang Yao who said, "Don't move, you'll just distract little Hai. Those 5 aren't easy to deal with." Miu Yu stopped. Then he looked at the 5 people. These 5 people were looking at Zhao Hai with eyes filled with killing intent. Naturally, Miu Yu didn't think that Zhao Hai would open his mouth and tell him to go back to Tang Yao's side. That would be humiliating. Zhao Hai didn't think much about the situation as he took a firm stance, looking like an immovable mountain. The 5 people stretched their arms and then drew out their sabers and knives. However, neither side made a move. Miu Yu and Tang Yao could feel that the spiritual force of the 5 people and Zhao Hai were locked onto each other. As soon as a hint of opening was detected, they would immediately make a move. At this time, a breeze arrived. As if by prior agreement, the 6 of them immediately moved. The 5 brandished their blades and attacked Zhao Hai in all directions, blocking him from dodging. But Zhao Hai moved at the same time. He kicked the dust on his feet, causing a massive wave of sand to attack the person right in front of him. He also moved forward and attacked that person. Then the man roared and sent a sound wave from his mouth, blocking the sand that Zhao Hai threw out. Then he used his blade to slash Zhao Hai's neck. Zhao Hai didn't retreat and instead lifted his left arm and protected his neck. Meanwhile, he clenched his right hand and sent out a punch. When the blade hit Zhao Hai's left arm, The sound of metal hitting metal was heard. Zhao Hai managed to block the blade. At the same time, Zhao Hai's fist arrived in front of the person. The person let out a strange cry before he leaned back, then he used the force of his lean to kick Zhao Hai. It was at this time that the blades of the other four slashed Zhao Hai's body. Dang 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 dang. Four sounds were heard as Zhao Hai's body armor blocked the four blades. Zhao Hai didn't care about these attacks as he went forward and continued to attack the person in front of him. A bang was heard as he hit his target. The man was smashed into the ground by Zhao Hai, his face showing that he had been severely injured. Zhao Hai didn't intend to kill the person, otherwise, he would have been much worse than now. The other four saw this and raised their blades once more. Then they sent golden blade chi towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai knew that this was a faith power attack. He roared and pressed his feet down into the ground. Then he twisted his upper body before jumping up. Then he used his twisted position to whip his legs, causing him to spin. Like a dragon's tail, Zhao Hai's feet kicked the incoming attacks. The four quickly changed their stance as their knives slashed at Zhao Hai's legs. When he returned to the ground, Zhao Hai closed his stance and rammed his body towards one of the four. The person immediately retreated and then pulled his saber and then slashed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai grabbed the man's saber and then used it as a leverage to lift his body and kick him in the head. When Zhao Hai grabbed his saber, the person began to twist it vigorously. If it was an ordinary person, he might have succeeded. However, he was against Zhao Hai. Seeing Zhao Hai's attack, the person quickly let go and retreated. At this time, the other three attacked. Zhao Hai waved his hand and repelled the three blades one after another. After repelling the attacks, Zhao Hai flew towards the one who retreated. Although experts like them were able to fly in the air a long time ago, this also meant that being on air or on ground didn't have any difference. The five were obviously experts at close combat, so they didn't fly in the air and instead fought with Zhao Hai on the ground. Zhao Hai also knew why these people didn't fly. Even if they did, their combat strength wouldn't be much better than on the ground, so Zhao Hai didn't take to the air as well. Instead, he fought with them on the ground. Zhao Hai took the momentum brought by the attack of the three in order to propel himself towards the person who retreated. Although the person still wanted to have his weapon back, it was already too late. He was kicked down by Zhao Hai, removing him from the fight. The exchange between the six happened in almost an instant. Yet in this small time, Zhao Hai was able to strike two of them down. Although he received the blade several times, these attacks seemed like nothing. Seeing that another one of them was gone, the three rearranged themselves and surrounded Zhao Hai once more. Three pairs of eyes were staring at him with a cold gaze. It was as if they couldn't wait to swallow Zhao Hai. Despite this, Zhao Hai remained unmoved. He just looked at the three and didn't dare let go of his guard. These five people underestimated him in the beginning, so they didn't use faith power. Zhao Hai used this opportunity to use the power of his liquid silver in order to beat them down. But after he managed to strike one of them down, the others began using faith power. At this time, Zhao Hai didn't dare to be careless. Although he could also use faith power, this also made him aware of its wondrous uses. He can't guarantee that he could completely block attacks from faith power, so he didn't risk it. The three surrounded Zhao Hai. Seeing that Zhao Hai didn't make a move, they took the initiative and swung their sabers to attack. Then suddenly a scepter appeared in Zhao Hai's hand. After that, a 1 versus 3 battle erupted. The four people fought faster and faster. The sabers of the three were glowing, clearly showing that they were using faith power. Similarly, Zhao Hai's scepter was glowing and blessed with faith power, so the two sides were evenly matched. After fighting for more than 300 moves, the winner of the battle has yet to be decided. At this time, a change happened in the battle. Zhao Hai's scepter turned into a flail. The new flexibility of Zhao Hai's weapon allowed it to hit the back of the head of one person. He eliminated another enemy. Then Zhao Hai's weapon changed form once more as he continued to attack the remaining two. With Zhao Hai's transforming weapon, the two were forced to retreat. Then Zhao Hai suddenly raised his hand and released hidden weapons. Although the two were able to use shields to block the hidden weapons, they sacrificed their ability to dodge by doing so. After getting hit by Zhao Hai's silver needles, the spiritual chi of the two were immediately sealed. Then they lost their ability to resist. Seeing that the fight was finished, Zhao Hai let out a long breath as he withdrew liquid silver as well as his armor. He also took his silver needles back. Even if the fight didn't look dangerous, Zhao Hai was still quite nervous. This was the first time he used faith power for a prolonged period of time. Fortunately, nothing went wrong and he was able to win against the opposing party. Zhao Hai arrived beside Luo Ying and then bowed as he said, "Senior, I've won." "Did the 100 Treasures Realm win the bet?" Luo Ying looked at Zhao Hai with a complex expression. Then he said, "Correct. The 100 Treasures Realm has won the bet. From now on, for 500 years, the Sky Tower will not interfere with whatever the 100 Treasures Realm decides to do in the 10,000 Realm battlefield. In this period, the Sky Tower will not bet with the 100 Treasures Realm nor would involve the 100 Treasures Realm in bets with other realms." Zhao Hai let out a long breath as he bowed and said, "I give Senior Luo Ying my most sincere thanks." At the same time, Tang Yao and bowed to Luo Ying and said, "On behalf of the 100 Treasures Realm, we thank Senior Luo Ying." Luo Ying waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be polite. Let me lead you out." Then he led the group to the transmission formation. A white light flashed and the group disappeared from the 5th floor. The next moment, Zhao Hai and the others found that they were back to the square outside the Sky Tower. Luo Ying looked at them and said, "Everyone, I can only guide you up to here. You can use the transmission formation to leave. Please don't reveal what happened today to the others." Tang Yao and naturally complied. Then after giving Luo Ying a final salute, the group entered the transmission formation. Tang Yao and took control of the transmission formation before the group disappeared from the square. Looking at the 3 people disappearing from the transmission formation, Luo Ying sighed and said, "Many years have passed, and someone has finally done it. Extraordinary." Then he turned around and walked back into the Sky Tower, and once more, the doors of the Sky Tower closed up. It was as if nothing happened. Chapter 1583. Next action. White light flashed as 3 figures appeared on the temporary transmission formation. The 2 people guarding the transmission formation immediately stood up and turned towards the light. When the white light vanished, what the 2 saw was Zhao Hai and the others. One of the 2 people were Zongzi, and naturally the other was Mu Yao. The most powerful elders of the 100 Treasures Realm were now guarding a transmission formation. Seeing Zhao Hai and the others arrive, the 2 immediately went forward to meet them. They carefully inspected Zhao Hai and Mu Yu. They were calm and didn't seem to be injured. Then the 2 turned to Tang Yaoan. Seeing Mu Yao and Zongzi looking at him, Tang Yaoan couldn't help but laugh as he said, "What, surprised? There's no need to look. We won, we won." Mu Yao and Zongzi didn't respond. Mu Yao just muttered, "We won, we won, we won? Did you just say that we won?" Seeing Mu Yao's dumbfounded appearance, Tang Yaoan couldn't help but laugh. He shook Mu Yao's shoulder and repeated, "Senior brother, we won." Mu Yao and Zongzi's faces showed disbelief. They just stared at Tang Yaoan, who smiled and said, "Let's go. Let's head back. We really won." Before long, the group were near the conference hall. Since the affairs of the Sky Tower needed to be kept secret, nobody in the 100 Treasures Realm knew what Mu Yu and Zhao Hai did. Naturally, nobody dared to inquire. Nevertheless, the 2 were very popular in the 100 Treasures Realm. So when they met cultivators on the way, they all greeted the 2 with a smile while giving a salute to the 3 elders. Zhao Hai and Mu Yu returned the greeting to these people along with a smile as they followed the elders to the conference hall. Tang Yaoan's happy mood was very obvious. He would often give a nod to a cultivator that gave him a salute, leaving those who greeted him feeling flattered. It must be known that Tang Yaoan, Mu Yao, and Zongzi were popular elders of the 100 Treasures Realm. It can be said that the 3 of them were the most respected elders of the realm. This had nothing to do with their strength, but because of their accomplishments. There's nothing to say about Mu Yao. Under his leadership, the 100 Treasures Realm were able to finally defeat the giant spirit realm. Ordinary cultivators of the 100 Treasures Realm didn't know about the Sky Tower, only the fact that they had a deep grudge with the giant spirit realm. Now that the giant spirit realm has been destroyed, the cultivators were naturally happy, and in the process, Mu Yao gained the respect of everyone. Tang Yaoan was Mu Yao's right-hand man. Everyone knew this. Therefore, Some of the merit also went into Tang Yaoan's name. Zongzi was able to increase his prestige in the past 2 years. He led the realm to destroy the Ghost Spirit realm and open up new territory for the 100 Treasures realm. Naturally, his popularity in the realm wasn't low. These 3 elders, in addition to Zhao Hai and Mu Yu, it can be said that it was a well-renowned group in the 100 Treasures realm. No matter who they meet, they would always be greeted with glee. The 5 entered the conference hall. The moment they sat down, Mu Yao didn't hesitate as he turned to Tang Yaoan and said, "Yaoan, what happened? Tell me everything." Tang Yaoan laughed, then told the other 2 elders what happened. Hearing Tang Yaoan, Mu Yao and Zongzi were speechless. They just looked at Zhao Hai. His image in their minds had somewhat changed. After some time, Mu Yao let out a long breath. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, good job. You've done more than I expected." "You did well." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Actually, Brother Mu isn't inferior to those people in terms of cultivation. It's only because of their faith power that Brother Mu was unable to defeat them." Hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yao couldn't help but pause. Then his expression changed as he looked at Tang Yaoan and said, "Yaoan, is this real? Did the people of the Sky Tower really use faith power?" The smile on Tang Yaoan's face faded. Then he nodded and said, "There's no mistake. It's faith power." All floor guardians were using faith power. What Little Hai said is true. Zongzi knit his brows and said, "Faith power? Where did they get that much faith power?" The Sky Tower is indeed mysterious. To be able to use faith power, it seems like their background isn't so simple. Mu Yao nodded. He turned his head to Tang Yaoan and said, "Yaoan, now that we won, what rewards did the Sky Tower give us?" Hearing Mu Yao, Tang Yaoan couldn't help but smile as he answered, "The Sky Tower promises us that they wouldn't interfere with the 100 Treasures realm in the future for 500 years. In this period, the Sky Tower also won't bet with us nor involve us with any bets with other realms." Mu Yao and Zongzi shook when they heard this. This was the best news they need to hear right now. Ordinary cultivators might not know, but how could Mu Yao and Zongzi be ignorant about the strength of the Sky Tower? The Sky Tower was like a sword hanging above the heads of all high-grade realms in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Every time they made a move, they would have to worry about the Sky Tower. But now that the Sky Tower itself declared that they wouldn't meddle with the 100 Treasures realm and even wouldn't bet with them for 500 years, the 100 Treasures realm would have no problems developing in the future. However, the 2 were quickly able to regain their calm. Mu Yao hesitated for a moment before he said, "Although the Sky Tower said this, we cannot be complacent. We are still weak compared to the 5 great realms. Not to mention the Sky Tower, if one of the 5 great realms focuses on us, there's nothing we can do. We still have to follow our previous plan and not be anxious." Zongzi nodded and said, "The next step I plan to do is to send troops to the Cloud Sea territory in an expedition. Naturally, this is just to send people to the hidden Cloud Village. Now that our progress has attracted the attention of the other high-grade realms, we have to make an appearance and let them think that we lost more people. What do you think?" Mu Yao understood Zongzi's plan, so he nodded and said, "That's a good plan. When the time comes, we can bring back another set of coordinates and then bait them in once more." Zongzi turned to Zhao Hai as he smiled and said, "We'll have to depend on you once more, Little Hai. We need your large artifact and lead people to the Cloud Sea territory. What do you think?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's no problem. I can bring everyone to the hidden Cloud Village. As for coordinates, I can bring back a few. At the same time, I'll bring back cloud beasts and a few people from the Cloud Sea territory. I believe those other fellows wouldn't be able to sit still when the time comes." Although there were hidden transmission formations in Yi Island, it was still inside the island. After the last incident, Yi Island was constantly monitored by the people of the Cloud Sea territory. If the people of the battlefield used these transmission formations once more, then they would no doubt face another hard fight. But Zhao Hai brought back coordinates to other White Cloud Islands. These high-grade realms would certainly come over and beg for them. Moreover, Zhao Hai was prepared to bring back Cloud Sea territory cultivators, cloud beasts, as well as other commodities of the territory. Once they see the benefits of the 100 Treasures realm, It would be strange if the other high grade weren't envious. Naturally, losses couldn't be avoided, but this wasn't important. Last time when the high grade realms attacked the Cloud Sea territory, they weren't able to get any good things. Although they were able to bring back white clouds, these white clouds couldn't exist in the 10,000 realm battlefield for a long time. The white clouds had already dissipated. The only things that remained were the cloud herbs and cloud rice. Besides those cloud plants, the high-grade realms weren't able to get anything from the Cloud Sea territory. For those high-grade realms, this was a huge loss of face. They had been constantly thinking of revenge, but they were also aware that attacking the Cloud Sea territory at this time wasn't a good idea. Therefore, they can only wait. If at this time the 100 Treasures realm sent an expedition into the Cloud Sea territory and managed to get some benefits, although they knew that they would lose more people, these high-grade realms still wouldn't be able to sit still. Most importantly, Zhao Hai didn't include the transforming clouds in his previous report. As long as Zhao Hai brought back a large number of these useful transforming clouds as well as reveal that these clouds could improve the success rate of refining artifacts, the high-grade realms would surely go crazy. Zhao Hai could also disclose the benefits of cloud beasts to these high-grade realms. It would be weird if they didn't explode from excitement when the time comes. The group discussed their plan in detail before Zhao Hai and Mu Yu asked to leave. When the two of them left, Mu Yao turned to Tang Yaoan and said, "Yaoan, is Little Hai really that strong?" Tang Yaoan nodded and said, "Very strong. He has a lot of methods. Moreover, he has faith power." It really opened my eyes how faith power is important to cultivators, both in offense and defense. With his faith power as well as his transforming artifact, Little Hai was able to win the bet for us. Mu Yao nodded. "This win is very good for us. This matter cannot be spread out, otherwise the people of the Sky Tower might get angry at us for embarrassing them." Tang Yaoan nodded and said, "Don't worry, we've already been reminded by Wo Ying." To be honest, if it weren't for Little Hai, Little Yu would be in danger. Mu Yao nodded. Little Hai's achievements might have already surpassed Little Yu's. We should make sure to protect him. After his trip to the Cloud Sea territory, we need to make Little Hai take a vacation. Tang Yao and Zongzi nodded. When Zhao Hai returned to the space, he immediately went to Kair and asked, "Kair, did you discover anything? Where did Luo Ying go?" Kair shook her head and said, "I wasn't able to get anything. After you left, Luo Ying went to the Sky Tower's 6th floor and then sent a jade sword message. Then he didn't do anything after that. I wanted to send silver needles to explore the Sky Tower, but I discovered that the tower is heavily guarded with defensive and alarm formations. If we sent silver needles to the upper floors, the people of the tower would immediately discover them. This would be bad for the 100 Treasures realm." Chapter 1584, Sending Troops. Zhao Hai wasn't too surprised upon hearing what Kair said. The Sky Tower had mysterious origins. The people of the 10,000 realm battlefield had been looking for their traces for a long time but weren't able to find anything. It would be strange if Zhao Hai was able to get any information about them this easily. Zhao Hai nodded and no longer thought about it. He said, "It's good that we're keeping our eyes on them. It's impossible for us to easily penetrate the defenses of the Sky Tower. It's important that we're not discovered." Kair nodded. Zhao Hai looked at the screen and said, "How is the situation with the Cloud Sea territory? Did someone discover that the hidden cloud village has disappeared?" Kair shook her head and said, "Number. In the past 2 years, the Cloud Sea territory has been very strict with the Sea of Beasts. However, they didn't do a very thorough investigation. It's possible that they have forgotten about the hidden cloud village." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "How about the Mi clan? Did they discover that it has been some time since Li Zhong came over to buy cloud rice?" Kair forced a smile and said, "Young master, Mi Cie died in the last battle against the 10,000 realm battlefield. Now the Mi clan appointed another person in charge. Not to mention noticing that Li Zhong hasn't come. Even if Li Zhong did, the Mi clan wouldn't be trading with him anymore." Zhao Hai nodded. "That's good. How is the Sea of Beasts?" "In 2 days, I'm planning on traversing the sea once more to reach Hidden Cloud Village. I'll have to depend on you for the route we will take." Kair replied, "The situation of the Sea of Beasts has changed. It seems like the number of cloud beasts has increased, and their strength also increased. Now, the people of the hidden cloud village face danger when hunting cloud beasts. Even those from the cloud beast fortress suffered casualties. They have sent people to the Sea of Beasts to check the situation. At first, they thought that it was caused by the people of the 10,000 realm battlefield, but in the end they decided that it was not. Zhao Hai stared, then he knit his brows and said, "Why did the cloud beasts suddenly increase?" Kair shook her head and said, "I don't know about the situation yet. It may be because the people of the Cloud Sea territories' White Cloud Islands have increased their capture of cloud beasts, driving the beasts into the Sea of Beasts. There might also be other reasons that we don't know, but in any case, this is good news for the hidden cloud village." "Really?" Zhao Hai asked. Kair smiled faintly and said, "When it comes to location, the hidden cloud village is closer to the Sea of Beasts compared to the cloud beast fortress. It can be said that the hidden cloud village is already inside the Sea of Beasts. Because the cloud beasts in the outskirts weren't strong, the hidden cloud village could still survive despite facing beast attacks from time to time. This is also the reason why nobody bothered to control the island where the village was. Now that the cloud beasts have increased, the people of the big clans would be less inclined to go to the hidden cloud village. It was too dangerous. So even if they find that the hidden cloud village has disappeared, they will think that it has been attacked by cloud beasts and was eradicated. They wouldn't think that there's a formation in place." When he heard Kair, Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled faintly and said, "That's good. But this also means that it would be difficult for us to catch cloud beasts. Missions from now on will be more troublesome." Kair nodded. "That's true. The increase of cloud beasts really came quickly. Moreover, even ordinary cloud beasts have become stronger. It's really strange." Zhao Hai knit his brows and then replied, "This means we'll have to shrink the Hell King's ship and sneak in. We can't agitate those cloud beasts at this time. Otherwise, we'll attract unnecessary attention." Kair nodded. Then she said, "We can indeed sneak in if we shrink the Hell King's ship, or we can also install a transmission formation on the ship." "How about it? We can use the transmission formation to send people directly to the hidden cloud village." Zhao Hai paused. He hadn't installed a transmission formation on the Hell King's ship before. Now that Kair brought it up, he thought about it and agreed, "Let's do that." In any case, the Hell King's ship has already attracted great attention. With this, we can bypass the Sea of Beasts and directly go to the hidden cloud village. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't think about putting a transmission formation on the Hell King's ship was because a transmission formation causes serious damage to large artifacts. If a transmission formation on a large artifact was used more than 10 times, the large artifact would be as good as scrap, which would be a huge loss to any realm. Not to mention powerful artifacts like the giant spirit treasure ship. Even a sword shuttle would cause a high-grade realm to feel a heavy sense of loss if it were scrapped. Even the 100 treasures realm who didn't need to worry about wasting materials wouldn't dare do it. After all, refining large artifacts required a lot of time. However, Zhao Hai's liquid silver didn't have such problems. Zhao Hai can add as many artifacts to liquid silver as he wants, much less transmission formations. The reason he didn't install any transmission formations to the Hell King's ship was because he didn't want to be too eye-catching. But now that he was already attracting attention, adding one more outstanding thing wouldn't be a big deal. While Zhao Hai was resting inside the space, the 100 Treasures realm began to gather people. This time, they gathered people not only from the 100 Treasures realm, but from the lower grade realms as well. Naturally, these people were from subordinate realms that the 100 Treasures realm fully trusted. Among these realms was the world of cultivation. The 100 Treasures realm cannot hide things about the Sea of Clouds for too long, and at the same time, they're also forcing the other high-grade realms to act. The high-grade realms lost a lot of people in their last move in the Cloud Sea territory. The 100 Treasures realm would spread wind about this to the subordinate realms of those high-grade realms. These subordinate realms would be dissatisfied, which would cause the high-grade realms to cooperate with them and send troops to the Cloud Sea territory. The 100 Treasures realm didn't expect their second expedition to be completely hidden. Therefore, they have to set an example on how to use people. This time, they plan to send 20,000 people along with Zhao Hai. In 2 days, The realm managed to gather 20,000 people. They were ready to set off with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't depart from Hornview Mountain but instead from the Octopus Islands. This wasn't something that the other realms expected. After Zhao Hai departed, the 100 Treasures realm immediately strengthened their control over their territory. These places include the Octopus Islands. The Octopus Islands have been severely damaged in the past battles. After the 100 Treasures realm won the war, the Zoo race rebuilt the place with the help of the 100 Treasures realm. After further battles and obtaining more territory, the Octopus Islands was no longer a border domain of the 100 Treasures realm. After the discovery of the Cloud Sea territory, the Octopus Islands became an important location. It was directly connected to the Sea of Clouds, so there's no problem setting off from there. Most importantly, not long after departing from the Octopus Islands, dark clouds could be seen. Mu Yao and the others planned to cultivate white clouds in the Octopus Islands. That's right, cultivate white clouds. After returning from the Cloud Sea territory, Mu Yao plans to cultivate white clouds in the Octopus Islands. Even if the white clouds would still get smaller, the rate would be slower compared to the battlefield. As long as white clouds could be raised near the Octopus Islands, people would no longer doubt the source of their white clouds. When he heard about the plan, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. Old ginger is indeed more spicy. As long as enough white clouds were brought back, they wouldn't dissipate, and as a result, the 100 Treasures realm would have enough supply of white clouds. Not only would the cloud beasts have food, the hidden cloud village would also have another layer of protection. This way, nobody would think that the 100 Treasures realm has a stronghold in the Cloud Sea territory. Yes, white clouds couldn't be transported through spatial items, but Zhao Hai could transport it using his Hell King's ship. He can also release the pagoda, the giant spirit treasure ships, sword shuttles, and even the 8 cyan imperial chariots. With all of these large artifacts, Zhao Hai could transport about 10 mu's worth of white clouds. When the time comes, the white clouds would grow on their own. Then the 100 Treasures realm would no longer lack any white clouds for the 10,000 realm battlefield. Naturally, other realms wouldn't know about this. They know too little about white clouds, unlike Zhao Hai who did many experiments on it. Once Zhao Hai transports the white clouds, the 100 Treasures realm would announce their benefits. Then these high-grade realms would certainly be envious. When he returned from the space, Zhao Hai already told Mu Yao and the others that he would install a transmission formation on a Hell King's ship. Mu Yao and the others were a little worried about it at first, but Zhao Hai assured them that nothing would go wrong. This time, Mu would lead the people to the hidden cloud village along with Zhao Hai. Although the 100 Treasures realm had already sent elders to sit in the village, it was still Tangji who took charge of managing it. This was also a chance to test Tangji's ability to act on his own. The other high-grade realms quickly got word about Zhao Hai's departure. They didn't expect the 100 Treasures realm to send people this soon. It hasn't been 2 years since the attack on the Cloud Sea territory. The 100 Treasures realm would just be walking into a trap if they went now. So although they knew about it, they laughed inside. After all, they lost a lot of people in the previous battle while the 100 Treasures realm didn't. This caused them to feel that it was unfair and they became more vigilant towards the 100 Treasures realm. They didn't expect the 100 Treasures realm to send people at this moment. To be honest, they want to know what would happen to this expedition. Chapter 1585. Pushing. White light flashed as Zhao Hai and Mu appeared in the hidden cloud village. The hidden cloud village was now more lively than before. One could see that there were a lot more cloud houses. However, the position of these new cloud houses weren't out of place and didn't affect the spirit gathering formation on the island. Zhao Hai and Mu were the last ones of the 20,000 troops sent to the Cloud Sea territory, and they didn't use the transmission formation to arrive, but they used Zhao Hai's spatial ability instead. Tangji has been waiting for the two of them to arrive. When he saw the two, he immediately stepped forward and gave them a hug. Then he smiled and said, "Big brother Mu, brother Hai, you came. It's been some time since we've met. Did you miss me?" Naturally, Zhao Hai and Mu were glad to see him. Mu left and said, "I heard that you've done well in these 2 years. Let's see if you did. If you did a bad job, see what I'll do to you." Tangji laughed and said, "Let's go visit the elders first, then we'll continue chatting." After he said that, he led the two to visit the elders present on the island. The 100 Treasures realm attached great importance to the hidden cloud village, so they sent 10 elders to guard it. But normally, these elders had nothing to do since Zhao Hai and Mu Yu already set the tracks for the village to follow. Naturally, the elders didn't need to do anything. Zhao Hai's exchange system was interlinked with the 100 Treasures realm. The things that could be exchanged for exist in the 100 Treasures realm. Because of this, the realm also made sure to pay attention to it. Right now, the 100 Treasures realm was prepared to popularize this system among their territories. They found that they can get more materials using this system and they could better unify their subordinate realms. This way, these subordinate realms would have a better sense of belonging towards the 100 Treasures realm. However, doing so wasn't easy. These subordinate realms were currently self-governing. They would certainly be guarded towards a system that exchanges materials for contribution points. After the group paid respects to the elders, they went to Tangji's cloud house. Tangji's house was very clean, but there were several cloud wines inside. Tangji settled Zhao Hai and Mu Yu before offering them a cup of cloud wine. When it comes to comfort in the 10,000 realm battlefield, the people of the 100 Treasures realm were surely at the top. They could eat cloud rice, cloud vegetables, and even drink cloud wine. These novelty materials brought some happiness in their lives. Although cloud rice can be eaten directly and doesn't need to be boiled, as long as you roast in the fire, they would fluff up like little dumplings. Naturally, you can pour in water and eat it like porridge. Of course, they still fall short compared to the breadfruits. Right now, in Zhao Hai's space, various plants have been planted on white cloud regions. Naturally, there were breadfruit trees planted. These breadfruits were pure white and tasted much better. Most importantly, the beer made from breadfruits was quite mellow. Although the 100 Treasures realm received quite a lot of cloud rice annually, most of them were used to make wine. This was because the people of the 100 Treasures realm weren't accustomed to eating. They were more comfortable with drinking. After drinking a sip of cloud wine, Tangji looked at Zhao Hai and Mu Yu and said, "Big brother Mu, brother Hai, when the realm suddenly called you back, what did you do?" "I tried to ask but nobody told me. Even Master scolded me when I talked to him." Zhao Hai turned to Mu Yu, who also looked back at him. In the end, the two smiled bitterly before Mu Yu looked at Tangji and said, "Little G, this is something we can't tell you. It's not like we don't want to tell, but we've been ordered to keep it a secret. In any case, don't ask about it anymore." Tangji nodded and no longer asked. He knew that a gag order of the realm was a very serious matter. Digging into it would lead to punishment. Tangji took a sip of his liquor before saying, "I already know that you came this time to get some white clouds back. I will have it prepared by tomorrow." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "This time, we won't be taking from the hidden cloud village, but another place instead." Hearing this, Tangji exclaimed, "Another place? Will you trade with another island? That's no good. We will be exposing ourselves." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. My goal this time is an island off into the Sea of Beasts. It's the first island I met someone from the Cloud Sea territory in. In the past, I refined some transforming clouds on that island and left a lot of white clouds behind. I can take those white clouds. It would be a waste to keep them there, so I plan to bring it back." Hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yu and Tangji nodded. Then Mu Yu said, "That is also good. Can you use your space ability this time? If it's possible, then that would be fantastic. It would be better for us to take less risks." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Don't worry, there won't be any problems. I'll go take a look first and see if there's enough white clouds to take. If there is, then I can use the transmission formation on a Hell King's ship to go back." Mu Yu nodded. He knew that if he went with Zhao Hai, then Zhao Hai would just be spending a lot more spiritual chi. Because of this, he didn't bother to go with him. At this time, Tangji reminded, "The beasts of the Sea of Beasts have been crazy in recent days. Anyone they spot, they will attack. We've lost quite a lot of people recently, so I cancelled any mission to capture cloud beasts." Zhao Hai nodded. He already knew about the situation with the Sea of Beasts. The Sea of Beasts was now swarming with cloud beasts, and those beasts were very mad. Although Zhao Hai didn't know why, he knew that it wasn't something good. Also, they cannot head back so soon, otherwise they would rouse suspicion. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't planning on entering the Sea of Beasts this early. In any case, Zhao Hai has a large network of surveillance over the Cloud Sea territory. Nothing can escape his notice. What Zhao Hai was worrying about right now was how to bring the White Clouds back to the 10,000 realm battlefield without causing any suspicion. Because of this, he plans to stay in the Hidden Cloud Village for some time and carefully study how to move white clouds without using the space. White clouds are tangible and can be moved. However, if they were pulled hard, they would break immediately. Although he could join white clouds together and then use liquid silver as a hook, it was still not enough to move a large amount of white clouds. Since this plan wouldn't work, then he can only use other methods. But what method to use? This was what Zhao Hai was worried about. For a period of time, Zhao Hai hid inside the space researching. However, the task wasn't easy. White clouds had weight. Moving a small piece of it wouldn't be a problem, but if it's too large it would be troublesome. Even the Hell King's ship and the giant spirit treasure ship would have their speed heavily affected if packed with white clouds. Slow speed meant that they were susceptible to attack. Although the people of the 100 Treasures realm had adapted to battling on the sea, they were still less skillful compared to cloud beasts. If they were too slow, these cloud beasts would fill the skies. When the time comes, they would suffer heavy losses. Although Mu Yu and Tangji didn't know what Zhao Hai was doing inside his house, they didn't inquire. They just went on to manage the mats of the Hidden Cloud Village. This time, they would need to leave some cultivators of the battlefield and bring people from the Cloud Sea territory back. This was to make the people of the 10,000 realm battlefield see that it's possible to subdue people from the Cloud Sea territory. However, the issue with this was that they would need trustworthy people to bring back. Fortunately, there were a lot of trustworthy people in the Hidden Cloud Village. They wouldn't carelessly speak out of what was required. Nevertheless, the people to be brought back still needed to be chosen. In a blink of an eye, Mu Yu and Zhao Hai stayed in the Hidden Cloud Village for a month. These days, Zhao Hai finally found a method to move the white clouds away from the Sea of Beasts. This method was pushing it from behind. Zhao Hai plans to make a net large enough to cover a white cloud island. Then he would have the Hell King's ship pull it from the front, and behind the net would be a wall made out of transforming clouds. Then the giant Spirit treasure ship, the pagoda, 8 cyan imperial chariots, Adan's sword shuttles would push it from behind. This combination was enough to move a large number of white clouds. However, the large net needed to be made out of transforming clouds. Zhao Hai discovered that if he used liquid silver, then he would shred the white cloud island to pieces. As for the transforming clouds, it had similar strength as well as density. Most importantly, it was gentle enough to pull the white cloud island over without damaging it. Although a net made out of transforming clouds was inferior to one made out of liquid silver, it was more effective for the task. Therefore, Zhao Hai finally decided to crease a large net and wall out of transforming clouds. So after closing up for 1 month, Zhao Hai finally walked out of his cloud house. Tangji and Mu Yu were already waiting for him. There weren't a lot of things left to do in the Hidden Cloud Village, so they were just idling and waiting for Zhao Hai to come out. In this month's time, the cloud beasts in the Sea of Beasts have stopped increasing. The mission to capture cloud beasts has also resumed. However, they were still prohibited from going too deep into the sea. After all, the Hidden Cloud Village was already located inside the Sea of Beasts. When Zhao Hai came out, Mu Yu and Tangji immediately rushed towards his house. Seeing the two, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Brother Mu, Brother Ji, have everyone collect transforming clouds. We need a lot of them as soon as possible." Although Zhao Hai didn't say what he was planning to do, both Mu Yu and Tangji trusted him, so they immediately transmitted orders, and before long the entire Hidden Cloud Village was mobilized. Whether they be a Cloud Sea territory cultivator or someone from the 10,000 realm battlefield, they all took transforming clouds from their hands and handed them over. Because transforming clouds could be used for practically anything, everyone had a large quantity of them inside their spatial bags. Zhao Hai immediately organized people to start making the net. Because the net was too big, he needs everyone's help to make it. It took 10 days for the net to be finished. It was a huge net. It can almost cover the entire Hidden Cloud Village. The eyes of the net were as large as a person, but compared to how big the net was, it was negligible. Besides the net, Zhao Hai also constructed walls out of transforming clouds. After everything was prepared, Zhao Hai immediately stored them inside the space. Then he went to Mu Yu and said, "Brother Mu, I'm going. Wait for my signal. Once I send word back, have everyone teleport to the Hell King's ship. This time, we will certainly meet a cloud beast attack. I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it on my own." Mu Yu nodded and said, "Do what you can. Take your safety as a priority." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he cupped his fist towards Mu Yu and Tang Ji before disappearing. Looking at the spot Zhao Hai disappeared from, Tang Ji's expression was somewhat heavy as he said, "Big brother, do you think Little Hai would be in danger?" Mu Yu shook his head and said, "Don't worry. Little Hai is much stronger than you can imagine. Let's just wait. I believe we'll receive news from him soon." Although he didn't know why Mu Yu was so confident in Zhao Hai, Tang Ji still nodded. Then the two proceeded to make everyone prepare to support Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai already appeared on the White Cloud Island where he met Go Ling. There were no huge changes on this island. What made Zhao Hai curious was that this island was in the Sea of Beasts, yet there were no cloud beasts trying to eat him. However, there wasn't enough time to think much about this. Zhao Hai released his undead before taking out the large net and the walls. At the same time, he also released the Hell King's ship, giant spirit treasure ship, pagoda, 8 cyan imperial chariots, and the sword shuttles. After everything was prepared, Zhao Hai immediately had the undead start spreading the net. This net was made with this particular White Cloud Island in mind. Naturally, the size of the net was enough. The walls were properly placed as well. The giant spirit treasure ship on the back now looked like a strange bulldozer. After that, Zhao Hai proceeded to push the entire White Cloud Island. The island slowly moved and then drifted towards the direction of the 10,000 realm battlefield. Zhao Hai excitedly gripped his fist. This success was brought from the laborious research he did with Laura and the others. But then, at this moment, Kair's voice was heard, "Young master, a lot of cloud beasts are coming over." Zhao Hai's expression changed. Then he immediately took a jade sword message and sent it out. Chapter 1586, Cloud Beast King. Mu Yu was waiting for information from Zhao Hai. At the same time, the Hidden Cloud Village was completely prepared. Cultivators from both the Hidden Cloud Village and the 100 Treasures Realm were present at the transmission formation. As long as Zhao Hai sent word, they would immediately depart. It has been several hours since Zhao Hai left. Mu Yu almost went himself to see if Zhao Hai was going well. Then at this time, a spatial rift appeared near him. Then a jade sword message came out of the rift. Mu Yu received the jade sword message and then searched it using his spiritual force. Reading the message, his expression couldn't help but change. He immediately commanded, "Get in the transmission formation according to what we planned. Be quick." Tang Ji was standing beside Mu Yu. Hearing what Mu Yu said, his complexion also changed. Since Mu Yu was anxious, it only meant that it had something to do with Zhao Hai. He quickly asked, "Big brother Mu, did something happen to Little Hai?" Mu Yu nodded and said, "Little Hai succeeded, but he's being attacked by cloud beasts. I'm afraid he'll have a hard time blocking them. Move faster." Mu Yu couldn't help but shout at his men. Those getting onto the transmission formation also knew that they were going to reinforce Zhao Hai. Seeing Mu Yu's expression, they knew that something must have happened. So all of them sped up. Zhao Hai's status in the 100 Treasures Realm was very high. Even the subordinate realms regard him highly. This was all due to Zhao Hai's attitude from the moment he entered the 100 Treasures Realm. He was very polite to everyone he met, no matter where they came from. The people from the subordinate realms were very grateful towards Zhao Hai for the help he gave them. Because of this, the people from the subordinate realms were also worried for him. A flash of white light appeared on the Hell King's ship before a batch of cultivators appeared. As soon as these cultivators appeared, Zhao Hai immediately said, "Quick, gather together." The cultivators looked at the large White Cloud Island following behind the Hell King's ship. They couldn't help but feel amazed deep inside. But before they could show their amazement, they followed Zhao Hai and went straight to the White Cloud Island. Then they took their magic artifacts out. At this time, an army of undead stood on the White Cloud Island. These undead were holding rifles that pointed out in all directions. As for Zhao Hai's large artifacts, as long as they have cannons, they were all primed and ready. Those with no cannons had undead standing on them. also with rifles aimed at a direction. Seeing this arrangement, the cultivators didn't dare to slack off. Plenty of them had fought with Zhao Hai, so they knew that the only time Zhao Hai acted like this was when he was repelling the 10,000-man army of the Fire Weaver race. Seeing Zhao Hai using this arrangement once more, they knew that their enemy this time would be formidable. These people guessed right. The enemy they were facing this time was very formidable. Zhao Hai didn't expect that this White Cloud Island was more than he imagined. The reason why it was still standing wasn't because it hadn't been found nor it was disliked by the cloud beasts. Instead, it was because it was treated as a food ration by the cloud beasts. The beast who decided to make the island as a food ration was a cloud beast king. Its strength was far above ordinary immortal experts. It also had a lot of cloud beasts serving under it. This cloud beast king was also quite intelligent. Upon finding that people wanted to steal its food, it immediately moved to surround Zhao Hai. The cloud beast king's troops surpassed 100,000 beasts. Moreover, all of these cloud beasts were formidable. This caused Zhao Hai to be nervous. Zhao Hai was strong, but this cloud beast king wasn't weak either. Even Zhao Hai wasn't confident that he could win against this cloud beast king. Before long, more batches of cultivators appeared on the Hell King's ship. Then these cultivators proceeded to position themselves on the White Cloud Island. All in all, there were 15,000 people being sent over. 3,000 of them were from the Cloud Sea territory while the remaining 12,000 were the ones Zhao Hai brought with him from the 10,000 realm battlefield. Of the cultivators that Zhao Hai and Mu brought over, 8,000 of them would remain in the hidden cloud village. Naturally, once they head back, these 8,000 would be counted towards the realm's losses. Before the cultivators present on the White Cloud Island could reach 5,000, the Cloud Beast King appeared along with its Cloud Beast army. Unexpectedly, the Cloud Beast King had the form of an old turtle. This old turtle was completely black with a metallic luster. It also had horns, a carapace that looked like a fortress, and strong limbs that allowed it to move fast. Behind this turtle was an uncountable amount of cloud beasts. Each of the cloud beasts had red glares as they looked towards the White Cloud Island. It was clear that they were ready to go all out against Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai noticed that the turtle had entered the cannon's range, so he immediately ordered the cannons to open fire. The rumble of cannon fire was heard soon after. However, Zhao Hai knew that it wouldn't damage the Cloud Beast army too much. With the turtle in the front to defend, the cannons couldn't do anything given the turtle's high defensive capability. Zhao Hai's expression changed. He waved his hand and a spatial rift appeared. Then from the rift came Julie. Julie was strong. She was the only person inside the space that could spar with Zhao Hai. It can be seen from this point how formidable she was. Julie was aware why Zhao Hai called her out, so when she came out she immediately roared and charged towards the sea. Julie's approach caused the cultivators on the White Cloud Island to be frightened. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to call a woman over. Moreover, the woman immediately charged towards the Cloud Sea. However, since Zhao Hai didn't say anything, they didn't ask. Since the Cloud Sea could suppress spiritual chi, they still weren't aware that the cloud beasts were there. Although they were prepared, they didn't have any targets to attack. Then this time, the undead on the large artifacts began firing. Then cloud beasts began rushing over. Julie was now in front of the turtle. It must be mentioned that the turtle was really strong. Julie was much stronger compared to an average immortal expert, but she couldn't gain an advantage against the turtle. Instead, she was being pushed back. Despite this, Zhao Hai didn't go over and help Julie. This was because large numbers of cloud beasts began to kill their way towards the White Cloud Island. All of the undead were now firing their guns. Although the undead opened fire, because the cloud beasts were also defensive, the rifles found it hard to kill them. It wasn't easy to deal with them. The cultivators on the White Cloud Island also began to move. Among these cultivators, besides some of those from the 100 Treasures realm, there were those who didn't have cloud beasts nor have fought against cloud beasts before. This was especially true for the cultivators from the subordinate realms. Because of this, they couldn't just leave the White Cloud Island to fight. Fortunately, Mu already made some arrangements. Every team composed of subordinate cultivators has someone from the 100 Treasures realm. In this battle, it would be the people from the 100 Treasures realm who would play the most important role. Although the people from the subordinate realms couldn't kill a lot of cloud beasts, At the very least they can protect themselves. Zhao Hai also released his stellar transformations sword formation to surround groups of cloud beasts and eliminate them. By this point, Zhao Hai didn't care about getting these cloud beasts into the space. This was because there was no need for that. He already had similar breeds of these cloud beasts inside the space. As the fight went on, cultivators from the hidden cloud village began to move. Although there were a lot of cloud beasts, they had been reduced by a lot due to the rifles, so the cultivators were still able to fight with them on equal grounds. Naturally, the one who contributed the most was Julie. Without Julie holding the Cloud Beast King back, the cultivators would have suffered massive casualties. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't help Julie was because it wasn't the right time. He was now acting as the commander of the troops. If he left, the cultivators might panic. If that happens, the cultivators might lose harder. Therefore, Zhao Hai could only hold on. He was waiting for Miu Yu to arrive. Once Miu Yu comes, he would immediately help Julie. After some time, Miu Yu arrived with the last batch of cultivators. Seeing the situation, Miu Yu stared, then his expression changed to seriousness before joining the rest. Seeing Miu Yu arrive, Zhao Hai immediately said, "Brother Miu, you arrived. Help me command the men." As soon as Miu Yu nodded, Zhao Hai disappeared. Miu Yu didn't know where Zhao Hai was going, but he knew that it must be something more important. Therefore, he immediately assumed command. Zhao Hai appeared beside Julie and began to fight the turtle alongside her. One couldn't imagine the horror of fighting against the turtle. The old turtle was able to use the dark clouds around it as its domain, and it was a very huge domain. Zhao Hai and Julie were being pushed to their limits. Zhao Hai put on his armor and then used faith power to strengthen himself as well as Julie. Then he took out an iron rod and resumed attacking. With faith power as a support, the effect was very evident. Every time Zhao Hai attacked, he tried using the infinity technique to affect the dark clouds. However, the dark clouds were under the control of the turtle, so making contact with it wasn't as easy. Then Zhao Hai began to use the beast controlling technique. Zhao Hai wasn't very good with this technique. This was because the space was already very good with subjugating beasts. There's no need to use this technique. So against this turtle, the technique was useless. The third technique Zhao Hai used was the bright sword technique. It was a spiritual attack technique. However, the turtle's spirit was rock solid. Using this technique to defeat the turtle was practically impossible. The last technique Zhao Hai tried to use was the enlightenment technique. Chapter 1587, Subjugating the Turtle. Actually, the method that Zhao Hai depended on to deal with the turtle was the enlightenment technique. The previous techniques were just used in order to mask it. The infinity technique can mask the enlightenment technique's spiritual chi fluctuations. The same was true for the beast controlling technique. As for the bright sword technique, he used it to block any waves of spiritual force coming from the turtle that could disrupt the enlightenment technique. He would grind the turtle bit by bit until it surrenders. The turtle was several degrees stronger than average immortal experts. Zhao Hai and Julie working together was only enough to fight it to a standstill, maybe a bit on the upper hand. But wanting to capture the turtle would be very hard. It was a path filled with pain and hardships. With how powerful the turtle was, who knows how long it has lived. In this case, how could Zhao Hai just let it go? He certainly wanted this turtle for his own use. The enlightenment technique was a slow but effective technique. Zhao Hai used it this time because the turtle could only notice the other techniques. It wouldn't pay attention to the mental attacks of the enlightenment technique. While Zhao Hai and Julie were holding the turtle back, the others were continuing their battle with the Cloud Beast army. Fortunately, the undead were able to hold on because of their coordination, with Laura and the others commanding them. The actions of the undead were very unified. Meanwhile, Miu Yu was beginning to feel the pressure of the situation. When they were fighting the Fireweavers before, they knew that once the Fireweavers suffered enough casualties, then they would no doubt retreat. But this time, they were against Cloud Beasts. As long as the Cloud Beasts had their leader, then they would desperately rush forwards. It was a very tiring defense. Fortunately, the 100 Treasures Realms cultivators already had experiences dealing with Cloud Beasts. Since Cloud Beasts were close-ranged attackers, the people of the 100 Treasures Realm didn't lose too much. Naturally, casualties still couldn't be avoided. Miu Yu also noticed while he was commanding the battle that even if the cultivator army was going all out in fighting the Cloud Beasts, it was still the undead who contributed the most. Their riflemen were divided into units and each unit was divided into 3 teams. Once one team fires, they would go back to reload and would then be replaced by the next team. The other team would be on standby to replace the next team, and as long as someone was injured, someone would immediately replace them. Because of this, the undead were able to fire at the cloud beasts non-stop. If there were cloud beasts that managed to survive the bullets and reach the front lines, some of the undead would rush out and transform into beasts and kill the cloud beasts with the cooperation of the other undead. But what drew Muyu's attention the most were the undead who were wearing robes. Once in a while, these undead would release dark mist that turned the dead cloud beasts into undead. Then these undead cloud beasts would turn around and attack the other cloud beasts. Muyu has never seen this kind of fighting before. He thought that the combat effectiveness of Zhao Hai's undead relied on the rifles. But after seeing this, it might not be the case. The undead were well coordinated, which reduced their casualties to the minimum. With the help of the undead, Muyu was able to stabilize the situation. From the beginning to the battle up to now, their casualties didn't exceed 2,000. But to Muyu, the situation still wasn't going well. He immediately took out a jade sword message and sent a letter back to the hidden cloud village. He asked Tangji to send another batch of people over, preferably with 1 or 2 immortal stage elders. This was because Muyu could notice a couple of immortal stage cloud beasts mixed in the swarm. These cloud beasts were the reason why they lost this much. Tangji was also worried about Zhao Hai's situation. Seeing Muyu being worried, he knew that it wasn't going well. But since he was needed to take command in the hidden cloud village, he couldn't leave. Therefore, the only thing he could do was worry. At this time, the transmission formation of the hidden cloud village lit up and then a jade sword message flew out. Tangji captured the jade sword message and swept it with his spiritual force. Then he immediately understood that situation. Tangji quickly took the jade sword message and went to the area where the immortal stage elders were closing up. After handing the jade sword message to the elders, they immediately moved and prepared to give aid to Zhao Hai's side. Meanwhile, they instructed Tangji to gather more manpower from the village. To be honest, Tangji didn't expect the elders to be this eager to move. Seeing the elders preparing, Tangji couldn't help but be depressed. With the elders leaving, and him being the ones to organize the troops, this meant that Tangji would be the last person to go to battle. Although Tangji was uncomfortable and worried, he still managed to organize manpower to be sent over. With Tangji's efforts, batches of cultivators were sent to the battlefield through the transmission formation. This allowed the battle to be less stressful. After the immortal elders arrived at the battle, they immediately fought against the immortal stage cloud beasts. Fortunately, these immortal elders have fought against cloud beasts before, so they had already adapted to the situation. With the immortal elders present, the immortal stage cloud beasts have been blocked from causing more casualties. Despite this, it would be impossible to deal with the cloud beasts in a short time. These cloud beasts weren't easy to deal with. Meanwhile, the battle between Zhao Hai and Julie versus the turtle has reached its peak. Zhao Hai was now using all methods at his disposal, but he discovered that besides very strong hitting attacks, the other attacks were being ignored by the turtle. The defense of the turtle was really strong. Moreover, its strength didn't fall behind. Zhao Hai found out that attacking the turtle's shell was practically useless. He couldn't determine how thick it was, but it could take any attacks he threw at it. Attacking the turtle's shell felt like he was just throwing dust on the turtle's back. This was where Zhao Hai's spiritual attacks played a major role. The turtle was still affected by Zhao Hai's spiritual attacks. Included in Zhao Hai's spiritual attacks was faith power. With this combination, most immortal experts would have succumbed a long time ago. The turtle was as stable as a mountain to be able to last this long against Zhao Hai's attacks. More than 3 hours have passed since the start of the battle. The cloud beasts were still flooding towards the White Cloud Island. The casualties on Zhao Hai's side were continuing to increase, now nearly reaching 5,000. As for the cloud beasts, more than 20,000 of them had perished. However, these cloud beasts didn't retreat and just kept attacking. Fortunately, Tangji and the others were able to come in time to provide support. Zhao Hai and Julie were still butting heads with the turtle, but this time, The attacks of the turtle have gone weaker. There were also traces of being lost on its size from time to time. Zhao Hai knew that this was due to the effects of the enlightenment technique. The weakening of the turtle's attacks wasn't because it had been greatly injured. Instead, its attacks had gone weaker because it was beginning to hesitate. Then after hours of fighting, the turtle was no longer attacking Zhao Hai. Looking at the turtle, Zhao Hai waved his hand and opened a spatial rift. Then he sent the turtle to the space. The turtle was very big. Its shell alone was as big as the Hell King's ship's biggest form. Because of this, it took quite a lot of effort to send the turtle to the space. Fortunately, after some time, the turtle was finally sent to the space. When the turtle entered the space, a prompt was immediately heard. Chaotic life form detected. Subjugating. Subjugation succeeded. This life form belonged to the turtle variant. Its strength is formidable and its defense is astonishing. Extracting genes. Genes extracted successfully. Integrating genes to the beasts of the space. Integration succeeded. With the end of the prompt, the turtle was now officially Zhao Hai's subordinate. When the turtle was subjugated, Zhao Hai immediately felt a surge of faith power pouring into his body. The faith power provided by the turtle was equal to the faith power provided by 10 immortal experts. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and released the turtle. Once the turtle was released, it immediately rushed towards Zhao Hai with its big head. Zhao Hai rubbed the head of the turtle and then said, "Make the beasts stop. If they're willing to follow us, I can provide them with a place. If they don't, then they can return to the Sea of Clouds themselves." The turtle understood Zhao Hai and immediately raised its head and let out a long roar. All the cloud beasts who heard this roar stopped, then they immediately gathered around. Zhao Hai just remembered that cloud beasts were different to people. If cloud beasts dared to betray their leader, then they would be beaten to death. But once the turtle was conquered, these cloud beasts would be conquered as well. Although a lot of cloud beasts died fighting against Zhao Hai's people, there were still nearly 80,000 of them left. As long as these cloud beasts could be tamed and put into cloud beast tokens, the 100 Treasures realm would be able to send more people to the Cloud Sea territory. Zhao Hai had the turtle manage the cloud beasts as he and Julie went back to the White Cloud Island. The immortal experts as well as Tangji and Miu Yu were waiting for him there. Seeing Zhao Hai and Julie, they couldn't help but stare. Naturally, they knew who Zhao Hai was, but they didn't know Julie. Only Tangji and Miu Yu had seen her before. Zhao Hai took Julie to the immortal elders and gave them his salute. Then he said, "Elders, thank you for your help. Rest assured, the matter has been resolved." An elder nodded and said, "It's good that it's resolved. Then we old men will head back. We'll leave the matters here to you." The other elders nodded before they went to the transmission formation and returned to the hidden cloud village. Chapter 1588, Half-Beast Island. As soon as the elders left, Miu Yu and Tangji immediately gathered around Zhao Hai and Julie. Then Miu Yu looked at Julie and said, "I've seen sister-in-law." "Little Hai, why did sister-in-law come?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "I have to call her over or else I won't be able to deal with the Cloud Beast, especially the Cloud Beast King. It's much stronger than the other immortal experts I've faced. If it wasn't for Julie, I wouldn't have been able to deal with it." "Alright, Brother Miu, Brother Tang, have everyone prepare to get Cloud Beasts. In a while, I'll have the Cloud Beasts return. Let's put them inside Cloud Beast tokens." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and received the undead. At the same time, the turtle commanded the cloud beasts to approach the White Cloud Island. When they saw the enormous turtle, Miu Yu and the others couldn't help but gasp. And upon seeing the swarm of cloud beasts behind it, the cultivators became nervous. But upon seeing that the cloud beasts were behaving, Miu Yu and Tangji immediately arranged for people to receive the cloud beasts into cloud beast tokens. It must be said that this was the most relaxed they had been in subduing cloud beasts. A cloud beast token can contain more than one cloud beast. Cloud beast tokens can be divided into classifications based on their quality of refining. The lowest quality cloud beast can contain 5 cloud beasts while the best can hold 50. Moreover, a person can use more than one cloud beast. Even if you had 100 cloud beasts, nobody would care. The cultivators on the White Cloud Island continued to store the cloud beasts on the cloud beast tokens. After all, The 100 Treasures realm lacked a lot of cloud beasts to make a proper move in the Cloud Sea territory. A lot of people from the 100 Treasures realm were willing to come over. The problem was there were too many wolves and not enough meat. After the cloud beasts were stored, Zhao Hai asked Mu Yu and Tangji to lead everyone back to the hidden cloud village. Now there were only about 1,000 people left on the island. There were also corpses of those who died in battle. They were preserved and would be given a proper burial once they returned to the 100 Treasures realm. Cultivators didn't mind the dead too much. As a cultivator, they were fighting against the heavens to change their fate. Dying during battle was very common for them. Upon embarking onto the road of cultivation, they knew they would face danger at every corner. After everything had been dealt with, Zhao Hai instructed some of the cultivators to stay in the White Cloud Island while some would take a rest inside the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai also left the turtle outside. With a Cloud Beast King present, other cloud beasts wouldn't dare approach the White Cloud Island. Their speed wasn't fast. After all, it wasn't that easy to drag such a large island over the sea. The cultivators stayed on the White Cloud Island for about a week. They used these days to tame and cultivate their cloud beasts. Zhao Hai wasn't worried that the people from the Cloud Beast territory would discover them. This was because they were far from the occupied islands of the Cloud Sea territory, and it was impossible for the people of the Cloud Sea territory to reach this far into the Sea of Beasts. Go Ling was already extremely lucky to be able to reach his White Cloud Island. The route that Go Ling used has long been useless. Therefore, it had become impossible for the people of the Cloud Sea territory to reach this far. After traveling for more than 10 days, they were finally able to get out of the Sea of Beasts. Although the remaining trip wasn't short, they would no longer be disturbed by cloud beasts, making the remaining trip much safer. Cultivators were already familiar with this lifestyle. They could even close up for several years at a time. Weeks on the sea meant nothing to them. However, the cultivators didn't close up. Instead, they took this chance to exchange notes with each other. This was a rare opportunity for them to have a proper discussion. This would be beneficial to their cultivation. Zhao Hai and Mu Yu were also very relaxed. With a huge turtle guarding them, no cloud beast dared to harass them. The two of them already sent word back to Mu Yao saying that they were going to return in a month or so. This way, Mu Yao would be prepared. Mu Yao and the others were very concerned about this matter. The 100 Treasures realm's control over the Octopus Islands has also become more strict. This attracted the attention of the other high-grade realms. Actually, the high-grade realms were very envious of the 100 Treasures realm. This was because of Zhao Hai, who was able to go in and out of the Sea of Clouds. With the 100 Treasures realm's current actions, it was clear that Zhao Hai was going to return. Time ticked and 1 month has passed by. Zhao Hai and the others finally reached the edge of the Sea of Clouds. Although it was still some distance from the Octopus Islands, they had to stop. This was because they needed the White Cloud Island to be amidst the dark clouds in order to grow. After the White Cloud Island stopped, Zhao Hai immediately received a large net. As for the walls, Zhao Hai kept them on the island. After that, Zhao Hai brought the cultivators back to the Octopus Islands. Mu Yao and the others were already waiting for Zhao Hai's arrival. Seeing Zhao Hai return, Mu Yao and Zongzi personally greeted him. After letting the other cultivators take a rest on the Octopus Islands, Zhao Hai took Mu Yao and Zongzi to the White Cloud Island. When the four entered the White Cloud Island and saw the traces of battle, Mu Yao and Zongzi couldn't help but be moved. Zongzi turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, with this White Cloud Island, our 100 Treasures realm will have more things to put on the table. Moreover, those high-grade realms could only circle around us. As long as we find an opportunity, we can clean them up." Mu Yao nodded and said, "Correct. Now that we have this White Cloud Island, we can bleed the other high-grade realms out. Sooner or later, we will be able to swallow them." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "When we were heading this way, we encountered a cloud beast attack. Brother Tangji already received around 80,000 cloud beasts. The realm can arrange people to go to the hidden cloud village to get those cloud beasts and distribute it to everyone. Then they can come here to cultivate. Their strength would no doubt increase in a short time." Mu Yao nodded and said, "Once the high-grade realms see their improvement, they would not be able to sit still. Then we won't worry whether they would be hooked or not. Alright. Let's head back and arrange for people to come here as soon as possible." Zongzi smiled faintly and said, I think the cultivators from the Cloud Sea territory will shock them the most. The other realms would certainly be dumbfounded when they see them. They would also want to go to the Cloud Sea territory and capture people. Ha ha ha. It will be so fun to watch if that happens. Mu Yao agreed. Just let them fight with each other. When the time comes, we can make a move and clean them up. But in the meantime, we'll have to change our target. Hearing Mu Yao, Zongzi couldn't help but stare. Then he asked, "What do you mean?" Mu Yao replied, "Our 100 treasures realm is fast approaching the status of the 5 great realms. The other high-grade realms would certainly have a problem with this. If they want to take action, they will definitely unite. It would be unfavorable for us if that happens. So we need to butt heads with a strong enemy, like the Fire Weaver race." Hearing Mu Yao, Eva Zhaohai couldn't help but sadder. They all knew what kind of existence the Fire Weavers were. They were one of the 5 great realms. It would be unwise for the 100 treasures realm if they fought against the Fire Weavers at this time. Mu Yao saw their expressions change and, so he elaborated, "Don't look too highly upon the Fire Weavers. We all know that their relationship with the other great realms isn't good. If we attack them, the other great realms would certainly be happy." Zongzi hesitated before saying, "The Fire Weavers are very strong, and with their history, wouldn't it be bad if we attack them? Wouldn't we provoke their connection with the other realms?" Mu Yao shook his head and said, "The 5 great realms are anxious to conquer each other. The realms bordering the Fire Weavers are the Sword Realm and the Divergent Realm. These 2 realms didn't have a good relationship with the Fire Weavers, especially the Sword Realm. They had multiple clashes with the Fire Weavers, but not that serious. If we worked with the Sword Realm, we might not be able to progress far. It might be because of their realm's doctrine, but the Sword Realm seems to be unwilling to deal with the Fire Weavers. On the contrary, the people from the Divergent Realm are made up of different groups with different abilities. They're strong both in offense and defense. If we fight them, we won't be able to fare well." Zongzi frowned and said, "So you plan to have the Divergent Realm help us deal with the Fire Weavers?" "I'm afraid that won't be possible. The 5 great realms existed for so many years, and they worked very hard to achieve their current balance. If we insert ourselves, wouldn't the Divergent Realm disagree?" Mu Yao smiled faintly and said, "It depends on what we require. If we send our forces to the Fire Weavers' territory, then naturally the other great realms wouldn't agree. But what if we don't?" Zongzi stared, then he immediately thought of something. His eyes shone as he said, "You mean that place?" Mu Yao smiled faintly and said, "Correct, it's that place." "If we want that place, then won't the Divergent Realm hand it over?" "While the Divergent Realm can eat a part of the Fire Weaver race's territory, we can get that place." "Why wouldn't they disagree?" Zongzi kept silent. Naturally he approved Mu Yao's plan. On the other hand, Zhao Hai and Mu Yu didn't understand what they were talking about. But it didn't take long before Zhao Hai guessed what place Mu Yao and Zongzi were talking about. The Half-Beast Island. Half-Beast Island is a place of headaches, as the name suggests. Half-Beast Island was once inhabited by beasts. It was also once part of the Land of Chaos. Many years ago, the 5 great realms invaded the Land of Chaos. Although the Land of Chaos managed to repel the 5 great realms, the 5 great realms were able to occupy Half-Beast Island and had become part of the Divergent Realm's territory. The Divergent Realm initially wanted to truly integrate the island to their territory, but they were unsuccessful. Nevertheless, the 5 great realms weren't soft persimmons. You can pinch them all you want, but if you touch their territory, they wouldn't be polite. However, the location of Half-Beast Island was very special. Because of its origin, it was very close to the Land of Chaos. If the Land of Chaos sends troops to seize Half-Beast Island, the Divergent Realm would find it very hard to defend it. But if there's a way to pass this burden to another group, then things would be different. The Half-Beast Island deep into the Land of Chaos in exchange for the Fire Weaver race's territory. It was a no-brainer. The Divergent Realm would certainly agree to it. Although Zhao Hai managed to guess correctly, he didn't say anything. He knew that Half-Beast Island was a taboo place. This was especially true for the 5 great realms. Only a few people dared mention it. The reason nobody talked much about the island was because it was a place that was difficult to take by relying only on force. It was because of this that it was very difficult to take back. Therefore, no realms mentioned it. It was the shame of the realms in the Land of Chaos. But at the same time, The island was also a weak point for the divergent realm. The island had no special commodities. One side of the island was the sea while on the other was the land of the great realms. It was not close to any of the 5 great realms, so reinforcing the island depended on transmission formations. It was now treated by the divergent realm as an enclave, and this enclave was what the people of the Land of Chaos dreamed about. The divergent realm can guard the island for the glory of the 5 great realms. However, if the 100 Treasures realm uses the Fireweaver realm's territory to exchange for the island, the Divergent Realm would no doubt comply. But the Divergent Realm might also suspect that the 100 Treasures realm would renege on their word. After thinking for some time, Zhongzi said, if the Divergent Realm agrees, then there's no problem. But we need to get our hands on the island first, or else we won't send our troops. Mu Yao smiled faintly and said, if we can't go to that place, then we won't send troops. Once we get to that place, we would have less things to worry about. Once we deal with the Land of Chaos, we'll have a foothold to attack the 5 great realms. And if we succeed in doing that, let's see what the Sky Tower would do to us. Hearing Mu Yao's words, Zhao Hai has to recognize that Mu Yao's words were too grand. If a united 10,000 realm battlefield fights against the Sky Tower, it would be very hard to see who would win or lose. However, Zhao Hai was sure that the Sky Tower wouldn't just let the 100 Treasures realm easily unify the 10,000 realm battlefield. Not to mention that there's still the Cloud Sea territory on the side. It was still unknown if the 5 great realm had a backing. If there's another existence like the Cloud Sea territory beyond the lands of the 5 great realms, what would the 100 Treasures realm do? When the time comes, they might not even be able to hold on to their current domain. 1. Land of Chaos refers to lands outside the territory of the 5 great realms. See here. Chapter 1589, Person from the Divergent Realm. Just as Mu Yao and the others expected, upon discovering the White Cloud Island, the entire 10,000 realm battlefield was in an uproar. Naturally, the Fireweavers didn't come in contact with the 100 Treasures realm. After all, the two sides already have enmity with each other. However, they went to the other realms and asked about what was in the Sea of Clouds. The 100 Treasures realm doesn't intend to keep this matter a secret. These people would want to go to the Cloud Sea territory and get a slice. This would be the best for the realm. Just let these people beat each other up along with the people from the Cloud Sea territory. Because of this, the 100 Treasures realm announced the method of making transforming clouds as well as the fact that white clouds cannot be left outside for a long time. They also announced that the addition of transforming clouds to refining would increase its success rate. Naturally, they didn't forget to mention the cloud beasts while they were at it. When the 100 Treasures realm announced all of this, adding to the fact that the high-grade realms had acquired cloud plants before, everyone was attracted. Most importantly, now that the 100 Treasures realm managed to get a White Cloud Island, this meant that they now have a base on the Sea of Clouds where they can make attacks or defend. All realms weren't idiots. They knew very clearly how important this White Cloud Island was. With this White Cloud Island, the 100 Treasures realm could increase their success rate of refining artifacts, tame cloud beasts, and in turn accelerate the speed of their cultivation. There's also cloud rice, cloud herbs, and other things. All of these were benefits to the realm. It would be hard for these things to not induce envy to all who knew about it. However, they didn't have the ability to enter the Sea of Clouds, nor did they have any ability to bring back a White Cloud Island back to the 10,000 realm battlefield. But at the same time, the other realms could see the losses of the 100 Treasures realm. The other realms inquired about the number of people the 100 Treasures realm sent out. Naturally, what they got wasn't an exact number. What they knew was that the 100 Treasures realm sent around 30,000 people to the expedition. However, only less than 10,000 people came back. This meant that the 100 Treasures realm lost 20,000 people. This kind of loss wasn't small for any realm, but compared to the last time where the high-grade realms tried to invade the Cloud Sea territory, the 100 Treasures realm still fared better. When the high-grade realms attacked Yi Island, they used cultivators from their own realms. They didn't use anyone from their subordinate realms. But in this way, the subordinate realms were exempted from the disaster. Although the high-grade realms suffered great losses, The subordinate realms were unharmed. The 100 Treasures realm was different. This time, they also dispatched troops from their subordinate realms. Therefore, the 100 Treasures realm didn't lose too much of their own people since they shared the loss with their subordinate realms. Of course, all of this was just a facade for the other realms. The actual losses of the 100 Treasures realm wasn't as big at about 2,000 people, far from the 20,000 that the people outside believed. The other realms were also paying attention to the losses of the 100 Treasures realm, but what they were paying attention the most to was the White Cloud Island that the 100 Treasures realm has brought back. For a while, the high-grade realms came in contact with the 100 Treasures realm regularly. Besides inquiring about the situation, everyone wanted to know what traversing the Sea of Clouds was like. Mu Yao and Zongzi were very busy for several days meeting representatives from various realms. But on this day, the two of them were inside the conference hall meeting one person. The person wasn't tall. He had green skin and thick fur, and looked like a wild beast. Despite this, he wore proper cultivator robes. Although he looked scary, he had a gentle aura covering his body. His presence was quite confusing. Mu Yao and Zongzi bowed to the man and said, "We have seen Mr. Sleet. For the Great Divergent Realm to visit our 100 Treasures realm, we feel extremely honored." As soon as he heard Mu Yao, Sleet couldn't help but laugh as he said, "Elder Mu and Elder Zong are too polite. This time, I came here to discuss cooperation with the 100 Treasures realm on behalf of the Divergent Realm." Mu Yao asked Sleet to sit down. Right now, there were no longer any mats inside the conference hall. Instead, the mats were replaced by soft white clouds. They were very comfortable to sit in. Sleet inspected the white clouds as he slowly sat down. He couldn't help but nod as he turned to Mu Yao and Zongzi before saying, "You really know how to enjoy life. Is this made from transforming clouds?" "It's really good." Mu Yao smiled and said, "Right, this is made from transforming clouds. If Mr. Sleet likes it, we can give you some of it." Sleet didn't decline. He smiled and said, "Then I'll be impolite. But I came here this time to discuss our cooperation with the 100 Treasures realm." Mu Yao and Zongzi looked at each other. Then Zongzi opened his mouth and said, "How does your realm plan to cooperate with us?" Sleet replied, "Don't worry, this cooperation doesn't involve the Cloud Sea territory. Instead, we plan to deal with the Fire Weaver race." Mu Yao and Zongzi were stunned. They thought that Sleet came here looking for cooperation regarding the Cloud Sea territory, but this doesn't seem to be the case. Instead, they want to work together to deal with the Fire Weavers. Sleet saw Mu Yao and Zongzi looking at each other and thought that they didn't believe what he said, so he immediately followed up, "Please don't doubt our sincerity. This time, in order to deal with the Fire Weavers, we've already contacted the Sword Realm." They also gave a positive response. "This means that we aren't the ones making a move against the Fire Weavers. We also have the Sword Realm on our side. If you agree, then our three realms can send troops to fight the Fire Weavers. With us three working together, I believe we can eliminate them." Mu Yao and Zongzi kept silent. They also want to cooperate with the Divergent Realm to deal with the Fire Weavers. They didn't expect the Sword Realm to also join in. This means that they have more people to share benefits with. Now, acquiring Half-Beast Island has become unclear. After exchanging looks with Mu Yao, Zongzi opened his mouth and said, "Mr. Sleet, although we have a grudge against the Fire Weavers, with our current state, we don't have enough strength to fight them. We're very interested in your proposal, but you should have known that the 100 Treasures realm has lost a lot of people recently. If we go to war with the Fire Weavers now, our losses would be greater. When the time comes, we will be placed in an awkward position." Sleet didn't have any negative reactions to what Zongzi said. He understood what Zongzi meant. Zongzi's words were very obvious. The 100 Treasures realm doesn't want to send troops, but if there was enough benefit then they might. Sleet has long been prepared for this response. He looked at Zongzi, then he smiled faintly and said, "Although our three realms would fight the Fire Weavers, the 100 Treasures is far from the Fire Weaver race's territory. Even if we win, there's no benefit to the 100 Treasures realm. Because of this, we understand if the 100 Treasures realm doesn't want to send troops. But if you send troops, the Divergent realm will not treat you unjustly. Afterwards, we will give you Half-Beast Island. What do you think?" Hearing Sleet, Mu Yao and Zongzi could no longer sit still. Sleet's appearance here at this time was already a surprise. Then after hearing the Divergent Realms proposal, they were surprised even more. They were confused about how Sleet was able to put forward the conditions that they wanted to have in the first place. In fact, Mu Yao and Zongzi already thought about the reason. For the Divergent Realm, Half-Beast Island was an unproductive burden. Although it had harvestable resources, the inhabitants of Half-Beast Island were very arrogant and very hard to manage. The fact that it was just a foreign enclave, there was no point in keeping it. The Divergent Realm also knew about the Half-Beast Island's significance to the people from the Land of Chaos. It was for this reason that the Divergent Realm came up with this proposal. Trading Half-Beast Island for troops from the 100 Treasures Realm, not only would they let go of a useless land, they can even get more land upon eliminating the Fire Weaver race. Discarding a foreign enclave for a nearby land, it was a no-brainer. Therefore, the Divergent Realm had no problems bringing this proposal up. Seeing Mu Yao and Zongzi's expressions, Sleet knew that they were moved. He smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to think about this too much. Giving Half-Beast Island to the 100 Treasures Realm is a decision approved by everyone in the Divergent Realm. We can even make a written agreement so that nobody can renege on our promise. However, I need to make things clear so that our relationship wouldn't be affected. Half-Beast Island has been under the control of the Divergent Realm for many years. However, we weren't able to manage it well. The inhabitants of the island are all very hard to control. We even gave them proper benefits, but they didn't accept it. If you want to get something from the island, it would be very hard. If you don't agree to this condition, then we can discuss another. What do you think?" Hearing Sleet, Mu Yao and Zongzi relaxed. To be honest, they were already aware of the situation in Half-Beast Island. The island wasn't far from the 100 Treasures Realm, so it would be easy to get any news about it. Also, due to the location of the island, the Divergent Realm could use it as a springboard to attack the 100 Treasures Realm if they wanted to. In the past years, people from the 100 Treasures Realm could see people from the Divergent Realm from time to time. They also supported the inhabitants of the island in fighting the Divergent Realm. This was also part of the reason why the Divergent Realm has been having trouble dealing with Half-Beast Island. This was also the reason why the 100 Treasures Realm could relax about the island's situation. But this was also because the Divergent Realm didn't send too many resources to Half-Beast Island. If they focused on it, it would be impossible for the island's inhabitants to defend. It was also for this reason that the 100 Treasures Realm was concerned about getting their hands on the island. After all, having a nail buried on one's back doesn't feel so good. Chapter 1590, Show of Strength. Mu Yao and Zongzi were inside the conference hall. Beside them were 50 elders. All of these elders were members of the Elders' Assembly. These were the people who needed to be called when something crucial to the realm needs to be discussed. Dispatching troops to the Fire Weaver race. The important matter Mu Yao and Zongzi wanted to discuss was sending troops against the Fire Weavers. This was a major event. What kind of existence were the Fire Weavers? It was one of the 5 great realms and was much stronger than the 100 Treasures Realm. Now, the 100 Treasures Realm intends to send troops to attack the Fire Weavers. In addition to revenge, it was also to acquire Half-Beast Island. This was no doubt a huge matter. Originally, this matter was discussed among the elders, but this time, Mu Yao and Zongzi let Zhao Hai and Mu Yu participate. With their great contributions to the realm, they were more than qualified to join this meeting. Mu Yao scanned everyone inside the room. Then he lightly coughed and said, "I think you all know the reason why we're all here. The Divergent Realm approached us to send troops to deal with the Fire Weavers. Besides the 100 Treasures Realm and the Divergent Realm, the Sword Realm would also participate. Elder Zongzi and I want to send troops. I want to ask your thoughts about this." One of the elders answered, "We should send troops. Not only can we get revenge, we can also take Half-Beast Island back. This matter is very important to us." Another elder said, "But if we send troops, I'm afraid our casualties wouldn't be small. The Fire Weavers aren't easy to deal with. If we lost a lot, the other high-grade realms might make a move on us." The other elder shook his head and said, "They wouldn't dare. They lost a lot of people back when they attacked the Cloud Sea territory. They wouldn't recover so soon. I think this is a good opportunity to deal with the Fire Weavers. Even if we lose a lot of people, nothing will happen. The other high-grade realms are also injured and won't have any manpower to attack us." The other elders nodded. Zongzi opened his mouth and said, "Our main goal in attacking the Fire Weavers isn't revenge. Instead it is to take Half-Beast Island back. Half-Beast Island is practically in our backyard. If we don't take it back, we will always worry about threats coming from it." Over the years, the 100 Treasures realm invested a lot of resources on the island, but we haven't had the chance to take it back. After all, in name, it belongs to the Divergent realm. They wouldn't just let it go that easily. Now we have the opportunity to take the island. We can't miss this chance. The others nodded. This was indeed a good opportunity. Needless to say, everyone present knew how important Half-Beast Island was to the 100 Treasures realm. If they can succeed, it would greatly benefit them in the future. Mu Yao looked everyone in the eyes and said, "Also, this move can make the other high-grade realms less vigilant towards us." Because of how much they lost in their last battle, the other high-grade realm were wary towards us. Although Little High's expedition caused them to be less vigilant, they still couldn't relax towards us. After all, when we took the White Cloud Island, people from our subordinate realms participated. This lessened the losses to our realm. If we dispatch troops this time, our casualties will cause the other high-grade realms to be more relaxed. Perhaps they might even launch another attack towards the Cloud Sea territory. With their previous losses, the other high-grade realms are now in a situation where the master is weak while the slave is strong. If they attack the Cloud Sea territory, they will definitely send troops from their subordinate realms. This way, they can rob the Cloud Sea territory while also reducing the strength of their subordinate realms. The other elders went quiet. They began to think about this angle. Hearing Mu Yao, they could now see that there were a lot of advantages in sending troops to attack the Fire Weavers. Naturally, this meant that they needed to send troops immediately. Seeing that nobody was opposed to the idea, Zongzi turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, the agreement we had with the Divergent Realm is that we should send at least 80,000 troops. We'll have to depend on you to transport them using your large artifacts. What do you think?" Everyone in the conference hall turned their heads to Zhao Hai. To the elders present, Zhao Hai's name was no longer foreign. With how many merits Zhao Hai gained, it would be strange for these elders to forget about him. Now that Zongzi asked, the elders also wanted to hear what Zhao Hai would say. Zhao Hai stood up and then looked at the elders and said, replying to the elder, "There's no problem even if we send 100,000 people. I can transport how many people you can send. Moreover, I can guarantee that they will not leave the large artifacts when the battle starts." The elders were relieved when they heard Zhao Hai. All of them knew Zhao Hai's ability. Zhao Hai's 3 large artifacts all have internal space. These spaces could be used to transport people and goods. Zongzi nodded and said, "All right, make your preparations. Tell us what you need and we'll fully support you." Zhao Hai nodded and sat down. Then Zongzi turned to the others and said, "Now that this matter is settled, you all go back and prepare. This time, we'll also send immortal experts along with the troops to attack the Fire Weavers." Everyone complied and then left the hall, leaving Mu Yu and Zhao Hai behind along with Zongzi and Mu Yao. Zongzi looked at the two and said, "The importance of our attack against the Fire Weavers cannot be understated. This isn't as simple as getting revenge from the Fire Weavers or gaining Half-Beast Island. This is also a chance for the 100 Treasures realm to show our strength to the Divergent realm and the Sword realm. In this way, we can establish an equal relationship with them in the future. Otherwise, they will always think that they can crush us at any time, which would be unfavorable for us. So we need to perform well in this battle." Little Hai, can you still integrate artifacts to your weapon? If possible, the realm will take out more giant spirit treasures ships to be integrated into your weapon. We need to come strong in our attack against the Fire Weavers, and we're depending on your large artifacts. Zhao Hai stared. To be honest, he can use several giant spirit treasure ships right now. However, it would be extremely eye-catching. He didn't expect Zongzi to bring this matter up. Although it might be a waste for the 100 Treasures realm to sacrifice multiple giant spirit treasure ships, Zhao Hai didn't worry much about it. The 100 Treasures realm already had a lot of giant spirit treasure ships in their hands. It wouldn't be a problem even if they sacrificed 10 large artifacts. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai immediately said, "All right, Elder can rest assured. If permitted, I can integrate about 10 giant spirit treasure ships into my liquid silver. If we add more materials to it, I might even add a couple sword shuttles. Zongzi walked around for a while before he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Go ahead, you can get any materials you want. I'll give you 10 giant spirit treasure ships as well as 100 sword shuttles." Sword shuttles are fast, offensively strong and quite agile. Whether in offense or defense, they are very useful. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'll take the 10 giant spirit treasure ships first. Then I'll go to Yan planet. I heard that there has been more waste materials sent over there. I'll clean it up, but I will need time." Zongzi nodded. "I can give you time, but it cannot be long." "Half a month? I can only give you half a month." "Is that enough?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's enough, Elder. I'll take the giant spirit treasure ships now." Zongzi nodded. Then Mu Yao opened his mouth and said, "There are newly refined giant spirit treasure ships that will be sent to the headquarters soon. I think you should go to the realm directly and get them. This would save us the effort of transporting them here." Zhao Hai replied, "All right, then I'll be heading there immediately." Zongzi tossed a command token to Zhao Hai and said, "Take this token to get the ships. Once you get them, you can go directly to Yan planet." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned around and left. When Zhao Hai left, Mu Yao turned to Mu Yu and said, "Little Yu, go organize the troops right now. We need to get 80,000 people. You also need to train them to work together and assign them to combat units according to their fighting style. They will enter Little Hai's large artifacts in groups so that they can display all of their strength." "Understood?" Mu Yu nodded and said, "Master, don't worry. I'll make sure to train them well." Mu Yao nodded. Then he said, "Go." Although immortal experts will also be going, they will only face the immortal experts of the other side. The key figures in this fight will be you and Little Hai. I want the smallest loss but the biggest harvest." Mu Yu assured him, "Master, rest assured, we'll finish the task perfectly. There will be no problems with Little Hai's large artifacts. You don't need to worry." Zongzi nodded and said, "Go, but keep our movements discreet. It'll be troublesome if the Fire Weavers knew about it. You can make an excuse by going to our subordinate realms and saying that you're going to count their loss during our last expedition into the Cloud Sea territory. At the same time, pick people will be sending and distribute them into units. There must be no mistakes." Mu Yu nodded. Zongzi waved his hand and allowed him to leave. Looking at Mu Yu's back, Zongzi said, "I hope we'll succeed." Mu Yao replied, "I'm sure we will." Chapter 1591, Armored Turtle. Zhao Hai was inside the space quietly looking at 10 giant spirit treasure ships slowly disappearing. Actually, there's no need for him to take these giant spirit treasure ships. However, he still decided to take these ships. This was because in addition to the giant spirit treasure ships, he would also use something else. The Turtle Cloud Beast King. The cloud turtle that Zhao Hai subdued in the Sea of Beasts was very powerful. Its defense couldn't be underestimated. Even immortal experts wouldn't be able to deal damage to the turtle. If turned into an artifact, the turtle would be terrifying. However, the cloud turtle was alive, and that's better. Zhao Hai gave the turtle a layer of armor made from liquid silver. It must be said that despite its defense, the turtle also had weak points. First of them were its eyes. It was an obvious weakness. If the turtle's eyes were attacked, it would no doubt be heavily injured. Another weak point of the turtle was its behind. Zhao Hai made sure to protect these places. Zhao Hai would turn a portion of liquid silver into a light red crystal to cover the turtle's eyes. As for its behind, there's no need for further modifications. Whatever the turtle ate and drank was fully digested. It didn't need to defecate. Therefore, its behind would be fully covered up. There's also the turtle's forelimbs. Although they were also quite defensive, Zhao Hai was still not convinced. So he would also prepare leg armor for the turtle. Not only would Zhao Hai prepare armor for the turtle, he also planned to construct a fortress on the turtle shell. He wants to install a fortress on top of the turtle. Any undead or cultivator can occupy this fortress later on. Zhao Hai didn't spend any effort on managing the giant spirit treasure ships and the sword shuttles. Instead, he made sure to equip the turtle with all it needed for battle. Not only did he give armor to the turtle, he also made sure to improve its combat prowess. At this time, Laura and the others were making plans for the turtle. In their opinion, they need to design beautiful and powerful armor for the turtle. This way, the turtle could be a terrifying force on the battlefield. The Universal Processing Machine already made a lot of plans for the turtle. However, either Laura and the others weren't satisfied with these plans, or the turtle wasn't comfortable with it. Therefore, there has been no final design yet. It must be said that the turtle was quite interesting. When it was back in the Sea of Beasts, although it was strong and intelligent, it didn't communicate with Zhao Hai at all. It only made moves to show its feelings. But after coming to the space, the turtle has become more intelligent. Although it cannot turn humanoid and talk verbally with Zhao Hai, it used its spiritual force to talk. Because of this, it was able to reject any plans that it didn't like. Zhao Hai didn't expect the turtle to be very picky. Seeing it act like this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Finally, after repeated discussion between the women and the turtle, a plan was chosen. The turtle's vulnerable parts would be protected by thick plate armor. As for its moving parts, a scale armor would be used. The scale armor would not only allow the turtle to move properly, it was also designed to look beautiful. Around the turtle's shell would also be a layer of armor. It would look like ordinary scale armor during normal times, but during battles, these scales would peel off, revealing cannons underneath. The turtle would then become a moving fortress. Between this armor and the turtle's real body would be 5 layers of protection. On the back of the turtle was a fortress. It was octagonal and was also divided into 5 layers from inside out. This fortress wasn't like conventional ones with walls and pointed towers. It was an octagonal building with 36 floors. The top 3 floors were Zhao Hai's living area, while the 3 floors below that would be guest rooms. The remaining 30 floors would be used for the battle. This fortress was also armed to the teeth. It had no blind spots at all. The cannons on the fortress can attack anyone in any direction. Most importantly, the layers were divided by height. The outermost layer would be the shortest while the inner layer would be the tallest. Naturally, all of these armaments would be extremely heavy. However, this wouldn't be a problem for the turtle. This was because Zhao Hai installed a yin-yang lightning pond on the fortress, and on the abdomen and forelimbs of the turtle were piston-like contraptions that helped the turtle by decreasing the burden. Zhao Hai spent half a month arming the turtle. As for the other things, they had been prepared a long time ago, so he didn't need to worry about them. After half a month, Zhao Hai returned to the headquarters. There was already a large gathering of people present there a couple days ago. They were just waiting for Zhao Hai to arrive. When Zhao Hai returned, he was immediately summoned to the conference hall. Inside were all the elders. Zhao Hai promptly gave all of them a salute. Zongzi waved his hand as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, how are your preparations?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, elder, I'm ready." Zongzi nodded and said, "All right, then let's head out." This time, in addition to the 80,000 troops, there will also be 1,000 immortal experts going with you. You'll have to arrange accommodations for these people. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "No problem." Zongzi nodded. Then he went outside along with everyone. Then he turned towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and waved his hand. The Hell King's ship, 11 giant spirit treasure ships, and 100 sword shuttles appeared in the headquarters. At the same time, the huge turtle appeared. Seeing the turtle, Zongzi couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "This turtle is a cloud beast king I subdued. I gave it some armor and constructed a fortress on its back." Hearing Zhao Hai, Zongzi nodded and said, "Good, it looks very imposing." "Little you, have people embark." Mu Yu nodded. Then he immediately assigned people to the large artifacts. Zhao Hai turned to Zongzi and said, "Elder, the immortal experts can go on any large artifacts. There are rooms waiting for them anywhere. They can also go to the fortress on the turtle. The rooms have been modified by me to ensure that they can rest comfortably." Zongzi smiled and said, "All right, then we'll let the immortal experts decide." The immortal experts weren't polite and chose which large artifacts they wanted to be in. There were also some who went to the fortress on the back of the turtle. Zhao Hai had enough rooms for all of them. The rooms were all large and very quiet. It was also filled with transforming clouds as well as wine, tea, side dishes and everything that they would need. Once everyone was inside the large artifacts, Zongzi looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, Elder Mu will be the one leading the operation. I will stay in the headquarters to deal with matters here. Elder Mu's main task is to deal with the immortal experts of the Fire Weavers. The main battle will be left to you and little Mu. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Elder can rest assured, I'll make sure to complete the task. Zongzi nodded and patted Zhao Hai's shoulder as he said, Go. Remember to show them the might and prestige of the 100 Treasures realm. Zhao Hai nodded and then jumped onto the turtle's back before departing in an overbearing manner. The 100 Treasures realm didn't intend to hide their approach. In fact, the Fire Weavers might already be in conflict with the Divergent Realm and the Sword Realm. Even if they knew about the 100 Treasures realm's move, they wouldn't have any way to prevent it. Such a large army moving naturally caused the entire battlefield to shake. The surrounding realms were alarmed. However, the 100 Treasures realm sent people in advance to let these high-grade realms know that they were going to deal with the Fire Weavers and that they were asking for passage through their territory. Regardless, these high-grade realms didn't expect the 100 Treasures realm to send such a large army. The large army could cause anyone to be nervous. However, these high-grade realms didn't do anything. They just watched as the army went by. The high-grade realms already knew that the Fire Weavers were currently in battle. They also knew that the 100 Treasures realm made an agreement with the other great realms and wanted to take advantage of the situation. Naturally, these high-grade realms wouldn't stop them. In their minds, this was an opportunity to consume the 100 Treasures realm's strength. So when the 100 Treasures realm's army went by, these high-grade realms were only observing. At the same time, the 100 Treasures realm received information that the Fire Weavers were beginning to fight against the Divergent Realm and the Sword Realm. It would take 10 days of travel from the 100 Treasures realm to the Fire Weaver race. But since Zhao Hai's artifacts were quick and they didn't need to stop for rest, they only took 7 days before arriving at the Fire Weaver race's domain. The elders were now centralized on the fortress. Because the fortress was octagonal, the top of it was a flat surface. During battle, there would be cannons placed here. But now it had been transformed into an outdoor meeting room. Mu Yao called all of the elders over in order to discuss further plans. Seeing that everyone has arrived, Mu Yao said, In 2 hours, we will be entering the Fireweaver race's domain. I believe they are already prepared to face us. Does anyone have any ideas about how we should proceed forward? The elders didn't make any noise. Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, these are your large artifacts. Tell us what you think. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he took out a computer and pressed a couple of buttons before a huge map projection appeared in front of everyone. Zhao Hai walked towards the map and said, Before this, I've already sent undead to scout out the Fireweaver realm's territory. The Fireweavers made proper preparations for our arrival. This right here is a mountain range bordering the Fireweavers' territory. This is the famous Poison Mountains. The Fireweavers built fortifications on this mountain range. Moreover, they had been inspired by our cannons and arranged lines of them in these mountains. There are also cultivators from their subordinate realms stationed here. We need to watch out for these cannons. So when we reach the Poison Mountains, we'll use our cannons to punch out a hole in their defense in the shortest possible time. Zhao Hai's battle plan wasn't complex. It was actually very simple. However, this plan was made because they had information about the enemy. Zhao Hai knew the fortifications on the Poison Mountains as well as the troops stationed there. There weren't a lot of immortal experts guarding the mountains, including immortal experts from their subordinate realms. There were only 300 people. The immortal experts can take advantage of Zhao Hai's cannon in order to make a gap through the Poison Mountains. Then they would send in the sword shuttles and clean up the mountains in one fell swoop. From what Zhao Hai calculated, the Fireweavers should have about 300 artillery in place. However, among these artillery were small cannons like mortars. Moreover, their artillery didn't have tracking capabilities. In this case, Zhao Hai had the technological advantage compared to the enemy. This was his greatest advantage, and they can capitalize on it to gain an easy win. Mu Yao and the others quietly listened to Zhao Hai's words. The projection was very clear and they could see the enemy fortifications on the map. There's also a battle simulation shown on the map to make the plan more visible. After hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yao replied, How many immortal experts did the other party send to defend the Poison Mountains? Zhao Hai replied, Rough estimate is about 300 and not over 400. Mu Yao nodded and said, "All right, leave the immortal experts to us. Take care of the rest." Chapter 1592. Seven-Colored Phoenix. The Poison Mountains defense line was a newly built fortification of the Fire Weavers. In the past, the Poison Mountains was a medicinal production area for the Fire Weaver race. It wasn't intended to be used for the military. This was because the Fire Weavers believed that they didn't need to be guarded against the Land of Chaos. Nobody from that place would dare attack them. They only need to guard against the Divergent Realm and the Sword Realm. But now, they had no choice but to build a defensive line on the Poison Mountains. This was because the 100 Treasures Realm were coming to attack them. The 100 Treasures Realm was going to attack them. The Fire Weavers didn't think that this would happen. In their opinion, the 100 Treasures Realm was a lower realm. This was a realm that they could attack whenever they wanted, and if they exerted a little effort, they would be able to destroy it. But afterward, the Fire Weavers discovered that they made a mistake. The 100 Treasures Realm wasn't a soft persimmon that could be easily pinched. The 100 Treasures Realm made the Fire Weavers suffer big losses multiple times. This time, the 100 Treasures Realm even announced that they were going to attack just as the Divergent Realm and the Sword Realm attacked the Fire Weavers. This caused the Fire Weavers to be angry, but they also understood that these three realms should have made an agreement prior to this. Although the Fire Weavers wanted to send troops to repel the 100 Treasures Realm army, they found that they were lacking manpower. In the end, they can only set up a defensive line on the Poison Mountains. It was very easy for cultivators to establish fortifications. Things like digging were extremely simple since they only needed to use a few spells. The most important task was arranging the formations. The Fire Weavers attached great importance to this defensive line. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent 300 immortal experts to guard it. Of these 300 immortal experts, 50 of them were from the Fire Weaver race while the others were from their subordinate realms. Moreover, the realms where these immortal experts came from had territories located just beyond the Poison Mountains. This way, they wouldn't slack off in their duties. Otherwise, once the 100 Treasures Realm breaks through, it would be their realms who would be attacked first. Zhu Zifeng stood on the Poison Mountains and looked into the distance. He already received news that the 100 Treasures Realm army was going to arrive soon. A huge battle was approaching. Zhu Zifeng was one of the rare female immortal experts. Although she was a woman, nobody dared look down on her. Even the other Fire Weavers treated her with respect. This was because she was quite strong. Even amongst the immortal experts of the Fire Weaver race. Zhu Zifeng was now standing on the Poison Mountains with a gloomy expression. There were two tamed beasts next to her. These were two bird-type beasts, both of which were very beautiful. These birds were known as rainbow phoenixes. They were very powerful beasts that can fly at fast speed and can use any element to attack. Zhu Zifeng was the commander-in-chief of the Poison Mountain fortification. She was very clear about the importance of the Poison Mountains to the Fire Weavers. If the 100 Treasures Realm breaks through this defensive line, then they could quickly drive towards the Fire Weaver domain. From what she heard from the people who fought against the 100 Treasures Realm, it seems like the 100 Treasures Realm has developed rifles like the Fire Weavers. They even made cannons that were better than the ones the Fire Weavers had. Zhu Zifeng found it hard to believe. Now that she was going to face the 100 Treasures Realm, she wanted to see how strong they really were. Just as Zhu Zifeng was thinking about this, one of the seven-colored phoenix beside her suddenly called out. Zhu Zifeng looked up and couldn't help but be shocked. Zhu Zifeng already knew that the 100 Treasures Realm had sent a lot of large artifacts to attack the Fire Weavers, but she didn't expect the 100 Treasures Realm to send this many. She had seen giant spirit treasure ships before when then cooperated with the giant spirit realm. She was also aware that the 100 Treasures Realm got their hands on its production method, but she didn't think that the 100 Treasures Realm would be able to refine this much. Before long, the fleet of the 100 Treasures Realm arrived at the Poison Mountains. Zhu Zifeng looked at the 100 Treasures Realm's large artifact and coldly snorted. Then she flew up along with her rainbow phoenixes. Zhu Zifeng looked at the 100 Treasures Realm's fleet. Then she loudly said, "Commander of the 100 Treasures Realm fleet, please come out for a conversation." Before any battle, talking generally couldn't be avoided. Cultivators were like this. They obviously weren't afraid to fight to the death, but before the battle, they also needed to fight for who was on the side of justice. Actually, this was just an interlude. However, this was an interlude that everybody was used to. Although Zhao Hai didn't like this, he didn't try to change it. He didn't have the ability to do it right now. Mu Yao appeared on the ship's bow. He looked at Zhu Zaifan and said, "So it's the seven-colored phoenix. Let this Mu Yao give you his greetings." Since she used rainbow phoenixes as her tamed beasts, people gave Zhu Zaifan the nickname of seven-colored phoenix. Also, although she wore ordinary fire weaver clothing, it looked beautiful when she wore it due to some modifications. Naturally, the most remarkable thing about Zhu Zaifan was the fact that she wasn't carrying rifles with her. Instead, she had two pistols on her sides. These pistols' barrels were lengthened at about half a meter long. When Mu Yao gave his greeting, Zhu Zaifan coldly snorted and said, "Mu Yao, stop pretending to be polite. What are you doing here bringing so many people?" Mu Yao looked at Zhu Zaifan, then he suddenly laughed. "What I'm doing? Then let me tell you. We're here to take revenge. Your Fire Weaver race attacked my 100 Treasures Realm twice. Now is the time for the 100 Treasures Realm to return the favor." Zhu Zaifeng didn't expect Mu Yao to give this answer so easily. When she heard Mu Yao, her expression couldn't help but change. Then she said, "Mu Yao, you need to think about this. After this, the 100 Treasures Realm will face our Fire Weaver Realm's retaliation for 100 generations." Mu Yao laughed and said, "If we don't come, then would you leave the 100 Treasures Realm alone? Talking right now is useless. What you need to do is worry about us being able to get through your defense." As soon as he said that, the entire 100 Treasures Realm fleet moved. They lined up sideways as cannons were revealed. As soon as she saw this, Zhu Zaifeng's expression changed. She didn't expect Mu Yao to take swift action. Fortunately, they were also prepared. She immediately returned to the defense line. The defensive formation of the Poison Mountains defensive line has already been activated long ago. Because this was a newly made defensive line, its defensive formation wasn't very formidable. However, Zhu Zaifeng was confident that they would have no problems blocking the attack of the 100 Treasures Realm. Just as Zhu Zaifeng returned to the defensive line, the 100 Treasures Realm fleet began firing. The cannons fired almost at the same time. Only one sound was heard before the projectiles were in the air. The defensive line was made halfway up the Poison Mountains. The entire mountainside has been hollowed out. Besides supporting pillars, the rest were filled with various artifacts. To defend the mountains, the Fire Weavers prepared more than 200 artillery. However, these artillery didn't have large calibers. Now that the 100 Treasures Realm has begun firing, the Fire Weavers also return fire. However, Zhu Zaifeng finally discovered that her thoughts were incorrect. Although the cannons of the 100 Treasures Realm fired at the same time and their shells were flying in one direction, once they entered the periphery of the defensive line, the shells curved and attacked a uniform point. Zhu Zaifeng didn't expect the 100 Treasures Realm's cannons to be so strange. Moreover, she knew that if the cannons of the 100 Treasures Realm continued to attack that one spot, the defensive formation would definitely break. Before Zhu Zaifeng could direct people to deal with the attack, the shells hit the defensive shield. The collision caused the formation to rumble. Bang 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 bang. Loud sounds were heard before an opening appeared on the defensive shield. Then the 100 Treasures Realm fired its second volley, expanding the hole they made. The middle of the defensive line has been opened up for the 100 Treasures Realm. The Fire Weavers were in shock. They didn't expect the formation they carefully arranged to be broken in just 2 rounds of cannon fire from the 100 Treasure Realm. At this time sword shuttles departed from the 100 Treasures Realm fleet and then shot straight through the hole. These sword shuttles narrowed themselves while keeping their sharpness. Their unexpected entry caused a one-sided slaughter. It must be said that the ability of the Fire Weavers to fight was strong, but their defensive capabilities were weak. And with the power of the sword shuttles, the defensive line of the Poison Mountains has been pierced through like a hot knife through butter. Nobody in the Poison Mountains was able to stop the attacks. Once the sword shuttles shot through the defensive line, Zhu Zaifeng knew that things weren't going well. She waved her hand as she held her pistols. Then she began sending bullet after bullet towards the sword shuttles. A few sounds were heard as Zhu Zaifeng's bullet hit the sword shuttles. Zhu Zaifeng was very confident in her attacks. She believed that her shots were enough to deal with a sword shuttle. unless an immortal expert was controlling it. But to Zhu Zifeng's disappointment, although she hit the sword shuttles, they weren't damaged at all. Instead, the shots were deflected. Then the sword shuttles continued moving forward as though Zhu Zifeng didn't make an attack. Chapter 1593, Breaking Through Poison Mountains. Zhu Zifeng was very familiar with sword shuttles. After all, the fire weavers liked to use these kinds of large artifacts. Although it couldn't accommodate people, its offensive strength was very good. Sword shuttles might cause severed soul experts to feel a headache, but immortal experts weren't afraid of it. Rifles used by immortal fire weavers could defeat sword shuttles. This was where Zhu Zifeng was wrong. What she faced weren't ordinary sword shuttles. These were Zhao Hai's sword shuttles. Even if her bullets could break normal sword shuttles, they didn't affect Zhao Hai's. If there were people inside Zhao Hai's sword shuttles, Zhu Zifeng's attack might have been effective. The impact of her bullets to the sword shuttles were enough to injure people inside. Unfortunately for her, there was nobody inside Zhao Hai's sword shuttles, not even undead. Besides yin-yang lightning pawns, there was nothing inside the sword shuttles. Therefore, Zhu Zifeng's attacks were useless. Seeing that her attacks were useless, Zhu Zifeng's expression changed. At this time, the other immortal experts in the defensive line made their moves and began to attack the sword shuttles. But just like Zhu Zifeng, their attacks didn't do anything at all. Then the immortal experts thought of other means to stop the sword shuttles, one of which was to capture them. Just as some of these immortal experts attacked the sword shuttles with the intention of capture, the sword shuttles suddenly split into smaller sword shuttles. Then these small sword shuttles continued to attack the defensive line. This time, the immortal experts were stunned. They now knew that the sword shuttles were unmanned. So how could they defeat it? Zhu Zifeng also noticed this. Upon seeing what happened, she knew that they were going to have a bad time. She immediately sent a command: all immortal experts, come out of the defensive line. Let's see how many experts the 100 Treasures Realm brought this time. Zhu Zifeng knew that it was useless if the immortal experts kept fighting the sword shuttles. Instead, they might as well fight the experts of the 100 Treasures Realm. When they heard Zhu Zifeng's command, the other immortal experts understood what she meant. Since they couldn't deal with the sword shuttles, they might as well take the fight to the 100 Treasures Realm's experts. They also wanted to see how many immortal experts the 100 Treasures Realm sent. With Zhu Zifeng and the others heading out, the sword shuttles were able to move in the defensive line unhindered. Nobody can block them. They were killing people as though they were cutting grass. At the same time, when Mu Yao saw Zhu Zifeng and the other immortal experts heading out, he wasn't polite and immediately led the immortal experts to meet them. This time, they didn't change places and just fought in the Poison Mountains. It wasn't that the 100 Treasures Realm's immortal experts didn't want to change places. It was the decision of the Fire Weavers to fight immediately. When the 100 Treasures Realm's immortal experts came out, the Fire Weavers immediately attacked. They didn't give any opportunity to change places. Seeing this, Mu Yao knew what Zhu Zifeng was planning. She wanted to use the energy caused by the battle of the immortal experts to stop the 100 Treasures Realm fleet from going forward. Zhu Zifeng's plan was good, but she underestimated the 100 Treasures Realm. She also underestimated the number of immortal experts that the 100 Treasures Realm sent over. How could 300 immortal experts stop 1,000? After discovering Zhu Zifeng's intentions, Mu Yao immediately took the other immortal experts to attack. It was a 3-to-1 battle of immortal experts between the 100 Treasures Realm and the Fire Weaver race. Because of the number difference, the Fire Weavers weren't able to hold on. In a short time, 100 immortal experts have fallen. Seeing so many people were lost in such a short time, Zhu Zifeng understood that the 100 Treasures Realm couldn't be stopped. She immediately led the other immortal experts to retreat. Seeing the immortal experts retreat, the other cultivators naturally wouldn't stay. Like a swarm of bees, the defenders of the Poison Mountains ran away. The defensive line has been broken. The fall of the Poison Mountains didn't bring much joy to Mu Yao and the others. They knew that this was just the first step. There were still plenty of fights waiting for them. The one who benefited in this battle the most was Zhao Hai. He obtained a lot of corpses to be turned into undead. including immortal expert corpses. Mu Yao and the others didn't have any problems with Zhao Hai's actions. Besides dealing with immortal experts, Zhao Hai was almost responsible for fighting the enemy. Moreover, the losses he could incur were beyond anybody's imagination. After Zhu Zifeng and the others left, Mu Yao returned to the Hell King's ship. Then they went to the Turtle Fortress and discussed. Zhao Hai and Mu Yu were naturally present. Once everyone had settled down, Mu Yao turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Good job. Now what do you think we should do next?" Upon hearing Mu Yao, everyone stared, including Zhao Hai. It must be known that Mu Yao was the commander of this entire operation, but now he was asking Zhao Hai about the plan. It was clear that he values Zhao Hai's opinion. Then everyone calmed down. It seems like Mu Yao was training Zhao Hai to be a commander. This was also good. Passing on the torch, each immortal expert paid attention to the next generation's talents. Some of them paid attention to the younger generation's cultivation, while the others looked at their skills. Naturally, Mu Yao wanted to grow Zhao Hai's commanding ability. Although these immortal experts lived extremely long lives, there was still a chance where they would die one day. If they don't prepare the next generation, then the 100 Treasures realm wouldn't have a great future. Zhao Hai stared. Then he looked at Mu Yao. Mu Yao smiled and gave a nod. Zhao Hai understood that Mu Yao wanted him to say whatever he wanted. Zhao Hai nodded and then opened his computer. This time, what appeared on the projection was a plain. It was covered with all kinds of plants. There were also hills and valleys that were marked. Zhao Hai pointed towards the marked hills and valleys and said, "Elders, there are nearly 100 outposts around the Fire Weaver's land. Some of these outposts have been built recently while some were old camps of the Fire Weavers that were now occupied by their subordinate realms. We don't need to worry about these newer outposts. As for these subordinate camps, they're more difficult to deal with. What I want to say is, we don't need to worry about Fire Weaver outposts. If we just focus on the Fire Weavers, their subordinate realms might attack us from behind. We should begin with cleaning up the subordinate camps and advance bit by bit. Although this might slow us down, it would make later fights much easier and safer for us. Moreover, once the final battle begins, there are also the other two realms who would attack together with us." Mu Yao nodded and said, "But if we go slow like this, the other two realms might get offended. Then it wouldn't be good." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Elder doesn't need to worry about this. Since the Fire Weavers treat the other two realms more seriously, their defense towards them should be stronger. It would take some time for the two realms to break through. Their advancing speed might not be any faster than us." Mu Yao nodded. He looked at the projection and said, "Do you know about the situation of the two realms?" Zhao Hai knew that Mu Yao was still worried, so he nodded and zoomed the projection out. The entire Fire Weaver domain was now shown. Zhao Hai pointed at the map and said, "Currently the Divergent Realm and the Sword Realm are in these areas. They still haven't reached deep into Fire Weaver territory. The Fire Weavers have solid defenses against them. It would be hard for them to advance." Mu Yao frowned and said, "Now that we advance too fast, we would be sandwiched by the Fire Weavers. There won't be any benefit to us." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "We'll be fine. Since we're all riding on large artifacts, our mobility is very strong. If the Fire Weavers try to attack us, we can lead them in a circle, or lead them to the Divergent Realm and let them help us deal with them. This will save us from losing people and even show the Divergent Realm how strong we are." Mu Yao laughed. Then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Good. Then let's do it according to your plan." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Then we can depart." Mu Yao waved his hand and said, "Depart." Zhao Hai complied and led the fleet towards the Fire Weaver domain. Mu Yao and the others returned to their respective large artifacts. Only Mu Yu remained. As Zhao Hai and Mu Yu stood on the top of the fortress, looking at the lands ahead, Mu Yu said, "If we can really eliminate the Fire Weavers, the 100 Treasures realm will benefit greatly. Not only would we take Half-Beast Island, we can also make the Great Realms treat us seriously. They wouldn't dare attack us, giving us time to develop our strength." Zhao Hai nodded. "I believe the Fire Weavers wouldn't be able to survive. The Divergent Realm and the Sword Realm are determined to deal with the Fire Weavers. Otherwise, they wouldn't have used Half-Beast Island as a bargaining piece. If we fail to deal with the Fire Weavers, The ones who would lose greatly would be them. Mu Yu nodded and no longer said anything. Chapter 1594. Delaying. Zhu Zifeng and the others didn't directly retreat to the Fireweaver headquarters. This was because she knew that these subordinate realms wouldn't be able to stop the Hundred Treasures realm on their own. She also knew that her party couldn't stop the Hundred Treasures realm. Instead, she plans to delay the Hundred Treasures realm as long as possible. Then when the realm sends troops, they would deal with them. Because of this, Zhu Zifeng's group retreated to a camp not far from the Poison Mountains. This camp was in a valley and has been operated by this subordinate realm for many years. With the reinforcements that came this time, the valley has turned into a strong fortress. It was precisely because of its location that Zhu Zifeng and the others decided to go there. At the same time, Zhu Zifeng ordered to strengthen the communication between the surrounding camps. As long as a camp was attacked, people would be sent over to support. The transmission formation of the subordinate realms have always been kept open. This allowed reinforcements to rush over at any time. The subordinate realms were also ready to fight desperately against the Hundred Treasure realm. The five great realms might not treat their subordinates any better, but they were still very loyal to the great realms. If these subordinate realms were faced against the Divergent realm or the Sword realm, then they might be afraid. However, against the Hundred Treasures realm, they weren't afraid at all. They were ready to go all out. This wasn't to say that the subordinate realms had a huge enmity with the Hundred Treasures realm. Instead, it was a question of mentality. For the five great realms, people from the land of chaos, especially the high-grade realms, were third-rate realms. The five great realms had the mentality that they were superior. They were like nobles looking at poor people. With such a mentality, the subordinates of the five great realms also looked at the people of the land of chaos as barbarians, low-grade people. Although they were merely subordinates, they were subordinated to the five great realms. They had a higher status compared to those in the land of chaos. It was because of this mentality that when they knew they were facing the Hundred Treasures realm, they weren't nervous. In their opinion, it was unforgivable for these people to come and attack them. On the other hand, the subordinate realms facing the Divergent realm and the Sword realm weren't as firm. The Fire Weavers had to send people to suppress these people. In the minds of these subordinate realms, the Divergent realm and the Sword realm were at the same level as the Fire Weavers. It wouldn't be shameful to surrender to them. Zhao Hai and the others weren't aware of this mentality. They kept going according to their plan. They began tracking the subordinates of the Fire Weaver race. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others were attacking the Spirit Formation realm. Zhao Hai already had some understanding about this realm. He knew about them from the undead Fire Weavers. Spirit Formation realm, as the name suggests, specializes in formations. Their use of formations has reached a high level of mastery. Their camp was among the most difficult ones to break through. The weapons they used were mostly formation plates and formation flags. Zhao Hai planned to attack this camp first because of this realm's ability. Their formations would bring a lot of trouble for him. At the same time, he wanted to obtain their formations and abilities for the space. When the large artifacts were 10 mu away from the Spirit Formation realm's camp, Zhao Hai suddenly stopped. Seeing Zhao Hai stop, Mu Yao, who was with him on top of the fortress, asked, "Little Hai, why did you stop?" "We're about to arrive." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's not easy, Elder. This realm is famous for its formations. The reason their camp is difficult to attack is because they surrounded it with all kinds of formations. These range from trapping formations to killing formations. If we rush over hastily, we will definitely be blocked. I know this from the undead Fire Weavers. Even they are afraid of the camp of the Spirit Formation realm." When Zhao Hai said this, Mu Yao couldn't help but stare. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "So it's like that. What do you plan to do?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "We'll destroy the formations first before we go to their camp." After he said that, he waved his hand as the cannons on the large artifacts fired recklessly at the forest in front. A large amount of flames were caused by this, drowning the forest into a sea of flames. Then another burst of cannon fire came, which almost extinguished the fire. Then the waves underneath the Hell King's ship rolled out, causing a vast sea to appear. Zhao Hai released a sword shuttle to see whether the formations were still there. When the sword shuttle entered the area, It stopped moving forward and instead turned in circles. Zhao Hai could see that the formations were still in place. Zhao Hai coldly snorted, then, with a thought, the turtle spat out dark clouds. For some time, the dark clouds surrounded the area in front. Once the dark clouds disappeared, Zhao Hai controlled his large artifacts to go forward at full power. Before long, they arrived in front of the Spirit Formation Realm's camp. All of Zhao Hai's actions were seen by Mu Yao. He also could guess what the black cloud that the turtle spat out. The dark cloud should be able to dissolve spiritual chi, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to break through the formations that easily. In order for formations to function, they would need spiritual chi. With the dark clouds dissolving spiritual chi, the formation has lost its power. Naturally, they were now inactive. The formations of the Spirit Formation Realm were unlike the spatial refraction formations that Zhao Hai arranged outside the hidden cloud village. The spatial refraction formation were specially refined by Zhao Hai using the space. Powering the spatial refraction formations were the dark clouds. When they arrived outside the defensive formation of the camp, the 100 Treasures Realm's elders appeared out of their respective artifacts. They wanted to see how Zhao Hai plans to deal with the defensive formation. Zhao Hai wasn't polite. The large artifacts lined up with their cannons out. Then with a wave of Zhao Hai's hand, the cannons began firing at a single point. The Hell King's ship's battering ram also ejected, followed by the sword shuttles. The Hell King's ship's battering ram now had the property of a formation-breaking spirit snake needle. It was designed to deal with all kinds of defensive formations. With the cannon attacks, the point target has been weakened. Then once the battering ram arrived, although it didn't break the formation, it caused the shield to shake. Then at this time, the sword shuttles arrived. Like the battering ram, the sword shuttles also had the properties of the spirit snake needle. With the offensively strong sword shuttles attack, a large hole was punched through the defensive formation. But Zhao Hai soon discovered that the defensive formation of the Spirit Formation Realm wasn't simple. Although a hole was punched through, the shield on other places was still quite strong. At the same time, the hole was beginning to heal. This was quite new for Zhao Hai. Naturally, it was impossible for the hole to close instantly. The cannons fired once more, expanding the hole that was made. Before long, the hole became bigger and bigger until the camp of the Spirit Formation Realm appeared in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't hesitate to command the undead to ready their rifles. Meanwhile, the cannons didn't stop firing. They were constantly firing at the camp of the Spirit Formation Realm. However, no one can be seen in the camp of the Spirit Formation Realm. The whole camp seems to be covered by a layer of fog. You couldn't see anything clearly. Zhao Hai knew that there were people in the camp, plenty of them. The people from the Spirit Formation Realm already thought about their defenses being breached, so they arranged a lot of formations inside their camp to drag out the fight against the 100 Treasures Realm. The arrangements of the Spirit Formation Realm was nothing less than brilliant. It's just a pity that they were against Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had a lot of experience when it came to breaking formations. Although the Spirit Formation Realm's formations were on another level, it still followed the same principle as the other formations. After running the formations through the scanner, the method to break them would immediately be found. Additionally, Zhao Hai had a lot of large artifacts. Large artifacts were already known to be the bane of many formations. Formations were like traps placed for people. However, large artifacts were akin to tanks that could barrel through these traps. Because of this, Zhao Hai controlled the large artifacts to go at full speed. Moreover, when he attacked, he targeted the ground. The formation flags used by the Spirit Formation Realm were flattened in an instant. The people of the Spirit Formation Realm also discovered this and knew that their preparations were useless against the 100 Treasures Realm. The people of the camp immediately left using the transmission formations. Although Zhao Hai broke through the camp of the Spirit Formation Realm, they weren't able to kill the people inside the camp. The camp was able to evacuate in time. This also showed that the formations on the camp had been effective. Although Zhao Hai was still able to break through, they weren't fast enough to prevent the people of the camp from escaping. Seeing that the people of the Spirit Formation Realm had escaped, Zhao Hai wasn't angry nor was he worried. He knew that he would meet them again sooner or later. After leveling the Spirit Formation Realm's camp to the ground, Zhao Hai and the others rushed to another camp. This camp was from a realm that wasn't as good as the Spirit Formation Realm. The defensive formation of the camp was easily broken through by Zhao Hai. Although this camp has received support, it was still impossible for them to block the 100 Treasures Realm. In the end, the people on the camp could retreat. But unlike the Spirit Formation Realm, they left a lot of people behind who were killed. Although Zhu Zifeng wanted to support the camps that were being attacked by Zhao Hai, her strength was limited. The 100 Treasures Realm had superior strength, so how could these small camps possibly resist? Zhu Zifeng initially had a thought of fighting it out with the 100 Treasures Realm. However, she quickly gave up on the idea. The 100 Treasures Realm truly invested manpower this time, and with Zhao Hai's large artifacts, if they came out to do a field battle, then Zhu Zifeng's side would only lose much faster. They had nothing in hand that could stop the charge of the 100 Treasures Realm's large artifacts. Zhu Zifeng discovered that they had no good way to block Zhao Hai's attacks. In the end, she can only slow the 100 Treasures Realm down. She had the people on the camps withdraw but also left people to keep the defensive formations going. Although the 100 Treasures Realm wouldn't spend too much time destroying these camps, they would still be slowed down by these camps. At the same time, Zhu Zifeng also applied for support from the Fire Weaver realm. She asked for defensive formations as well as a few more people. Zhu Zifeng's purpose for doing this was for Zhao Hai and the others to break these formations. The 100 Treasures realm wouldn't leave a camp standing. After all, these camps had transmission formations. If they were left to survive, then the transmission formations could be used to send troops and attack the 100 Treasures realm in the rear. So Zhao Hai and the others could only pull out these nails one at a time. In this case, they would be slowed down, giving the Fire Weavers more time. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't expect Zhu Zifeng to come up with these plans. It was very useful. Although he knew that the camps would be broken through quite easily, attacking each camp one by one was still a slow task. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried at all. After all, they weren't planning to get to the headquarters of the Fire Weavers as soon as possible. Although the Fire Weavers were preoccupied by the Divergent Realm and the Sword Realm, their headquarters was heavily guarded. The present forces of the 100 Treasures realm couldn't attack it. If they did, they would suffer heavy losses. And this wasn't what Zhao Hai wanted to see. Zhu Zifeng's actions just gave Zhao Hai and the others an excuse to slow down. Once the Divergent Realm and the Sword Realm makes some progress, then they would go at full speed towards the Fire Weaver Realm's headquarters. Chapter 1595, Fire Weaver's Sins Troops. Zhu Rong stood in the conference hall of the Fire Weaver headquarters, looking at the astrolabe in front of him. This astrolabe was a map-type artifact. It can show an eagle's eye view of a map. The name astrolabe came about because it was the artifact used by various realms to show the planets they control. Zhu Rong was the current patriarch of the Fireweaver race. The Fireweaver always had a patriarchal leadership since the beginning. Moreover, every patriarch of the race was named Zhu Rong. This was because Zhu Rong was the name of an ancient god of fire. Since the Fire Weavers were famous for their control over fire, they had always seen themselves as the children of Zhu Rong. Because of this, every patriarch from each generation was named Zhu Rong, to remind the Fire Weavers that they were the descendants of the god of fire. 1. Although the current Zhu Rong wasn't a heroic leader, the Fire Weavers still progressed under his leadership. Simply speaking, he was an average leader. He followed the rules and thus got great results. The situation of the 10,000 realm battlefield was very complex. Because of this, it was very hard to foresee what was going to happen. Perhaps Zhu Rong's biggest mistake was sending troops to attack the 100 Treasures realm. Their 2 attacks against the 100 Treasures realm had been counterproductive. It also caused the Fire Weavers to lose out a lot. Zhu Rong's decision this time might have been his worst since he came to power. Zhu Rong also didn't expect the Divergent realm to attack them in cooperation with the Sword realm. Then as they were dealing with the Divergent realm and the Sword realm, the 100 Treasures realm came and attacked. When Zhu Rong received the news, he was angry. But later on, the 100 Treasures realm's attack caused him to be nervous. The 100 Treasures realm has been too swift, surpassing Zhu Rong's expectations. When Zhu Zifeng's request came in, Zhurong immediately agreed. He sent resources and people in order to deal with the 100 Treasures Realm's attack. At the same time, he began to recall some troops that were facing the Divergent Realm and Sword Realm. However, Zhurong knew that sending more troops wouldn't have much impact. The 100 Treasures Realm's current style was similar to the Giant Spirit Realm, in which they relied on large artifacts to trample the enemy. In the past, the 100 Treasures Realm suffered from this style, but the Giant Spirit Realm could no longer be compared to the current 100 Treasures Realm. Even at the Giant Spirit Realm's peak, they couldn't take out so many large artifacts. Now, the 100 Treasures Realm had over 10 giant spirit treasure ships as well as about 100 sword shuttles. Sword shuttles were also large artifacts. However, relatively speaking, when compared to giant spirit treasure ships, sword shuttles could be considered to be a smaller scale large artifact. The 100 Treasures Realm's display showed that they wouldn't give up on their attack so easily. But if they wanted to deal with the 100 Treasures Realm, the Fire Weavers needed to use large artifacts. Unfortunately, the Fire Weavers didn't have a lot of large artifacts. Having a few large artifacts was never a disadvantage for the Fire Weavers. They didn't depend on large artifacts to grow. In place of large artifacts, the Fire Weaver race had their tamed beasts. The Fire Weavers were very good at raising beasts, and some of their beasts had huge bodies. So after deliberating for a long time, Zhurong decided to mobilize a large army from the front line to deal with the 100 Treasures Realm. The people who were selected were those who had tamed beasts that were large in size. The Fire Weavers moved quickly. Before long, an army of 50,000 has been reassigned, with their tamed beasts. This army could be considered as 100,000 man strong. Besides this army, there were also 1,000 immortal experts. Originally, these 1,000 immortal experts were reserved to reinforce the Divergent Realm and Sword Realm front lines. But this time, they had been moved. The mobilization of such a large army naturally wouldn't escape the notice of the Divergent Realm and the Sword Realm. The two realms immediately contacted Mu Yao. Then the three began to cooperate. When he heard about the movement of the Fire Weavers from the Divergent Realm and the Sword Realm, Mu Yao immediately informed Zhao Hai so that he could make preparations. Zhao Hai wasn't worried about it too much. He already knew about the Fire Weavers' movements. He knew how many troops the Fire Weavers send out this time, and he also knew what they were planning to do. The Fire Weavers were planning to deal with the 100 Treasures Realm as quickly as possible. Zhao Hai was waiting for the Fire Weavers to do this. Although an army 100,000 strong sounds like a lot, Zhao Hai had a lot more troops in his hands. He also had weapons of the other party and not to mention beasts to add to the numbers. Zhurong looked at the 3 patches of red on his astrolabe. The red parts were areas occupied by the Divergent Realm, Sword Realm, and the 100 Treasures Realm. Although the red patches weren't that big, Zhurong knew that if they weren't dealt with, the Fire Weaver race would be in trouble. At this time, a voice came in from the door, reporting. Zhurong replied, "Come in." A Fire Weaver entered holding a jade sword in his hand. As he handed the jade sword to Zhurong, he said, reporting to the Patriarch. The Divergent Realm and the Sword Realm suddenly intensified their attacks. The front lines are having a hard time holding them back because of the reassignment of manpower. Zhurong searched the Jade Sword message with his spiritual force. Then he nodded and said, "Tell the front lines to hold on. As long as we deal with the 100 Treasures Realm, the troops will support them. At the same time, send word back to the realm. Have them send all available personnel from the nascent soul stage and above to the headquarters. We need them to participate in the war." The Fire Weaver nodded and then immediately released a Jade Sword message to pass the order. At this time, Zhurong looked back at the astrolabe. His gaze pointed towards the 100 Treasures Realm. Since this was the Fire Weaver domain, the 100,000-strong army was able to reach Zhu Zifeng's location quickly. The immortal experts were also present. Zhu Zifeng already received Zhurong's order. Zhurong gave her so many troops, and his only command was to eliminate the 100 Treasures Realm as soon as possible. When Zhu Zifeng received the order, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. After coming in contact with the 100 Treasures Realm for so many days, she already had some understanding of their strength. Now, she didn't dare look down on them anymore. She discovered that the 100 Treasures Realm's strength wasn't any weaker compared to the Divergent Realm and the Sword Realm. In fact, their large artifacts had greater impact compared to the latter two realms. In this case, it was impossible to deal with the 100 Treasures realm in a short time. Zhu Zifeng's plan was to delay the 100 Treasures realm along with the Divergent realm and the Sword realm. The Divergent realm and the Sword realm cannot attack them for a long time. The Fire Weavers only need to wear them down. When the time comes, whether it be the 100 Treasures realm, Divergent realm, or the Sword realm, they wouldn't be able to go on. In the end, even if the Fire Weavers lose some of their territory, they can still keep the majority of it. If the Fire Weavers were anxious to deal with the three realms, then they would lose in the end. It was impossible for the Fire Weavers to deal with the three realms at the same time. From what it looks like, the three realms were aiming to destroy the Fire Weavers. It wasn't the same as before where they would just attack and then retreat. This time was completely different. Unfortunately, although Zhu Zifeng expressed her thoughts to the higher-ups, they didn't listen. They still want to deal with the 100 Treasures realm as quickly as possible. Although Zhu Zifeng was an immortal expert, she wasn't the only immortal expert among the Fire Weavers. The other immortal experts received the same orders. So even if Zhu Zifeng didn't send the troops, the realms would just recall her back and replace her with someone else. In the end, Zhu Zifeng had no choice but to dispatch the troops. The headquarters sent 50,000 people, and with their tamed beasts their strength was boosted to 100,000. There's also troops already present, which made Zhu Zifeng's troops 200,000 man strong. Moreover, they had about 2,000 immortal experts, including their tamed beasts. It was double the army of the 100 Treasures realm. Mu Yao and the others gathered on the octagonal fortress. They also obtained the total army size of the enemy. Mu Yao looked at everyone and said, "Let's talk about the enemy army. Does anyone have any idea about what we should do?" The immortal experts were silent. The enemy army was double to triple their strength. The upcoming battle would be an uphill fight. Mu Yao turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, what do you think?" Zhao Hai looked at the immortal experts and said, "According to our previous plan, we'll direct the Fire Weavers to the Divergent realm and then cooperate with them to deal with the enemy. Then we can destroy the enemy army bit by bit." Hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yao couldn't help but frown. "If we do that, won't the Divergent realm look down on us? After all, it would look like we are relying on them to deal with the enemy." Zhao Hai replied, "Elder, although we get Half-Beast Island by sending troops, the situation of the island isn't ideal. We still need to exert some effort to control it. If we really clash with the Fire Weavers and suffer heavy losses, we won't be able to control the island." The Divergent realm and the Sword realm are established realms with great strength. Their foundation is deep, and once they digest the Fire Weaver domain, their strength would increase. On the other hand, we can't easily digest Half-Beast Island. It would be very difficult for us to benefit from it in a short time. At that time, if the Divergent realm or the Sword realm decides to attack us, the consequences wouldn't be good. Moreover, we aren't relying on the Divergent realm to deal with the Fire Weaver army. We just need their help to face the enemy's immortal experts. Every elder we have is crucial to the realm. Every elder we lose would damage the realm's future. Therefore, we need the Divergent realm to minimize our loss of immortal experts. As for the regular army, they wouldn't be able to stop our large artifacts." Mu Yao was silent. He knew that what Zhao Hai said was right. They were now in cooperation with the Divergent realm, so there's no worries. But once the Divergent realm has no need for the 100 Treasures realm, who knows what they would do? If the 100 Treasures realm loses too many immortal experts, the realm's foundations would be heavily damaged. Word padding 101. Chapter 1596. Troops blocking the way. Seeing Mu Yao hesitate, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel anxious. He was afraid that Mu Yao would still order to fight the Fire Weaver army head-on. With their current strength, this action wouldn't be advantageous. The loss they would face was too great. Zhao Hai wasn't worried about the loss of ordinary cultivators. With his large artifacts, the ordinary cultivators can just stay inside as they fought against the Fire Weavers. There would still be losses, but not too much. What Zhao Hai was afraid of was the loss of immortal experts. If they lose too many immortal experts, the 100 Treasures realm would have a hard time. Immortal experts were the foundation of a realm. With the immortal experts as the main pillar, the realm would be able to develop outwards. Their existence was enough to bring benefits to the realm. Zhao Hai was worried that Mu Yao would fight the fire weavers in order to save face. For a cultivator, face was very important, especially to immortal experts. After hesitating for a while, Mu Yao nodded and said, Little Hai is right. This would be the best for us right now. I will send word to the Divergent Realm immediately, then we'll begin heading over to them. Hearing Mu Yao, Zhao Hai sighed inside. It's good as long as Mu Yao agrees. Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, prepare to move towards the Divergent Realm. Zhao Hai nodded and readjusted the course of the large artifact. They were now heading towards the Divergent Realm. This time, Zhao Hai wasn't polite against the camp they were facing. The camp had been ravaged through. In the past, when Zhao Hai attacked the camps, he would destroy their shield first and then allow the people inside to escape. Now, Zhao Hai sent his sword shuttles first to break through the shield and then destroyed the transmission formation, barring anyone in the camp from escaping. In the end, everyone was killed by the 100 Treasures Realm army. Zhao Hai did this to lure in the Fire Weavers. Actually, the Fire Weaver army wasn't that far from Zhao Hai and the others. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai made a swift move to change directions. However, the Fire Weaver army weren't as mobile as the 100 Treasures Realm. Although the Fire Weavers also had their giant beasts, they weren't as fast as large artifacts. Zhu Zifeng arrived at the camp Zhao Hai and the others were just in. Looking at the destroyed camp, she couldn't help but frown. Although the previous camps had been breached, there were no traces of fighting on them, meaning the people inside managed to survive. But now, there were traces of fighting in the camp. This meant that the people in this camp had suffered a misfortune. Judging from the direction of the 100 Treasures Realm, they seemed to be meeting with the people of the Divergent Realm. This wasn't good news for the Fire Weaver army. If the 100 Treasures Realm met with the Divergent Realm, the Divergent Realm would be able to break through the Fire Weaver's defenses. Zhu Zifeng landed on the camp and looked at the traces of battle. She could feel the spiritual chi fluctuations of the surroundings. She turned to the other immortal experts and said, The 100 Treasures Realm has been here at most 2 hours ago, but catching up to them will be difficult. From their direction, they should be meeting with the Divergent Realm. This isn't good. Therefore, I want to send a small group to try and block them. What does everyone think? One of the immortal experts knit his brows and said, I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy. The 100 Treasures Realm isn't weak. It's impossible for us to block them if we send a few people. And if we plan to send more, then we would have to find a way to catch up. Although we can use the transmission formations of our subordinate realms, they cannot accommodate all of us as well as our beasts. And if we only send people, their combat strength would be greatly reduced. Zhu Zifeng knit her brows. She knew that what the immortal experts said was correct. This was also the reason why she hesitated. But if the 100 Treasures Realm met with the Divergent Realm, it would be even more troublesome. After thinking about it, Zhu Zifeng immediately said, Let's send some immortal experts ahead. We only need to delay them so that our main army can catch up. The 100 Treasures Realm needs to be eliminated before they meet the Divergent Realm. Zhu Zifeng still had some status among these immortal experts, otherwise Zhurong wouldn't have sent her to lead them. It must be known that immortal experts couldn't be easily convinced. So when they heard Zhu Feng, the immortal experts were stunned. But they still followed her orders. The 100 Treasures Realm needed to be blocked. If they were blocked, they would be wiped out once Zhu Zifeng and the army arrived. Although the plan seemed safe, Zhu Zifeng still had some worries about it. The 100 Treasures Realm couldn't be easily dealt with. After fighting against them multiple times, Zhu Zifeng understood that both their immortal experts and large artifacts were very strong. Zhu Zifeng just hoped that her plan would succeed. As soon as Zhu Zifeng made this plan, Zhao Hai became aware of it. He left silver needles wherever he passed through to monitor the situation. Although he knew about Zhu Zifeng's plan, Zhao Hai didn't have any ability to stop it. He can only speed up. But he knew clearly that no matter how fast they went, they couldn't be as fast as transmission formations. He only hoped that they could break through any blockade the Fire Weavers prepared for them. Zhao Hai also told Mu Yao about this information. After hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yao knitted his brows and said, Are you sure that they will be sending immortal experts after us? Zhao Hai nodded and said, I'm completely sure Zhu Zifeng knows that it's impossible to stop us if they don't send immortal experts. What we need to do right now is to proceed at our full speed. We need to have at least 10 immortal experts in each of our large artifacts. They will cooperate with the troops to input spiritual chi into the large artifacts. This way, we can increase their speed as well as their ramming strength. Even if there are immortal experts ahead of us, as long as there are not that many, we can just rush past them. Mu Yao thought about it for a while and said, let's try that. The Fireweavers wouldn't be able to send a lot of people. As for the camps, we can ignore them for now. Zhao Hai nodded. Mu Yao took out a jade sword message and then sent the message out to various large artifacts. At the same time, Zhao Hai prepared the yin-yang lightning ponds inside all of his large artifacts to provide energy. Besides this, there's also the Spirit Gathering Formation inside the artifacts. The Spirit Gathering Formation was once used on the formation-breaking Spirit Snack Needles. This formation allowed the needle to break through defensive formations. Zhao Hai temporarily installed Spirit Gathering Formations on the large artifacts. Then he would make the cultivators input their spiritual chi into it, providing another source of energy for the large artifacts. With the yin-yang lightning ponds, the speed of the large artifacts would more than double, and in the process, their impact strength also increased. Before long, Mu Yao's order was passed down and the large artifacts were ready. At least 10 immortal elders were sent to each large artifact, and almost every cultivator inside the large artifacts participated in sending energy. The cultivators inside the large artifacts were currently feeling stifled. This was because they had no opportunities to make a move. All fights were taken care of by Zhao Hai's large artifacts. Now that they had the opportunity to make a move, although not in battle, they were still happy to contribute, so it was no wonder that they put all of their strength into sending energy. As everyone's spiritual chi entered the ships, a burst of golden light appeared and the ships immediately sped up. The turtle didn't lag behind, it sped up as well. Although it was wearing armor, it also had a yin-yang lightning pool. There were also immortal experts on the octagonal fortress giving energy. The turtle almost didn't need to spend energy to speed up. Additionally, the turtle also sent its own spiritual chi towards the fortress. This time, the turtle became the fastest moving figure in the 100 Treasures Realm fleet. Zhao Hai stood on the fortress and looked straight ahead. This was because he knew that immortal fireweavers were in front. There were about 500 of them. Besides the immortal fireweavers, they were also able to mobilize 20,000 troops from the surrounding subordinate realms. Despite this, Zhao Hai didn't stop and sped up instead. Mu Yao wasn't aware of what was currently in front of them, but he knew that Zhao Hai had his reasons for doing this. Because of this, he didn't stop him. Before long, Mu Yao saw a group of people in front of him. His expression couldn't help but change. Then he turned towards Zhao Hai and saw that he was stubbornly looking forward. He didn't look like he was intending to slow down. Zhu Jiying stared at the 100 Treasures Realms fleet flying over. The rifle in his hand was already prepared. The other cultivators also took out their artifacts. They were ready to fight it out with the 100 Treasures Realm. Chapter 1597. Violent charge. Zhao Hai calmly looked at the enemy army in front of him. The opposite party had about 20,000 people. They were lined up in a huge group, only blind people couldn't see them. However, Zhao Hai didn't stop the ships. Instead, he accelerated forward. The Fireweavers thought that the 100 Treasures Realm would stop and exchange polite greetings, but they were wrong. Instead of stopping, the 100 Treasures Realm continued barreling through. Zhu Jiying saw this and was startled. He immediately shouted, "Disperse, scatter and attack." At the same time, the rifle in his hand began firing. Zhu Jiying's rifle was a bit similar to Zhu Gui's. It was a huge rifle, looking more like a small cannon. The rifle's bullets were also very big, and they were burning with orange flame. The other Fireweavers also took their rifles and began attacking the 100 Treasures Realm fleet. The other cultivators didn't do anything and just changed their army formation. The 100 Treasures Realm fleet wasn't in their range yet and they also didn't have rifles in their hands. With their common artifacts, once they reach a far enough distance, they wouldn't be able to deal enough damage. Therefore, they didn't participate in the offense. But as soon as the fleet of the 100 Treasures Realm entered their attack range, the cultivators immediately took their weapons out and attacked. However, How could the ships of the 100 Treasures realm be that easy to deal with? Nobody could be seen on the giant spirit treasure ships of the 100 Treasures realm. Once the Fire Weaver bullets hit the ships, they were simply deflected. At the same time, the artifacts of the cultivators weren't even able to make a scratch on the ships. Moreover, all of these attacks didn't slow the ships down. Fortunately for the attackers, they changed their formation prior to their offense, and since Zhao Hai had no intentions of dealing with them, the 100 Treasures realm fleet just whizzed by. The Fire Weaver army could only look at the ships behind and eat dust. Seeing their blockade being pretty much ignored, Zhu Jiying's expression couldn't help but turn ugly. He immediately took out a jade sword message to tell Zhu Zifeng about the situation. When Zhu Zifeng heard the news, her facial color changed. She understood that the 100 Treasures realm already knew about her plan, but this only made Zhu Zifeng more convinced that they needed to stop the 100 Treasures realm. Zhu Zifeng immediately dispatched 500 experts. These cultivators appeared in an area very close to the place where the Fire Weavers and the Divergent realm were fighting. As she sent the group out, Zhu Zifeng also ordered everyone to stop. She knew that chasing any more would be useless. With their speed, it was impossible to catch up to the 100 Treasures realm. Therefore, she began to organize batches and sent them through transmission formations. She plans to use this method in order to catch up to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was also aware of Zhu Zifeng's actions. However, he didn't care about it. With the cultivators and immortal experts providing energy, the fleet would be able to get through even the immortal experts of the Fire Weavers. With the fleet's speed, they were now not too far away from the Divergent realm. By this time, they had broken through 5 blockades, and on one of the blockades, he was able to kill a couple of Fire Weaver immortals. It was because of this loss that Zhu Zifeng no longer dared to block the 100 Treasures realm too much. However, in order to avoid being exhausted, the cultivators supplying energy to the ships began to rest and go in shifts. Even so, the fleet was still very fast. After all, there were still 10 immortal experts supplying each ship. The energy provided by these experts couldn't be underestimated. Zhao Hai knew that there were still a Fire Weaver blockade in front of him, and this blockade wouldn't be easy to break through. This time, the Fire Weavers deployed a lot of large artifacts to stop them. The Fire Weavers didn't have a lot of large artifacts and they also weren't good at them. But this didn't mean that they didn't use them at all, and because they cooperated with the giant spirit realm, the Fire Weavers still had a few giant spirit treasure ships. They also have some sword shuttles as well as large beasts that had great defensive power. This was the last blockade of the Fire Weavers, the most difficult one they laid out. Zhao Hai also prepared to set out a full power. Now 20 immortal experts were sending energy to each large artifact, and all of the cultivators were giving energy as well. Zhao Hai also released undead to help send energy. This caused the entire fleet to approach the Fire Weaver blockade with an unprecedented amount of momentum. This time, Zhao Hai didn't make the turtle take the lead. The turtle was a beast that could be greatly injured. The turtle was there to keep up appearances and defend, not be the main offense for the fleet. With its strength, it could face several immortal experts in a proper battle. The Fire Weavers also knew that the 100 Treasures realm had no intentions to stop. They knew that if they stood in place, they would be hit by the 100 Treasures realm. Because of this, the beasts and large artifacts of the Fire Weavers also charged towards the fleet. The two sides looked like knights going for a duel, charging at each other. The two sides got closer and closer, each staring at the eyes of the other. Their eyes were red, as though forgetting the existence of life and death. The fleet of the 100 Treasures realm consists of 13 giant spirit treasure ships as well as the sword shuttles. But in a head-on charge like this, these sword shuttles weren't useful at all. Besides the 13 giant spirit treasure ships, there was also the turtle. But since the turtle has been placed behind, the spearhead of the fleet was the Hell King's ship. The 100 Treasures realm's fleet was like an arrow with the Hell King's ship at the tip. Then the pagoda and the giant spirit treasure ships were behind it. On the Fire Weaver side, they had 5 giant spirit treasure ships, 50 sword shuttles, and about 1,000 large beasts. Naturally, their formation wasn't as sharp as Zhao Hai. They looked like a tide rushing towards the 100 Treasures realm fleet. Boom! Both sides finally hit each other. The Hell King's ship hit the enemy giant spirit treasure ships. Although the enemy giant spirit treasure ships dented the Hell King's ship, it failed to cause it to stop. Meanwhile, the Hell King's ship's battering ram entered the enemy ship's bow, opening it up before splitting it in half. Then the Hell King's ship continued flying forward. Although the other giant Sparrow treasure ships weren't as miserable as the first one, their fate was fairly similar. The giant spirit treasure ship that clashed with the pagoda might be the luckiest one. The pagoda didn't have as strong of an impact as the others. However, it still managed to deflect the ship that clashed with it. After all, once two forces clash, one of them had to get out of the way. As for the beasts, they also couldn't stop the advance of the 100 Treasures realm. All beasts that went head-on against the giant Sparrow treasure ships were turned into meat paste. As for those who just brushed with the ships, their bones had been shattered and their muscles torn. Beast parts could be seen being thrown around from the area of impact. This clash ended with the Fire Weaver's complete defeat. Besides those in the periphery, the group sent forward by the Fire Weavers were annihilated. This caused the higher-ups of the Fire Weavers to pay more attention to the large artifacts of the 100 Treasures realm. Upon leaving the battlefield, Zhao Hai and the others flew directly towards the Divergent realm. At the same time, Zhao Hai put away the giant spirit treasure ships that he destroyed. This included the scrapped sword shuttles. Naturally, his actions were done in secret. Mu Yao and the others didn't know about it. Mu Yao stood on top of the fortress, looking in front of him. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, that was the last blockade of the Fire Weavers? Then we should reach the Divergent realm soon." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, that was the last blockade of the Fire Weavers. The Divergent realm front line is just ahead. We will approach from the Divergent realm's domain." Mu Yao nodded. "If there's no more danger, we should slow down. We can't cause any misunderstanding with the Divergent realm. After all, we're currently allies." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he informed the people on the other large artifacts to stop sending energy. The fleet slowed down instantaneously. However, this slowdown was only relative. The actual speed of the fleet was still very fast. After more than 2 hours of flying, they officially entered the battlefield of the Divergent realm and the Fire Weavers. The speed of the fleet slowed down once more. All of the immortal experts were now on the fortress looking at the situation around them. At this time, several black spots could be seen flying from the distance. Then the black spots slowly increased and before long a battalion appeared in front of the 100 Treasures realm. Zhao Hai could also see that these people had wings. Mu Yao waved, and the entire fleet stopped. Then the turtle slowly moved forward towards the front. At the same time, the winged people stopped. Seeing the other party stopping, Mu Yao cupped his fist and said, "The 100 Treasures realms." Mu Yao has seen everyone. "Are you our friends from the Divergent realm?" One of the winged people cupped his fist towards Mu Yao and answered, "This one is the Divergent realm's 8th scouting team captain, Ulaton. I greet Elder Mu Yao and everyone from the 100 Treasures realm." After he said that, he made a gesture and moved back. The 100 Treasures realm fleet followed behind. Before long, a huge camp appeared before the people of the 100 Treasures realm. The camp was enormous, encompassing an entire mountain. The mountain was full of cave residences. People could be seen coming in and out of these caves. The camp didn't have any defensive measures, not even a defensive formation. This was something that Mu Yao didn't expect. Just as the 100 Treasures realm fleet arrived outside the camp, a group of people left the camp to meet them. The person who led this team was Sleet. When Mu Yao saw that Sleet was coming, he immediately led the other immortal experts out of the fortress to give their greetings. When both sides were close enough, Sleet cupped his fist and said, "Elder Mu, you're here. Welcome to our camp." Mu Yao also cupped his fist and said, "Elder Sleet, you didn't have to come out and greet us. We've made you wait." Sleet smiled and said, "You've broken through several blockades of the Fire Weavers. That was admirable. Please, the elders of my realm are waiting for you. Then you all have a rest in our camp." Mu Yao smiled and said, "Elder Sleet doesn't need to trouble himself. We're already used to staying inside our large artifacts. There's no need to arrange a place for us. We shouldn't make the other elders wait for too long. Please lead us in." Sleet nodded and said, "All right. Then follow me." Zhao Hai and Mu Yu didn't follow them. Also, Only 100 elders followed Sleet to the Divergent Realm camp. The others returned to their respective large artifacts. Zhao Hai and Miu Yu stayed on the fortress rooftop. They were drinking liquor as they looked at the Divergent Realm camp. Then Miu Yu suddenly said, "Little Hai, this camp doesn't have any defenses. Is this because they're confident or arrogant?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I think they're confident. Moreover, the camp isn't without any defenses at all. They chose this position because it's the highest point in the region. The surrounding vegetation has also been leveled, so there's no chance for the enemy to perform a surprise attack. Also, haven't you heard what the winged man said? He's a captain of the scouting team. This means that the Divergent Realm has scout teams. The Fire Weavers couldn't come over and attack at all. This allows the camp to be relaxed." Miu Yu nodded. "The Divergent Realm is really formidable. I'm afraid there are around 300,000 cultivators in this camp. All of them are at the transcending tribulation stage and above. As for immortal elders, I have no idea." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "They definitely have a lot of immortal experts. They want to deal with the Fire Weavers. How could they not spare enough manpower? The Fire Weavers aren't easy to deal with as well, so the Divergent Realm cannot half-heartedly send troops. I have to say, I really underestimated the 5 great realms." Miu Yu drank from his cup and enjoyed the fragrance of the alcohol. Then he said, "Soon, we'll be able to defeat them. Soon." Chapter 1598, Elder Prison Heart. Miu Yao entered the cave in the camp along with Sleet. The other immortal experts were left outside. The cave was quite huge. After the immortals entered the camp, they were offered liquor to drink. When Miu Yao entered the cave, he saw 10 elders from the Divergent Realm sitting on transforming clouds. Seeing Miu Yao arrive, these elders stood up and gave their greetings. Miu Yao hastily returned their greetings. Sleet also began introducing Miu Yao to the elders present. One of these elders was an ordinary-looking old man. He wore a robe and his eyebrows and hair were already white. He had a kind smile on his face, but his eyes had that light that could penetrate through people's hearts. This old man was a famed elder of the Divergent Realm. He was nicknamed Elder Prison Heart. The reason for this nickname was the old man's formidable spiritual attack which targeted one's heart demon and activates it. Then the heart demon would devour the cultivator's mind and kill them. In addition to activating your heart demon, Elder Prison Heart can also cause one's heart demon to go into deep slumber, which could help a person's cultivation. Therefore, there was a saying in the battlefield that says, "Prison Heart can bring you heaven. Prison Heart can also bring you hell." Miu Yao also heard about Elder Prison Heart, but he hadn't seen him in person. He didn't think that this notorious elder of the Divergent Realm would look like an ordinary old man. Despite his appearance, Miu Yao didn't dare underestimate this old man at all. Not only was Elder Prison Heart an esteemed immortal expert of the Divergent Realm, it was said that he was the oldest immortal expert in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Even Miu Yao had no idea how old Prison Heart was. Miu Yao bowed to Prison Heart and said, "I have seen Elder Prison Heart. I didn't expect to see you here." This Miu Yao is extremely honored. "I heard about Elder and my master's friendship. This Miu Yao can be considered a junior. Please forgive me for not offering my respects." Prison Heart chuckled and said, "There's no need to be polite. You're now representing the 100 Treasures realm. It wouldn't be good if you lower yourself to me. Come, have a seat." Miu Yao smiled faintly and then gave a bow before sitting down. The other immortal experts in the room also sat down. Prison Heart looked at Miu Yao and said, "I heard that you have broken through 6 blockades set up by the Fire Weavers just to reach this place." Miu Yao smiled bitterly and said, "It's something that can't be helped." At that time, the Fire Weavers had sent a 200,000-man-strong army to deal with us. There's also 2,000 immortal experts. We only have 1,000 immortal experts. Although we're confident that we can defeat the ordinary cultivators, we're not sure if we can win against their immortal experts. In the end, we can only come here to your camp." Prison Heart wasn't angry nor did he show any contempt in his expression. Instead, he nodded and said, "You're a good commander. You made the best decision. I saw your large artifacts. No wonder you're able to break through the defenses of the Fire Weavers." Miu Yao nodded. Then he said, "We managed to kill 32 immortal experts on the way here. We also destroyed 5 giant spirit treasure ships, 50 sword shuttles, and about 2,000 tamed beasts." After he said this, Mu Yao looked at the elders of the divergent realm and said, "The Fire Weavers don't want the two of us to meet. With our large artifacts, they would find it very hard to hold their defensive lines." Prison Heart looked at Mu Yao and smiled faintly. He understood what Mu Yao wanted to say. He was afraid that the Divergent Realm would look down on the 100 Treasures Realm. He wanted to tell them that the 100 Treasures Realm could pull their own weight. Prison Heart had long passed the age of hot-headedness, so he didn't dislike Mu Yao's statement at all. He just smiled and said, "That's good. You take a rest first. When we attack, we'll send you a message." Mu Yao nodded. Prison Heart looked at the others and said, "The Fire Weavers want to hold us here until we're exhausted and retreat. But this time, we gathered the strength of 3 realms. We cannot just leave for cheap. If we want to conquer the Fire Weaver domain, we need to take down their defenses as soon as possible." The elders nodded. This way was very important for the 3 realms. If they failed, then dealing with the Fire Weavers would become more difficult. Moreover, they would be subjected to the crazed revenge of the Fire Weavers. After all, the Fire Weavers weren't people who would just take a beating and not punch back. Prison Heart said, "Go and prepare. You have 3 days. After 3 days, we'll launch our attack. We need to take the defensive line in one fell swoop." Those present nodded. Prison Heart waved his hand, ordering everyone to leave. Then he looked at Mu Yao and said, "Mu Yao, please stay." Naturally, Mu Yao stayed behind. Once everyone left, Prison Heart looked at Mu Yao and said, "Mu Yao, tell me the truth. How confident are you that we can rush through the defenses of the Fire Weavers? This attack is very important to us. If we fail, it would be a very heavy blow to our morale." Mu Yao nodded and said, "I know this, but I still don't have an understanding of the defensive line. I need to see it first to make an assessment." Prison Heart nodded and said, "Good. That would be good. We need to get your answer as soon as possible so that we can make the proper arrangements." Mu Yao nodded. Then he gave Prison Heart a bow before leaving. Looking at Mu Yao's departing back, Prison Heart murmured, "Sure enough, he's a talent." Mu Yao quickly returned to the octagonal fortress. Zhao Hai and Mu Yu stood on the rooftop waiting for him. When he saw the two, Mu Yao nodded and said, "The people of the Divergent Realm have decided to attack 3 days later. At that time, we will be at the front." Little Hai, look into the defensive line of the Fire Weavers. See how certain we'll be in breaking through. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'll immediately prepare the scouts." Mu Yao nodded. At this time, a Jade Sword message flew over to Mu Yao. After receiving the Jade Sword message, Mu Yao read its contents using his spiritual force. Then he smiled and said, "Good, Little Hai, look at this. Maybe you won't need to send scouts." Zhao Hai took the Jade Sword message and read its contents. Inside was the report sent by the Divergent Realms scouts regarding the Fireweaver Realm's defensive line. The defensive line's setup was described in great detail. Zhao Hai took a closer look at the report. He now knew how much the Fireweavers prepared to defend against the Divergent Realm. The Fireweavers stationed about 500,000 troops to face the Divergent Realm. There were also 10,000 immortal experts. There were also over 300 large artifacts, 10 of which were giant spirit treasure ships, about 100 were sword shuttles, another 100 were 8 cyan imperial chariots, then the rest were other large artifacts. They also had 500 cannon groups. There's nothing else to say about the numerous formations set up along the 1,000 li 500 kilometers long defensive line. Wanting to break through all of these would be difficult. After reading the report, Zhao Hai couldn't help but close his eyes. Then he had Kair calculate the odds of an attack. Zhao Hai opened his eyes as he looked at Mu Yao and said, "Elder, I want to send people to check some things out. I'll give you an answer tomorrow." Mu Yao nodded and said, "Go." Remember, this is an opportunity of the 100 Treasures Realm to increase our prestige. If possible, we'll have to perform well. Zhao Hai understood Mu Yao's message. Mu Yao wanted him to achieve as much as possible in breaking through the defensive line of the Fireweavers. Zhao Hai nodded before going inside the fortress. At the same time, he sent Silver Needles in order to conduct a final scouting on the Fireweavers' defensive line. Zhao Hai already knew some information about the defensive line, but this time, he wanted to make a thorough investigation to make sure that nothing would go wrong. Once the information was obtained, calculations would be made to make the best offensive plan. Zhao Hai knew clearly that this war was a huge opportunity for him to become famous in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Zhao Hai already had some fame on the battlefield. However, people didn't regard him as important because of his cultivation. But after this matter, everyone in the 10,000 realm battlefield would know that Zhao Hai has the strength to face any immortal expert. Although this would bring him great trouble, where people would be more careful in dealing with him and those who would look for him would become stronger, it would save Zhao Hai the trouble of sifting through the weaklings to get to the strong experts. Zhao Hai was currently sitting in front of a monitor. The current display has been divided into many smaller screens showing a fire weaver camp. In fact, once arranged, these divisions would form the defensive line of the fire weavers. Through observation, Laura and the others found that these camps weren't divided randomly. Each camp was handled by a group. Instead of staying in one camp, the fire weavers divided themselves into different smaller camps. The subordinate troops were more free since they could go to any camp they wanted. This allowed convenience to the movement of troops. As long as there was an attack, the troops would be able to gather immediately. This gave the fire weavers the ability to be fluid in their defense. Chapter 1599, Battle Plan. Zhao Hai looked at the map on the screen, then he said, "How is it? Is the information good?" Lizzie nodded and said, "The information sent by the Divergent Realm is accurate, but not as detailed as our Silver Needles." "Brother Hai, look at this." The defenses of the fire weavers are more heavy on the right side of the defensive line. It's because this is the place where the Divergent Realm kept attacking. Moreover, their cannons and formations are more concentrated on the right side. Generally speaking, the weakness of the fire weaver defense line was on the left side. Megan nodded and added, "Right." Moreover, the left side of the defensive line is composed of subordinate realm experts that aren't too strong. Although these subordinate realms participated in the battles, they would always keep people behind to guard their camps. It could be seen that they weren't too eager to defend for the fire weavers. "I think this is an opportunity for us." Lizzie nodded. "I think so too. The Divergent Realm wants to launch an offensive in 3 days. We can let them attract the attention of the fire weavers while we break through the defensive line. As long as we cause chaos, the fire weavers would surely be defeated." Zhao Hai carefully inspected the map. Then he nodded and said, "Good, but our attack must be fierce and swift. We need to break through as fast as possible. At the same time, we'll cause chaos to the left side of the defensive line." Lizzie nodded and said, "We can also let the undead use their rifles to attack the subordinate realm camps. This way, they would be in more chaos. As long as their formation gets ruined, the Divergent Realm would be able to seize an opportunity to break through." Zhao Hai nodded. He was also confident in the Divergent Realm. They can definitely launch an attack to cause trouble with the fire weavers. Moreover, they were able to gain huge progress. If Zhao Hai and the others let this opportunity go, then they no longer need to fight in this war. They might as well go home. After looking at the maps, Zhao Hai turned his head and said, "Let's make a battle plan. Replace the undead with the people from the Divergent Realm and the 100 Treasures Realm. We just need to use our large artifacts. We're already too eye-catching. There's no need for us to do everything." Lizzie and Megan nodded and went on to create their battle plan. Zhao Hai called Laura over and said, "After the battle, pay attention to the corpses of the Divergent Realm cultivators. The space will need their abilities." Laura nodded. It's not the first time that Megan and Lizzie wrote a battle plan. Soon, a battle plan was handed over to Zhao Hai. Seeing that there was no problem, he took out a piece of jade and inscribed the battle plan into it. After saying goodbye to his wives, he left the space. After returning to the fortress, Zhao Hai immediately went to Mu Yao's room. Mu Yao has been waiting for news from Zhao Hai. Seeing Zhao Hai coming over, Mu Yao immediately said, "How is it?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and then took out a jade slip and handed it over. Mu Yao received the jade slip and scanned it with his spiritual force. He quickly saw the battle plan. Upon reading it through, a smile appeared on his face. He nodded and said, "Very good. We can use this battle plan. I'll go meet the Divergent Realm. Get ready to set off at any time." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Elder, rest assured, we can depart at any time. As long as we coordinate well with the Divergent Realm, I believe our plan can succeed." Mu Yao nodded and said, "Go and prepare. I'm certain that the Divergent Realm will accept this plan." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned around and left. Mu Yao took the battle plan and walked towards the conference hall of the camp. There were guards outside the Divergent Realms conference hall. Just as Mu Yao was about to report his presence, Prison Heart's voice was heard. Mu Yao, come in, come in. Mu Yao nodded. Then he entered the conference hall. Mu Yao immediately saw Prison Heart as soon as he entered the hall. Besides Prison Heart, there's also another person inside. It was a tall and huge man with a face full of hair. He was wearing a full suit of armor. He stood in place looking like a huge iron pot. Seeing this person, Mu Yao had a guess who it was. This was Siegehammer Hawkins, an expert famed for his combat power. It's said that his strength is endless and his defense is formidable. Mu Yao gave Prison Heart a salute and then turned his head to Hawkins and then cupped his fist. I have seen Mr. Hawkins. Please accept this Mu Yao's greetings. Hawkins looked at Mu Yao and returned the greeting as he half-heartedly cupped his fist and said, good. Then he no longer said anything else. This caused Mu Yao to feel anger deep inside. He was one of the most powerful elders of the 100 Treasures realm, but Hawkins treated him like this. How could Mu Yao not be angry? However, he didn't show it. Instead he turned to Prison Heart and said, this is the battle plan we created. Elder, please take a look. Prison Heart also saw Hawkins' performance, but his expression didn't change. Nor did he say anything, but deep inside he was disappointed in Hawkins' conduct. Hawkins was extremely arrogant. He was too prideful because of his strength. In his mind, the 100 Treasures realm were anxious to reach the camp because they were afraid of the Fire Weavers. To Hawkins, the 100 Treasures realm were cowards. If it were him, he would have stayed and fought it out with the Fire Weavers. However, Hawkins failed to think that the 100 Treasures realm was different from the Divergent realm. If the Divergent realm lost 1,000 immortal experts, although they would be shaken, their foundation would still remain solid. But for the 100 Treasures realm, losing 1,000 immortal experts would cause them to be in danger of extinction. Hawkins failed to consider all of these things. He just looked at the timid behavior of the 100 Treasures realm and thought that it was shameful, especially for a high-grade realm. Prison Heart received the jade slip and then searched for it using his spiritual force. He carefully read through the contents of the jade slip. After some time, Prison Heart placed the jade slip down and then he turned to Mu Yao and said, Mu Yao, did you make this? Why do I feel that the spiritual force used to make this jade slip is not yours? Mu Yao smiled and said, Elder spiritual force is really strong. I didn't make it. This came from Zhao Hai of our 100 Treasures realm. What do you think? Prison Heart nodded and said, the plan is very good. It's meticulously made. It even has some details that we missed. It seems like the 100 Treasures realm has another genius. Mu Yao smiled and didn't say anything. Hawkins looked at Prison Heart in confusion. Prison Heart passed the jade slip to Hawkins and said, make preparations according to what's in the jade slip. Do it within 3 days. Although Hawkins was arrogant, he wouldn't dare go against the old man Prison Heart. He immediately received the jade slip and gave Prison Heart a salute. He didn't even look at the jade slip before turning around and left, ignoring Mu Yao in the process. Mu Yao looked at Hawkins and smiled faintly. Although he was angry, he wouldn't offend the Divergent realm over this matter. Prison Heart couldn't help but sigh inwardly when he saw Hawkins' performance. But he didn't explain to Mu Yao. Instead he said, Mu Yao, when will you depart? Mu Yao replied, as soon as possible. We need to hide early. We can't let the Fire Weavers discover our trail. If they're prepared, the plan would be useless. Prison Heart nodded and said, all right, you can go anytime you want. As soon as we begin our attack, I will send you a message so that you can make a move on your side. Mu Yao nodded. Then he gave Prison Heart a salute before turning around and leaving. Prison Heart looked at Mu Yao's back. Then he sighed and said, it seems like the rise of the 100 Treasures realm is inevitable. It wasn't only Mu Yao who was favorable to Prison Heart, but Zhao Hai as well. The plan made by Zhao Hai made Prison Heart see how different the 100 Treasures realm was. The Divergent realm has been clashing with the Fire Weavers for some time now, so they had a deep understanding about the Fire Weavers' defensive line. They even knew where the subordinate realms were stationed. However, they never thought that this information would have some use. So when he saw Zhao Hai's analysis, Prison Heart understood that they were wrong. The information they had in hand was useful, Very useful. The 100 Treasures realm was just more capable in using it to their advantage. Thinking of this, Prison Heart sighed once more. He sat down and felt very tired. He was very old and felt that he was in the last years of his life. However, he was very worried about the next generation leaders of the Divergent Realm. These people were very arrogant, and after this war, their arrogance would increase once more. This wasn't good for the Divergent Realm's future. They need a leader with a good head between his shoulders. They need a leader who knows when to retreat and when to give in. People like Hawkins were clearly unqualified for this position. Prison Heart slowly closed his eyes. He felt that he should do something for the Divergent Realm. He needs to make a move before he perishes. The conference hall was very quiet. Nobody knew what this dying old man was thinking. Mu Yao returned to the fortress. His expression wasn't great to look at. Upon arriving at the fortress, he immediately looked for Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, we'll depart immediately." Although Zhao Hai didn't know why they had to depart so soon, he just nodded and said, "All right, but we need everyone in the fortress to relocate to the other large artifacts. The turtle cannot shrink, so I can only receive it." Mu Yao nodded and said, "All right, we need to perform perfectly. This relates to the honor of the 100 Treasures realm." Zhao Hai nodded and then left to make preparations. Chapter 1600. It's not the time. A group of fireweavers stood on their tamed beasts and flew over a forest on the left side of the defensive line. Actually, this forest could no longer be considered as one. This was because it had been leveled to the ground. Broken branches and leaves could be seen everywhere. All of these broken trees were all caused by clashes of spiritual chi. Although the focus of the Divergent Realm's attacks were on the right side, this didn't mean that the left was unaffected. It was just that the fights here weren't as intense. These fireweavers were the scouts sent over by their camp. They were responsible for the surveillance around the defensive line. They're here to see if there's an army trying to sneak in. However, just under the noses of these scouts, in the broken forest, were a dozen boat-shaped artifacts a meter long. These boats were disguised to look like fallen trunks from outside. They weren't eye-catching at all. Zhao Hai, Mu Yao and Mu Yu were standing at the top layer of the pagoda, looking at the scouting fireweavers in the distance. The pagoda was now an upright trunk standing from the ground. Nobody noticed that there were 3 people who were smaller than a thumb standing on it. Mu Yao turned towards the fireweavers' defensive line before looking at Zhao Hai and smiling. Looking at the defensive line, "I feel like I'm looking at a giant's wall now that I've shrunk down." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't have been able to shrink the artifacts for such a long time. This is good. Tomorrow, the Divergent Realm should begin their attack. We'll have nothing to worry about." Mu Yao nodded and said, "This is the first time the 100 Treasures realm works alongside the Divergent Realm. We must show them that the 100 Treasures realm couldn't be trifled with." Zhao Hai and Mu Yu nodded. At this time, a team of fireweavers flew over their heads. Looking at the fireweavers, Mu Yao sneered and said, "Look at these people, they've been arrogant for so long. This time, we need to deal with them properly." At this time, the sound of fighting could be heard from a distance. Zhao Hai and the others were quite familiar with this noise. Although the Divergent Realm were gearing up for a large attack, they didn't stop their smaller attacks along the defensive line. This was to prevent the fireweavers from noticing something wrong. If the fireweavers get an idea about Zhao Hai's actions, it would be difficult for the plan to succeed. Mu Yao turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, if nothing unexpected happens, the fireweavers will certainly be defeated. But at the same time, the Divergent Realm will also suffer casualties. I want you to turn them into undead. Can you do that?" Zhao Hai was stunned when he heard Mu Yao. He looked at Mu Yao for a moment, then he nodded and said, "There's no problem, but I can't turn all of the corpses into undead. It wouldn't be good if the Divergent Realm finds out that the corpses of their people have disappeared." Hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yao let out a long breath. Then he nodded and said, "All right, then I'll leave it to you. Try to get as many undead as you can. If possible, kill some of them, but don't let them find out." Zhao Hai nodded. But Mu Yu was still confused, so he turned to Mu Yao and said, "Master, why do this?" Mu Yao coldly snorted and said, "You didn't see Hawkins from the Divergent Realm, because we went to them. That guy looked down on us. Naturally, This isn't important. What's important is that this guy might be the one making the final decisions for the Divergent Realm in the future. If that guy becomes their leader, then it's possible for our two realms to be in conflict, so we might as well take out some of their strength right now. Zhao Hai and Mu Yu immediately understood what was going on. Hawkins embarrassed Mu Yao, so it's no big deal if they take this grievance out on the Divergent Realm. Originally, Mu Yao wanted the Divergent Realm to participate in their move, but when he saw Hawkins' appearance, he no longer mentioned it. He knew that if Prison Heart had to force them to work with the 100 Treasures Realm, then Hawkins would look down on them even more. But Mu Yao didn't lie. He wanted to deal with the Divergent Realm to vent out his anger, but he also felt that the Divergent Realm might make a move on the 100 Treasures Realm in the future. So when that time comes, Mu Yao wanted to see what it would look like if Zhao Hai released undead from the Divergent Realm to face them. Naturally, he wasn't hoping for Zhao Hai's undead to do all the work, but he knew that if they equipped the undead with rifles, their combat strength would increase. A day quickly passed and everyone got up early in the morning. Everybody was prepared. Since the cultivators and the immortal experts of the 100 Treasures Realm could no longer supply spiritual chi for the large artifacts, Zhao Hai decided to release some undead to provide energy instead. The cultivators would be responsible for dealing with the subordinate realms of the Fire Weavers. Naturally, this would happen after they break through the defensive line. When the cultivators heard that they finally had the chance to fight, they couldn't help but celebrate. Besides the fight on the Poison Mountains, all they had been doing was sending energy to the large artifacts. This idle way of life was making them feel aggrieved. Now that they finally have the opportunity to show their strength, the cultivators were happy. To be honest, there's a high chance for them to survive this war since they were with Zhao Hai, and if they stayed inside the large artifact, they wouldn't be killed. But at the same time, this limited their ability to fight. They weren't like the undead who could use rifles. Because of this, they couldn't help but feel useless. Seeing the cultivators being in high spirits, Zhao Hai bitterly smiled. He didn't understand why these people were so happy to fight. Didn't they know that this would cause some of them to die in battle? Mu Yu looked at Zhao Hai's expression and immediately knew what he was thinking. He smiled faintly and said, "You think they're stupid, desperate to go out?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, as if agreeing. Mu Yu replied, "You don't understand them. If they don't get the chance to fight, how can they go back to the realm and receive their reward? They would be too embarrassed to accept it." When Mu Yu said this, Zhao Hai stared. He hadn't really thought about this. Mu Yu looked at Zhao Hai and said, in their minds, the chaotic part in the defensive line would be taken care of by the large artifacts. So when they head out, the danger would have already been greatly reduced. What's left for them was to chase stragglers and pick up some scraps. In this case, they wouldn't suffer much casualties, so why would they be reluctant to attack? Zhao Hai bitterly smiled. He really didn't think about this. He said, "I haven't thought about this, but this is also good. Once we break open the defenses of the Fire Weavers, the enemy should be very weak. Then our side wouldn't suffer huge losses when they head out." At this time, a loud rumbling sound could be heard from the defensive line. Even Zhao Hai and the others could hear it. Then the Fire Weavers from the camps around the defensive line began to concentrate towards the Divergent Realm. The people on the left side of the defensive line became fewer and fewer. Not long after the battle began, a jade sword message flew into Mu Yao's hands. Mu Yao received the jade sword message and then read its contents. Upon knowing the current situation, he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, the offensive of the Divergent Realm has begun. Shall we make a move as well?" Zhao Hai turned towards the place of battle and saw two clumps of shadows converging on each other. There would also be explosions from time to time. Black spots would often fall from the sky. Zhao Hai knew that these black spots were fallen experts. However, Zhao Hai didn't plan to set out immediately. Instead, he said, replying to the elder, "I think we should wait. Although both sides are now fighting, the battle has yet to reach its hottest state. The Fire Weavers can still choose to retreat. We need to wait for the perfect timing to attack." Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai and nodded before he said, "All right, then we'll wait." Zhao Hai nodded. Meanwhile, the others couldn't help but stare. They didn't expect Mu Yao to say those words to Zhao Hai. Only Mu Yu understood why Zhao Hai chose to delay their attack. Apart from waiting for the perfect timing, Zhao Hai also wanted to use the fire weavers to whittle the strength of the divergent realm. Mu Yao also understood this, so he agreed to Zhao Hai. Regardless of whether they were immortal experts or ordinary cultivators, they all stood there quietly looking at the battle in the distance. The two clumps got closer and closer to each other, nearing to the point of merging into one huge black clump. In the region where the two sides met, more and more explosions could be seen, and the amount of black shadows falling down had increased. People on the large artifacts would look towards Zhao Hai from time to time. They wanted to see when Zhao Hai would decide to make a move, but they soon discovered that Zhao Hai had closed his eyes. This caused them to itch with impatience. While the people around him were anxious, Zhao Hai was very calm. This caused everyone to be surprised. Even Mu Yao was amazed. What these people didn't know was that Zhao Hai was observing the battle through the space. Both sides were evenly matched and the battle was hard to predict. However, the Fire Weavers still had two reserve armies that hadn't entered the battle. These two armies were all from the Fire Weaver race. If Zhao Hai and the others entered right now, then these reserve armies would be able to swiftly head over. However, Zhao Hai believed that these two reserve armies would soon join the fight. This was because the attack of the Divergent Realm this time was extremely violent. It exceeded what the Fire Weavers were used to. Before long, one of the reserve armies joined the fight. Also, the space has received a lot of corpses. Most of these corpses were from the side of the Fire Weavers, but some of them were from the Divergent Realm. The space now has dozens of new abilities. Some of these abilities were used for offense, some were for defense, and some were used for support. Finally, after 3 hours of fighting, the last reserve army joined the fight. Zhao Hai knew that it was time for them to move. Zhao Hai opened his eyes and without waiting for everyone to react, he waved his hand, causing the large artifacts to fly forward and return to their original size. Then he released the turtle and returned to the fortress. Under the turtle's lead, all large artifacts rushed towards the defensive line. Rewinding time to an hour ago, Prison Heart was standing behind the troops, quietly watching the battle. Meanwhile, Hawkins beside him had an anxious look. Although the 100 Treasures realm had yet to appear, Prison Heart wasn't worried. He believed in the 100 Treasures realm. He thought that they were just waiting for the right time to attack. Prison Heart carefully inspected the battle. He wanted to see the reason why the 100 Treasures realm had yet to make a move. Before long, he discovered that the Fire Weavers still have reserve armies waiting in the back. Moreover, the army numbered 50,000, and all of them were members of the Fire Weaver race. 50,000 Fire Weaver troops meant that, with their beasts, they essentially numbered at least 100,000. If they discovered the attack of the 100 Treasures realm, they would no doubt rush over. Even if they die stopping the 100 Treasures realm, by the time, the Fire Weavers would have made a proper response. This should be the reason why the 100 Treasures realm didn't attack yet. Although he managed to guess correctly, Prison Heart himself didn't know that he was right. Because of this, he continued observing. As Hawkins stood beside Prison Heart, he continued to wonder why the old man still hadn't sent him to attack. He knew that the Divergent Realm had a reserve army that numbered 50,000. This made the two sides evenly matched. They might even be able to defeat the Fire Weavers if they pushed hard. So why didn't Prison Heart make him move? Was Prison Heart still worrying about the 100 Treasures realm? Those cowards, what could they do? Seeing Hawkins' obvious expression, Prison Heart felt more disappointed. Hawkins still failed to notice that the Fire Weavers also have their own reserve army. Although he was disappointed, he still said, "Hawkins, don't be anxious. It's still not time yet." Although Hawkins didn't know what they were waiting for, he still nodded. But his murderous aura continued to increase. At this moment, Prison Heart noticed that the Fire Weaver reserves had begun to move. Prison Heart immediately turned his head towards the left side of the defensive line.